Chapter 1, Exam is over, Ferrari Reward. It was a sunny day. Shulan came out of the examination room and breathed a sigh of relief. The college entrance examination is finally over. Looking back at the test questions, Shulan remembered that he had declared that he would be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Others said that he was childish and ridiculous, but he still persisted in working hard. In the end, I realized that I was really childish and ridiculous before. This year's exam questions are so damn difficult. Ding, host matching is successful, daily sign-in system is loading. Ding. The system has been successfully loaded. As long as the host signs in every day, he will receive system rewards. Shulan was confused. Is this the golden finger in the novel? Sign in to get a reward? Let me try. Shulan tried to close her eyes. In the world of consciousness, there is a calendar. Then, Shulan chooses to sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward, a top-of-the-line Ferrari Enzo sports car. Warm reminder, the car has been arranged in the school parking space, and the car keys are in your pocket. He touched his pocket. There was indeed a small hard object in the trouser pocket. Take it out and have a look. A red car key with the prancing horse logo on it. Shulan took a breath of cold air. It's so terrifying. It really is a Ferrari key. Am I dreaming? Will I really get a Ferrari for signing in? Shulan was shocked and quickly ran towards the school parking space. At this time, someone called him. Shulan. Look back. It's Lu Wenjie. This person is the top student in the class. He is not good looking, just averagely ugly, but he is a very good student and always ranks among the top 5 in the class. Where are you going? Lu Wenjie asked. Get the car. Shulan replied and continued to run to the parking lot. You rode a bicycle to take the test today? Never mind, how was the test today? Lu Wenjie followed. Fine. Shulan answered casually. He doesn't have the heart to deal with this guy right now. Now, he just wants to quickly confirm whether the Ferrari is real. That's fine, at least I can get into a second-tier university, ha. Lu Wenjie followed Shulan and started to show off. Alas, I feel that I didn't perform very well this time. I guess it's a bit difficult to be the top scorer in the country. At most, I can go to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Shulan rolled his eyes. Okay, I, Shulan, am willing to call you the strongest. Shulan came to the parking lot. Lu Wenjie also boasted to him that he was careless in math this time and could only get 149 points. His English composition was not well written either, with a punctuation mark wrong, so he could only get 148 points. Shulan knew why this guy kept attacking him. The reason was that he confessed his love to a girl in his class last semester, but was rejected in person by the girl because he was ugly. Then the girl turned around and confessed her love to Shulan, saying that he was handsome. Although Shulan rejected the girl's confession, he still innocently became Lu Wenjie's target. Whenever there is a big exam, this guy will come over and ask Shulan, how many points did you get? Do you have the confidence to get into a key school? Why are you such a loser, ha? Crazy taunt output. In the past, Shulan would have fought back, but now he is not in the mood. Because he saw a group of parents watching something in the parking lot. Wow! Which parent drives a supercar to send their child to the college entrance examination? How cool! I'd even eat shit if you let me open it. Parent, do you still have any dignity? I just wanted to lick the car door. This car is called the Ferrari Enzo. I just checked, this car costs more than 5 million. More than 5 million? That's the factory price. This car is out of print now. There are only 400 of them in the world. The price is at least 20 million or more. 20 million? Wouldn't it cost hundreds of thousands to scratch it? 100,000 is not enough, at least 200,000 or more. Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a voice sounded out at an inopportune moment. Please make way. Please make way. Then a guy who looked like a student squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Ferrari Enzo. It was Shulan. When everyone saw that he looked like a boy of about 17 or 18 years old and was holding a pencil case in his hand, they knew that he was a student taking the college entrance examination. Hey! Kid, be careful. That car is worth more than 20 million. If you scratch the paint, your parents' salary for more than 10 years won't be enough to pay for it. Yeah, just watch from a distance, don't try to touch me. Yeah, you can't afford to offend rich people. Even Lu Wenjie stopped pretending at this time. He hurriedly shouted at Chulan. Hey! Chulan, why are you running over there to join in the fun? If you run into someone else's car, even if they sell you, it won't be enough to pay back the money. It's okay, this car is mine. Chulan turned around and smiled, then pressed the car key. Beep beep. The Ferrari's lights flashed. Lu Wenjie? Onlookers? Everyone looked at Chulan in shock. Then he looked at the Ferrari Enzo worth tens of millions. Suddenly I felt like I was struck by lightning. What is going on? This student drove a Ferrari to take the college entrance examination? Isn't this too pretentious? Lu Wenjie just stood there in a daze, his eyes almost popping out. How is this possible? He is Chulan. This guy is nothing special except that he is handsome, and I haven't heard that his family is very rich. How could he drive a Ferrari? Could it be that he is a low-key rich second generation? Not only were others shocked, Chulan himself was also a little excited. This is actually true. Sign in daily to get rewards. But he still pretended to be calm on the surface. He quietly opened the car door, threw the test supplies onto the passenger seat, and sat in the driver's seat. He is 18 years old this year and has passed the driving test during the winter vacation, so there is no problem for him to drive on the road. The traffic police won't catch you. Sitting in the Ferrari, Chulan felt an incomparable sense of comfort. The seats, the steering wheel, the dashboard, they are just different from those ordinary cars out there. Of course, Chulan had never driven a car, he had only ridden a bicycle. But the feeling of driving a supercar is different. Look at this exquisite dashboard. Exquisite workmanship and cool design all show the charming charm of this super sports car. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Chulan stepped on the accelerator. Boom! A low roaring sound was heard. That beautiful voice is full of surging power. It made the onlookers envious. Amidst everyone's astonished and envious gazes, Chulan drove the Ferrari Enzo out of the parking lot, leaving behind shocked passers-by and the confused Lu Wenjie. At the school gate, the students who had just finished the college entrance examination were chattering about going to the internet cafe to play games, or going to the milk tea shop to have a drink. There were also parents waiting at the school gate, waiting to take their children home for dinner. Just at this moment, boom! The unique roar of a supercar sounded. A fiery red Ferrari drove out of the school. Everyone avoided it. The boys were envious and the girls screamed. Wow! It's a Ferrari. Which rich dad is here to send his kid to the college entrance exam? Huh? It looks like he's not a rich dad, he's a student. What? Who is it? Which class is he from? Does he need a girlfriend? Does he need a boyfriend? Chulan drove out of the school gate. Amidst the exclamations behind me, I drove into the driveway and sped towards home with the flow of traffic. Chapter 2 Reward, Bajiquan Mastery. It's already 5:30. Chulan should have finished his college entrance exam, right? A pancake stall outside Guangming Community. The boss Zhang Dachuan was making pancakes for the customers while muttering to himself. He and Chulan were very familiar with each other, because Chulan would buy a pancake from him for dinner every day after school, and would specifically emphasize not adding eggs or ham. The reason, of course, is that he has no money. Chulan's parents died when he was very young, leaving behind only a small house of 75 square meters with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and a small amount of savings. Chulan is very well behaved and sensible. He did not fall into depravity or develop any dark or morbid psychology because of family changes. He is very independent and would work part-time at a nearby McDonald's after school or on weekends. Today is the day Chulan takes the college entrance examination. Zhang Dachuan sincerely hopes that this child can be admitted to a good university, stand out and change his destiny. Just then, boom boom boom. A low roar of a car came from far away. The sound was very shocking, and it was totally incomparable to the stupid modified car of the Ghost Fire Boy. That's a sports car. It's still a top-notch sports car. As Zhang Dachuan was thinking this, he saw a super cool red sports car parked in front of his stall. Wow! Ferrari Enzo. This car is so cool. It's awesome. Which rich second generation is so down to earth that he wants to buy a pancake? In front of the stall. Customers waiting to buy pancakes looked at the fiery red supercar without moving their eyes. At this time, the car door opened. A sunny and handsome boy walked out of the car. Height of 1.85 meters. Thin but strong figure. Refreshing shaggy hair. A handsome face. Zhang Dachuan looked at the boy who got off the supercar, and after brewing his emotions for a long time, he slowly uttered a word. Grass. It's Chulan? He came back in a supercar? Zhang Dachuan was more than confused, he was about to explode. Boss. 2 pancakes with eggs and sausage. Chulan raised 2 fingers towards Zhang Dachuan. I say, kid, are you some hidden rich second generation? Zhang Dachuan asked blankly. Chulan sighed, it seems that I can't hide it anymore. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. In fact, I am a super rich second generation. Zhang Dachuan. After getting the pancake, Chulan drove his Ferrari Enzo into the community. The security guard saluted him straight. The treatment of driving a sports car is just different. Park the car and go home. Chulan was lying on the bed, still a little bit unbelieving. After all these years of hard work, I finally turned my life around after the college entrance examination and bound myself to the magical system? How can this be described with just one word? Awesome. Finished eating 2 pancakes. Played games all night. Go to bed. Looking forward to tomorrow's sign-in. The next day. The sun is shining on your butt. The first thing Chulan did after opening his eyes was to sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward Bajiquin mastery. As the system's voice sounded, Chulan felt something suddenly flood into his brain. It's Bajiquin. Different from the martial arts of frauds like Master Ma and Lei Gong, the Bajiquin rewarded by the system is an orthodox Chinese boxing, a killing skill with extremely destructive power. Chulan mastered it instantly. Is this the legendary initiation and transmission of power? Chulan immediately performed a few moves, punching and elbowing with great force, as if he had practiced for decades, and every move and every style was integrated into his muscle memory. Awesome! Chulan couldn't help but shout. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was the manager of the McDonald's where I worked part-time who called. Hello? Chulan, why haven't you come to work yet? It's your turn today. The store manager said on the phone. Chulan glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall and found that it was indeed his turn to be on duty today. But I am now bound to the system. Do I still need to work to earn money? It is impossible for me to work. I, Chulan, will never work in my life. But after thinking about it, I decided to finish my work today and then quit. After all, the store manager and colleagues have always been nice to me. If I suddenly resign, I won't be able to find a replacement for a while, and it's the peak summer vacation season, which will cause trouble for them. Hang up the phone. Change clothes and go out. Come to the community parking lot. Walking towards his super cool Ferrari Enzo. As a result, I saw a man and a woman arguing. The man was a big and strong man wearing a vest, with tattoos all over his arms. He was swearing at a young lady and even wanted to hit her. And that young lady is quite pretty, she scores 8 out of 10, she is tall and has a sweet look, she looks a lot like the otaku goddess Yui Aragaki. Seeing that the sturdy man was about to attack, Chulan quickly stepped forward and stopped him. Hey! What are you doing? Do you want to hit a woman? The young lady was stunned. She looked at Chulan. She didn't expect that there were still people who would stand up for justice in this day and age. The sturdy man was also stunned. But when he saw Chulan look like a student, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This woman owes us a lot of money at loan sharking rates. Chulan was stunned and looked at the young lady. I didn't expect that she, who looked so well behaved, would actually engage in loan sharking? I don't. Tears welled up in the young lady's eyes. I was just deceived by a scumbag. Ha, you're just stupid. The sturdy man sneered, your boyfriend lost all your money in stock trading and came to us to borrow money. He wrote your name as the guarantor, but now he can't be found. If we don't ask you for the money, who else can we ask for it? Grass. Chulan was confused by his crooked logic. It's not this lady who borrowed the money,
And she didn't sign the guarantor, so why are you asking her for money?
Why?
The man raised his lips and showed a smug smile. He patted the Mercedes-Benz beside him and said, I am from the White Tiger Hall.
I am rich and powerful. This Mercedes-Benz SLC is worth more than $500,000. Do you think this is enough for me? It's not enough, and I think you are just an idiot. Shulan said. Damn it. You're asking for a fight.
The sturdy man was furious and rushed forward to slap Shulan.
Bang. But he was knocked away by Chulan's elbow. Baji Dingshin elbow. The sturdy man flew backwards and hit the door of his Mercedes-Benz SLC. It directly created a dent. The young lady was stunned. Her mental activity at this time was as follows. This handsome guy is so awesome. He's upright and domineering, just like the male lead in an idol drama. Why did I end up meeting a scumbag instead of a treasure boy like this? I want to cry.
Miss, you don't have to be afraid of him.
This is a society ruled by law. If he harasses you again, call the police.
After Chulan finished speaking, he glared at the burly man fiercely. The sturdy man was already stunned by this time. He was a gangster, known as Brother Cat in the underworld. He was famous for his fierce fighting, but now he was almost beaten to death by a student. After Chulan finished speaking, he took out the car key and pressed it.
Beep. A Ferrari Enzo 4 meters away lit up its headlights. Boom.
Brother Mao was stunned for a moment.
Damn. Ferrari Enzo?
After all, he is a car enthusiast, so how could he not know how awesome the car in front of him is? A top supercar. There are only 5 people in the whole Xia country who can afford this car. Those who can afford to drive it have extremely terrifying family backgrounds, and he definitely can't afford to offend them. The young lady was also shocked. He thought Shulan was just a student and the clothes he wore were all unknown brands, but he never expected that he was actually a top rich second generation who drove a supercar.
Then,
the young lady added low-key rich man to Chulan's label of heroic act. Her eyes were full of admiration. Shulan glanced at Brother Cat, who was out of breath, and said in a cold tone,
If I see you in the neighborhood again, I will beat you up every time I see you. After saying,
Get into the Ferrari, step on the accelerator, and the car roars away.
Only a cool red back is left. Only then did the young lady react. Hey! I forgot to ask for his WeChat. Chapter 3, The Grand Plan to Capture Chulan. In McDonald's.
A man and a woman are eating a McFlurry chicken box meal. They all look like high school students around 17 or 18 years old. The woman had the popular deer makeup on her face, and was wearing a short skirt and a belly-bearing t-shirt. Her voice was so sweet that her father wanted to hit her when he heard it. Sitting opposite her was a boy who was wearing a pair of high myopic glasses and looked a bit silly. At this moment, he was acting like a dog to the girl in front of him.
Jin Shuang. This is the limited edition lipstick I bought for you. I risked my life and secretly used my parents' money to buy it.
The man with glasses presented a lipstick. Oops. The girl named Jin Shuang took the lipstick and looked at it, then angrily scolded, You are wrong. I don't even use this color, so what's the point of it even if it's a limited edition?
You are such an idiot. But isn't this the same color as your current lipstick?
The man with glasses felt aggrieved. He is just a straight man, how can he know what color number is?
The colors look the same, right? You're the same.
They use red bean paste powder, but you bought me red bean paste.
Aren't those all bean paste? Roll.
Seeing that the goddess was angry, the man with glasses nodded and admitted his mistake. Jin Shuang, don't be angry, it's my fault.
It's red bean paste powder, right? I'll change it for you later.
Humph. I'll keep this red bean paste color.
It just so happens that a close friend of mine uses this color. Go buy me a new one. Remember not to get the color wrong this time. Well, the guy with glasses is a pain in the ass.
He had been planning to take the red bean paste back to exchange for the red bean paste powder, but with what Jin Shuang did, he had wasted more than $1,000. The money used to buy the lipstick was stolen from my dad. If I stole more than 1,000, I would definitely be discovered and hung up and beaten.
But how can a dog not lick?
They were both seniors at Shanghai No. 2 Middle School. Jin Shuang was a classmate of the guy with glasses and a typical green tea girl. She had always treated him as a backup, accepting all his gifts but never letting him hold her hand. To put it bluntly, to her, the man with glasses is just a card swipe machine plus free labor.
At this time. Boom boom boom. Outside McDonald's, a fiery red supercar drove up. Ferrari Enzo.
When Jin Shuang saw the sports car, he was shocked. As a gold digger, she is very knowledgeable about luxury cars, mansions and luxury goods.
Just like the Ferrari Enzo in front of you. How awesome is it?
The purchasing conditions are awesome.
First, you must be a Ferrari member. Second, there must be more than 3 Ferraris.
Third, there must be the 40th anniversary commemorative car F40. Fourth, there must be the 50th anniversary commemorative car F50.
Moreover, Enzo is limited to 400 units worldwide, and one of them was given to the Pope as a gift to God.
So, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy a Ferrari Enzo.
He's a big rich man.
Jin Shuang, who was enjoying the licking of the spare tire, now had green eyes.
This kind of rich guy is what I, Jin Shuang, should pursue.
I don't know what he looks like, but I think he must be a handsome, elegant man. Perhaps because she has been licked by too many dogs, Jin Shuang has a mysterious self-confidence and feels that she can chase the owner of a Ferrari Enzo.
Ah! It's out.
Seeing the car door open, Jin Shuang's eyes fixed.
Then. She was dumbfounded. Is it Chulan?
The person who got off the Ferrari Enzo was actually her classmate in high school, Chulan.
Jin Shuang found it a little unbelievable.
She knew that Chulan's parents had both passed away and that he was a poor student who had to work part-time after school to earn money.
How did he suddenly become the owner of a Ferrari Enzo? Rent a car to show off? That's impossible. Who would be willing to rent you a supercar that is limited to 399 units worldwide? Then there is only one possibility. He is a low-key super-rich second generation.
I really misjudged you. Jin Shuang was a little crazy. In the past, when she saw Chulan, there was nothing special about him except that he was handsome. She automatically classified him as a poor guy and ignored him. But it turns out that they hit it so deeply.
Jin Shuang, what's wrong with you?
Seeing Jin Shuang looking regretful, the dog asked with concern.
Jin Shuang glanced at him impatiently, then suddenly remembered something. Hey, don't you have 2 movie tickets? The dog was delighted and quickly took out the movie ticket.
He bought this to invite Jin Shuang to a movie tomorrow night.
Give me.
Jin Shuang snatched the movie ticket.
Seeing the goddess so anxious, the dog was a little surprised. Didn't you say you didn't like this movie? Why now?
I'm going to go see it with my bestie tomorrow, you go first. Jin Shuang didn't want to pay any attention to him and ordered the dog to leave in a domineering manner.
Ah? The dog was confused. How can this be?
I spent so much money on limited edition lipstick. I originally wanted to ask the goddess out shopping, and then quietly and casually hold her hand.
Result. I can't accept this. Jin Shuang blared, don't you want to give it to me? Don't you want to buy the movie ticket for me?
Hearing this, the dog shuddered and quickly smiled.
No, then you have to be careful. Don't go home so late after watching a movie. Girls have to learn to protect themselves outside and drink more hot water. Got it. Why don't you go buy me some lipstick?
After being abused, the dog didn't dare to say a word and ran away to buy lipstick in shame. After sending the bootlicker away, Jin Shuang hurriedly walked out of McDonald's, only to find that Chulan had disappeared.
Only the incredibly handsome Ferrari Enzo was parked there. Ah, where's Chulan? Chulan, where are you?
Jin Shuang was anxious and looked around.
Finally, she saw Chulan.
At this time, Chulan was standing behind the cashier counter of McDonald's, wearing an employee uniform, and asked a little girl with a smile if she wanted to order ice cream.
Jin Shuang? What's going on? Someone who drives a Ferrari Enzo actually works at McDonald's? What is going on? But no matter what, Jin Shuang is sure that Chulan is a rich man. Otherwise, how could it be possible to drive a Ferrari Enzo? He must be hiding his identity and experiencing life at the grassroots level. It must be like this. Just like the male protagonists in those urban novels.
Jin Shuang nodded, becoming more resolute in his thinking. At the same time, his mind was rapidly thinking about how to hook up Chulan. Because he looked down on Chulan in the past, Jin Shuang did not add Chulan as WeChat or QQ, so he had to create a romantic encounter.
After quickly reviewing more than 30 idol romance dramas, Jin Shuang finally came up with a cliched but very effective trick. Hero saves beauty. A little after 7 in the evening. McDonald's.
Shulan changed back into her own clothes and prepared to go home. He had already explained his situation to the store manager, saying that he had inherited a generous inheritance from his parents and planned to return home and live a secluded life. Hearing this, the store manager almost fell to his knees.
I give full marks to this reason.
Shulan ordered a McChicken value meal for 15 yuan, and then left McDonald's to go home.
Just walked out the door.
Suddenly, a girl passing by held her forehead and fainted on the ground in an extremely elegant posture.
Before fainting, he said in a very hypocritical way, "Oh, I feel dizzy, I'm going to faint, help me." Shulan. Chapter 4. The plan failed. Jin Shuang just lay on the ground.
I waited for Chulan for an entire afternoon, just for this moment. Pretend to be a weak girl who faints, and then wait for the male protagonist Chulan to come and save her. It would be best if he can give her artificial respiration. Then you can invite him to watch a movie as a way of repaying him, and completely change the situation.
Of course, the movie tickets were provided by the bootlicker.
Jin Shuang has even been fantasizing about herself and Chulan going out together, marrying into a wealthy family, and living a wonderful life as a rich lady.
Chulan, come here quickly.
Come and give me artificial respiration, and let a sweet and loving love begin from now on. Chulan was a little confused. The girl who had fainted on the ground in front of him was Jin Shuang, his classmate before the class division in the first year of high school. This person is a well-known gold digger in the school, and her motto is pretty girls are all money-burning types.
But is she suffering from hypoglycemia or something? Why did you suddenly faint? Shouldn't it be okay to have low blood sugar?
I remember that when she was in the first year of high school, Shulan saw her quarreling with a girl with her own eyes.
She was so angry.
Shulan was just about to go up to check the situation.
Suddenly someone nearby exclaimed, "What's going on? Did this beauty faint?" Shulan turned his head and couldn't help but take a breath. So ugly.
Shulan thought to herself that she was not a person who judged people by appearance, but the man in front of her was so ugly that it exceeded the limits of human aesthetic tolerance.
How ugly is it?
He looks very much like a historical celebrity, the person on the first page of the first volume of the junior high school history textbook.
Yes, it's Beijingers. Ugly man, it seems there is no other way.
I have no choice but to sacrifice myself and give her artificial respiration.
Chulan? He did it right away.
The extremely ugly man wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and went up to give Jin Shuang a passionate artificial respiration.
The other side.
Jin Shuang heard footsteps and thought it was Chulan coming.
My heart is pounding. Ha ha ha. I want to turn the tables and become a local landlord, and live a happy and fulfilling life from now on. Hey, this girl is so pretty.
A man's voice sounded in front of Jin Shuang.
Why doesn't this voice sound like Chulan? It sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Jin Shuang was a little confused and secretly glanced at the person in front of him through the slits of his eyes. I saw a man who looked unscrupulous, pouting his lips and kissing me.
Ah!
Jin Shuang screamed, and out of human self-defense instinct, she raised her hand and slapped the ugly man in front of her, sending him flying 2 meters away.
Chulan was simply shocked.
This man is so ugly that he can wake up an unconscious person.
How grotesquely ugly this is. A medical miracle.
But no matter what, since Jin Shuang is fine, Chulan can leave with peace of mind.
Get in a Ferrari. Start the car and step on the accelerator. Boom boom boom. The engine roared and the Ferrari sped away, leaving behind a handsome and cool back.
And Jin Shuang, who wanted to cry but had no tears.
The hero's plan to save the beauty failed. The next day. Feel refreshed.
The first thing Chulan did after getting up was, of course, to sign in.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward, Wanlanchan number 1 villa. At the same time,
a bunch of keys and a property certificate appeared out of thin air and fell in front of Chulan.
The name of the owner on the big red property certificate was written as Chulan. Awesome.
Chulan looked at the reward and was somewhat surprised.
Driving a luxury car and living in a villa is the ultimate dream of many people.
I didn't expect that I would realize this dream after only signing in for 3 days. How many people are still emptying the wallets of 3 generations for a house, while they themselves already own a second house, a villa?
It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. But where exactly is this Guanlan Mountain number 1 villa? As a poor guy, Shulan doesn't pay much attention to real estate. After all, he can't afford it. So he had no idea what this Guanlanshan number 1 villa was called. Thinking of this, Shulan took out his cell phone and started to check. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you do, you'll be shocked. Guanlanshan number 1 villa is located at the top of Guanlanshan Mountain in Shanghai. It was designed by the American WATG team and adopts American modern architectural style. The indoor area is 2,315 square meters, with a living room, wine cellar, master bedroom, guest room, private cinema, entertainment room, art studio. There is also a large terrace of 1,850 square meters and a garden of 3,000 square meters. It has a 3-story multi-story parking lot and uses the most advanced car elevators to carry vehicles, making it possible for multiple cars to park at the same time. The price is 600 million. Shulan felt that he was having difficulty breathing. Can't help but marvel. This room is so horrible. Brush your teeth and wash your face. Get dressed and go downstairs to get the car. Go straight to Guanlanshan Villa District. Guanlanshan Villa area. After Shulan parked the car, he came to the gate. Stop. What are you doing here? The security guy stepped forward. Oh no. Shulan showed the property certificate and keys in his hand, and the security guard, who had originally had a serious face, immediately put on a smiling face and respectfully stepped aside. Actually, it's no wonder that the security guard had that reaction just now. After all, Shulan's clothes were too shabby. He was wearing a baggy black t-shirt, jeans that were washed out, and sneakers with patches on them. He didn't look like someone who lived here at all. After Shulan went in, the security guard who had stopped Shulan just now breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is not a stingy person, otherwise if he went to complain, I would lose my job. Another security guard shook his head. The rich second generation nowadays really know how to have fun. They dress like this. I feel like his clothes are not as good as mine. At this time, a young security guard who was reading a novel said confidently. You don't understand this, right? The rich second generation likes to play like this. They usually dress like poor people, and when someone is blind and looks down on them, they act cool and slap their faces. Several security guards shook their heads. It's so hard to make a living. It is said that novels are based on reality. When they read novels in the past, they would think, how could there be such a brainless and bloody plot? The author is an idiot. Now it seems that it really exists. Moreover, I almost became the passerby character in the novel who was slapped in the face for pretending to be cool. Basically 90% of urban novels start with torturing the security guard. Alas, is it easy for me to be a security guard? It's so hard for me. Shulan certainly didn't know that they were talking about him behind his back. At this moment, he had already taken the community's free sightseeing bus to Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain. At the magnificent gate of the villa, a woman in a professional suit was waiting. She looks to be in her 20s, 1.7 meters tall, with delicate features and light makeup. In Shulan's opinion, she is as pretty as some internet celebrities. Seeing Shulan coming, the beautiful girl hurried forward and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, I am Bien Gueji, the property manager here, and I came specially to greet you. Thanks for your hard work. Looking at the smiling young lady in front of him, Shulan smiled back. This smile made Bien Gueji's eyes light up instantly. It seems that he is not some aloof rich second generation. Mr. Chu, where are your parents? Didn't they come? After looking around, Bien Gueji asked again. She had seen Shulan's owner information. He was only 18 years old and a student who had just finished the college entrance examination, so she subconsciously thought that the house was bought by his parents and was in his name. No, I bought this house myself. Shulan was too lazy to explain and just answered casually. However, Bien Gueji was shocked. Did you buy it yourself? Did he buy this house with his own money? What money can a student have? Pocket money. Oh my god. Can you buy this super luxury house worth 600 million yuan with just your pocket money? Too willful. So scary. She wants to stick to it now. But she also knew that Shulan was still a student. If she posted this and it caused disgust among his parents, she would probably end up in a miserable situation. So she had to stay rational, and help Shulan explain the functions of the villa, and at the same time arranged for dozens of housekeepers to clean the house.
Finally, she left her phone number, indicating that Chulan could contact her if she had any problems.
Especially emphasized anything.
Chulan drove the Ferrari Enzo to the villa's lift garage, then lay on the big bed in the bedroom with a very comfortable look on his face.
Is this what it feels like to be rich? In the TV series I watched before, the second-generation rich always shouted to their rich parents, "This is not the life I want." But after living here, Chulan said, "This is what I wanted." Chapter 5, The Class Beauty is a rich second generation after all. Early morning. Guanlanshan number 1 villa.
The soft sunlight shone on Chulan's handsome face. He slowly opened his eyes and greeted the arrival of a new day. After receiving the luxury house yesterday, he returned to Guangming community and moved all his clothes and luggage here, planning to live here permanently in the future. After experiencing this luxury house, Chulan finally understood why this villa was worth 600 million. Not to mention how high-end the decoration materials are, the living room alone is comparable to that of a 5-star hotel. The villa is equipped with an infinity pool, bar, gym, spa massage room, and library, which are already better than 99% of the luxury homes on the market.
Not to mention, the original famous paintings hanging in the corridors. Worth 600 million, well deserved. Of course, the reason why he could say such a generous thing was that Chulan didn't have to pay for the 600 million yuan himself. By the way, I haven't signed in today yet. Chulan sat up from the big bed, opened the system, and chose to sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward 16% shares of Daijing Catering Group. Kindness? Imperial Catering Group? Chulan didn't know much about this group. He just heard the rich second-generation classmates in his class bragging about it.
It is said that this company is a century-old enterprise with a long history. It is said that the food in the hotels owned by this company is particularly delicious and expensive.
Chulan checked it on the internet. I was shocked.
Daijing Catering Group, a catering company with a market value of 5 billion yuan.
Now I have 16% of the shares, which means I am worth 800 million yuan, right?
According to the shareholding structure published online, I own 16% of the shares, making me the third largest shareholder of the group.
So terrifying.
At this moment, the cell phone rang.
This is a WeChat message from my deskmate and best friend Fan.
Chulan, our class 6 is going to have a party at a 5-star hotel tonight.
Do you want to come? Manhwa Chang will treat us, so we don't have to pay. The reason why he emphasized that there was no need to pay was because he knew Chulan had no money, and if they went AA, he probably wouldn't come. Chulan was a little curious instead. Why did Manhwa Chang treat us for no reason? He is the rich second generation in the class, and his family owns a printing factory. But they are in the printing business, not the money printing business. He wouldn't think that the money is too much and treat the whole class to a meal for no reason, right? Besides, we are going to a 5-star hotel. So Chulan asked, why did Manhwa Chang treat us? Fan Fa replied, don't you know? Manhwa Chang successfully confessed his love to our class beauty yesterday. He was so happy that he invited our class to dinner at a big hotel. Class beauty?
Chulan thought of the girl with a ponytail, fair skin, and big eyes. Her name is Lin Shishir. She is a girl with a very cold personality. Many people in school pursued her, but she rejected them all with the reason that I don't want to fall in love before graduation. Unexpectedly, just after graduation, when her male compatriots were ready to make a move, she married into the family of a rich second generation.
This is the reality. This is life. Fan Fa was filled with indignation. It would be a waste if we don't eat it. We can't beat the rich second generation, so why can't we rip him off? Meet at the Imperial Hotel at 7:30 tonight. I saw the words Imperial Capital Hotel.
Chulan was stunned for a moment.
He asked, Fan Fa, this hotel has a Daijing in its name, could it be a hotel of the Daijing Catering Group? Fan Fa replied, yes. Eating in a 5-star hotel is really expensive, so we must seize the opportunity to eat as much as we can. For tonight's dinner, I'm not even going to have lunch. Chulan, you are a ruthless person. 7:30 in the evening. Imperial Hotel, Saiju Hall on the 2nd floor. I don't know who gave this box such a sexy name. But no matter what, it's a rare opportunity to dine in this 5-star hotel, and almost everyone in the class has arrived. Everyone was ordering food and chattering. Oh my god. A plate of rapeseed costs 50 yuan. Is this dish inlaid with gold? Why do you care whether it's inlaid with gold or silver?
Manhwa Cheng is paying for it anyway, so let's just eat to our heart's content. Oh, then I'll order some sweet and sour fish. A country bumpkin, sweet and sour fish.
Of course you have to order the Australian lobster when you come here. Ha ha ha.
At this time, the door of the private room opened.
A man and a woman walked in.
The man is Manhwa Cheng and the woman is Lin Shishir. Manhwa Cheng had a smile on his face. The protagonist always appears last. When Fan Fa, who had been looking down at the menu, saw Manhwa Cheng and the class beauty come in, his eyes froze.
So envious.
Not only does Manhwa Cheng come from a wealthy family, his girlfriend is also the most beautiful girl in class.
Why is God so unfair? When the classmates saw the two, they all gave their blessings. Wow! They are a perfect match.
Ah, I knew you would be together sooner or later, blessings.
Blessings and blessings.
Lin Shishir felt a little vain when listening to other people's blessings. Although she kept saying that she didn't want to fall in love before graduation, that was purely a means to curry favor. Only by whetting a man's appetite can you take the initiative when you are together.
And even if you are together, you can't give your body away easily. Keep it hanging on and wait for the price to rise.
The reason why she chose Manhwa Cheng was simply because his father drove the top-of-the-line BMW 6 Series.
Manhwa Cheng also enjoyed the envy and jealousy of the boys in the class.
He hugged Lin Shishir's slender waist, glanced at the whole audience, and pretended to be surprised.
Ha! Shulan didn't come?
Shulan is tall and handsome, ranked first on the school's handsomest boy list. He always receives love letters from girls from time to time, both in his own class and in other classes.
This makes Wang Manhwa Cheng very unhappy. He was looking forward to Chulan's arrival so much just to show off in front of him today. He wanted to tell Chulan, so what if you are handsome? If you have no money, the goddess will still go with me, right?
At this time, everyone realized that Chulan did not come.
Yeah, where's Chulan? Why is there no one here? Fan Fa, aren't you Chulan's good friend? Why didn't you invite him to participate? Fan Fa was stunned and said, I called you, maybe something happened and I'm late?
At this time, Manhwa Cheng looked disdainful.
Forget it, forget it. Let's eat while we wait.
Maybe they are still working at McDonald's and have to wait until the end of their shift.
Ah? Chulan works at McDonald's? Someone asked. Oh my god, you didn't know even after you graduated? Chulan works at McDonald's every day after school. Is his family very poor? I don't know about that. You know Chulan is usually the quietest person in class.
The girls were all excited and started discussing.
Lu Wenjie doesn't seem to be here either. Someone said.
It's better for this kind of person who loves to show off because of his good grades not to come.
He doesn't have many friends in the class anyway,
said another person.
That's right.
But they didn't know that Lu Wenjie had become autistic since he saw Chulan driving a Ferrari.
And fell into deep self-doubt. What's the use of studying well?
I have such excellent grades, but I can only take the bus. Chulan's grades are average, but he can drive a Ferrari Enzo.
I can't accept it. At this time, the door opened. A handsome guy pushed the door open.
Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I'm late.
Ha, speak of the devil and he will appear. Manhwa Cheng pretended to be enthusiastic. Why? You came here by bus, so you are late? No.
Chulan felt a little embarrassed. In fact, he came here in a Ferrari, but the traffic in the city was too severe and the roads were not as smooth as those in the villa area.
Manhwa Cheng asked again, what are you busy with recently? Working at McDonald's?
Chulan shook his head, no, I just quit my job.
Manhwa Cheng pretended to be surprised and said, why did you quit? McDonald's is such a promising job.
I was planning to bring my girlfriend to help you.
Everyone laughed.
Chulan smiled without saying anything, his smile showed confidence.
He watched Manhwa Cheng's performance with great interest. It's like watching a clown. Chapter 6 is revealed. Shulan's identity is actually.
Seeing Manhwa Cheng's obvious sarcasm, Fan Fa hurriedly asked Shulan to sit next to him. Then he whispered, Shulan, ignore him, this guy is just a mean guy.
Not bad. Shulan smiled.
Manhwa Cheng glanced at Shulan, feeling secretly happy, and stopped mocking her. After all, his new girlfriend is still around. If he continues to mock Chulan, he might be regarded as a stingy and jealous man.
Everyone sat down and the waiter soon brought the food. Ma Yuecheng can start showing off again. Students, the dishes here are very famous. For example, this Buddha jumps over the wall is delicious and nourishing, with a rich flavor. It is the signature dish here.
And this cheese lobster is a native large lobster imported from Australia.
It is usually hard to eat outside. At this time, his younger brother asked very sensibly, "Boss, do you eat here often? Do you know this well?"
Ma Yuecheng looked at him coolly and sneered, "Nonsense, I often follow my dad to talk business with big clients, and I'm tired of the food here."
This unintentional show-off immediately won the admiration of many classmates. Wow, when we were still studying, Ma Yuecheng was already negotiating business with the big boss. Alas, this is the gap.
If it weren't for Ma Yuecheng, we wouldn't be able to eat such dishes today.
Yeah, Ma Yuecheng is awesome. Ma Yuecheng waved his hands repeatedly and said modestly, No, we are just an ordinary family.
At most, we have more experience in this kind of occasion. But inside he was feeling very proud. This wave of showing off deserves full marks. He specifically glanced at Lin Shirshir next to him.
Seeing that she was looking at me with admiration, I felt even better. If everything goes well, maybe something will happen between me and the class beauty after dinner. After 3 rounds of eating and drinking, the atmosphere became lively.
Ma Yuecheng's family was rich and he was also a beautiful woman, so he naturally became the focus of all the students. Everyone flattered him and kept saying that Mr. Ma was awesome. And Ma Yuecheng also enjoys the praise from everyone.
What a proud and triumphant person. At this time,
the door of the box opened. The manager of the Imperial Hotel walked in with 3 waiters in Cheongsam, all smiling. The 3 beautiful waiters each held a bottle of red wine.
"Excuse me for disturbing you,"
the manager said apologetically. Of course, he said this while looking at Chulan.
But no one noticed this detail.
Because their attention at this moment is all on those 3 bottles of red wine. The sharp-eyed Ma Yuecheng immediately noticed the 3 bottles of red wine.
My eyes almost popped out. That's Romane Conti?
Romane Conti, known as the king of red wine, is a legend in the wine industry that continues to exist.
Equally legendary is its price.
In the wine world, there is a saying, Romane Conti is a millionaire's wine, but only billionaires can drink it. 1 bottle costs at least 100,000, which shows how terrible the price is. Ma Yuecheng had only seen this kind of wine once.
That's because one of his father's wealthy friends has one in his collection. Yes, it is for collection and I take it out to show off when guests come. But if you want to drink it, that's simply wishful thinking. Fuck. Who ordered this wine for me?
Ma Yuecheng was so anxious that he wanted to curse. It is true that his family is rich, but they are not rich enough to drink red wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So he said quickly,
"You guys placed the wrong order.
We are all high school students and we didn't order these bottles of wine. At this point, this is the only thing we can do.
A bottle of Romane Conti costs at least 100,000 yuan, and 3 bottles cost 300,000 yuan. If these 3 bottles of red wine are opened, I don't have to do anything and just wait for my dad to come and bring the money to redeem me." The hotel manager smiled and said, "Please rest assured, classmate. I know you didn't order this wine, because it was given to Mr. Chu by our hotel."
Boss Chu? Ma Yuecheng was confused.
Lin Shirshir was also confused.
Fan Fa was also confused. Everyone was stunned. Mr. Chu? Which Mr. Chu? There is only one person named Chu in the class. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Chulan in the corner. Wait, you are mistaken, right? Ma Yuecheng stood up and said, "Chulan is a student, how could he be your Mr. Chu?" The manager looked at Chulan and said respectfully, "We won't make a mistake.
Although Mr. Chu is young, he is indeed the major shareholder of our Daijing Catering Group."
When these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone just felt their head buzzing. Chulan is the major shareholder of Daijing Catering Group? Didn't he just say that he was a poor student working at McDonald's? Can anyone tell me what the hell happened? Boss Chu.
The manager stepped forward and bowed slightly to Chulan.
How did you know I was coming?
Chulan asked curiously. After all, he didn't say hello when he came.
To reply to Mr. Chu, the cameras in our hotel lobby have facial recognition capabilities. We will be notified in advance when a distinguished person like you comes in. Oh, quite high tech. Shulan nodded. Everyone was dumbfounded. The content of this conversation. Shulan's identity as a major shareholder is confirmed. Boss Chu, these 3 bottles of red wine are a small gift from our hotel. If you have any instructions, please let me know at any time. Good. Shulan nodded, and the manager left with 3 beautiful waitresses. Wait until they leave. There was still complete silence in the private room. The students were left dumbfounded. Oh my god. Shulan is the major shareholder of Daijing Catering Group? Doesn't that mean we are all having dinner at Shulan's house? So shocking. It's unbelievable. Ma Yuecheng even felt like he was dreaming. At the beginning, he was still showing off with Shulan, but he didn't expect that this guy was hiding so deeply. After a brief silence, the scene completely exploded. Shulan, you turned out to be a super rich second generation. That's right, I've been your classmate for 2.5 years, and I didn't realize you were hiding so deeply. What on earth does your family do to allow you to become a major shareholder of the Imperial Catering Group? Everyone gathered around Shulan and chattered. Shulan just smiled without saying anything, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone was quiet. Shulan said, "Classmates, these 3 bottles of red wine are free anyway, so drink as much as you want." There was a sudden cheer. Thank you, Shulan. Shulan is handsome and rich, I love him. Shulan, do you have a girlfriend? Shulan, do you have a girlfriend? Originally, this party was supposed to be hosted by Ma Yuechang, but now all the limelight was stolen by Shulan. Ma Yuechang couldn't utter a word now. Thinking about how I was just pretending to be so cool in front of others, acting like I was used to this hotel. It's so embarrassing. However, he didn't notice that his girlfriend Lin Shishir beside him looked at Shulan with a strange look in her eyes. Chapter 7, The Cool Class Beauty's character collapses. The dinner continues. We all had a great time at the meal because we had the opportunity to drink Romane Conti, which costs $100,000 per bottle. Except Ma Yuechang. Originally, his own home turf was completely overshadowed by Shulan, who won the game in a crushing manner. This feeling is like being overturned when the game is going your way. It is so uncomfortable. The dinner is over. Since Shulan is a major shareholder of Daijing Catering Group, all meals are free of charge. In addition, each student received a small exquisite gift, which made it impossible for Ma Yuechang to show off. It hurts. At this time, Shulan and Fan Fa were walking out of the private room arm in arm, surrounded by a group of classmates, looking very impressive. The class beauty Lin Shishir began to ignore Ma Yuechang. After all, Shulan is the major shareholder of Daijing Catering Group, and you, Ma Yuechang, are just the second generation of a nouveau riche whose father drives a BMW 6 Series. The key is that you are not as handsome as Shulan. So why shouldn't I choose Shulan? Of course, this was just her wishful thinking and mysterious self-confidence. She had never considered whether Shulan would accept her choice. Everyone, I'm going to go back first. Let's get together again when we have time. Shulan waved to his classmates and prepared to say goodbye. Shulan. At this time, the class beauty Lin Shishir called him. Kindness? Shulan turned around and looked at her in confusion. Lin Shishir asked shyly, "Did you drive here?" Then can you take me home? Cannot. Because my Ferrari can only seat 2 people, and I have already promised to send Fan Fa home. Shulan said seriously. Lin Shishir? Fan Fa, who was standing by, was moved. Good brother. Loyalty comes first, and he never abandons his brothers for the sake of beauty. At this moment, Fan Fa just wanted to sing a golden song from Stephen Chow's movie, Love and Righteousness Are Worth 1,000 Gold. What's the regret of going to the Sword Mountain or Hell? Lin Shishir was still a little dazed. I was rejected? The reason is to send Fan Fa home? Do you have to be so direct? Could it be that I, Lin Shishir, am not as good as your good friend Fan Fa in throwing myself into your arms? Be a human being. At this time, the doorman had already driven Shulan's Ferrari Enzo over and respectfully handed him the car keys. Get in the car. Shulan patted Fan Fa's shoulder. The latter looked at the top supercar in front of him, his whole body seemed to have lost its soul, and sat in the passenger seat woodenly. Boom! Shulan stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and the sports car sped away. The classmates who were left behind in the car were extremely shocked. Everyone was shocked. Ferrari Enzo? Chulan is actually this rich.
Especially Manhwa Chang, as the king of forcing, he naturally knows what the Ferrari Enzo sports car means. But I didn't expect that Chulan actually had one. While he was still showing off that his father had a BMW 6 Series, Chulan was already driving a Ferrari Enzo, and was still so low-key.
This is the realm. This is literacy. Lost. Manhwa Chang shut himself off on the spot. Chulan sent the confused fan home. Facing the inquiry from his good friend, Chulan still used the old excuse, "I'm going to be frank. My parents are billionaires and left me a huge inheritance, but it will not be released until I finish the college entrance examination." In this regard, Fan Fa said, "What kind of bloody plot is this?" Chulan said, "Life originates from reality and is higher than reality. Return to Guanlanshan number 1 villa. Take a shower, play games, and sleep, all in one go. Sudden. Bite." It's not a system prompt, but a WeChat friend adding request. It was sent by Lin Shershur, the class beauty. After thinking about it, Chulan clicked agree. The other side. The class beauty Lin Shershur was tossing and turning on the bed, anxiously waiting for something. When she saw that Chulan had passed her friend verification, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. I used to think that Chulan was nothing special except that he was handsome. No, he was special in some way, and that was that he was extremely poor. Lin Shershur had witnessed Chulan get a portion of white rice in the cafeteria, then pour the seaweed soup provided free of charge on the rice and start eating. So no matter how handsome Chulan is, Lin Shershur has no interest in him at all. It wasn't until today that I realized that Chulan had been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. His true identity is a top-notch rich kid who drives a top-notch supercar and owns shares in the Imperial Catering Group. Regret it. If only I hadn't looked down on him and chased after him. Of course, it's not too late now. Thinking this way, Lin Shershur started sending WeChat messages to Chulan. "Chulan, your Ferrari is so cool. What's its name? I think I've seen it in a movie. Oh, and you're just a high school student, how did you become a major shareholder of Takeo Catering Group? By the way, where are you going to apply for the college entrance examination? Tell me for reference, and I will apply to your school when the time comes, hee." Chulan was filled with emotion as he saw the aloof class beauty actually flattering him like that. The person who used to look down on me so much, now knows that I'm rich, he's willing to kneel down and lick my ass, even at the cost of his cool and aloof image? In response to this, Chulan replied, "Ha, what are you doing, and go take a shower." On the other side, the class beauty Lin Shershur tried desperately to create a topic, but Chulan remained indifferent. He doesn't have a good impression of this class beauty. He knew that Lin Shershur loved to pretend. She always pretends to be the cool and aloof school beauty, but in fact she is an extremely materialistic green tea girl who has no interest in paying for Chulan. So he replied perfunctorily, and later he simply stopped replying. Why is Chulan so slow in replying to me? Is he busy? Lin Shershur was a little depressed. But considering the male god filter, she quickly gave Chulan a reason. It's normal to be busy. After all, he is a shareholder of a large group and has a net worth of hundreds of millions. He must have a lot of things to deal with. Besides, he still replied to my WeChat even though he was so busy, which means he is still interested in me, hee. Imagination successful. Lin Shershur is very happy. At this time, her cell phone rang. I originally thought it was Chulan replying to my message, so I quickly picked it up to check. It turned out to be Manhwa Chang. "Shershur, are you asleep? You seem to have drunk quite a bit of wine today, remember to drink more hot water. Shall we go to the movies tomorrow? Want to go to the beach?" A series of information bombardment. Looking at these, Lin Shershur just felt annoyed. I have never found Manhwa Chang so annoying. How could I be so blind as to agree to his confession? Manhwa Chang likes to show off and is not handsome. If his father hadn't made some money, with his ability, he would have been destined to set up a stall and deliver express packages in the future. Compared with Chulan, it's simply horrible. Lin Shershur wants to break up. But on second thought, before I succeed in conquering Chulan, it seems like it's not bad to have him as my walking Huabei plus free errands runner. So Lin Shershur replied calmly. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. After replying, I opened Chulan's WeChat and continued to flirt with him. Have you watched the popular movie Celebration Day recently? It's very good. Let me recommend it to you, hee hee. By the way, where are you planning to travel during the summer vacation? I'm planning to go to the Maldives. Let's form a team together. I've been obsessed with deer makeup lately. How about I put it on for you? Chulan, are you asleep? Chapter 8. Two green teas officially confronted. The next day, Chulan woke up. The sun shines on his rich face and a beautiful day begins. Habitually checking the phone. I saw that last night. The class beauty Lin Shirshir actually sent me dozens of WeChat messages. There are also 5 or 6 provocative and beautiful selfies mixed in. Chulan? Isn't she already together with Mayue Chung? What do you mean by teasing me like this? But Chulan didn't want to watch it anymore. Signing in every day was more important. Turn on the system. Click sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward, a Bugatti Veyron sports car. Warm tips, the car has been parked in the villa garage, and the key is on your bedside table. Bugatti Veyron? When Chulan saw the sign in reward, his heart was filled with excitement. He doesn't know much about luxury cars, but he knows the Bugatti Veyron very well. This comes from a fantasy novel he read in junior high school. There is a very pretentious sentence in it: the Bugatti Veyron is the fastest mass-produced sports car in the world, but it cannot outrun time, nor can it outrun the fate that has already been predetermined. At that time, Chulan was in the middle school period, and he also wanted to own a Bugatti Veyron that could not outrun time and fate, with a beautiful senior sister sitting in the passenger seat. Now I have the Bugatti Veyron, all I need is a beautiful senior sister. Come out for a walk? Chulan suddenly became interested. We arrived at the yard, pressed the switch, and the multi-story parking garage rose from the ground. In one of the garages, a blue and black Bugatti Veyron was parked there quietly. Awesome! Chulan's face was full of excitement and he quickly got into the driver's seat. He felt excited as he touched the leather steering wheel and seat. The Bugatti Veyron can be said to have carried his entire dream from his middle school years, and now it has finally come true. Go! Chulan stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and the sports car sped away. The Bugatti Veyron is not a common luxury car in the country. The price of more than 20 million yuan alone is prohibitive for countless wealthy people. Statistics have shown that buyers of Bugatti Veyron own an average of 42 cars, at least 1 private jet, 1 yacht, and 4 villas. So when Chulan drove the Bugatti Veyron on the road, the rate of people turning back to look at him was not 100%, but at least 80 to 90%. Especially when he was waiting at a red light, the driver in the car next to him would even take out his mobile phone to take a picture of him. I'm so sorry. After driving around for a while, we finally arrived at the Imperial Hotel, planning to enjoy a Cantonese-style morning tea. After handing the car to the doorman for parking, Chulan strode into the hotel. Looking around, the lobby was already full of guests. Even though the Imperial Hotel is very expensive, this is Shanghai after all, a first-tier city, and the thing it has the most is rich people. Chulan. At this time, a girl called him. Chulan looked in the direction of the sound. It's Jin Shuang. Chulan still remembers clearly the last time this guy fainted on the ground and was almost molested by an ugly man. Sitting at the same table with Jin Shuang was a middle-aged couple, probably her parents. The whole family came out for morning tea. Seeing Chulan, Jin Shuang came up and pestered him. Chulan, are you coming for morning tea too? We have a table here, why don't you come and share the table with us? No, I'll go see if there's another spot. Chulan waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that she didn't like green tea. It's basically hard to find a table at this time. You might as well come and share the table with us. My parents are very nice people, so don't be embarrassed. Jin Shuang completely disregarded her image as a girl and clung to Chulan like a sticky candy, refusing to let go, and her voice was so coquettish that Chulan wanted to hit her. At the same time, the class beauty Lin Shirshir also happened to walk into the lobby. Mayue Cheng made an appointment with her to have morning tea here today. Even though I find Mayue Cheng annoying, it would be a shame not to try the high-end breakfast at the Imperial Hotel. Isn't that the purpose of having a spare tire anyway? It's just, why hasn't Chulan replied to me yet? Lin Shirshir looked down at her phone, feeling very frustrated. The next moment, when she raised her head, she saw Chulan being harassed by a girl in front of her. Chulan. Broken voice. When she saw Chulan being harassed by a woman, Lin Shirshir had already forgotten about Mayue Cheng and ran over to push Jin Shuang away. What do you want to do to Chulan? Jin Shuang was stunned.
When he saw a girl who was prettier than himself coming forward to protect Chulan, he suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. The two green teas are officially facing off. Class beauty Lin Shirshir took the lead in making a move. Who are you? Why are you pestering Chulan? Jin Shuang responded, what does my conversation with Chulan have to do with you? Who are you to him? Lin Shirshir used her ultimate move, I'm his girlfriend. The whole place was silent. Chulan was confused. What's going on? How come I didn't even know I had a girlfriend? And dear, aren't you my Yue Chang's girlfriend? Jin Shuang's heart also trembled. Chulan's girlfriend? But this is not surprising. After all, Lin Shirshir does look better than her internet celebrity face that is made up with makeup. But when he turned around and saw Chulan's confused expression, Jin Shuang knew what was going on. She is lying. Humph. Just keep bragging. How could Chulan possibly be interested in a woman like you? Lin Shirshir was furious, what's wrong with me? I have bigger breasts and longer legs than you, and my grades are better than yours. Chulan doesn't know how much she likes me. I'm telling you, I am. At this time, a boy came over. It was Ma Yuechang. Shirshir, you're finally here. I ordered your favorite food. At this moment, Lin Shirshir blushed and said the last sentence. I am Chulan's girlfriend. The atmosphere became quiet again. Ma Yuechang was confused. He stood there blankly. Watching my girlfriend fighting with another girl for a boy, while shouting that I am that boy's girlfriend. But this boy is not me. It was that damn Chulan. Chulan is your boyfriend, then what am I? Dog liquor? Spare tire? Ma Yuechang's eyes were blazing with fire, the shame of being cheated on made him mentally collapse. Chulan. He now had the urge to kill someone, and rushed towards Chulan with great momentum. Stop him now. Just at this moment, the hotel manager and several security guards rushed over after hearing the news and grabbed Ma Yuechang. Chulan. How dare you cheat on me? I'm going to destroy you. Ma Yuechang was held tightly by several security guards, but he still bared his teeth at Chulan, looking as if he wanted to eat him. In the lobby, a bunch of people looked at Chulan strangely. Chulan was really drunk. I didn't do anything wrong, but for no reason I have to bear the stigma of cheating on my classmate. How innocent the first am. Boss Chu, are you okay? The manager came over and asked with concern. Boss Chu? Hearing this, Jin Shuang was stunned. Could it be that Chulan's identity is not just as simple as a rich kid who drives a Ferrari Enzo? Mr. Chu is a shareholder of our Daijing Catering Group. I don't care who you are. Please let go of your hand immediately. The manager pointed at Jin Shuang and scolded. Ah! Jin Shuang felt like he was struck by lightning. He subconsciously let go of Chulan's arm. What? Shareholder of Taikyo Catering Group? Chulan is not only a handsome guy who drives a sports car worth tens of millions? He is also a shareholder of the Imperial Catering Group, a young tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of millions? Oh my god. Jin Shuang, what on earth were you thinking about at that time? If I had approached her nicely in my first year of high school and not looked down on her for being poor, maybe I would be Chulan's real girlfriend now and could sit in the passenger seat of her Ferrari. Too late to regret. Chapter 9. Who else? Jin Shuang regretted it immensely. Lin Shirshir felt very annoyed. What bad luck! I was caught by the backup guy while licking my idol, and I'm going to lose this summer meal ticket. Yes. Lin Shirshir just felt unlucky and didn't feel that she was doing anything wrong to Ma Yuechang. It can be seen that her 3 views have collapsed. Shirshir, I'm so good to you, why do you treat me like this? Ma Yuechang begged Lin Shirshir desperately, and then roared at Chulan, Chulan! What dirty tricks did you use to make my girlfriend like this? Before Chulan could speak, Lin Shirshir yelled at Ma Yuechang, shut up! Who is your girlfriend? Jin Shuang pulled Chulan's hand again. Chulan, let's ignore them and come and have morning tea with us. Coupled with the guests pointing and talking around, the scene became a mess. It's so noisy. Get all 3 of them out. Chulan was so annoyed that he yelled. Yes, Mr. Chu. The manager responded respectfully. So, Ma Yuechang, Lin Shirshir and Jin Shuang were kicked out by several security guards. Jin Shuang's parents came to argue. Also kicked out. The manager said, feel free to complain, but please don't disturb our CEO Chu while he's having his meal. Finally, Chu Lan was taken by the manager to the revolving door restaurant on the top floor to enjoy morning tea.
The revolving door restaurant of the Imperial Hotel is not open to the public on weekdays.
Only those of noble status are qualified to dine here.
Obviously, Chu Lan, as a major shareholder, is one of these noble people. The environment here is quiet. Delicious food. The waitress is sweet-looking and very pretty.
Sitting here, you can overlook the entire Magic City area. This made Chu Lan feel much better. Looking out the window, Chu Lan suddenly thought that money is not everything. There is gain and loss. God gives you money, but it will also inevitably add troubles to you. Well, it's the trouble caused by being too popular with girls. After breakfast, Chu Lan packed up the remaining food and planned to go home for lunch. When the manager saw this, he was filled with admiration. Boss Chu is really down to earth. He is such a wealthy man, but he still packs up.
It really makes us feel ashamed. But he didn't know. Chu Lan is not down to earth at all.
If the system hadn't given him face, he would still be a younger brother. Packing up meals is a good habit engraved in his DNA.
Chu Lan drove out of the hotel. But I didn't notice. A BMW 6 Series is observing secretly.
The person sitting inside was manhwa Chang. When he saw Chu Lan driving a Bugatti Veyron, he was stunned at first, but then quickly returned to his previous ferocious expression. After being kicked out by the hotel security, Lin Shishir was furious and broke up with him on the spot.
manhwa Chang's mentality exploded, and he pushed all the responsibility onto Chu Lan. Chu Lan.
This is all your fault. His eyes were red and he gritted his teeth.
Then I made a phone call. Brother Biao, I have something to trouble you. Chu Lan was driving the car.
Suddenly, at the intersection ahead, a Wuling Hongguang stopped across the road in front of him. There was a BMW 6 Series behind him blocking his retreat. Then more than a dozen people got out of the Wuling Hongguang, all of them were tattooed, burly and gangster-looking men.
Chu Lan was dumbfounded. He once saw a paragraph. You never know how many people can fit in a Wuling Hongguang.
Seeing it today, I think this domestically made magic car deserves its title.
But a dozen people is already considered a small number. It is said that the normal operation of Wuling Hongguang is 23 people. Chu Lan. A boy got out of the BMW 6 Series behind me. It's manhwa Chang. manhwa Chang, why are you blocking my way? Chu Lan got out of the car and asked. You still have the nerve to ask me what I do? You stole my girlfriend and humiliated me in public. What do you think I should do?
manhwa Chang shouted at the top of his lungs. Chu Lan was completely convinced.
He frowned and said, Come on, it was obviously your girlfriend who came to me, okay?
I didn't even bother to pay attention to her, but she said she was my girlfriend.
You're talking nonsense. manhwa Chang's mentality collapsed. Promise me you won't be a licker, okay? Chu Lan sighed. Plop.
manhwa Chang knelt down.
This is a critical hit. A dog that licks the boot ends up with nothing, brother. Chu Lan added another blow. manhwa Chang almost wanted to cry.
Please stop talking. At this time, a young man with a flat head got out from the passenger seat of the BMW.
He patted manhwa Chang on the shoulder. Brother Biao.
manhwa Chang raised his head, his face full of tears.
It looked like the famous emoticon on the internet, Coach, I want to play basketball. Brother, no matter what, teach this kid a lesson first.
Sang Biao spoke to manhwa Chang earnestly.
Chu Lan? Didn't I say it's none of my business? Why are you hitting me again?
Sang Biao looked at the Bugatti Veyron beside Chu Lan and snorted coldly. What I, Sang Biao, hate most in my life is rich, handsome, and vicious-tongued young men like you. For a moment, Chu Lan didn't know whether he was praising himself or insulting himself.
Brother, beat him to death.
I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong.
Sang Biao shouted with his hands on his hips.
One of the young and energetic gangsters rushed towards Chu Lan first and punched Chu Lan's handsome face hard.
Pa! However,
his fist was caught by Chu Lan instantly. Before he could react, Chu Lan's body bent down like a snake, and the next moment, his left elbow hit the young gangster's heart.
Bang!
The gangster flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Because the impact was too strong, he only felt the severe pain in his chest from the elbow and his breathing was extremely difficult.
Bajiquan? Sang Biao's pupil shrank.
He had studied martial arts in a martial arts school in his early years, so he could tell at a glance that the moves used by Chu Lan were undoubtedly the 6 open top elbows of Bajiquan. And that move must have taken a lot of time to practice.
This guy is not simple, let's attack together. Sang Biao roared.
A group of gangsters rushed forward.
But none of them could withstand a single move from Chu Lan.
With a few punches, kicks and elbows, 7 or 8 gangsters were lying on the ground unconscious.
All in all, it took less than 2 minutes.
For a moment, none of the remaining gangsters dared to step forward. Chu Lan's eyes swept through everyone's eyes and finally stopped at Sang Biao. Then, Chu Lan slowly walked towards him. Sang Biao was so scared that his face turned pale. Chu Lan's ability was beyond his imagination.
This time he had hit a nail on the head. Brother, let's talk. Sang Biao said as he backed away. Chu Lan smiled.
Then he punched Sang Biao in the face, knocking him onto the BMW 6 Series behind him.
KO on the spot. Who else? Chu Lan roared.
Everyone shuddered suddenly and no one dared to step forward.
Are you kidding?
Even a fighting expert like the boss was knocked down with one punch. These gangsters just want to make a living, there is no need for them to fight to the death.
Hey! You! Chu Lan glanced at one of the gangsters. Ah! Yes!
The gangster stood at attention instantly, like a primary school student participating in a flag-raising ceremony.
Drive your Wuling Hongwang away and don't block my car. Ah! Yes!
The gangster quickly drove away the Wuling Hongwang.
Then Chu Lan drove away in the Bugatti Veyron.
He didn't look at Ma Yuecheng again during the whole process. No one beat him or said anything, they just treated him as if he was invisible.
Ma Yuecheng was confused. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Chu Lan, you actually hit it so well? Not only is you a rich second generation, but you also know martial arts. We have been deceived by you all along. Ma Yuecheng clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and was very unwilling. But there is nothing I can do. Because Chu Lan is much stronger than him. In every aspect.
Chapter 10: The Beautiful Sister Who Comes to Rent a House.
The next day. Get up. Sign in.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward a set of Zhongjing No. 1 duplex apartment. As the system voice sounded. The next moment, the property certificate and a bunch of keys appeared out of thin air in Chu Lan's hands.
A house again? Chu Lan's eyes lit up.
In Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, a house means wealth and status. What's more, it's the house at Zhongjing No. 1. Zhongjing No. 1 is a mid to high-end residential area in Shanghai, with an average price of 100,000 renminbi per square meter. It is a property that most people can only admire from afar but cannot touch. Including the house left by my parents, I currently own a mansion worth 600 million yuan in this duplex apartment in Zhongjing No. 1.
3 sets in total. Chu Lan didn't want to move into the house left by his parents.
He wanted to live in the villa himself, so he could rent out the empty duplex apartment to make some money. Anyway, in a place like Shanghai, as long as the location is not too remote, you will have no trouble renting out the house. Chu Lan drove the Bugatti Veyron to Zhongjing No. 1 community. When the community security guard saw Chu Lan's supercar, he almost went crazy.
He stood at attention and saluted, then watched Chu Lan enter the community.
Following the house number written on the property certificate, Chu Lan finally found his property.
Open the door and hit.
This is too luxurious, right?
The system reward is a top-floor duplex with 3 floors.
The first and second floors can be lived in, and the third floor is a 300 square meter open-air terrace, plus an open-air indoor swimming pool, with a total area of more than 800 square meters.
Although it's not as good as the mansion I live in, it's definitely not bad.
If the full score is 100, Chu Lan thinks he can give it 90 points.
Especially the swimming pool on the top floor.
What a pleasure it is to swim on the rooftop of a building over 30 stories high while overlooking the river view of Shanghai.
But the problem arises again. Chu Lan has never rented out a house, so he doesn't know what the appropriate price would be?
According to the prices on the internet, the monthly rent for this community is about 50,000 yuan or more. When Chu Lan saw the price, he felt really upset.
50,000 a month? With such a high price, will anyone really come to rent it?
Chu Lan went downstairs and planned to check the community bulletin board. Before entering the community, he asked the security guard, who said that there were many rental advertisements posted on the bulletin board, so he could go and check out the market conditions.
Go to the notice board.
Shulan saw a young lady carrying a lot of bags, looking at the rental advertisement.
Shulan's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurried forward. Hello, young lady, are you looking to rent a house?
When the young lady heard Shulan's words, she turned her head. Then Shulan was amazed.
90 points beauty.
She has long straight black hair and a sweet Japanese look. She looks a bit like Kanna Hashimoto.
Of course, I'm referring to Kanna Hashimoto before she let herself go.
The young lady was also amazed when she saw Shulan.
A perfect handsome guy, love love love. It is said that being handsome means you can do whatever you want. Although she thought Shulan was a real estate agent, the young lady still smiled sweetly. Yes, do you have a house for rent?
Shulan naturally understood what she meant, but he didn't mind and said honestly. I have a 2-story duplex with a rooftop in phase 1, but I don't live here normally, so it's empty anyway, so I want to rent it out.
Ah.
The young lady was a little surprised to hear Shulan say this.
Is this handsome guy the owner of this place?
It's not that she looks down on people, but it's still possible to tell whether a person has money or not.
There are two kinds of rich people, the nouveau riche and the aristocratic rich.
Nouveau riche often like to wear famous brands and have a special liking for wearing an Hermes belt around their waist, for fear that others can't tell that they are rich. Although the clothes worn by tasteful nobles and wealthy people are not from big brands on the market, they are often designed by professional designers and are no worse than those of famous brands. Shulan, on the other hand, has neither of the two. Although he is tall and handsome, his clothes seem a bit old, and his sneakers are high-end imitation Nikes.
He really doesn't look like a rich young man.
But the young lady still chose to believe him.
Because he is handsome. Handsome boys are all good people. This is the logic of women. Can I go up and take a look?
The young lady asked.
No problem.
Shulan showed a sunny and youthful smile, which made the little sister's heart flutter.
The two went upstairs. Shulan opened the door.
When the young lady saw this duplex, especially the open-air terrace, she was completely stunned. The purchase price of this house must be at least tens of millions. It seems that this handsome boy is not lying.
He is a low-key, introverted, tall, rich and handsome man. Handsome boy, how much is the rent for your house?
The young lady asked.
Since you are so beautiful, how about 60,000? Shulan is sweet-mouthed. Ah. 60,000?
The young lady was slightly startled. Shulan thought she thought it was too expensive and was about to lower the price, but the girl said, fortunately it's not expensive, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford it, ha.
Shulan. 60,000 is not expensive. Well, it seems she is a rich woman.
The rich young lady's name was Suhan.
She was probably really rich.
She signed a contract with Shulan very readily and paid a total of 180,000 yuan in rent for 3 months. When Shulan received the bank transfer information, he smiled like a 1.85-meter tall child. Hundreds of thousands may not be a lot for a big boss, but for a student like him who just graduated from high school, it is a considerable sum of money.
You know.
Although the system has rewards, so far they are all real estate, luxury cars, etc., and no direct cash is given. It is not time for the Daijing Catering Group to distribute dividends yet, so the money in Shulan's bank account remains the same.
Miss, this is the key to the house. I don't have a backup. If you are worried, you can go change the lock.
Shulan handed the key to Suhan.
Okay, but just call me Suhan from now on.
Suhan smiled sweetly. She also had a good impression of Shulan, because he gave people the feeling of being very upright and righteous, unlike those despicable men.
To put it bluntly, it's because he is handsome.
After chatting with Suhan for a few words, Shulan said goodbye. Although chatting with a beautiful sister is a pleasure, she also has to clean up the house, right?
Went to the parking lot to pick up the car.
As soon as I started the car, the phone rang.
Name display. Cousin. My cousin Chu Chanqian is Uncle Chulana's daughter.
She is 5 years older than him and just graduated from college this year and is now doing an internship. Before the age of 16, Shulan lived in her uncle's house and she and her cousin were childhood sweethearts. However, his aunt always thought Shulan was a nuisance and gave him all kinds of cold looks, so after Shulan entered high school, he moved back home and became self-reliant. Shulana's personality is like this, very stubborn.
If you don't give me face, I won't tolerate you. But the bad one is only her aunt.
Her uncle and cousin are really kind to her, so Chu Lan respects them very much.
Hello? Sis. Chu Lan answered the phone. You little brat, you didn't even bother calling your sister after the college entrance exam? You probably still eat instant noodles every day, right?
Really, I'm on vacation these few days, I'll buy some groceries and come over to cook for you. Chu Lan had no way of responding to her cousin's barrage of words.
This is my cousin S style, a sassy and energetic girl.
When my cousin was little, she was a tough girl who dared to fight with boys, and she could always win. Because of her tomboyish personality, the boys in the community nicknamed her Little Hot Pepper of the Magic City. Facing his cousin, Chu Lan could only agree readily.
But I forgot to tell her one very important thing. Chapter 11. My cousin was shocked. The next day,
Chu Lan was awakened by a rapid ringing of the phone. I answered the phone in a daze, and heard my cousin complaining from the other end.
Are you still sleeping?
I've come to your door and kept ringing the doorbell, but no one answered.
Boom!
Chu Lan suddenly sat up from the bed. Only then did he remember that he forgot to tell his cousin yesterday that he had moved to this super luxury house worth 600 million.
Sister, I moved out. Moved out? Well, this is hard to explain. Wait for me at the gate of the community. I'll be there soon. Hang up the phone.
Brush your teeth and wash your face.
Get dressed quickly.
Drive a Ferrari Enzo straight to Guangning Community. When Chu Lan drove the car to the place, he saw his cousin standing at the gate of the community, carrying 2 bags of vegetables and looking around. With a height of 1.75 meters, she is as tall as a model. With her neat short hair and neutral style clothes, she is definitely a cool girl.
Sister. Chu Lan got out of the car. Chu Chanxian looked over and was stunned. Sister? What are you standing there for?
Chu Lan walked over and waved in front of her.
Then the cousin exploded. She grabbed Chu Lan's ear and scolded him, "You little bastard. Why did you rent a sports car for no reason? Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks down?" Chu Lan begged for mercy. No. No. This is really my car. Go away. I'll never trust you. It's true. You are such a fool. Where do you get so much money to buy a car? It's the legacy left by my parents. Isn't the inheritance from my second uncle and second aunt just a house and hundreds of thousands of savings? No, I'm telling you, my parents are actually billionaires.
Hearing this, Chu Chanxian let go of Chu Lan's ear and stared at him with a cold look. The meaning is very clear: you dare to lie to me, I will kill you.
It's true.
Chu Lan rubbed his ear, but his cousin didn't use much force, so it didn't hurt much. In order to survive, Chu Lan began to deceive her cousin. I only found out from my lawyer a few days ago that my parents are billionaires and they left me a lot of property, but I can only inherit it after I graduate from high school.
My cousin frowned. Why does this plot look so much like Harry Potter? Chu Lan said calmly, art originates from reality. Oh, stop talking, sister. I'll take you to a place and you'll believe it. Chu Chanxian followed Chu Lan into the car doubtfully. Chu Lan started the car and drove straight to Guanlan Mountain Villa number 1. I signed in on the way back. I was in such a hurry to go out that I almost forgot about it. Ding, sign in successfully, reward motorcycle Yamaha V Max Big Devil. Warm reminder, the motorcycle has been parked in the garage of Guanlanshan number 1 Villa. Yamaha? V Max Big Devil? Chu Lan knows this type of motorcycle. In the famous anime Fate Zero, Saber, the king of Arthur, drives this type of motorcycle. In the famous movie Ghost Rider, the protagonist Ghost Rider also drives this type of motorcycle. Chu Lan thought it was very handsome at the time, and later he went to check it out, and found out that it cost 200,000. I didn't expect the system to be given to me for free this time. Love it. Head north and return to the villa. Then my cousin was shocked again. The 2 bags of vegetables in my hands fell to the ground. Fuck, is this really your home? Asked my cousin. Yes, this is my home. Chu Lan answered calmly. My dad told me that my second uncle used to be in the antique business, right? I didn't expect he could make so much money. Chu Chanxian completely believed it this time. You can't not believe it. A large villa on the top of a mountain, 2 supercars, and a motorcycle that looks very expensive. If these are rented to show off, you probably won't be able to make that much money even if you send your cousin to a club and let a rich woman keep him. Besides, there's no need for my cousin to pretend in front of me, right? He is not that kind of person.
Looking at his cousin's shocked expression, Shulan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Finally got away with it. In fact, this is not the money my parents earned from the antique business.
When I was young, my parents' antique shop had few customers all year round and they couldn't even pay the rent.
How could they get the money to buy these luxury houses?
But since my cousin has already figured it out in her head, let her continue.
TSK, I didn't expect I've always had a rich second-generation cousin.
No, I have to take a picture of this car and post it on WeChat Moments, it's so awesome.
Seeing that Shulan agreed, Chu Chanshan didn't dwell on this topic anymore.
Her cousin is living a good life, and as his sister, she is happy for him. So he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures of the mansion and Shulan's car. In the past, when I looked online at rich people's mansions and saw how big they were, or how many luxury cars they had, I didn't feel anything. Seeing it with her own eyes today, she felt so shocked that her soul was trembling.
After Chu Chanshan finished filming, Shulan took her into the mansion. Push open the door.
The smell of money made Chu Chanshan scream.
Is this still where people live? This is for the royal family and nobles, right? Then she continued to take pictures everywhere with her mobile phone. Even the toilets were not spared.
Seeing her like this, Shulan, who was standing beside her, smiled and said, "Sister, this house is more than 2,000 square meters.
If you want to shoot all of it, I guess you will have to shoot all day. Shaolan, your house is so big, don't you hire a nanny to clean it for you?" My cousin's voice floated from a distance.
The property has special housekeeping staff who come to clean regularly.
Shulan shouted loudly. Alas, the house is too big, I have to shout to talk. After my cousin took the photo, I cooked for Shulan. It's really contradictory. My cousin is a strong-willed woman who played Sanda in college, but she is also good at cooking. Shulan always used to think, if a Sanda athlete married her cousin, would she be very happy?
Not only does someone cook for me, but I can also continue practicing Sanda with my cousin when I get home. The only price I might pay is that I may not be able to beat my cousin. Dinner was kung pao chicken, ants climbing trees, braised carp, stir-fried vegetables, and seaweed soup.
My cousin basically cried while cooking.
It wasn't tea because she was too tired, but because she had never used such an advanced kitchen with such high-tech functions.
Cousin, Shaolan, can I come to your house every week and cook for you? Shulan. After dinner,
Shulan went to the wine cellar and picked up a bottle of red wine, then ran to the home theater to drink and watch a movie with her cousin.
Wow! Your red wine is 1982 Lafite. My cousin was dumbfounded. Really? I don't know much about red wine. I was going to mix it with Sprite. This 1982 Lafite, you actually plan to mix it with Sprite? After hearing this, my cousin wanted to hit someone. You are wasting God's gift.
As soon as the lights were turned off, the movie started. The viewing experience is almost the same as that in a movie theater. And there are no weird audiences, so the movie watching experience is better. At this moment, Justice League was playing on the screen.
In it, the Flash asks Batman, "What is your superpower?" Batman looked at him and said seriously, "I am rich."
Shulan nodded in agreement.
Having money is the greatest superpower. Chapter 12 Check-in, Gaming Company Shares.
In the early morning, Shulan woke up in a daze.
I drank too much with my cousin last night, and I couldn't help but look around in confusion. Well, no hair at all. Do you really think that mixing red wine with Sprite can produce the plot of a Japanese action movie?
Please, Shulan, have no interest in orthopedics.
Besides, my cousin is an experienced drinker, known as a ruthless person who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, okay?
She didn't get drunk even when you were poisoned by alcohol. After rubbing his palms, Shulan was ready to sign in for the new day.
Turn on the system. Click to sign in.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward 25% of Abyss's shares second largest shareholder.
Shulan was stunned. The second largest shareholder of Abyss? He knows this company.
Its Chinese name is Abyss Company, and it is a famous Korean game company. The global popular online game Batu in the past 2 years was developed by this company.
Shulan took out his phone and checked the market value of the company online. Wow, 15 billion. Still in US dollars. How much is 25% of the shares worth? 3.75 billion? US dollars?
Chu Lan was stunned for a moment. Although he had signed up 2 supercars, a motorcycle, a 600 million mansion, a Riverview apartment, and shares of a catering group. But compared to the shareholders of Abyss Company, these are nothing.
3.75 billion. It's still US dollars. Did you become rich overnight?
Abyss Company Building, South Korea. This office building, which was just completed this year, cost a total of 174.5 billion won, which is equivalent to about 1.03 billion yuan in RMB. The office building has the most advanced game development equipment, as well as entertainment facilities such as a gym, bar, entertainment hall, and even a barbershop. Abyss's willingness to spend a lot of money to build this office building also indirectly proves that their market value is constantly rising.
This morning,
Abyss's chairman, Jin Dae-il, was shocked when he heard the secretary report at the board meeting that 25% of the company's shares had been sold to Xia Guiran.
Sold to the Xia people?
Jin Dae looked at the equity transfer agreement and frowned immediately. Under the power of the system, there is no problem with this equity transfer agreement and it is a normal and compliant equity transaction.
Only 18 years old?
It seems that this Mr. Chu is a rich young man with great strength and background.
Jin Dae-il exclaimed.
Xia country is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere. After a moment, Jin Dae put down the equity transfer agreement and instructed his secretary. Please contact Mr. Chu for me later and see if he has time to meet with us and keep in touch. Jin Dae would naturally not miss the opportunity to please and win over Chu Lan, the company's new major shareholder. After all, even a sneeze from him would affect the company's development.
Chu Lan didn't know Abyss Company's attitude towards him.
At this time, he was driving a Ferrari Enzo, taking his cousin home. Originally, Chu Lan wanted to catch up on some sleep, so he threw the keys to his cousin and asked her to drive back by herself. But my cousin refused to do so, saying that if a super sports car like this got scratched, even if she sold herself it wouldn't be enough to compensate. Chu Lan couldn't convince her, so he had to drive her back himself. In the car, my cousin said, "I won't tell my parents about your inheritance of billions for the time being. You know my mom's attitude. If she knew you were rich, well, you know the consequences." Chu Chanxian's mother, Chu Lan's aunt, is a woman who despises the poor and loves the rich.
If she knew that Chu Lan was rich, wouldn't she come over every day to take advantage of him? By then I'll be so annoyed that I'll die. Well, thank you, sis. Chu Lan expressed his gratitude for this. My cousin is still nice to me.
When they arrived at her cousin's neighborhood, Chu Lan went upstairs and sat for a while because her uncle and aunt were at work and not at home.
Then go home. Just arrived at the parking lot. I saw a girl standing in front of her Ferrari Enzo. She took a photo with the car, then tried to touch it with her hand, then seemed a little scared and pulled her hand back. Wang Xiaoxiao? Chu Lan recognized this girl. Wang Xiaoxiao, his childhood playmate.
When Chu Lan still lived with his uncle, he often played with other children of the same age in the neighborhood, and Wang Xiaoxiao was one of them. When he was 10 years old, because Chu Lan's looks were much better than other children of the same age, Wang Xiaoxiao confessed her love to him in public, but was rejected. The reason was that Chu Lan despised her for being a poor student and always ranking last in the exams.
Is it you? Wang Xiaoxiao also recognized Chu Lan. Still so handsome. But she didn't look happy. The shame that Chu Lan rejected her confession on the grounds that she was a poor student left her with an indelible childhood trauma. I, Wang Xiaoxiao, will never forget this shame. Women just hold grudges like that. Yes, it's me.
Chu Lan smiled, completely unaware of the hostility emanating from Wang Xiaoxiao's face.
Come here to visit Sister Chanxian?
Wang Xiaoxiao's tone was cold.
Yeah, I haven't been back for a long time.
Chu Lan smiled bitterly.
All right. This topic can be taken up. I can show off now. Wang Xiaoxiao pretended to sigh. Yeah, you haven't been back for so long, I guess you don't even know that I found a boyfriend? Oh? Then congratulations. Chu Lan showed his signature sunny smile. Yeah, come to think of it, I have to thank you for rejecting me, otherwise I wouldn't have met him. Wang Xiaoxiao pointed to the Ferrari Enzo next to her and said, See?
This is my boyfriend's car.
Obviously, she was bragging.
Her boyfriend comes from a well-off family, and his parents are minor clerks in a government unit.
How could he not afford to buy this car even if he embezzled money?
But in Wang Xiaoxiao's opinion, it was unlikely that the owner of the car would just happen to come and expose her. It doesn't matter if you use it as a prop to show off.
What? Shulan was really amused by her. You said this car belongs to your boyfriend? Yeah, what's wrong?
Wang Xiaoxiao leaned on the Ferrari with a proud look on her face.
Ferrari Enzo, a top sports car worth over 10 million.
Limited to 399 units worldwide, it is positioned as a work of art.
Have you seen Mr. Six?
Even a scratch on it can cost 100,000 yuan.
Isn't that awesome?
Awesome. Shulan nodded. It's just that I have an immature question. As he said this, he took out the key.
Click. DD. The Ferrari Enzo's lights came on.
Wang Xiaoxiao, who was leaning on the sports car, jumped up in fright.
It almost failed. Then she looked at Shulan with extremely horrified eyes. This car is yours?
Yeah, when I heard you say that just now, I thought I drove the wrong car.
Shulan smiled and got into the Ferrari. Start the car. The pleasant sound of the engine sounded. Wang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. She never imagined that this extremely cool Ferrari Enzo actually belonged to Shulan. Isn't he an orphan? Wasn't he the poor girl who ran away from home because she was abused by her aunt every day? Where did he get the money to buy a Ferrari Enzo? Rent? That's impossible.
There are no more than 5 people in the country who own a Ferrari Enzo.
Who would be so bored as to rent out this work of art?
Although it is hard to accept, the facts are before us.
This car belongs to Shulan.
Wang Xiaoxiao quickly came to her senses and wanted to kneel down and lick Shulan. For someone like her who can just point at someone's supercar and say it's her boyfriend, she has no idea what face is.
Shulan, I. Boom. However, she just opened her mouth.
The Ferrari Enzo had already rushed out, leaving her with only a handsome and cool back. The dust raised by the rear end of the car made her want to cry.
Chapter 13, Official Cheating, So Scary. All the way north. Return to the mansion.
Seeing that he had nothing to do, Shulan downloaded Batu on his computer, intending to see the quality of the game made by Abyss.
During downloading time, he browsed the relevant game introductions.
It is said that although the game Tyranny is an online game, it adopts an open-world game mode. The player has a high degree of freedom, and the graphics are exquisite, and the character modeling is beautiful. In the past 2 years, it even won the top 10 most anticipated client online games of the year in one fell swoop.
An hour later, the game download was complete. Installation successful. Log into the game. Then create your characters. Select human as the race. Of course, the gender is male.
Playing as a she-male is the most disgusting thing.
Profession. Just choose a warrior. If you are a brother, come and kill me. If you want to create a face, you can just use your own handsome face as a reference. The last one is ID, Adao Shura. Perfect. After creating the character, Shulan clicked to enter the game. Novice Village, Northern Stronghold. This is a small town located on the border of the Black Desert.
The sky is filled with yellow sand, and thieves and robbers are rampant outside the stronghold. According to the game setting, this is a place with poor mountains and bad waters and unruly people. There are already quite a few players here at this time. Since this is a Korean game, the female characters are all modeled with long legs and big breasts, which makes people imagine a lot and just want to do needlework. Similar to ordinary online games, the Novice Village is for players to receive and complete tasks so that they can become familiar with the operations.
But there is a reason why this game is so popular.
Its mission design has a high degree of freedom. There are different ways to complete a mission, and the interaction with NPCs is very immersive and not boring at all.
Quickly reach level 5, the next task is to go out into the wild and defeat wild monsters.
As a result, I just left the Novice Village.
Puff.
The sound effect of a sword stabbing the body.
Then the screen turned black and white, and Shulan's warrior died. Shulan? Soon.
A level 50 undead assassin with the ID appeared, and proudly stepped on the corpse of Shulan's character.
Fuck, we encountered a wild PvP.
In Tyranny, the player camps are divided into 3 groups based on race: the Fallen Dagger Covenant, the Ebonheart Pact, and the Restoration of the Elven Kingship. Players from the 3 camps can fight each other freely in the wild, and there are honor rewards for killing players from the enemy camp. Of course, this is only limited to players of similar levels, and there is no reward for killing small accounts.
So this assassin named 3 Seasons Rice is here purely to take revenge on society.
But when playing games, there are many players who kill small accounts, so you just get used to it. Shulan still has a good attitude when playing games.
Consume resurrection coins. The character is resurrected in the novice village. Continue to do the task. Then. Puff. It's the gray screen effect again, and it's that undead assassin called Sanjideo again. Him again? But he should be leaving soon, right?
Shulan comforted himself.
Continue to consume resurrection coins. Continue to revive in the novice village. Continue to do the task. Then. Puff.
It's the gray screen effect again, and it's that undead assassin called Sanjideo again.
Iya.
Shulan was so angry that he smashed the mouse.
It's really fucking that even Buddha is angry. Killing him once would be fine, but he actually killed himself 3 times in a row. Does this guy just sit there and kill small accounts every day when playing games?
At this time, Shulan's phone rang.
Hello? Shulan was very angry and spoke in an unfriendly tone.
The other party was obviously stunned, and then said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to bother you. I am In Xior, the secretary of the chairman of Abyss Company."
Shulan was stunned, and his tone softened a lot. Xior? Are you from Abyss Company? You speak Chinese well. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Chu. It's like this.
Our chairman would like to invite you to visit our company.
Are you free? We will arrange someone to pick you up.
In Xior said respectfully. No, I still have to wait for the college entrance examination results to be announced, so I can't leave for the time being.
Shulan said. That's such a pity. What can we do for you? In Xior asked. Shulan thought for a moment and asked, Is anything okay? Certainly.
In Xior said in a firm tone. You know, this high school student from Xia country is the second largest shareholder of Abyss Company. Although I don't know how he did it as a high school student, but to be able to become the second largest shareholder, his parents must have extremely terrifying backgrounds.
As long as we can do it, we will definitely meet your requirements, Mr. Chu.
The secretary said respectfully.
Good.
Shulan nodded and said, I played the game Tyranny that you guys made.
Really?
It's our pleasure. But I'm always killed by a high-level character in the novice village, which makes me very unhappy.
What? In Xior was shocked. What a foolish person. Who is so blind as to kill the small account and then kill his own major shareholder?
Mr. Chu, please provide the other party's ID. We will immediately contact the operations department to permanently ban the account and blacklist the other party's ID card, permanently prohibiting him from registering a game account for Tyranny.
No need, I'm not a devil after all. Shulan shook his head.
Upgrade my account to the maximum level now, and then get me a few sets of magic equipment, and I will personally kill him.
Forehead.
In Xior was a little confused.
Is this considered an official cheat?
But no matter what, as Shulan is the second largest shareholder of the company, let alone giving him official cheats, even making him the world boss would be no problem. The chairman has spoken, and we must win over the shareholder at all costs.
No problem. Mr. Chu, please provide your game account.
I will contact the chief operating officer to follow up immediately.
Okay. So Shulan sent his game account to the other party. After receiving Shulan's message, In Xior replied, I'll ask someone to follow up right away. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chu.
After saying that, he hurried to find the chief operating officer.
The COO was very angry when he heard this request. What's the difference between this and cheating? As a game producer, I have my own principles.
I will not agree to your request.
In Xior said coldly, This is the request of the second largest shareholder of our company. You can do it yourself. Boom.
Upon hearing this, the COO was stunned.
Then changed face in seconds. So it was Mr. Chu who requested this? That's no problem.
Providing users with a pleasant gaming experience is also the mission of our game producers. In Xior looked at him with contempt.
How shameless. Where is the game producer's persistence? Then.
Shulan soon received a call from his secretary, saying that his account had been upgraded.
Shulan logged in and took a look.
I took a breath of cold air immediately.
ID, Idao Shura. Race, human. Gender, male. Occupation, warrior. Level, 100. Equipment.
Black Tyrant armor has super strong defense and anti-injury effect. Extinction Crescent Blade ignores enemy armor damage reduction and critical strike effect by 386%. Black Tyrant Cloak increases strength, agility, attack speed.
A full set of epic equipment.
And various control-free and damage-reducing accessories. The scariest thing is that there is actually an accessory that can see through invisibility skill's pendant of seeing through. From now on, the assassin's stealth skill is useless. It can be said that the official cheats are so scary. Looking at himself, a full-level warrior wearing black dragon scale armor, holding a gorgeous crescent-shaped sword, and with a fluttering cloak, Shulan felt refreshed.
Then,
heading straight into the wild to seek revenge. Come to the Black Desert where the wretched assassin 3 Seasons Rice appears. I discovered that there was a night girl fighting with Sanjideo. The night girl is level 40, wearing silver light armor and holding a night spear. She is very skilled in operation. Not only did she dodge several skills of Sanjideo in succession, she was also able to counterattack. But gradually she couldn't bear it anymore. After all, the level gap is there. Sanjideo is level 50 and she is level 40, a full 10 level difference, and she lacks a lot of skills.
Moreover, Sanjideo obviously belongs to a guild, and the equipment he wears is much better than the night girl's white outfit. Bang!
Sanjideo threw a bottle of slowing poison at the night girl, and the night girl was charged on the spot.
Ha, you lose.
Sanjideo made a mocking voice and stabbed the night girl with a dagger in his hand.
Just then, charge! A black figure rushed over like a bull.
Then with a bang, it hit the 3 Season Rice heavily.
6899 critical hit.
Low on health, but not dead yet.
So Chulan followed up with a basic attack. Puff. 16579 critical hit. Sanjideo died on the spot.
Chapter 14, Bringing a Girl to a Dungeon, Looking at Her Like a Tiger. A charge followed by a basic attack and Sanjideo is dead. Looking at the gray screen and the body of his character lying on the ground, Sanjideo was dumbfounded.
The night girl was also dumbfounded. How come a warrior suddenly appeared and killed the wretched assassin in seconds? One Sword Shura? What a domineering name. Look at the levels again.
The night girl was shocked.
Maximum level 100.
Everyone said that the masters were busy opening up new areas on the front lines, but I didn't expect them to appear on the novice map. Could it be that he, like himself, heard that there was a despicable assassin who specialized in killing small accounts, so he wanted to protect the novice players?
After some imagination, the night girl's favor for Chulan doubled.
By the way, click to check out One Sword Shura's equipment.
Puff.
It almost blinded the dog's eyes.
A full set of epic equipment Black Tyrant armor.
According to official information, this set of top-level equipment can only be obtained through forging, and requires the forging skill to be at the maximum level, and to go to epic dungeons to collect various rare materials. What's even worse is that the success rate of forging this equipment is extremely low, and I haven't heard of any player successfully forging it so far.
Let's check out the weapons. Dog eyes are blinded X2. It is still an epic equipment Extinction Crescent Blade.
Not to mention the terrifying damage bonus, the feature of ignoring equipment armor bonus and directly causing true damage is simply cheating. In other words, in front of this knife, it's the same whether you are wearing epic equipment or not. You will die with one blow from it, or 2 blows if that doesn't work.
Let us look back at the name of the warrior Bossidao Shura. The name really suits the person.
Facing the master, the night girl typed nervously.
Thank you, God, for your help. Kindness? Chulan glanced at her. ID Natto Sauce, this name, is it a girl? But it cannot be ruled out that the Shemale account was deliberately here to fish. Is it a girl? Kindness.
What shade did you use? 688 hashtag, but I also like 999 hashtag occasionally.
Chulan was certain that the other person was definitely a girl.
Natto Sauce soon received a system prompt.
Player Idao Shura invites you to join the team. Ah. Natto-chan was flattered, a top-level boss is personally bringing a girl along? Click to agree immediately.
Player Natto-chan has joined the team.
Take you to the next copy, let's go.
After Chulan finished speaking, he summoned his Mount Xiangqi. The next moment, he was riding on the back of a mythical beast that was as big as a tiger, had horns on its head, and had a pair of wings. It looked extremely ferocious. The level 40 dungeon is quite far from here, let's just fly over there.
Shulan said. However, the natto paste did not move.
Because she was shocked again.
Flying mount? And it's the epic Mount Qianqi?
This mount, which originated from classic of mountains and seas, can only be dropped in the level 110 dungeon Kunlun Temple.
The official announcement also shows that there are only 3 of them, and they will be out of print once they are all dropped. I didn't expect that the great god Idao Shura actually owns such an epic mount. It's really awesome.
However, he didn't know that Shulan's mount warehouse also had more than 20 epic mounts such as Thunder Wolf, Dragon Slayer, Golden Griffin, Dwarf Helicopter, etc. This was all given to him by Abyss Company.
If you have money, you can do whatever you want.
What are you standing there for?
Come up. Shulan urged. Oh. Natto-chan quickly sat on the Qianqi. There are many mounts in Tyranny that can be ridden by 2 people, such as Qianqi.
At this time, the knight Natto-chan hugged the warrior Itachiashura's waist with a romantic posture, which looked like love.
Then Qianqi took off and headed straight for the level 40 map.
Next, Shulan took the girl to the dungeon. With the blessing of a full set of magic equipment, all bosses can basically be killed in 1 hit. Those with a little more health can be killed in 2 hits, all with basic attacks.
Shulan didn't even bother with the equipment that dropped and gave it all to Natto-chan.
This surprised the girl. Natto Jiang, who was originally wearing a shabby eco-friendly outfit, has upgraded his outfit after completing several copies. He now wears a full set of silver-level copy suits, which looks extremely cool. And the level has also risen to level 48.
Thank you, God. Natto-chan thanks you very much.
I am so lucky today that I can meet a great and enthusiastic god like Idao Shura who can lead me to the dungeon.
Fine. Shulan felt a little bored.
In front of him, any dungeon boss couldn't withstand 2 hits from him. He even used all his skills and cleared the dungeon.
It was really not challenging at all. No wonder people often say being invincible is lonely. No wonder Saitama is tired of killing monsters with 1 punch. Shulan had a deep understanding of this today. The life of rich people is so boring and tedious. Just at this moment, the phone next to the computer rang.
It was the tenant Suhan who called.
After connected, Suhan's soft voice came from the other side. Hello? Is this Shulan? Are you free tonight? After thinking for a while, Shulan said, Yes, what is it?
Nothing, I just want to treat you to a meal to thank you for renting such a nice house to me, hee.
Suhan said naturally. Okay. A beautiful sister invites me to dinner, so I have to honor her. Shulan smiled.
After deciding the time and place to meet with Suhan, Shulan said to Natto-san in the game, I'm going out for dinner tonight.
I'm going offline now. I'll take you next time. Natto-chan said very obediently, Yeah, thank God so much today.
You're welcome, bye.
Congratulations to the great god.
After logging off, Shulan picked out some decent clothes to change into, then drove out in his Bugatti Veyron.
Arrive at the agreed location. Suhan was shocked by this extremely handsome Bugatti Veyron. Is this your car? Right.
Shulan got out of the car and opened the passenger door. Come in.
Suhan sat in.
Although her family is well off, she couldn't help but touch and look at this top-of-the-line supercar when she saw it.
Shulan asked, Where are we going to eat? Suhan replied, Go to Joel Robuchon food court on the Bund.
I have reserved a table there.
Joel what? Shulan was a little dumbfounded. What's so awkward about this name?
Suhan chuckled, It's Joel Robuchon food court, a Michelin 2-star Western restaurant in Shanghai.
Let's go there and try something new. Oh, okay. Head west to the Joel Robuchon Gourmet Kitchen.
Seeing that Shulan was driving a Bugatti Veyron, the waiter did not dare to be negligent and respectfully stepped forward to ask for the reservation information, then led the 2 to their seats. The restaurant has a great dining atmosphere, comfortable music, and a quiet environment.
Sitting by the window, you can see the night view of the Bund.
The dishes include cornbread, cheese bread, and various breads, beef and duck liver burgers with fries, grilled black cod with Malabar black pepper sauce, mint green bean soup with onion puree, classic crab meat and caviar tartare with lobster jelly and cabbage puree.
Suhan ate with gusto. Shulan was stunned. He had never even eaten Western food, so how could he get used to this kind of weird food? He thought it was not as good as the uncle's 6 yuan pancake with egg.
You said you would buy me that 50,000 diamond ring.
Just then, the noise coming from not far away caught his attention. Chapter 15, Single by Strength. Hearing the noise, Chu Lan looked over curiously.
At a nearby table, a woman in a red dress screamed, "You said you would buy it for me."
You're lying to me.
Sitting opposite her was a gentle young man wearing a white shirt and black framed glasses. Facing his girlfriend scolding, he said with a painful look on his face, "Ron, we have spent a lot of money to come here to eat today. I will buy you something when I save enough money."
No. I want it now.
The woman in the red dress refused to give in.
The man with glasses looked at the customers around him awkwardly, then pleaded in a low voice, Ron, I've overdrawn my credit card to buy you the LV bag last week, and I really can't pay for it now.
Chu Lan suddenly felt that this guy was so pitiful. Judging from his IT attire, he should be a petty white-collar worker with an income of more than 10,000 yuan. But he lived such a miserable life.
Just because I have a girlfriend.
Look at his girlfriend, she is wearing all branded clothes and the bag hanging on the back of the chair is the latest LV model. I guess she has sucked a lot of blood from the guy with glasses.
They argued again.
Finally, the girl in the red dress stood up, poured a glass of water on the guy with glasses' face, and cursed, "You scumbag. I really don't know why I fell in love with you in the first place." After saying that, he left angrily.
The guy with glasses didn't move at all, nor did he wipe the water droplets off his glasses.
He just sat there silently, as if he was petrified. The careful Chu Lan noticed that tears were flowing down his eyes.
Well. Chu Lan sighed.
It is said that feudal society persecuted women, but in this era, women are taking revenge for everything. Seeing this scene, Chu Lan suddenly thought,
is Su-han also such a girl? So he whispered to Su-han.
That guy with glasses is so miserable.
Su-han also leaned over and said in a low voice, yeah, I feel sorry for him too. If your boyfriend doesn't buy you a diamond ring, will you be like that girl? I don't have a boyfriend. I said if. No. Su-han shook his head. It's only 50,000. I can easily buy 10.
Well, it seems that Su-han is not that kind of gold digger. Because she is a wealthy woman herself and does not need to worship money. Renting a house with a monthly rent of 60,000 yuan is like a piece of cake, but the clothes he wears are not brand names.
I guess he simply doesn't care about diamond rings or brand names, right? It is said that the more you lack something, the more you like to show it off. This is probably the truth. After dinner, the two went shopping again.
Then Chu Lan sent her back to the community. In the car, Chu Lan asked curiously,
Su-han, I see your family should be quite wealthy, and you seem to be a local, right? Why do you have to rent a house outside? Su-han lowered her head and smiled bitterly, because I don't want to go home. Why?
This time Su-han didn't answer, but just smiled and shook his head. Chu Lan was also tactful and didn't ask any more questions.
No conversation along the way. Send Su-han back to the community.
Su-han got out of the car, walked a few steps, turned back, and said embarrassedly,
Chu Lan, it's not safe to drive so late, how about you stay at my place tonight?
Chu Lan gave a thumbs up, with a confident look on his face, don't worry.
Even though I'm only 18 years old, I'm a very good driver. Su-han.
If you rely on your own strength alone, even God cannot save you.
After returning home.
Since Chu Lan couldn't sleep because he drank coffee during dinner, he decided to turn on the computer and play some games.
Log in to Tyranny. Choose the character One Sword Shura.
I just logged into my character and found that Nato-chan is still online.
It's already past 11 o'clock and she hasn't gone to bed yet. Is she a stay-at-home girl? Chu Lan sent her a message, I'll take you to the dungeon, do you want to go?
Nato-sauce replied immediately.
Go. Thank God.
Just when Chu Lan was taking his sister to clear a dungeon. In the main city of the Fallen Dagger Covenant. The undead assassin Sanjideo was standing at the main city gate at this time, waiting for the person he was waiting for. A team of 4 people slowly walked in from outside the city. The leader was a male warrior wearing light armor and a katana on his waist.
Licking blood from the tip of the knife. The top 200 PvP players in Asia.
He is also the president of the 5th largest guild, Desert Blade.
President.
Seeing him, Sanjideo hurried forward.
I led some people to open up a new dungeon today, so I only have time to come and see you now. The tip of the knife licked the blood and asked, what's the matter?
I heard that you were bullied?
Yes.
He is a level 100 warrior, his ID is One Sword Shura.
Sanjideo replied.
Perhaps because he killed too many small accounts, Sanjideo didn't realize that this One Sword Shura was a level 5 small account that he had killed 3 times a few hours ago.
One Sword Shura? This name is more domineering than what I got. It's really annoying.
Blade Licking Blood said in a voice chat, "Alright, let's go to the Ebonheart Novice Village and kill the trumpets and lure him out."
He is wearing a full set of purple clothes.
The team consists of a priest, a ranger, and a boxer, and all of their equipment is purple gear dropped from dungeons.
And they are all full level accounts. From Daojian Licking Blood's perspective, this Idao Shura was probably just better equipped.
Facing their 4 max level teams, he had no chance of winning at all.
Thank you, President. Can I go with you? I want to see you guys beat up that warrior. I am looking forward to the 3-season rice. Okay. The tip of the knife licked the blood and said it very happily. Very good. 3-season rice smiled.
He must see with his own eyes that pretentious warrior being beaten to death by the people from his own guild.
Soon.
The 5-member team went to the northern outpost of the novice village in Ebonyheart and began to slaughter the trumpets wantonly. For a time, players were filled with resentment.
Many people cursed the Desert Blade Guild in the World Channel. A max-level character comes to the novice village to bully smaller characters? Do you guys at Desert Blade want to pick Billy in? Can someone stop this? This game is unplayable.
I've been killed so many times that I'm almost out of resurrection coins.
If I revive without resurrection coins, my equipment will lose durability.
They said they want to let Idao Shura come out.
Who is Idao Shura? Come and save us. I don't know, but come out now. Trumpets wailed everywhere.
But now is the time when the new game expansion is being launched, and many max-level masters are on the front line clearing dungeons and opening up new areas, and have no time to worry about the affairs of the novice village. As a result, the novice village of Ebonyheart was filled with the corpses of novice players for a while. At this time, Shulan and Nato Jiang had just come out of the copy.
Upgrade Nato Sauce to level 54.
When she saw the news on the World Channel, she exclaimed, "Master! It seems the Desert Blade is killing small accounts in the novice village."
He said he wants you to come out. What is the Desert Blade? Shulan asked. The 5th-ranked guild in Asia. Oh. Shulan thought it was interesting. Then let's go and take a look. Good. Nato-chan's eyes lit up.
I thought that the great god was really like me, a messenger of justice.
The two rode on Shonchi and soon arrived at the novice map Black Desert.
They soon discovered the group of people with the tip of the knife licking blood who were killing the small trumpet.
President, that's him.
Seeing Shulan land, Sanjideo exclaimed.
This equipment. Damn, it's the Black Tyrant.
The tip of the knife licked blood as he looked at Shulan's extremely cool black dragon scale armor and smelled a hint of danger. Chapter 16, One Sword Shura, a group killing of 5 small trumpets.
The opponent is a full-level warrior and a level 54 knight.
And I have 4 full-level characters on my side, including tanks, healers and output, so my chances of winning should be very high. But it feels dangerous to lick the blood on the tip of the knife. Because, the equipment on the opponent is the epic set Black Tyrant armor. Check the property panel of One Sword Shura. I was startled when I felt the blood licking from the tip of the knife.
All question marks. HP? Harm? Armor? Is this a ghost? Or is there a bug in the game?
He didn't know that this was another characteristic of the Black Tyrant armor not for one's own glory. The name of this feature comes from the effect of the Knight of the Round Table Lancelot, which allows the game character to hide his attributes from the enemy.
Unless you use special props, you can't see through it. This is terrible in PvP.
You know, in PvP, many tactics need to rely on analysis of the enemy's health, damage, etc., especially for professions like warriors that can withstand damage.
But now I can't see anything. My eyes are black and full of question marks.
I can only fight by feeling, which makes me extremely passive.
Master, I will be in charge of the back row, and you will defeat them one by one.
The Knight Girl Nato-chan stood beside Shulan holding a knight's gun, looking nervously at the 5-man group killing the trumpet in front of them.
Need not. Shulan said.
At the same time, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The position of the 5 people who were killing the trumpet in front of him was the most suitable position for him.
Heroic leap. Shulan took action.
Ida Shura leaped into the air like a cannonball, then slammed into the middle of the five-man group that was killing the trumpet with devastating force.
Bang! Range critical hit.
The level 53 season rice fell to the ground on the spot. The priest was at low health, the ranger had lost half of his health, and the boxer and Blade's Edge were using the main tank talent, so their health was only reduced by 1/3. But Shulan's terrible injury is really scary.
The tip of the knife licked the blood and quickly ordered the team members to disperse.
The priest reacted quickly and cast a healing spell on him.
The tip of the knife is full of blood. This sip of milk cheered everyone up. Hold on. We can still fight.
The tip of the knife licked the blood and shouted fiercely. As long as the priest can hold on, the boxer can take the damage, and then he and the ranger take turns using skills to control and kill the opponent. The battle can be won.
He was in a somewhat cheerful mood.
He was just about to call on his teammates to release control skills on Shulan according to the arranged rhythm.
Just then. Blade Storm. Ida Shura, holding the crescent blade of extermination, transformed himself into a black tornado and swept out in an instant. Puff puff puff. 22,583. 19,924. 32928 critical hit. 21,020.
The first to bear the brunt are pastors. He didn't even have time to use his healing skills before he was swept into the blade storm and was injured on the spot. The ranger used his skills to jump away in time, but was still hit by the blade storm, and the little health he had left was instantly depleted.
As for Boxer, he has the main tank talent and has very high defense. But it's no use.
Because he suffered critical damage, more than 30,000 points. The health that had just been healed by the team's priest was instantly reduced to 0. The few people brought by Dao Yanyang, including himself, were unable to react at all. They didn't even have time to release the control skills they had prepared. As the sword storm swept past, the three people's health was instantly depleted. Only Dao Jin licking blood was fast enough to jump out of the storm in time, but was only grazed by the storm and suffered more than 20,000 damage, leaving only a trace of blood.
Run! The tip of the knife licked the blood and retreated quickly. If you are killed by an enemy player, your honor points will be lost, so you must escape quickly. At this moment, the soul is trembling as the tip of the knife licks the blood. What kind of monster is this warrior? Is he cheating? After 2 skills, his team collapsed instantly. Still playing around? At this time. Charge! Bang!
Shulan rushed towards the tip of the knife like a wild bull, licking the blood.
The latter fell dead on the ground in an instant.
1v5, destroyed the opponent without any injuries.
The great god is so awesome.
The night girl Nato-chan, looking at Shulan's tall and majestic back, felt her heart beating fast. She suddenly remembered a line from a Stephen Chow movie, "My ideal man is a peerless hero, and one day he will come to marry me on a colorful cloud."
That's probably the feeling.
Because too many small accounts were killed, the game automatically activated the protection mechanism, and the guards of the novice village would go out to patrol the wild.
This is the charm of Batu.
Not only does the player have a high degree of freedom, but the NPC's AI level is also very high. They are not tools that always stand in one place with question marks on their heads, but they will respond to the world like real people. In short, for the next period of time, the people from the Desert Blade Guild probably won't dare to kill the small characters anymore.
Shulan logged off and went to sleep.
But his legend spread among all the major guilds.
Hey, have you heard?
It seems that a great player 1v5 and killed several backbones of Desert Blade in seconds.
Really? Did you lose even if you licked the blood from the tip of the knife? It's true. I heard that the great god has the black tyrant armor. Shit. No way? That epic suit that's super hard to synthesize? No wonder he was able to defeat the opponent 1v5 in seconds. The only ones who can get this equipment are either European or wealthy. You should know that there is no guild in the Asian server that can collect this set of equipment. For a complete set, including a helmet, a breastplate, shoulder pads, handguards, and leg guards, not counting the failure rate, the cost of collecting the materials alone would be at least $1 million. How rich is this local tycoon? I wonder if this great man has joined the guild. I'd like to recruit him. With his ability, it would only take him a few minutes to set up a guild. How could he come to your guild? Stop kidding me. I just want to be a thigh pendant for the boss. Magic City, Thompson First Class.
This luxury property, with an average price of 270,000 per square meter, is a top-tier property in Shanghai. Those who live here are either rich or noble, without exception.
At this time, in a top-floor duplex apartment, Meng Meizi yawned and logged out of her game account Natosauce. Today is so exciting. Meng Meizi's face was full of excitement.
I met a super handsome guy.
I wonder if he is this handsome in real life?
Ah! I really want to meet him. At this time, her phone rang. Meng Meizi picked up the phone and her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned.
It's my mom calling. Hello? Mom, why are you calling me so late? Have you finished your work in Japan? Not yet.
I probably won't be able to return home until next week.
I called you so that you can meet the son of a friend of mine tomorrow.
A slightly domineering female voice sounded from the other end of the phone.
Blind date? Meng Meizi was immediately furious.
As someone who advocates freedom and love, she hates blind dates the most.
Mom said. What's wrong with a blind date? You're already 23 years old. After returning to China, you just stay at home and play games every day. Xia Jin is a very good kid.
I'll feel relieved if you're with him.
But. Not so many buts.
You must go see him tomorrow.
Otherwise I'll send someone to cut off your water and electricity. Woo. Meng Meizi hung up the phone. Angry and aggrieved. All day long, all you do is business.
You don't even care about my feelings in life, and you just arrange all kinds of blind dates for me.
Am I your daughter or not? Meng Meizi cried.
She has been unhappy since her father died. My father loved me the most, but since he left, my mother has devoted all her energy to the company and has had few opportunities to go home. Every time she called, she was either trying to arrange a blind date for her or asking her to stop staying at home. But Meng Meizi felt that she didn't care about her feelings at all. Since then, the gap between mother and daughter has become increasingly wider.
Meng Meizi lay on the table sadly.
She couldn't help but think of the heroic figure of Idao Shure in the game, and only hoped that there would be such a hero in reality to save her.
Chapter 17 Check-in, Training Protection. Another beautiful day.
Shulan woke up in her own 1,000-square-meter mansion, feeling refreshed.
The smell of money is in my breath. So cool. Click sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward training protection.
Blessing of training, not only is he diligent in training himself, but he also has a keen eye for the training of others.
Never give up. As a blue light covered Shulan,
he suddenly felt that he really wanted to exercise. Mingming is a decadent teenager with irregular work and rest schedule, no love for exercise, and going to bed late and getting up late.
But now,
facing the rising sun, he wants to run, lift weights, and do sit-ups.
Is this the effect of the protection?
Shulan was shocked. The so-called protection comes from Buddhism, which means blessing and protection. In layman's terms, it is a passive buff. Under the influence of this buff, Shulan got up, brushed his teeth, then changed into sportswear and started running around the yard. After running, I went to the gym to lift weights. After lifting weights, do sit-ups and push-ups.
A full hour of exercise. It's really scary. But then again, the feeling of comfort after exercising is really indescribable.
Moreover, if you exercise well, the power of your Bajikwan can be improved to a higher level. Shulan had no complaints about this. I took a shower, changed my clothes, and drove out to have breakfast.
The location is Wei Nong Jai Restaurant. This is the restaurant Shulan saw on Meituan yesterday.
It is said that the breakfast here tastes very good. Although it is expensive, it has the flavor of the old times. The signature dishes including salty soy milk, rice balls, fried dumplings, pan-fried buns, and noodles with scallion oil were all served, and Shulan started eating.
At this time,
a beautiful woman with long flowing hair also walked into the breakfast shop, and soon became the focus of all the male compatriots in the audience.
Wow! This girl is so beautiful.
Yeah, I can't hold back my primordial strength anymore and want to take a sneak shot of her. I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years if I could be with her.
Still together?
I'd be satisfied if I could hold her hand.
Everyone talked quietly.
Many male compatriots were slapped by their angry girlfriends because they were too focused on long-haired beauties.
But they could only rage helplessly. Because in front of this beauty, they didn't even need to compete, they were completely defeated. Meng Meizi hated these looks. This is also the reason why she likes to stay at home. Because whenever I go out, no matter where I go, there will be men looking at me with such dirty eyes. At this time, the cell phone rang. Meng Meizi answered the phone unhappily. Hello? Maisie, have you arrived at the meeting place? The person on the other end of the phone was naturally Meng Meizi's mother, the decisive and domineering female president. Arrive. Meng Meizi said unhappily. On the other end of the phone, her mother Michelle sighed and said earnestly. Maisie, ever since your dad passed away, I've been worried about what you'd do if I'm gone one day. That's why I hope you can have someone to rely on. The kid you're dating is the son of a friend of mine. He's very outstanding, a top student who graduated from Harvard University in the United States. He's now working in finance in Shanghai and has a bright future. Can you promise me to meet him? Hearing her mother's words, Meng Meizi felt a little soft-hearted. Okay, what does the boy look like? I sent him your photo. When you enter the store, the most handsome guy you see is probably him. Kindness. After hanging up the phone, Meng Meizi sighed. I looked up and scanned the entire room, and sure enough, I saw a handsome boy whose style was obviously different from the others. A refreshing short hair. Her skin is very white and clean, and her temperament is very sunny. He looks just like the male lead in an idol drama. This made Meng Meizi's heart flutter. The only question is, why didn't he wait for me to come before he started eating? Besides, didn't he say he studied in the United States? Then he must be at least 25 years old? How come he looks so young? But my mom said he is the most handsome one, so there is no doubt about it. It seems like it would be nice to go on a blind date with such a handsome guy. Meng Meizi stepped forward. Hi. Chulan looked up and saw a perfect beauty looking at him with a smile. Subconsciously, he also said, Hi. When Chulan was thinking about whether he knew this girl, Meng Meizi suddenly exclaimed, Wow. It's salty soy milk. I haven't had it for a long time. Then he sat down very familiarly, took the salty soy milk and started eating. Chulan? Delicious. I ate this delicious salty soy milk on Huiman Road when I was a kid, but then the store moved away and I never ate it again. Ha? Chulan was pleasantly surprised. The store you're talking about, is it the one where the boss is a bald fat man but his wife is very beautiful? Ha? Did you know that too? Yeah. I was also curious at the time about how the boss, who looked like a primate, managed to get such a beautiful wife. Ha, that's right. The two of them started talking and couldn't stop. Chulan discovered that although this young lady looked a little silly, she was actually very cheerful and lively, and she also liked anime and novels very much. What surprised Chulan the most was that her idol was also Batman. Compared with girls nowadays, she is simply a breath of fresh air. And Meng Meizi also discovered that Chulan was different. Not only is he handsome and sunny, but his interests are also similar to mine. The most important thing is that his eyes are very clear, not the way other men look at her. What a treasure boy! Meng Meizi found herself falling in love with him. But she was very conflicted. After all, I seem to like the great Gadidao Shura a little bit. But I'm not the kind of scumbag who would fall in love with two men at the same time, right? How should I choose? Waiting online, urgent. At this time, Meng Meizi's cell phone rang again. It was her mother Michelle calling. Maisie, have you met Xiejin? How do you feel? Michelle asked with concern. Kindness. Meng Meizi blushed and whispered, Mom, I think this boy is great. Thank you so much this time. Oh? Michelle didn't expect that her daughter would fall in love with Xiejin at first sight. She was very happy, haha. I said Xiejin is a good person, right? Wait, there's a phone call coming in, I'll answer it, you guys continue chatting. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Meng Meizi continued chatting with Chulan. The topic is who is more powerful, Nagato or Itachi. But just 1 minute later, the phone rang again. Hello? Mom? On the other end of the phone, Mishua said anxiously, Meizi, Xiejin just called me and said he was late due to traffic. Who are you talking to now? Ah? Meng Meizi was stunned. Isn't he a handsome guy with short hair, wearing a black shirt and jeans? Oh my god. Xiejin is wearing an Armani suit today. Just at this moment, a young man in a suit walked into the store with an anxious look on his face.
After seeing Meng Meizi, he waved at her.
Meng Meizi was speechless on the spot. Oh my god, I made a huge mistake. Chapter 18. Can boys accept relationships between an older woman and a younger man? Meng Meizi felt like crying. So embarrassing.
I chatted with this handsome guy for so long, but in the end I found out that he is not my blind date.
I really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But Xia Jin's eyes lit up.
The moment he saw Meng Meizi, he fell in love with her at first sight.
The real person is even prettier than the photo. Xia Jin was excited.
Not only is she very pretty, but she is also the only daughter in the family.
If I can marry her, everything in the Meng family will be mine. However,
when he saw a young man who was at least 5 times more handsome than him sitting opposite Meng Meizi, he was stunned.
What's going on? Who is he? Isn't at my blind date with Meng Meizi today? Why is she sitting with another man? Is it someone she knows? But didn't her mother say that Meng Meizi was a stay-at-home mom who didn't have even one friend? The information is wrong.
Xia Jin walked forward and chatted with Meng Meizi for a few words. Only then did he realize that this girl thought the handsome guy opposite was herself, and she had been chatting with him for almost half an hour.
And it seems that she likes that boy very much. Faint. Xia Jin almost vomited blood. Why do I feel like there is a green grassland on my head? But what can we do?
Of course I choose to forgive her. Xia Jin glared at Chulan, then apologized to Meng Meizi for being late due to traffic jam, and finally very gentlemanly invited her to sit somewhere else.
Meng Meizi was a little unhappy.
Although she had recognized the wrong person, Chulan gave her a better impression.
He was sunny, handsome, and upright.
And Xia Jin, at first glance, is a top-notch bully. But she could do nothing about her mother's constant urging on the phone, asking her to quickly get back together with Xia Jin and stop messing around with Chulan. In Michelle's opinion, a young talent like Xia Jin, who has a promising future and a good family background, is suitable for her precious daughter. As for the boy my daughter met by mistake, although I have never seen him, from what she said, he is probably a guy with no special features except that he is handsome. Meng Meizi had no choice but to apologize to Chulan, and then followed Xia Jin to another table.
Of course Chulan wouldn't stop it.
But he was also speechless, thinking that this beautiful young lady was really stupid. She could even mistake her blind date.
Meng Meizi followed Xia Jin to another table.
Xia Jin ordered some breakfast, all of which were the most expensive. Then he started bragging to Meng Meizi about his study abroad life in the United States.
You know? I have been studying at Harvard.
My professor is a famous scholar in the academic world and has won the Nobel Prize in mathematics.
Meng Meizi rolled her eyes. Didn't your mom tell you there is no Nobel Prize for mathematics? Please do your research before you brag.
Xia Jin was completely unaware that he had flipped over, and continued to smile and pretend.
Alas! To be honest, I feel very uncomfortable after returning to China. Many things, such as these dishes, seem too low and foolish to me. Meng Meizi. Speaking of hobbies, I usually like sports and reading. I usually go boating on weekends, and read books in the dormitory at night. Hemingway's 100 Years of Solitude and The Old Man and the Sea are my favorites.
Chulan, who was sitting at the next table, felt so embarrassed after hearing this.
Come on, 100 Years of Solitude is written by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, okay? Even a poor student like me knows this. Meng Meizi was also extremely speechless.
Compared with Chulan, she felt that the time she spent with Xia Jin seemed as long as a century. It would be great if the blind date was the handsome guy just now. As Meng Meizi thought so, she couldn't help but glance at Chulan beside her.
Xia Jin's face suddenly turned dark.
Not only has he been ignoring me, but he's also been staring at that guy.
What does this mean? Why do I feel like there is something green on my head? But considering that Meng Meizi's family was rich, he still endured the humiliation and pretended to be a gentleman and said, Meizi, do you have anything to do later? Go talk to that boy over there. Meng Meizi looked at Chulan. Xia Jin? Go chat with that boy? You are very honest. But your blind date is obviously me, and you're going to chat with another man? Then what am I? Meng Meizi didn't care about Xia Jin at all.
When she saw Chulan go to pay the bill, she quickly stood up and said, Xia Jin, it's nice to meet you today, but I have something urgent to do and I'll leave first.
Bye.
After saying that, he ran after Chulan. Only Xia Jin was left in a daze.
Knock on the code. What is going on?
I am a tall, rich, and handsome young talent who graduated from a prestigious university and has an annual salary of 1 million.
How could I lose to a poor boy who wears cheap clothes? The crowd around the restaurant looked at Xia Jin and pointed.
Oh, how pitiful.
It seems like he got cheated on right there. It's cruel.
That short-haired guy is so awesome.
He hooked up his blind date without saying a word. Alas, being handsome really means you can do whatever you want. If you want to live a decent life, you've got to have some green on your head. Be strong, brother. Iya.
Listening to the whispers around him, Xia Jin's mentality collapsed.
Damn it. I, Xia Jin, have never been someone you can easily mess with. How dare you, a poor boy wearing cheap clothes, snatch my woman?
I, Xia Jin, will not be a human being if I don't take revenge.
Then, Chulan, who did nothing, was once again innocently implicated.
But after he walked out of the restaurant,
behind him, Meng Meizi followed, panting.
Handsome guy, I don't even know your name.
Me?
Chulan smiled like the sunshine of spring.
My name is Chulan. Ah.
Meng Meizi's breathing stopped. She felt that she really fell in love with Chulan at first sight. It is said that there are 20,000 people in the world whom you will fall in love with at first sight. But many times, you may not meet one of them in your entire life. And now, Meng Meizi feels that she is very lucky. The two were walking on the street, and Chulan treated Meng Meizi to an ice cream. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward due to the Yulong blind date incident, they were all young people with the same hobbies, and after a few words, the atmosphere became cheerful again.
Meng Meizi smiled happily.
She had never been this happy since her father died. She wondered if she would miss this moment many years later. There was a busy but not noisy street in front of her. She was holding a taro-flavored ice cream cone in her hand, and next to her was a boy whom she liked very much and who didn't seem to dislike her either. But when Meng Meizi found out that Chulan was only 18 years old and had just graduated from high school, she was devastated. Because she just graduated from college and is 23 years old this year, a full 5 years older than Chulan.
Do boys like pretty girls who are older than themselves? Can boys accept relationships between men and women who are younger than they are women? I would like to ask if relationships between women and men are more likely to lead to emotional problems? Waiting online, urgent.
Chapter 19: Chulan's tricks on the rich and handsome man. It's hot summer vacation is here, it's the mating season for animals again, and the air is filled with the smell of hormones. However, in the vast Eurasian continent there lives a large number of mammals, single dogs. Single dogs are one of the more common mammals that live in small spaces. There are currently 1.35 billion single dogs in the world, of which 20-30 million live in Xiagua in Eurasia. The increasingly serious gender imbalance has led to an increasing number of single people, and their living conditions are precarious.
Living around them is another kind of mammal that is similar to them but not exactly the same, the panda.
The so-called real-life winners are scientifically known as life winners who have a fulfilling real life, such as Chulan. At this time, he was strolling with the perfect goddess Meng Meizi.
They talked and laughed, making others envious.
But now Chulan could clearly feel that Meng Meizi's blind date had been following them secretly and observing them secretly.
Especially that resentful look.
If looks could kill, Chulan would have died hundreds of times.
I guess he's here to cause trouble?
Chulan sneered in his heart and proposed to break up with Meng Meizi.
It's getting late, let's go out and play next time. Hearing that they could have a date next time, Meng Meizi nodded excitedly.
Although she still wanted to stay with Chulan, she also wanted to go home and digest the fact that Chulan was only 18 years old. After saying goodbye to Meng Meizi, Chulan did not go to the parking lot to pick up the car, but deliberately walked to a remote place.
As expected,
he was soon stopped by Xia Jin.
Xia Jin adjusted his custom-made suit and said gloomily, "Boy, I'm warning you, there are some things you can't touch, you know what I mean?" Chulan shook his head. "Don't know."
Xia Jin looked Chulan up and down and said with disdain, "I see that your clothes are cheap, maybe they were bought from Taobao?"
"Nonsense. I clearly bought it on JD." Xia Jin snorted coldly, "It doesn't matter.
What matters is that you are just a poor guy."
Chulan didn't say anything. Xia Jin thought he had successfully defeated Chulan and felt secretly happy. "You like Maisie too?" Xia Jin asked again. Chulan still didn't say anything.
Xia Jin sneered, "If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent." But I tell you, Mei Zi's family owns a listed company and is very rich.
It's not something a toad like you can get close to. Chu Lan still didn't speak.
Xia Jin took out a bank card and handed it to Chu Lan. You approached Mei Zi only for money.
There are 200,000 yuan in this card. The password is 6 sixes.
I hope you will never appear in front of her again. This time Chu Lan spoke.
But I refuse. What? Xia Jin's eyes widened, and he was a little angry. Are you crazy? How long will it take you to earn 200,000 yuan? Do you think it's too little? If you think it's too little, I'll increase it to 300,000 yuan.
Chu Lan looked righteous. It's useless even if you raise it to 1 million. There are many things in this world that money can't buy, such as love.
Bullshit love.
Seeing that Chu Lan dared to refuse, Xia Jin was immediately furious and started to curse.
Have you watched too many idol dramas on TV? Love?
Where is love in this world? Only money and status are the most practical.
Love? That's all bullshit.
Chu Lan frowned. Since you don't believe in love, why are you still chasing Mei Zi? Because her family is rich and she's an only child. Working with her will be very helpful to my career. Forget it, there's no point in talking to someone of your level.
Xia Jin didn't think too much about it and accidentally blurted out what was in his heart. Chu Lan almost died of laughter.
But on the surface, he still looked righteous.
People like you have ulterior motives towards Mei Zi. There is no way I can agree to you. After saying that, he left angrily. Stop right there. Xia Jin was so angry at Chu Lan that his blood vessels were about to burst.
In a fit of rage, he rushed towards Chu Lan and was about to punch him in the face. However, Chu Lan seemed to have eyes on his back.
He didn't even look at him.
He leaned down and dodged Xia Jin's punch. Then he counterattacked with an elbow and hit Xia Jin in the stomach. The latter immediately coughed up a stream of stomach fluid, then held his stomach in pain and lay on the ground like a shrimp.
Bad guy.
Chu Lan looked down at Xia Jin, said this, and then left in style. After he walked away, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, which contained the recording. It records the ugly face of Xia Jin as he let himself go just now.
Then,
Chu Lan casually sent it to Meng Meizi, keeping his merit and fame hidden.
This is Meng Meizi's side.
She had just driven home. As a result, when he saw Chu Lan sending him a WeChat message, he opened it with excitement. It turned out to be a recording. After hearing this, Meng Meizi was almost crying. Especially Xia Jin's words, because her family is rich and she is an only child, working with her will be very helpful to my career.
It's so despicable. Meng Meizi was so angry that she almost cried.
She was filled with anger, so she forwarded the recording to her mother and reprimanded Sanlian.
Look at what kind of man you found for me.
Xia Jin is simply a beast in human clothing, a scum of the civilized world.
If my friend hadn't found out, I wouldn't know how I'd die now. You're pushing your daughter into the fire pit. At the same time,
Meng Meizi was also very moved by Chu Lan's words. Yes, he is just a high school student, 200,000 is an astronomical figure. But he still sticks to his 3 views and firmly believes that love exists.
What a good man.
In comparison, Xia Jin, who can only brag and use sweet words to deceive girls, is simply the worst scumbag.
From now on, Meng Meizi never wanted to see him again.
Michelle was originally looking forward to her daughter's date with Xia Jin going smoothly.
Michelle admires Xia Jin very much.
Her friends often brag about how outstanding their sons are in front of her.
My Xia Jin is such a good boy, with an honest personality, and he's very family-oriented.
He knows how to take care of women.
If Mei Zi marries him, she can just wait to be a little princess. Ha 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 ha.
By the way, it's really just by the way, my Xia Jin graduated from Harvard University, has a high degree, and is admired by his boss. In the future, he will definitely get a promotion and a raise, and become a CEO. A lot of girls like our Xia Jin, but he said he only likes Mei Zi.
Think twice.
Michelle also felt that Xia Jin was a good match. Not only family background, education, ability, but also appearance and cultivation are all compatible with her daughter.
Just at this moment,
she received a WeChat message from Meng Meizi.
Is there any progress? Huh? It's actually a recording? Are you going to tell me the good news in person? Michelle nodded with relief. Then, oh my God. What is this? I am pursuing Mei Zi because my family is rich and Mei Zi is an only child? You are interested in our family's property, right? This person's character is extremely bad.
Michelle Yim's favorability towards Xia Jin instantly reached negative numbers. Then, in a rage, he forwarded the recording to Xia Jin's mother and left a message: "Look at what kind of person your son is.
Get lost. Then block it." After listening to this recording, Xia Jin's mother was so angry that she was admitted to the hospital.
When Xia Jin arrived, she started swearing at him.
Xia Jin was confused.
It wasn't until he heard the recording that he knew what was going on.
Oh shit. That guy actually tricked me. Coded. I will definitely avenge this.
Chapter 20 Sign-in, 12 Nights of the Round Table Watch.
Early morning.
I still woke up in a 2,000 square meter mansion. Oh, by the way, the 2,000 square meters is just the house, not including the outside yard and swimming pool. Shulan stretched and praised being rich as usual.
Then click System. Select Sign In.
Ding, sign in successfully. Reward Roger Dubuis 12 Nights of the Round Table Watch official model, Rodbex 0398.
Is it a watch this time?
Shulan said he had become numb to money. But he was slapped in the face when a watch fell into his hand out of nowhere.
Because this watch is so cool.
The thick rose gold case is retro and elegant. The biggest feature is the dial of the watch. In the center of the Grand Fu enamel dial is King Arthur's round table decorated with a Tudor rose pattern, and around it are striped patterns extending from the center to the surrounding areas. The hour markers are replaced by the 12 golden three-dimensional knights of the round table. The 12 knights hold swords and surround the round table, showing the scene of the knights participating in the round table meeting. Each knight statue is only 7 millimeters, made of pure gold, and exquisitely carved in details.
Noble and grand. I checked the price online, it's 1,945,000 renminbi. Wow, nearly 2 million.
Shulan put the watch on his hand and felt good.
After all, it was a watch worth nearly 2 million.
Brush your teeth and wash your face.
Under the influence of benefit of exercise, I began to actively exercise. After finishing, I took a comfortable bath.
When I came out of the bathroom, my cell phone rang.
It's my cousin calling. Shulan answered the phone while wiping her hair with a towel. Hello? Chu Qianqian asked very domineeringly, are you free tomorrow night? Fine. Be my boyfriend. Shulan? What's going on? Is this an orthopedic rhythm? I'm just a child. But soon, Shulan discovered that he was poisoned by the action movies in the Japanese country and his thoughts became evil. My cousin didn't want to work in orthopedics, but there was someone in her company who was pursuing her, which made her very annoyed, so my cousin lied and said she had a boyfriend. As it turned out, this man was very tactless. Today, when their company had a dinner party after get off work, this man insisted that my cousin bring her boyfriend to see them. So, the cousin extended her evil claws to her cousin. That's not right. Shulan suddenly remembered something. With your personality, cousin, you can easily deal with this kind of person. You were a Sanda champion in college. Chu Qianqian sighed, I can't help it.
He is the department manager and I can't offend him too much. Well, a higher ranking official can crush a person. Shulan thought about it and decided that since he had nothing to do, he might as well help this poor cousin.
After all, he still relied on her to cook on weekends, right? Okay then, where are you having dinner? Send me the address. Soon. My cousin sent me the address. Royal Plaza Hotel.
When you see the word Tikoku written in front, you know that this is another property of Tikoku Catering Group. In addition to the hotel industry, Imperial Hotel is also one of the chain brands of Imperial Catering Group, focusing on mid to high-end consumption and targeting urban white-collar workers. In order to support his cousin and to make himself look more mature, Shulan went to the city to buy several sets of luxury brand formal suits and leather shoes. Then he drove a Ferrari Enzo to pick up his cousin.
The cousin was also dressed appropriately and had makeup on.
When she saw Shulan wearing all the branded clothes, she was stunned.
Shaolan, you. My cousin felt like her soul was trembling.
Although I knew Shulan was very handsome, I didn't expect that he would be this handsome in all the branded clothes.
It's so handsome to the extreme. Get in the car. Shulan smiled. He was also very satisfied with his outfit today.
A Burberry suit shirt, slim trousers, and a pair of Gucci British leather shoes. On his hand, he wore the 12 Knights of the Round Table watch he received as a sign and reward today.
He exuded the scent of money. Chu Chanshan got in the car.
Chulan stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the destination.
Half an hour later,
arrived at the entrance of Royal Plaza Hotel.
At this time, Lu Qi, Chu Chanshan's best colleague, was standing at the door waiting for her. Boom! Followed by the roar of an engine.
A fiery red sports car came speeding towards them. Lu Qi didn't know what kind of car this was, but it looked like it must be very expensive.
Which young man drives such a luxurious car?
The car stopped at the door. Then Lu Qi was surprised to see a familiar person walking out of the car.
Qianqian? Lu Qi screamed. It's true.
My colleague Chu Chanshan really got out of this sports car. At this time, Chulan also got out of the driver's seat.
Lu Qi's breathing suddenly stopped. Ah! So handsome. Could it be that he is Chanshan's mysterious boyfriend?
Of course, she didn't know that Chu Chanshan was making up a friend out of thin air. Now she only thinks that Chu Chanshan has such a handsome and rich boyfriend.
It simply exceeded her imagination. When Chu Chanshan saw Lu Qi, she quickly took Chu Lan's arm and pretended to be his girlfriend. Shichi, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Chu Lan. Ha? Why is your boyfriend's surname also Chu? Lu Qi was surprised. Oh, we just happen to have the same surname. Chu Chanshan was quick-witted and quickly made up for it. Let's go in then, everyone is here. Lu Qi was innocent and didn't doubt anything, so he took the two of them into the restaurant.
He would sneak glances at Chu Lan from time to time. At the same time, I was impressed. This handsome guy is so cool and handsome. And his clothes are also amazing. He is so cool and full of aristocratic aura.
Sister, I kind of need to poop. Chu Lan whispered to Chu Chanshan.
Then go quickly and meet us in the lobby later.
Chu Chanshan waved her hand to send Chu Lan away. Then he followed Lu Qi to the dinner table.
There were about 10 people at the desk, all colleagues in the office.
Among them, a young man with an ordinary appearance but wearing Armani looked at Chu Chanshan and pretended to be puzzled. Chanshan? Didn't you say you brought your boyfriend with you? Why is he gone?
This young man was none other than Gao Gong, the man who was pursuing Chu Chanshan passionately.
I went to the bathroom and will be back soon. Chu Chanshan said. I'm really looking forward to seeing him. Gao Gong smiled.
But what I was thinking in my heart was, if the other person was a guy who was worse off than me, I would just catch him and taunt him crazily. At this time, Lu Qi, who was always loudmouthed, said to everyone.
Did you know? Chanshan's boyfriend came here in a supercar.
Although I don't know what kind of supercar it is, he looks very fashionable from the way he's dressed.
He must be a tall, rich and handsome man. Everyone was shocked. There was an uproar. Driving a sports car? Wow! It turns out Chanshan's boyfriend is so rich. Ah, I'm so jealous. I'm looking forward to seeing him more and more now. Hearing this, Gao Gong was a little unhappy.
He is the department manager, the head of these people, commonly known as the leader. How can he allow his limelight to be stolen?
That's hard to say.
Gao Gong said, Chanshan, I'm not targeting your boyfriend, but I heard that many men now like to rent luxury cars to pick up girls and then cheat them out of their money.
You better keep your eyes open.
As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After all, Gao Gong was the department manager and their immediate superior, so no one dared to speak carelessly.
The air is quiet. At this time,
a handsome man walked over.
Sorry, I just went to the bathroom and came here now. It's Chu Lan. Chapter 21, Standing Up for the Blind Girl. Chu Lan appears. Sparkling.
The cousin quickly stepped forward and hugged his arm, pretending to smile in a friendly manner and said, This is my boyfriend Chu Lan.
We just happen to have the same last name. Isn't that a coincidence? Ha 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 ha.
The whole audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Lan.
My male compatriots, their eyes widened in disbelief.
The female compatriots, on the other hand, had blurred eyes and drooled unconsciously.
Ah! So handsome. This is the first reaction of all girls.
He is 1.85 meters tall, with a slender figure and a dazzlingly handsome young face. The Armani casual wear he is wearing makes him look like a handsome male model on the cover of a fashion magazine. Not only does she have a beautiful face, but the clothes she wears are also very tasteful. Of course, they didn't know that this was thanks to the fact that Chu Lan spent a lot of money to have it specially matched in a specialty store. This set of clothes and shoes cost basically over 100,000 yuan.
How could he not look handsome? There is a reason why Buddha relies on gold ornaments and people rely on clothes.
And when Gao Gong noticed the watch on Chu Lan's wrist, his Kryptonian gold dog eyes were almost blinded. Roger Dubuis 12 Knights of the Round Table watch.
So crazy.
As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches.
This sentence is not meant to be pretentious.
A car costs millions, and many middle-class people in Shanghai who have the means can afford it. After all, they can get a loan in installments.
But watches are different. A famous watch can easily cost millions.
Unless you have too much money to spend, it is impossible for you to spend millions to buy a watch.
This shows the gap.
In the upper-class circles, a famous watch handed down from generation to generation is more precious than diamonds, gems, pearls, and other things.
The watch Chu Lan was wearing was not a well-known domestic brand like Patek Philippe or Rolex.
But as a veteran who has been in the industry for many years, Gao Gong recognized it at a glance.
It was the 12 Knights of the Round Table watch launched by Roger Dubuis. Limited to 28 pieces worldwide. The value is close to 2 million.
A watch worth 2 million is equivalent to a luxury car.
Gao Gong has begun to doubt his life.
And he completely gave up the idea of continuing to pester Chu Chanshan. After all, her boyfriend is a tall, rich and handsome man who wears a watch worth 2 million.
If a small executive like me were to run into him, wouldn't that be courting death?
After the meal, Gao Gong seemed to have lost his soul. Like other male colleagues, he looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and doubted his life.
Chu Chanshan's female colleagues were very excited.
They are fascinated by Chu Lan's temperament.
He is handsome and rich but low-key and introverted.
He has a sunny smile but is shy like a grown-up boy.
He is a real little puppy. Certainly.
Little do the ladies know, he is just a high school graduate. Who would have thought that girls who come out to work would be so unrestrained, and they can tell all kinds of dirty jokes, even better than the dirtiest driver in my class.
How can you not blush? Just at this moment, a girl walking with a golden retriever walked into the restaurant.
She has fair skin, long hair with bangs, a pure face, and appears to be in her early 20s. However, her big eyes were unfocused, and the big golden retriever she was holding was wearing a shirt with the words "Guide Dog" written on it, which showed that she was blind. The restaurant waiter saw her and rushed forward to drive her away.
Dogs are not allowed here, get out now.
The blind girl was a little nervous and said in a pleading tone,
"Today is my brother's birthday.
He has wanted to eat the cake here for a long time.
I will pack up a cake and leave. I won't disturb anyone."
Seeing that the blind girl was not dressed like a rich person, the waiter shouted at her without restraint, "No.
What if your dog bites someone? Get out. My dog is a guide dog. It's trained and won't bite anyone."
The blind girl felt a little aggrieved and touched the head of the golden retriever next to her. The waiter looked at the golden retriever with disgust and continued to yell, "Who cares if your dog is a guide dog?
Dogs are not allowed here. Get out."
The big golden retriever whimpered sadly when he saw his owner being scolded.
"Why are you yelling? Believe it or not, I will kill you."
I don't know if the waiter had her period today, but she was in a particularly bad temper. "I can wait outside the door, and I'll take it away immediately after you pack it up, and won't disturb other guests who are eating."
The blind girl continued to plead. "Didn't you hear me tell you it's not okay? Go eat wherever you want and don't disturb our business here. Get out of here now." The waiter was very arrogant and even pushed the blind girl. "Please."
The blind girl thought of her younger brother at home and wanted to fight for it.
"Please, go away. Why don't you just get out of here?"
The waiter pushed the blind girl roughly. The blind girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. The big golden retriever quickly came forward to comfort the blind girl and licked the back of her hand with its tongue. The blind girl hugged it and shook her head sadly.
Chu Lan couldn't bear to see it.
He stood up and walked quickly over to help the blind girl up. Then he turned to look at the waiter with an angry look on his face. "Hey!
What's wrong with you? Can't you see that he has a guide dog?" The waiter didn't expect anyone to dare to intervene, but relying on the fact that she was the manager's mistress, she didn't hesitate. "Why? Our restaurant has a rule that guests are not allowed to bring pets in." Chu Lan smiled. The restaurant is mine, but I don't know the specific rules? Shulan said coldly, guide dogs are not pets, they are working dogs, you know? And the lady is not unwilling to pay, why are you kicking her out for normal consumption? And you are pushing others. Ha, it seems that you are determined to cause trouble here, right? The waiter sneered and turned back to shout into the inner room, manager, someone is causing trouble in the restaurant. Who dares to cause trouble in the restaurant? A vicious voice. Then a bald man came out from the inner room. He glanced at Shulan. It's you who wants to cause trouble? Shulan argued, I'm not the one who wants to cause trouble, it's your waiter who is rude to the customer. This girl just wanted to pack a birthday cake, but your waiter not only had a bad attitude, but also pushed her to the ground. So what do you want? The restaurant manager didn't take Shulan seriously at all, even though he was wearing all branded clothes. Obviously, the bald manager can manage the most prosperous branch in Shanghai. If he is not extremely capable, then he must have connections above the Daijing group. Obviously, he belongs to the latter. He doesn't even take a rich young man seriously. Shulan was not weak either. I am a major shareholder of the Daijing group. The entire group has to look at my face. Would I be afraid of a small restaurant manager like you? I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to reason. The little sister didn't do anything wrong, she just wanted to buy a cake for her brother's birthday, but not only did you not show the right service attitude, but you also said mean things to hurt her. Do you still have a conscience? Hearing Chulan's words, the blind girl's eyes suddenly turned red. She hugged the big golden retriever's neck and whimpered softly. As a blind person, she has been treated unfairly by society. She was kicked off the bus, tricked by children in the neighborhood, and even driven away when she wanted to buy a cake. She did nothing wrong, she was just unlucky and had a car accident and lost her sight. Why are you crying? You're so unlucky. You've cried away all our fortunes. Take your dog and get out of here, or I'll call security. The restaurant manager obviously had no sympathy and started swearing at the blind girl. Chapter 22. The slap in the face came so fast like a tornado. The restaurant manager scolded the blind girl. Then he pointed at Shulan and said, and you, pay your bill and get out of here. Don't think you're great just because your parents have some money. Don't even ask about the capabilities of the Daijing group. What? Is your Daijing group involved in gangsterism? Shulan asked back. The manager smiled. The waiter rushed to say, let me tell you. Our manager knows the director of the legal department of the Daijing group. He can sue you and put you in jail at any time. Do you believe it? Shulan smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling too tired to complain. At this time, the cousin walked up to him and pulled his hand. Forget it, let's take this little girl to buy a birthday cake from another place. When she saw Shulan bravely standing up for justice and angrily denouncing the waiter for being unfair, she was proud of her cousin for being so passionate. But now, after hearing that this restaurant manager had such a strong background and even knew the director of the legal department of the Daijing group, she started to worry about Shulan again. Daijing Group, a catering group with a market value of 5 billion, who dares to mess with it? She knew that Shulan inherited a lot of inheritance, but having money doesn't mean he can compete with these listed groups. The Daijing Catering Group is very famous in Shanghai, and their legal department is even more famous in the industry. They are known as the strongest legal department in Shanghai, and they have never had a lawsuit that they couldn't win. Xu Chanxian's colleague also kindly came over to persuade Shulan to give in. Shanxian's boyfriend, this restaurant manager does have a strong background, so let's just forget about it, shall we? Although this is not a very kind thing for them to do, there is nothing we can do. Let's go. Yes, let's take the young lady away. Of course, there are also people like Gao Gong who gloat over other people's misfortunes. Snort. I let you show off, and now you've hit a snag, right? It's no joke to mess with the Daijing Catering Group. However, Shulan was not moved at all. Instead, he took a step forward and stared at the manager, the director of the legal department, right? I'll ask him to come over now. Let's see if he wants to sue me. After saying that, Shulan took out his phone and made a call. The restaurant manager was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Ha, don't just drink, take some cefuroxime. If you know Brother Pang, I'll call you Dad. I don't have a son as ugly as you. After Shulan finished speaking, the call was connected. Mr. Chu? Shulan didn't waste any words and said directly, ask the director of the group's legal department to come to the Bund Imperial Hotel to find me immediately. Yes, immediately. Less than 15 minutes.
Legal Department Director Huang Peng has arrived. This man was originally entertaining guests when he received a call from the board secretary, asking him to go to the Imperial Hotel on the Bund immediately.
Huang Peng did not dare to delay and immediately turned down the social engagement and drove straight to the destination. When he walked into the hotel,
I saw a handsome guy confronting the restaurant manager and the waiter, and they were about to fight.
What's going on? Huang Peng frowned. Oh, is that Brother Peng?
The restaurant manager saw Huang Peng and immediately turned into a flatterer and came up to him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to eat? Although he calls him brother, Huang Peng is actually his brother-in-law. It was also thanks to this relationship that someone like him, who came from a gangster background, was able to get the position of manager of this branch. But Huang Peng was very cold to him. Huang Peng, an elite who graduated from a prestigious university, felt it would be a sin to say any more than one word to this uneducated and incompetent guy who only knew how to brag and flatter.
He looked at Chulan.
Then he was stunned. Then, as if he had seen gold, he pushed away the restaurant manager who was blocking his way, took 2 steps forward, and greeted Chulan with surprise on his face.
Mr. Chu, why are you here?
His attitude was so respectful, just like a 9th-rank official in feudal society seeing a 1st-rank official. The restaurant manager was stunned.
My cousin was also confused.
Her colleagues were also confused.
Everyone was stunned. The whole audience fell into silence. The waiter who was just talking to Chulan had a dull expression. Even a fool can see that the big boss that his manager desperately wants to lick his ass is now desperately licking his ass off to this kid. Even the legal director of the Imperial Catering Group has to lick his boots. How terrifying must this kid's identity be? It's terrifying when you think about it. Facing Huang Peng's respectful attitude, Chulan remained indifferent. Are you the director of the group's legal department? Yes, my name is Huang Peng.
Huang Peng was sweating profusely and had a bad feeling in his heart. Chulan nodded and pointed at the restaurant manager.
Well, that's fine. These 2 people just told me that you are their backer.
Then let me ask you, they bullied a girl who wanted to buy a cake.
I can't stand it and ask for an explanation. Can they let you sue me, a shareholder, to death?
The restaurant manager trembled all over and looked at Chulan in surprise.
What did he just say? I, the shareholder? This young man, a shareholder of Daijing Catering Group? This is impossible. Damn it! You bastard!
Huang Peng was so angry that he turned around and slapped the restaurant manager.
Bang! The restaurant manager's face was swollen from being slapped. But he didn't dare to complain, and just explained tremblingly, I didn't.
Brother Peng, please listen to my explanation.
There is no trace of the domineering look just now. What else do you want to explain?
Huang Peng pointed at him, his eyes blazing with anger.
This bastard. It's fine if you're confronting the company's major shareholder, but why are you telling him that I'm your backer? Aren't you pushing me into the fire?
If the major shareholder holds me accountable, I won't be able to keep my position.
Huang Peng looked at the restaurant manager and the waiter and said righteously.
We at Daijing Catering Group absolutely do not engage in nepotism. We will never tolerate employees like you who fabricate stories and defame the reputation of the company's top management.
From now on, you 2 are fired.
The restaurant manager and the waiter were shocked when they heard that they were fired.
This is certainly not a joke.
Although Huang Peng is not in charge of personnel, with his connections and strength in the group, it would only take a word for him to fire these minions.
But after being fired, what should I do with my mortgage, car loan, wife and children's living expenses, and the money to support my mistress? When the people around saw this reversal, they felt so happy. It feels so good. The slap in the face is so fast, it's like a tornado. A restaurant manager dares to bully the big shareholder. It's really hilarious. Speaking of which, this young man is already a shareholder at such a young age. He just called the other party's backers and settled the matter without saying a word?
I just thought this guy was very rich before, but now I know that he was visiting incognito and came to eat at the restaurant of his own group.
I can only say that I am willing to call this little brother the strongest. After expelling the 2, Huang Peng turned to Chulan and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, are you satisfied with the handling of this matter?
At this time, the restaurant manager knelt down in front of Chulan with a sad face.
Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. I was wrong. Please don't fire me. I was blind and offended you. I kowtow to you and apologize. Then kowtow. Bang bang bang. Over and over again, the sound of foreheads hitting the floor was endless. Chapter 23. Everyone in my Chu family loves to do what is right.
The manager's buttoning made a loud banging sound. Chu Lan's expression was cold. First, you should apologize to this young lady instead of me.
Miss, I'm sorry. The restaurant manager was so scared that he turned around and kowtowed to the blind girl. It's all my fault. I will never be so arrogant again. Please forgive me.
When the blind girl heard the restaurant manager's apology, she was suddenly at a loss and didn't know how to deal with this situation. She was used to being discriminated against and bullied, but she had never received an apology. Now, Chu Lan stood up for her and made her get the respect she deserved.
The big golden retriever next to her was also very happy, wagging its tail.
Finally, the kind-hearted blind girl forgave the manager. Get up, I forgive you.
The restaurant manager was overjoyed and quickly looked at Chu Lan.
But when she saw that he still had a stern face, she lowered her head in fear again.
Mr. Chu, I wonder if you are satisfied with the outcome? Huang Peng took the opportunity to speak.
In his heart, he still wanted to keep his position as restaurant manager. Even though this guy is a loser, he is still his brother-in-law after all. If he loses his job, he will probably go to his wife to make trouble again. Just because this young lady forgives him doesn't mean I forgive him. Chu Lan still had a cold face. It's impossible for me not to fire him.
When you go back, put him on our group's blacklist and never hire him again.
Ah? The restaurant manager looked ashen.
Resigning is a small matter. Being included in the blacklist of Taikyo Group would be a complete ban.
By then, let alone working for the Daijin Group, I'm afraid no company in Magic City would be willing to hire him.
Kneeling down and kowtowing was of no use this time. He was truly in despair.
Huang Peng also closed his eyes in pain. This was an order given by Chu Lan himself, and he had no other choice. They had no choice but to call 2 security guards to carry the manager and the waiter out. Then he once again solemnly apologized to Chu Lan. Mr. Chu, I am also responsible for what happened today.
I am really sorry. Facing a big shot like Chu Lan, he was truly terrified. If Boss Chu Lan is still not satisfied, it would only take a word to fire him as the legal director. To be honest, I am disappointed that there are such employees in our group.
Chu Lan looked at Huang Peng and said coldly.
Yes. We will reflect on ourselves. Huang Peng lowered his head quickly, and then quickly organized his words. How about? I apply to the group to compensate this lady? What do you think? Chu Lan nodded with interest. Well, tell me about it. Huang Peng said quickly. First, we will make the punishment public in the name of the group and apologize to this lady. We will also waive her full bill today and give her a birthday cake as a gift.
Secondly, I think this lady may have a lot of inconveniences in her life, so our group sent people to install related blind facilities in her house free of charge and arranged a job for her. Third, this lady seems to have a younger brother who is still studying. Our group can cover all of his tuition until he graduates from university.
Now, Chu Lan's complexion finally improved.
After all, the shares were given by the system, so he didn't feel bad about spending the money on charity.
Chu Lan nodded. Then do as you wish. Can you guarantee that the application will be approved?
Huang Peng was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly said, such a good thing, I believe the finance department will definitely approve it. Of course, the main reason for the criticism was that Chu Lan was the major shareholder. Next, Huang Peng personally went to pick up the blind girl's brother and asked the hotel to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them, plus a big cake. Of course, all free of charge. The guests celebrated their birthdays one after another, and there were applause and blessings all around.
Thank you, little brother.
The blind girl had tears in her eyes and her face was filled with emotion.
There are still many good people in the world. You're welcome. Chu Lan smiled. We all live in the same city. I will definitely help if I can.
The blind girl said to a little boy who was about 10 years old next to her, hurry up and thank your brother.
The little boy looked at Chu Lan with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Chu Lan laughed and rubbed his head. Your sister really loves you, so you must study hard and repay her in the future. Got it? The little boy nodded solemnly. Yes.
The big golden retriever that was chewing on a pig bone also raised its head. Woof.
It means I will protect my master. Chu Chanxian looked at Chu Lan with a pair of eyes, feeling very relieved. Look at the people in our Chu family.
It is kindness, it is love and courage. Chu Chanshan raised her head proudly. Her female colleagues also turned into little fans of Chulan. Chulan is not only tall, rich and handsome, but also has a strong sense of justice.
I love him. If I hadn't already been with Chanshan, I would have pursued Chulan. Alas, even if Hua ends up at Chanshan's house, I still want to cheat on her.
Ah, I also want to cheat on Chanshan, but Chulan looks very decent, I don't think he would do anything to cheat. The air smells of hormones.
After dinner.
Under the admiring gazes of a bunch of young ladies, Chulan drove her cousin home.
Xiaolan, you are the major shareholder of Daijing Catering Group? My cousin asked.
Yes, my parents were originally the major shareholders, and later transferred it to me as an inheritance.
Chulan will continue to deceive people to the end.
When there is a problem that cannot be decided, parents will solve it. The cousin didn't ask any further questions, but just felt that her cousin had finally made it.
Happy for him. Zhongjing number 1 community. Top floor duplex room. Miss Suhan was wearing a sexy pajamas dress.
She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The figure of Chulan kept appearing in her mind unconsciously.
The handsome figure, sunny smile, and shy cute expression made Suhan unconsciously sing the song by Deng Ziki.
I like you, your eyes are charming and your laugh is even more charming. Although they were still high school students, and although it was only a sister-brother relationship, Suhan couldn't help but want to like him.
We have to find a way to ask him out again. Just at this moment, someone rang the doorbell. Suhan was shocked. Who would come to see her at this time? Suhan ran to the door. Look through the peephole on the door to see what's happening outside.
I saw a tall middle-aged man standing outside. With a slicked back hair, a cool mustache and a blue single-breasted suit, he fully displays the charm of a successful man. Behind him, there were 2 bodyguards.
Dad? How did he find this place? Suhan's heart skipped a beat. After I ran away from home, I never used the bank card my father gave me, so how did he track down my whereabouts? Xiaohan, are you in there? Su Weixin asked. No. The atmosphere was awkward.
After Su Weixin coughed twice, he said to Suhan through the door, "Come home with me."
It's very dangerous for a girl like you to live outside. It's dangerous for me to go home.
Suhan was furious and shouted, "After I go back with you, you will force me to marry Qian Lixing."
Su Weixin was also a little angry. What's wrong with Qian Lixing?
His father is the leader of the real estate industry in Shanghai, he is not bad looking, and his character is not a problem.
What's wrong with marrying him? If he's so good, why don't you marry him yourself? Suhan shouted back.
Su Weixin was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. Then he said to a bodyguard behind him,
"Break the door and take the lady back by force."
Chapter 24, The Old-Fashioned Story of a Wealthy Family Forcing Marriage. The door was knocked open.
Suhan was quickly tied up and taken back by her father. Thompson Epine Villa District.
This top-notch residential area in Shanghai, with an average price of 300,000 yuan per square meter, is exactly where Suhan lives. At this moment, in a villa, the atmosphere was solemn.
Dad. You're really going too far. I didn't want to go home, but you forced me back? Suhan was so angry that she was fuming. She pouted and got angry at Su Weixin. Xiaohan, you are still young and you don't understand many things. But I promise that marrying Qian Lixing is your best choice. Su Weixin said earnestly. I already have someone I like. Suhan shouted. Boom. Su Weixin trembled all over. He stared at Suhan blankly and asked, what does he do? High school student. Nonsense. Su Weixin was furious. You actually fell in love with a high school student? Are you trying to piss me off to death? That's true love. Suhan said. Shulan's handsome face appeared in my mind. Nonsense. This is just nonsense.
Su Weixin was completely furious and gritted his teeth in anger. This high school student is at most 18 or 19 years old, 3 or 4 years younger than Suhan.
Not to mention that the other party is just an immature child and has to go to college. Even if he will be with Suhan in the future, does he still have to expect his daughter to take care of him like she takes care of her younger brother? What a joke. A silly girl like Suhan must marry someone more mature than her. You too. Su Weixin pointed at the 2 black-clad bodyguards beside him. Boss.
The two men hurried forward. From today on, you will guard the young lady every day and not allow her to go out, Su Weixin ordered.
Yes.
The two bodyguards responded in unison.
Su Han panicked. Why? Why don't you let me out? Because I'm your father. Su Weixin snorted coldly and said, You are really getting more and more presumptuous. You ran away from home just a few days ago, and you actually fell in love with a high school student? Is she an adult?
Su Han also had a bad temper and shouted unconvincingly, How can you do this? It's the 21st century now, it's my freedom to like whoever I want.
Snort. Wilson Su acted like a domineering CEO. You just graduated from school, what do you know about love?
Stay at home and think about it carefully during this period of time, and stop messing around. Su Weixin was still wondering whether he should contact the other party's parents to communicate, so as to prevent the two children from causing any trouble.
Su Han argued, I think I've thought it through. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel.
Su Weixin immediately turned into Xiaoming cult master, staring at Su Han and saying, I'm your father.
If I don't let you go out, I won't let you go out.
There's no need to discuss this matter, just listen to me, I have the final say.
Su Han was so angry. Then she covered her face, sobbed and ran back to her room. Bang! Closed the door.
He threw himself on the bed, hugged the pillow and started crying.
Midnight. Suan tries to sneak out of the house.
As a result, as soon as he walked out of the house, he was stopped by a bodyguard.
Miss, the boss has ordered that you cannot go out during this period.
The bodyguard was extremely respectful.
Su Han asked, Don't you guys need to sleep? Bodyguard, we take turns standing guard to prevent you from sneaking away, miss. Su Han was completely desperate. With these two bodyguards there, she couldn't escape at all. You know, these two bodyguards are retired special forces.
They have been pirates and killed terrorists. It should be a piece of cake for them to keep an eye on a beautiful, rich and fair girl like her, right?
Dad, I hate you.
Su Han was so angry that he threw things around the room.
Hermes bags, LV bags, lipsticks, high heels, panties flying everywhere. Su Han knows her father very well.
Although he is good at business and worth tens of billions at the age of 50, he is a domineering president. Just like Master Xiaoming, he never listens to you. He has become even worse since his mother passed away, so Su Han has a bad relationship with him. The next day, Su Han woke up in tears.
Turn on your phone. See Chulan on the lock screen wallpaper.
Her eyes suddenly lit up.
Yes, Chulan can save me.
Su Weixin did not confiscate her phone, so Su Han quickly sent a WeChat message to Chulan.
Chulan, save me. Guanlanshan number 1 villa.
Chulan was awakened by a burst of WeChat notification sounds. It was sent by Su Han. The content is very simple, just one sentence.
Chulan, save me.
Chulan was startled.
Kidnapping? Home invasion? So I quickly replied, Where are you now? What happened? Su Han called immediately. Oh. I was caught by my father.
Then, Su Han told Chulan everything from beginning to end about how she was forced to get married and chose to run away from home, and how she was tied up and brought back by her father yesterday and was ordered to be under house arrest. After listening to it silently, Chulan exclaimed that it was ridiculous.
It's the 21st century now, and there are still dramas of wealthy families forcing marriages? How about you talk to your dad first? But after all, it was someone else's family affair, so Chulan couldn't say anything. No. He is a very domineering person and won't listen to anyone. Su Han directly rejected this suggestion. So what are you going to do? I want to go out. Su Han said firmly, I must escape. My life, my love, I decide for myself. Well said. Chulan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up.
Although it may sound a bit rebellious, your life really belongs to you. Parents can give you advice, but the decision-making power should be in your own hands.
Chulan, help me. Su Han immediately turned into a crying monster and begged Chulan, Can you help me run away from home, please? This isn't good, is it? Chulan hesitated. After all, it's someone else's family affair.
Although I gave you a thumbs up just now, it was just a thumbs up. I didn't say I would help you run away from home.
Snort.
Seeing Chulan hesitate, Su Han started to act like a rogue. Don't forget, I'm your tenant.
I paid you 3 months' rent. You have to be responsible for me.
Chu Lan was speechless. I give full marks to this wave of specious arguments.
All right.
Faced with Su Han's coquettishness, Chu Lan could only surrender. I'll help you.
Very good.
Su Han screamed in surprise, but soon she became a little worried. But there are 2 bodyguards watching my house. They are former Special Forces soldiers. How can you handle it?
Just leave it to me. Shu Lan said.
With the help of benefit of exercise, he has become much stronger recently and has 8-pack abs. Coupled with the mastery of Bajiquan, he should be able to take on a wave of urban soldier kings.
Then I'll wait for you. Su Han was overjoyed and a little excited. It feels like a scene in a fairy tale where the prince is about to save the princess. Very exciting.
Chu Lan brushed his teeth and washed his face, then changed into the motorcycle clothes he bought on Taobao.
Then he went to the garage, rode the Yamaha Big Devil motorcycle, put on his helmet, and headed straight to Su Han's house. Hurricane Rescue. Let us go. Chapter 25 Summer Escape.
In summer, the sun is shining brightly. Chu Lan was driving a motorcycle on the road, so cool that he had no friends.
Yamaha Big Devil is known as the writer's dream motorcycle.
It has a large displacement, a bulky body, and is made of all metal. The whole car exudes a wild style. In addition to the fact that King Arthur in Fate Zero drove this car, the protagonist in Ghost Rider 2 also rode this motorcycle to exorcise demons, showing his masculinity. Now Chu Lan was driving the car fast, naturally attracting countless eyes.
Wow! Mommy, that motorcycle is so cool.
A 5-year-old boy pulled his mother's hand, full of envy and admiration.
No, I think the person driving this car should be more handsome.
The mother looked at Chu Lan's back, and her girlish heart, which had been immersed for many years, was awakened again. At this moment, she really wanted to throw away all the shackles of morals and ethics and have a passionate love affair with this cool guy.
The Yamaha Big Devil costs more than 200,000.
A young boy who knew what was going on exclaimed.
A motorcycle is so expensive?
His girlfriend expressed confusion.
What do you think? Motorcycles are the romance of countless men.
Those who drive cars are all sissies. The young man said excitedly.
Chu Lan sped all the way.
According to the address, we arrived at Su Han's villa.
Get off. Come forward. Stop. Who are you? The bodyguard stopped Chu Lan.
Oh, I'm Su Han's friend, and I'm here to play with her.
Chu Lan did not take off his helmet, but just spoke politely to the bodyguard. No. My boss said that the lady must stay at home and is not allowed to go out, said the bodyguard. Then can I go in? Chu Lan asked again. No.
The bodyguard refused sternly.
Oh, that's offensive.
The next moment, the bodyguard suddenly realized that danger was coming, but before his body could move, Chu Lan's fist had hit his chest. Then the bodyguard's eyes went dark and he fell down.
Done. Chu Lan clenched his fists and was very satisfied with his Bajiquan. However, Chu Lan did not use too much force. He just hit a certain part of the body to make the bodyguard lose consciousness temporarily. After all, he was doing his job faithfully and didn't make any mistakes, so there's no need to take harsh measures. What happened? The door of the villa was roughly pushed open, and another bodyguard ran out upon hearing the noise. When he saw his companion lying on the ground in Chu Lan, who was wearing a helmet and had a suspicious identity, he instinctively reached into his arms for a pistol. Fuck, there's a gun. Chu Lan was startled and took the initiative without hesitation. The distance between the enemy and us is 5 steps, which is a safe distance for shooting. But the bodyguard soon tasted consternation. Chu Lan took a slight step forward and instantly shortened the distance. He used the starting posture of Bajiquan and moved horizontally on the ground. This technique, called live step, is one of the lost secrets of Bajiquan. Chu Lan slid in front of the bodyguard like the god of death, and his fist hit his chest with a strong force. Vajra 8 styles, a heavy hammer strike. The bodyguard had just taken the gun out of his arms when his chest felt like it was hit by a hammer. He coughed up a mouthful of bitter water and completely lost his ability to fight. Call. Chu Lan let out a long breath. But he was still scared to death when the bodyguard pulled out a gun. It turns out that rich people as bodyguards all carry guns. This is really an eye-opener. After checking that the bodyguard was only temporarily unconscious, Chu Lan walked into the villa. Go upstairs. I came to Su Han's room and knocked on the door. Su Han opened the door.
Shu Lan lifted up the lens of his helmet. Suhan was so excited that she almost jumped up. Shu Lan,
I'm here to pick you up.
Shu Lan smiled slightly.
Suhan looked around and asked in surprise, where are my 2 bodyguards? How did you deal with them? With my fists. Suhan couldn't believe it. My dad's bodyguards are former special forces soldiers. How could you defeat them? I almost got killed. Do your bodyguards carry guns?
Shu Lan complained.
I don't know.
Suhan was also startled, and quickly reached out to touch Chu Lan's body.
You are not hurt, right? Fortunately, I knocked him down before he drew his gun.
Let's go quickly, otherwise it will be terrible if someone comes.
Shu Lan urged. Oh, okay. Suhan nodded, turned around and took out 2 extra large suitcases from the cabinet.
Shu Lan was speechless.
Are you moving?
She's a girl, so she must have a lot of clothes.
Suhan said coquettishly.
Let me make it clear in advance that I came here on a motorcycle, and there is no place to put your 2 suitcases that are more than 1 meter long.
Shu Lan gave her a cold look. Suhan said aggrievedly, what should I do then?
Shu Lan said unhappily, choose for yourself, whether to follow me or stay here.
I'll go with you. Suhan didn't hesitate. Kindness. Shu Lan pulled Suhan out of the house.
Suhan looked down and saw her little hand being held by Shu Lan. Her fair little face suddenly turned red, like a ripe red apple.
It feels so safe. The 2 men walked out of the villa, stepped over the bodyguard's body on the ground, and sat on the Yamaha Devil one after the other. Hold me. Shu Lan said in a domineering manner.
Oh. Suhan nervously hugged Shu Lan's waist.
My heart was pounding. Oh no, it's a heart-pounding feeling. Shu Lan didn't have as many thoughts as her.
After seeing Suhan hugging him tightly, he twisted the handlebars of the motorcycle, the engine roared, and the motorcycle sped away. The speed was so fast that it was like lightning, causing Suhan behind him to scream.
Shu Lan smiled. There is a sense of excitement that the prank has been successful.
Kidnap the beautiful young lady and go on a summer escape at any time.
10 minutes later. After Su Weixin finished dealing with the company's affairs, he came back in a Maybach. Then, he looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground.
Realizing that something was wrong, he rushed to Suhan's room.
Then, a deafening roar came from the villa. Xiao Han.
The 2 unconscious bodyguards were immediately awakened by the shock. The 2 poor bodyguards had just woken up from their coma and were still having trouble breathing when Su Weixin started to scold them.
What do you 2 do? You can't even keep an eye on a girl? Boss, a man is here to take the lady away. A bodyguard said.
Yeah, the other party was a Bajiquan master.
I didn't even have time to pull out my gun before he knocked me out.
Another bodyguard also said.
Man?
Su Weixin suddenly remembered the high school student Suhan mentioned.
What does the other person look like?
He was wearing a motorcycle helmet, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but he was tall and had a very strong body.
I guess he had practiced a lot. Wilson Su was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He yelled at the 2 bodyguards, why don't you go and find the young lady?
Yes, boss. But Shu Lan was driving a motorcycle and speeding on the road with Suhan.
He suddenly remembered. I was in a hurry to go out and save Suhan today, and it seems I haven't signed in yet. This one do. Signing in every day is a good habit. Then, he was driving. Turn on the system. Then, click sign in.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward, a building of World Financial Center.
Chapter 26. You made me lose the game. World Financial Center? An entire building?
Shu Lan was so frightened that he almost drove the car into the green belt.
Oh shit. Awesome plath. Where is the World Financial Center? The economic heart of Shanghai. In this skyscraper, there are countless banks, insurance companies, and investment institutions.
It can be said that this is not only the economic heart of Magic City, but also the financial market center of the entire northern Xia Kingdom.
The whole building is his own, so how many billions would the rent alone bring in?
Not to mention, the skyscraper itself is worth at least 40 to 50 billion.
This makes Chu Lan so proud. At this moment, I have entered the era of the super rich. Kill any wealthy businessman or noble family in an instant. Suhan's rich father? Ha, in front of me, they are all ants. Shulan really didn't expect this.
The reward the system gave me was so awesome.
True love is invincible. System, I love you. Broken voice. Shulan drove Suhan back home. Yes, it is Guanlanchan number 1 villa.
Then Suhan was completely stunned.
Full of surprise. Unbelievable. Question life.
She originally planned to book a hotel to stay, but she never expected that Chulan would bring her to this place.
Where is this? Guanlanchan number 1 villa. A super luxury house worth 600 million.
As a beautiful, wealthy woman from the upper class, she naturally knew the origin of this villa.
This is the villa that many wealthy people in Shanghai dream of. Chulan, are you mistaken? Why did you come to someone else's villa?
Although he had a rough idea in his mind, Suhan still chose to struggle.
Chulan was puzzled, but this is my home.
After saying that, the gate of the villa recognized that its owner had returned and automatically opened to both sides, revealing the luxurious and unique courtyard inside.
Then Chulan drove Suhan into the villa.
The multi-story parking garage rose from the ground, and Chulan parked his motorcycle inside.
Suhan was in a state of confusion. Hey, what's wrong with you? Chulan waved in front of Suhan. Suhan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this villa really yours? How is it impossible?
Chulan laughed. Come, I'll take you around.
Then, Chulan took Suhan to visit the entire villa. Suhan came from a wealthy family and studied architectural design abroad.
She is a woman with great artistic accomplishments.
Being here is like heaven for her. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Wow. These paintings are all authentic. You actually live here? I'm really shocked. Chulan shrugged and said calmly, there are many rooms here, why don't you stay here for the time being? Okay. Suhan was overjoyed.
Living in this house that is like a work of art and being able to see the handsome Chulan every day, she is simply dreaming.
The next day, Chulan got up and signed in as usual.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward, a set of 4-bedroom apartments in Thompson 1. A property certificate and a bunch of keys appeared out of thin air and fell into his hands. Maybe because he signed a contract for a financial building yesterday, Chulan was a little bit arrogant. Even a house of the level of Thompson first class was not worth his attention.
What's more, it's not a villa.
Throwing the property certificate and keys aside, Chulan began his daily exercise.
100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats. Then run 10 kilometers.
At this time, Suhan also woke up. She was wearing a lace pajamas dress and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the room, just in time to see Chulan doing push-ups in the yard with his bare chest. Every inch of his muscles is full of beauty and strength, and the morning sun shining on his perfect body seems to be sparkling.
Woo! Suhan's face turned red. My heart is pounding. The soul is trembling.
After Chulan finished exercising, he took a nice bath and came to the living room. At this time, Suhan was reading a book.
Want to have breakfast?
Chulan was wearing a white vest, his pectoral muscles and 8 abdominal muscles were faintly visible. While wiping his hair, he gave Suhan a sunny smile. Suhan nodded with a red face, not daring to look at Chulan.
Because he has a good figure.
Suhan was so worried that she might lose her mind and do something inappropriate to this high school student.
Chulan drove Suhan to a nearby tea house.
Chulan found a seat and ordered a dozen or so breakfast items.
Then he handed the menu to Suhan and went to the bathroom. Waking up early to detox is good for your body and mind. After all, there is a saying, if you poop for half an hour every day, you will live a healthy life forever.
After Suhan ordered a few of her favorite dim sum, she stood up and tried to give the menu to the waiter.
At this moment, a young man with fashionable clothes, dyed yellow hair and earrings happened to pass by. The two men collided. Snap.
The other person's phone fell to the ground.
I'm sorry.
Suhan quickly picked up the phone and returned it to him, apologizing sincerely. But who would have thought that when the yellow-haired guy saw that he had lost the game, he immediately flew into a rage. Fuck. You made me lose the game miserably. As he said this, he pushed Suhan. Suhan, a delicate little girl, was accidentally pushed and staggered, almost falling to the ground.
The guests around saw this and started talking about it. What kind of person is this? A grown man bullies a little girl in public? Exactly.
It seems that the girl accidentally knocked his phone off his chest, causing him to lose the game. It was obviously him who was playing games and didn't pay attention to where he was going, and he still had the nerve to criticize others.
That's right. But Huang Mao didn't care about that at all. He looked at Su Han, spitting everywhere. Do you know?
I was going to win the team battle just now, but because of your touch, I lost.
I'm still playing ranked.
Su Han has been very well protected by her father since she was a child and has had little exposure to society.
How could she know how to deal with others? For a moment, I was almost crying because of being scolded.
At this time, Shulan came back.
He walked quickly forward and pulled Su Han behind him. Boyfriend Power Max. What's going on?
Shulan looked at the yellow-haired man coldly. The yellow-haired man glanced at Shulan and said, "Your girlfriend just bumped into me and caused me to lose the game."
So what do you want? Shulan asked. 1,000 yuan.
Compensate me for my mental damage. The yellow-haired man snorted coldly.
The whole audience was in an uproar. The crowd began to chatter again. Oh my, this yellow-haired guy is so shameless.
He lost the game and asked others for 1,000 yuan.
Why don't you just rob them?
That's right, if you lose the game you have to pay, you're playing a professional game.
This is just being a rogue. If it were me, I would just call the police. Huang Mao looked disdainful.
To be honest, he is wearing all branded clothes, a Rolex on his hands, Gucci on his feet, and dyeing his hair yellow cost thousands of dollars, so he is not a man who is short of money. The reason why he asked Shulan for money was simply to vent his anger and show off. Shulan didn't waste any words and directly took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the yellow-haired man.
Give.
Su Han was a little surprised.
Shulan gave the money? This is unscientific. With his skills of being able to fight against special forces alone, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for him to teach this yellow-haired guy a lesson? Even if you don't take action, this is obviously extortion. You can call the police. Why should I give in and give money? Humph, that's more like it.
Huang Mao didn't expect Shulan to agree so readily, and was a little surprised. But he still took the 1,000 yuan, feeling that his face had been saved, and walked out the door with satisfaction.
Just at this moment,
Shulan behind him said coldly,
"Stop. Chapter 27. I haven't settled this matter yet. Stop." Shulan scolded. The yellow-haired man turned around and looked at him arrogantly. Why, you're not convinced? The matter of my girlfriend causing you to lose the game is settled, but what about the matter of you pushing my girlfriend just now?
Shulan said with a cold face.
Hee, what do you want?
The yellow-haired man sneered, with a look of disdain on his face. I pushed your girlfriend, how about you push me too?
He clearly intended to act like a rogue. Huang Mao usually practices Brazilian judo and his level is good enough to compete in amateur competitions.
Naturally, he doesn't think that Shulan can defeat him.
Good. Shulan responded and stepped forward to push the yellow-haired man. Bang!
Originally, the yellow-haired man had a sneer on his face. As a result, the next moment, a powerful force made him retreat uncontrollably, and then he lost his balance and fell on his back. Shulan used the clever power of Bajiquan, exerting force lightly, and a little force was enough to move 1,000 pounds.
Ha 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 ha. Like a bastard. You deserve it.
Seeing Huang Mao fall like a turtle, the guests in the lobby burst into laughter.
After being shocked, Huang Mao became very angry. Totally irritated. He is about to explode. Fuck you. How dare you mess with me?
The yellow-haired man got up from the ground and looked at Shulan with anger on his face.
But Shulan picked up something calmly. Fu Yanjie, Jinding Property Management Company, Limited, position, Deputy General Manager, address, 68th floor, World Financial Center, 100, Century Avenue, mobile phone, XXX. That's a business card. It just fell off Huang Mao. After Shulan finished reading, he looked at Huang Mao in surprise. Is your company in the World Financial Center? And you are the Deputy General Manager? Snort. Fu Yanjie smiled. It seems that it can't be hidden anymore. I wanted to keep a low profile, but I was discovered anyway. It's a helpless situation. It looks like the common face-slapping plot in novels is about to begin. Fu Yanjie folded his hands, looking up at the sky. That's right.
And our company is responsible for the property management of the entire World Financial Center.
Do you know what this means?
It means the entire building.
I don't know how many companies will give us face. Hearing this, Suhan's face turned pale.
Jinding Property Management Company, Limited, she had heard her father mention this name. The entire World Financial Center belongs to the listed company they manage. Even my dad has to politely toast the chairman of this company when he sees him at dinner parties.
As you can imagine, what does this mean? It means connections. It means power.
Any company that rents a room in the World Financial Center has to give them some respect. No matter how rich Chulan is, he is, after all, a second-generation rich man who lives off his parents' inheritance. He can't afford to offend someone like Fu Yanjie who has a good background in connections.
Poof.
Fu Yanjie really enjoys the pleasure of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. He looked at Chulan and sneered, "Boy, don't accuse me of bullying you. As long as you kneel down and apologize to me, I can forgive you for what happened."
Hello? Is this Jinding Property Management Company?
Chulan ignored him and picked up her cell phone to make a call.
Ha? Are you calling my company? Fu Yanjie was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I say, you are not going to complain about me, are you? Ha 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 ha. Don't you know the chairman is my brother? Die laughing.
Fu Yanjie burst into laughter.
Hearing this, Su Han became even more desperate. This yellow-haired guy is actually the chairman's brother? If Chulan called to complain, wouldn't that be like hitting a rock with an egg?
Chulan ignored him and just looked at Fu Yanjie as if he were a clown, silently waiting for a response from the other end of the phone. On the other side, Jinding Property Management Company, Ltd.
Chairman Fu Xiaofeng is holding an emergency meeting. Dear directors, there is something very important that I need to inform you of today.
The World Financial Center just notified us that the ownership of the building has changed since yesterday.
The new owner is a mysterious person named Chulan. Change of ownership? This is a major matter involving tens of billions. Several directors present took a deep breath. Asked questions one after another. Director 1, Xiaofeng, are you sure the building owner has changed? Fu Xiaofeng, absolutely true. Director 2, Xiaofeng, does this mean that all the property rights will become Mr. Chulan's? Fu Xiaojie, yes. Director 3, isn't this too much? To buy a building worth tens of billions, who on earth is this Chulan? Fu Xiaojie shook his head, I don't know about this either. The identity of the new owner is very mysterious.
But what we need to know is that our company is a company that specializes in serving the World Financial Center, and 80% of our profits come from the World Financial Center. As he spoke, he paused and swept his eyes across everyone's faces. Therefore, if we want to keep our business, Mr. Chulan's attitude is extremely important. This will determine whether he will continue to entrust our company to manage it. After Fu Xiaojie finished speaking, several directors nodded repeatedly.
Indeed.
Owners have the power of life and death over property management companies.
If someone is unhappy and doesn't allow you to do your job, you have to get out.
In addition, now is the critical time when their Jinding Property and World Financial Center contracts are about to expire. If Chulan kicks them out, their company will be finished immediately. It is no exaggeration to say that Chulan's decision determines the survival of this company.
At this time,
the door of the conference room was pushed open and a pretty figure rushed in. When Fu Xiaofeng saw that it was his secretary, he immediately became furious. I was just about to scold her for trespassing into the board meeting. At this time, the secretary said anxiously, Chairman Fu, and all directors, Mr. Chulan just took the initiative to contact our company.
What?
Fu Xiaofeng was so shocked that he stood up.
Are you the new owner, Mr. Chulan?
Yes. The secretary swallowed and said, I have just confirmed with the World Financial Center.
This is indeed Mr. Chulan's mobile phone number. He said he has something to talk to you, Chairman. The call is still connected.
Fu Xiaofeng was stunned and shouted quickly, hurry up and transfer it over.
Chulan answered the phone.
Several directors were extremely nervous. They were originally discussing how to curry favor with Chulan, but they didn't expect that she would call them on her own initiative.
I don't know what to say.
If he suddenly said, you don't have to do this anymore, things would be troublesome.
After the call was transferred,
Fu Xiaofeng said in a very humble tone, Mr. Chulan, I am Fu Xiaofeng, the chairman of Jinding Property.
I am very happy to receive your call. I wonder if you have any instructions? Are you the chairman? On the other end of the phone, Chulan glanced at the arrogant Fu Yenjie and said coldly, "Do you have a younger brother named Fu Yenjie, who is the vice president of the company?" Hearing this, Fu Xiaofeng was startled and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was not a fool. As soon as Chulan opened his mouth, he knew that it was definitely Fu Yenjie who had caused some trouble. Chapter 28, one second he's a king, the next second he's a coward. Jinding Property Management Company, Ltd. The meeting room was extremely quiet. The atmosphere was also extremely solemn. Like the quiet before the storm. Especially Chairman Fu Xiaofeng, at this moment, beads of cold sweat were dripping from his forehead. Since Fu Xiaofeng was on speakerphone, the other directors could hear his conversation with Chulan. Fu Yenjie is in trouble. The director's eyes turned grim. Everyone knows the relationship between Fu Yenjie and Fu Xiaofeng. I also know how Fu Yenjie got the position of vice president. Everyone has complaints about this. One of the directors reminded coldly. Chairman, Mr. Chu is still waiting for your reply. Fu Xiaofeng's heart trembled, and he quickly smiled at Chulan on the other end of the phone. Yes, he is the vice president of our company. May I ask, did he offend you in any way? On the other end of the phone, Chulan said calmly, he told me to kneel down and apologize to him, and also said that you are his backer, and my complaint is useless. Hearing this, Fu Xiaofeng was completely stunned. If I am not satisfied with the way this matter was handled, then I think you don't need to ask about the property management of the World Financial Center anymore. After saying that, Chulan hung up the phone. Board of Directors. Dead silence. They heard Chulan's words clearly. Fu Yenjie actually asked Chulan to kneel down for him? A vice president with no power, a waste who only knows how to exploit loopholes to make money, actually dares to make their company's bread and butter kneel down to him? This is against the will of heaven. The directors stared at Fu Xiaofeng with murderous eyes. Fu Xiaofeng was so angry that he held the microphone and cursed. Fu Yenjie. What on earth have you done, you bastard? A director said coldly. Chairman, I told you long ago that people like Fu Yenjie are talentless and immoral and should not stay in the company. But you insisted on appointing him as vice president, and now we are being ruined by him. Another director was also outraged. Fu Xiaofeng. I'm making this clear today. If your brother offends Mr. Chu and causes our company to lose this important client, you will bear all the losses and responsibilities. Some directors even took advantage of his illness to kill him. If this matter cannot be handled well, I suggest that the current chairman be removed and a new one be elected. Seeing that each director wanted to kill him, Fu Xiaofeng felt like crying but had no tears. He could only grit his teeth and said to everyone, this matter is my responsibility. I will call that bastard right now. In the tea house. Fu Yenjie looked pretentious. When he saw Chulan quickly hang up the phone, he felt relieved. It seems that the company doesn't care about him at all. Only. Why did he look at himself as if he were a dead person? Fu Yenjie had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still chose to continue to pretend. Boy, why don't you call? You continue to call to complain? I can wait for you. But before he could finish his words, he heard his cell phone suddenly ringing frantically. It's really annoying when my show-off is interrupted. When he picked up the phone and looked at it, his expression changed from impatience to panic in an instant. Caller ID. Elder brother. Grass. What a coincidence. After the other party hung up the phone, the brother here called me? Could it really be related to this kid? Fu Yenjie glanced at Chulan and answered the phone carefully. Hello? Brother? There was a deafening roar from the other end of the phone. Fu Yenjie. Damn your mother. What the hell have you done, you bastard? Fu Yenjie was confused. I didn't react for a moment to what Fu Xiaofeng was saying. Fu Xiaofeng continued to curse, you bastard. How dare you ask Mr. Chu to kneel down and apologize? Do you know that he is the new owner of the World Financial Center? Are you really that brave? The new owner of the World Financial Center? Fu Yenjie was dumbfounded. Bro, you are kidding me, right? Brother, listen to my explanation. I asked him to kneel down and apologize, but this matter was not my fault in the first place. Fu Yenjie tried to explain. But Fu Xiaofeng didn't care about that. He yelled, shut up. Now, immediately, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Chu. Ah,
A man's knees are made of gold, so Fu Yinjie immediately refused to do it.
brother, I am the vice president of the company after all. How can I kneel down in public? This is too embarrassing. Asshole. Fu Xiaofeng was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone.
He really wanted to tear apart this guy who was always causing trouble but could not do anything good. If it weren't for his biased parents who insisted on making him take care of this loser, such a big mess wouldn't have happened today. Looking at the grim looks of the directors around him, Fu Xiaofeng swallowed. He knew that if he failed to handle this matter well today and made Chu Lan unhappy, he would no longer be able to serve as chairman.
Fu Yinjie, from now on, you are no longer the vice president of our company.
Fu Xiaofeng said coldly.
What? When Fu Yinjie heard this, he was completely stunned and shouted, "Brother, what are you doing? I am your brother.
It's only because you're my brother that I haven't pursued you for taking advantage of the company's loopholes to make money over the years. Just based on what you've done, you should be sent to jail for 7 or 8 years.
Fu Yinjie was shocked. Brother.
I'll say it again, apologize to Mr. Chu immediately and ask for his forgiveness, otherwise don't blame me for disregarding family ties.
Fu Xiaofeng said without question. Ah. Fu Yinjie was completely paralyzed. With a plop. Kneel directly in front of Chu Lan. The whole audience was in an uproar. What's going on? 1 second he was so arrogant, but the next second he was as cowardly as a dog? Kneel down directly? Just because this guy made a phone call, he knelt down? What's the background of this extremely handsome guy?
Su Han was also a little stunned. She didn't expect that the slap in the face came so fast like a tornado.
This yellow-haired guy is extremely arrogant. A look of a crazy and cool Long Out Yin mode. Result.
Chu Lan made a phone call and said a few words, and the situation was reversed.
Isn't this too outrageous? What is his background and identity? Fu Yinjie said tremblingly, Chu. Mr. Chu.
I didn't recognize the great man just now.
I am really sorry.
I hope you can be magnanimous, and forgive me. Chu Lan had a cold face and said nothing. He just looked down at him as if he was looking down at an ant.
Bang!
The next moment, Fu Yinjie slapped himself hard in the face.
I deserve to die. Snap. Another slap. I don't know the real thing. Snap. Another slap. I'm just an idiot. Pa pa pa.
Fu Yinjie cursed himself and slapped himself madly. The onlookers around were all dumbfounded.
This scene, this style. How similar is it to the scene in a TV drama where a eunuch slaps himself? The smell is too strong. But it's a bit addictive. Chapter 29, Slap Yourself 30 Times.
After Fu Yinjie slapped himself a dozen times, Chu Lan called for a stop.
At this time, Fu Yinjie's face was swollen like a pig's head.
He slapped himself with all his strength, even harder than he slapped others.
There is no other way.
If Chu Lan doesn't forgive him, not only will his position as vice president be in jeopardy, but his own brother will also send him to prison for the sake of justice. As long as Big Boss Chu Lan can vent his anger, he would be willing to not only slap him in the face, but even run up to lick his shoes.
Chu Lan waved his hand and said, Okay, I'm not some bully.
You pushed my girlfriend, now you kneel down and slap yourself in the face to apologize, then we're cleared.
Ah. Fu Yinjie was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Mr. Chu was so generous that he let me go? I was so arrogant towards him just now. No, this must be a sarcasm. How could Chu Lan, who holds the power of life and death over him, be able to accomplish things so easily? No, it's not enough, it's my fault.
As he said this, Fu Yinjie slapped himself.
Snap. I am arrogant and bad, I deserve to be beaten. Snap. Another slap. Then.
Fu Yinjie slapped himself in the face one after another. Chu Lan was speechless. Why do you think this person is so self-abusive that he is addicted to slapping himself? The scene was awkward for a while.
Snap, snap, snap.
The sound of applause continued. After 30 slaps, Fu Yinjie was tired and stopped to catch his breath. His face was now so swollen that it was unbearable to look at. His lips were swollen like 2 sausages.
His originally handsome face no longer looked human at all.
Several children were so scared that they thought aliens were invading the earth and burst into tears on the spot.
Shulan shook his head inside. Why are you doing this?
I told you that the matter is over, but you still want to beat yourself up like this.
How are you going to go out in the future? Fu Yanjie. So, you were sincere when you asked me to stop just now? So all the hard work I put into beating myself just now was completely in vain? Think of this.
Crystal clear tears rolled down the corners of Fu Yanjie's eyes.
Shulan continued, I always keep my word. If I ask you to kneel down and apologize, you must kneel down and apologize. If I tell you to stop, then you can stop. Yes.
Fu Yanjie felt like crying but had no tears.
Give the phone to Mr. Chu.
At this time, Fu Xiaofeng's voice rang from the phone next to him. Yes, this brother monitored the entire process of his younger brother completing the feat of slapping himself 30 times. The sounds were so pleasant to the ears and touching.
Mr. Chu. Fu Yanjie handed the phone to Chu Lan. Hello?
Fu Xiaofeng said in a flattering tone, Mr. Chu, regarding the World Financial Center under your name, I wonder if our cooperation can continue.
Let's talk about it later. Chu Lan replied calmly. Okay.
Fu Xiaofeng was tactful enough to stop talking.
He didn't expect Chu Lan to agree right away.
After all, it was that bastard Fu Yanjie who offended him, so it was impossible for Mr. Chu to feel relieved all of a sudden. But at least there is a glimmer of hope. Although Chu Lan did not agree to renew the contract, he did not refuse on the spot, proving that there is still room for things to turn around. Mr. Chu, I will definitely bring this bastard Fu Yanjie to your house to apologize.
Please don't be angry with this bastard anymore, it's not worth it.
Fu Xiaofeng said respectfully.
Kindness. Chu Lan hung up the phone and took Su Han back to his seat to continue drinking tea. Mr. Chu, here is your 1,000 yuan.
Suddenly remembering something, Fu Yanjie returned the 1,000 yuan he had extorted to Chu Lan with both hands.
Chu Lan took a look and waved his hand, saying, Keep it for yourself. I'm always very careful with my money. This money is my girlfriend's compensation for knocking your phone off. Take it to see a doctor. Fu Yanjie quickly expressed his gratitude. And Chu Lan added, Can you please get out of the way?
Your appearance here really spoils our appetite.
Oh. Fu Yanjie quickly rolled away.
The matter was over, but the crowd around were still paying attention to Chu Lan's table.
Oh my god, this guy is amazing. What is his identity? Didn't you hear?
The entire World Financial Center belongs to him.
What? The entire World Financial Center?
Yes, otherwise why would the vice president of the property company kneel down to a young man like him?
Fuck, this pretentious slap in the face is more dramatic than any funny joke. The waiter brought tea.
Chu Lan poured a glass for Su Han and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry for saying you were my girlfriend just now, but I had to say so in a hurry at that time. Su Han blushed and shook her head.
Young man, I really hope you will be my boyfriend. Of course, it's better to just say this in your heart.
As a fair, wealthy and beautiful girl, Su Han was taught from childhood that girls should be well-mannered, so she would not reveal her feelings easily.
By the way, the entire World Financial Center building belongs to you?
Su Han remembered something and asked in shock.
Chu Lan smiled very charmingly, yes. Is this also the inheritance your parents left you? Kindness. That's amazing.
The shock in Su Han's heart took a long time to subside.
Who on earth are Chu Lan's parents? They actually have such a huge fortune. The next day, Chu Lan opened his eyes and clicked to sign in.
Ding, sign in successfully, rewarded with 28% equity of Durkin Law Firm, the third largest shareholder.
Shares again.
Chu Lan was pleasantly surprised. Takeo Catering Group, Abyss Gaming Company, plus the Durkin Law Firm, he now owns shares in 3 companies.
That's really awesome. This time the reward is for a law firm, which is very useful.
Now that Chu Lan is worth a lot of money and has so many assets under his name, the things he needs to deal with and the troubles he needs to cope with will also increase.
If you have to handle everything yourself, then you probably won't have to do anything but go to the court every day.
Originally, Chu Lan was considering hiring a law firm to handle his legal affairs.
But now, the system has sent him the reward of being the third largest shareholder of Durkin Law Firm. True love is invincible. System, I love you. I wonder how strong this Dujin law firm is. Chu Lan checked on the internet. I almost got too cocky. Durkin Law Firm is the top law firm ranked number 1 in Shanghai.
It has more than 1,000 lawyers, agents, and professionals, with more than 5,000 employees worldwide. Last year, it won the Top 10 Law Firm Award. In the country, since law firms adopt a partnership system, equity is very difficult to obtain.
Not to mention a top law firm like Dujin.
If it weren't for the power of the system, Shulan estimated that no matter how much he offered, it would be difficult to get 28% of the shares of Dujin Law Firm.
Thumbs up for the system. At the same time,
the partners of Durkin Law Firm are discussing Shulan, the mysterious shareholder.
Chapter 30. The partners came to visit and were shocked. At Durkin Law Firm,
founder and major shareholder Chen Chao is chatting with partner Haoran. Haoran said to Chen Chao, "Old Chen, 28% of the law firm's shares have now been transferred to a new shareholder named Shulan."
"What did you say? Are you kidding me?" Chen Chao couldn't believe it. "Who are you kidding?"
Haoran continued, "Currently, this new shareholder holds 28% of the shares, second only to your 32% and my 28.6%.
You only have 0.6% more shares than him?"
Chen Chao was a little surprised. Chen Chao is the founder of this law firm. He is in his 50s and has a very high emotional intelligence. He has strong insight both in business and in human relationships.
It was also under his leadership that Dujin Law Firm became the top-ranked law firm in Shanghai.
At this time, he was thinking about the possible impact of this equity change. However, he could not remember how he could have allowed himself to be sold to someone outside the legal circle. But soon, under the power of the system, he shook his head and stopped worrying about it.
Chen Chao looked up at Haoran and said, "Now that Shulan has acquired 28% of the law firm's shares, what do you think?"
Haoran said, "This Shulan was able to buy shares in our law firm, which shows that his background is definitely not simple.
I think we can go visit him and find out his background." Chen Chao nodded, "Yeah, I think so too." Soon,
Shulan received a call from Chen Chao, saying that he wanted to visit him. Shulan thought that Suhan had a friend coming back from abroad, and she would go to the airport to pick him up instead of staying at the villa, so she agreed.
Chen Chao smiled politely and said, "Sorry to bother you, but where is your home?" "Guanlinchan Villa number 1.
Ah. When Chen Chao heard this address, he was a little confused.
Guanlinchan number 1 villa? That top-notch mansion worth 600 million? Shulan actually lives there. The two did not dare to delay and drove to the destination quickly.
Looking at the tall and imposing walls and the Versailles-like villa in front of them, the two legal bigwigs were all stunned.
Does Shulan really live here?
At this time, Shulan called.
"Lawyer Chen, where are you?"
Chen Chao was still in shock mode, and said with a trembling voice, "We are at the door."
"Oh, wait a minute, I'll open the door for you."
Soon, the door opened. A handsome young man, whose looks beat 90% of his peers, was standing behind the door with a smile.
"Hello, where's your dad?" Chen Chao thought that the new shareholder was Chulan's father. "My father died very early." "You guys are looking for a new shareholder for the Dujin Law Firm, right?" "I am that person." Chulan took out the equity transfer documents given by the system.
After Chen Chao took it and checked it, he looked up at Chulan with a look of surprise on his face. "Are you Mr. Chulan?"
"Yes." Shulan nodded.
Chen Chao and Haoran took a deep breath. At the age of 18, just graduated from high school, he lives in a luxury house worth 600 million yuan and is the third largest shareholder of the number 1 law firm in Shanghai.
"What were you doing when you were 18?
At that time, Chen Chao failed to confess his love to the class beauty. Haoran is still a non-mainstream person who likes to use Martian language when chatting on QQ.
Comparing yourself to others is like comparing yourself to a dead person. Shulan welcomed the two people into the house and went to make tea for them.
Chen Chao came close to Haoran and whispered, "To be able to live in such a mansion and buy shares in our law firm, the power behind this young man must be extraordinary."
Haoran tried to ask, "How about we find out later?" "Don't do that."
Chen Chao's face changed, and he quickly said, "Top wealthy families like this are most afraid of people prying into their details. If Shulan wants us to know, he will naturally tell us." Shulan came back and poured tea for the two of them kindly.
Shulan has a rather introverted personality and isn't very good at chatting with adults.
Chen Chao and Haoran were afraid of Chulan's background and did not dare to chat casually. The three of them had an awkward chat. In the end, the visit ended in an awkward atmosphere. When leaving, Chen Chao said very respectfully,
"Brother Chulan, we are partners from now on. We are all in the same boat. Dujin Law Firm, I will trouble you for help in the future."
You're welcome. Shulan said a few polite words and sent them away.
Chen Xiao and Hao Ren drove away.
Chen Xiao said seriously, Shu Lan's identity is definitely not simple. I'm afraid that with his background and strength, we all have to look up to him.
Hao Ren said nothing.
He felt that his self-esteem was seriously hurt. Whether in court or in real life, Hao Ren is a show-off. But today, after seeing Shu Lan's home and visiting the 3 luxury cars in his garage, he didn't even dare to say a word. This crushing pressure from money made him realize how insignificant he was. After Chen Xiao and Hao Ren left,
Shu Lan had nothing to do, so he went online to take his sister to the dungeon.
After clearing several high-level dungeons in a row, all bosses were defeated with one strike. Meng Meizi reached level 70, wearing a set of purple dungeon gear, making others envious. Strangely, Meng Meizi rarely spoke much today. She is usually a chatterbox, always calling herself a great person, so why did she become a depressed little girl today?
In fact, Meng Meizi was thinking about life.
She was sure that she liked the young and handsome Chu Lan. But it seems that I also like the great Gadi Dao Shura who is full of boyfriend power.
It's such a hard decision.
Later, they encountered a hostile force in the wild, a 5-man pioneering team. Chu Lan didn't say much, and directly took them away with a combination of charge and sword slash. There was nothing much to say.
Being invincible is so lonely.
Chu Lan found it boring, so he said something to Meng Meizi and logged off.
Continue to be bored. Suddenly I remembered that I haven't visited the World Financial Center since I acquired it. Why don't I take advantage of the free time now to inspect my territory? Just do it. Driving a Bugatti Veyron westward, we arrived at the World Financial Center. Shu Lan looked up.
Seeing it with my own eyes, I was still shocked by this skyscraper. This core building located in the financial center has 101 floors and a total area of 381,600 square meters.
It is a truly top-notch office building. The cheapest rent here is over 15 yuan per square meter per day.
The rent for a month is at least over 100,000 yuan. Ordinary small and medium-sized companies simply cannot afford to rent such an office building.
The companies that can rent here are all top-notch companies that make a fortune every day.
They need to rent this kind of top-notch office building to decorate their storefronts, and they will appear extremely pretentious if they write XX Floor, World Financial Center on their business cards. If a person shows off, he will be beaten, but if a company shows off, it will be praised.
If it sounds good, it's the company image. If it sounds bad, it's just a scam buff. Chu Lan parked the car and walked into the lobby.
I was almost blinded by this extremely luxurious decoration style.
Sharp. Chu Lan's soul was trembling.
Although he is rich now, Chu Lan had not seen much of the world when he was a child, so he couldn't help but feel a little weak in the knees when he saw such a wealthy scene.
Even if it's your own building. Hey! You!
A security guard came over.
Chapter 31, Su Han's Friends Enforcement. Chu Lan looked at the security guard.
This familiar smell, does it mean that I am going to encounter the common plot in novels where the little security guard gets slapped in the face after showing off?
Are you here to look for someone? Your parents?
But the security guard's tone was very kind, and he didn't look down on Chu Lan at all just because of his old clothes.
Well. This surprised Chu Lan. What happened to the promise of looking down on others and pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face?
The author of these plots, come out here or I'll beat your head off. The world is still beautiful. Chu Lan was about to speak when he suddenly heard a scream from behind.
Ha! Is that Mr. Chu? This voice seems familiar. Turn your head and look. Then he saw a young man with dyed yellow hair and wearing a suit standing behind him.
It was Fu Yanjie who slapped himself 30 times in the tea house yesterday. At this time, his face was still a little swollen and covered with medical gauze, and he did not look as handsome as before. Seeing Fu Yanjie appear, the security guard's face changed, and he hurriedly said respectfully,
Boss Fu.
Fu Yanjie ignored him, rushed forward, nodded and bowed, trying to hold Chu Lan's hand.
Mr. Chu. Why didn't you tell me you were here?
Fu Yanjie had a flattering smile on his face.
Ah.
The security guard was a little confused.
Isn't Fu Yanjie famous for being arrogant and the one who looks down on others? Why does this boy look like a pug when I see him today?
Chu Lan smiled slightly and did not shake hands with him.
Obviously still a little angry.
Fu Yanjie was a little embarrassed, but still tried his best to please Chu Lan. Yesterday he not only knelt down and slapped himself in the face in front of Chulan, but was also beaten up by his brother when he returned home. He was beaten and scolded, and even his parents didn't dare to persuade him. After all, I almost caused the company to go bankrupt yesterday. If Lord Chulan had not been so magnanimous, he would have probably been tortured to death by his own brother this time. Even now, I have been demoted. Mr. Chu, why did you think of coming here today? I was bored, so I came to take a look. Would you like to come and visit our company? Can. After saying that, Chulan followed Fu Yenjie into the elevator. The security guard was disheveled in the wind. Who is this young man? Even forcing Wang Fu Yenjie to be so respectful to him? Bite. The elevator reached the 50-plus floors. Come to the property company. When the company's beautiful front desk lady and countless employees saw Fu Yenjie and a handsome young man appear, and the former's posture was like an old eunuch in feudal society, they all expressed shock. This is Fu Yenjie. I wish I could turn my nose up to the sky and force the king to do it. The guy who is usually extremely arrogant in the company and the younger brother of the company chairman would actually have such an attitude? So how awesome is this boy's identity? The employees discussed in low voices. Who is that handsome guy? Why do I feel like a big leader is here to inspect? But isn't this too young? She looks like a student. I have to say, he's really handsome. At this time, Chairman Fu Xiaofeng came out of the office. I just happened to see my younger brother leading a young man towards this side. Yan Jie? Who is next to him? The next moment, when he saw Lan's face clearly, his mouth opened wide. This is Mr. Chulan? The owner of this building. Fu Xiaofeng was extremely excited. He walked up to Chulan and said excitedly, Mr. Chu. Who are you? Chulan asked doubtfully. This is my brother, Fu Xiaofeng, who is also the chairman of the company. Fu Yenjie introduced. Oh. Chulan nodded, very coldly. Seeing his tone, Fu Xiaofeng thought that he must still be angry about what happened yesterday. So he hurriedly said sincerely, Mr. Chu, I wonder if you have time tonight to honor me. I would like to invite you to have a meal at the hotel on the 79th floor of the building. I would like to sincerely apologize to you for what happened to my brother. Hearing this, the employees around were shocked. Our own chairman actually took the initiative to invite others to dinner to apologize, and his attitude was so respectful. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. Chulan was about to speak when his cell phone rang. 10 minutes ago. Starbucks at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. Two gorgeous girls were drinking coffee and chatting. One of them is naturally the super cute Miss Su Han. The other one is a mature lady with a hot body and wavy curly hair. This queen is Su Han's best friend, Sun Yenshan, whom she is going to pick up at the airport today. What? You said you are living with a man now? What? You said he was a high school student? What? You said you liked him very much? When Suhan talked about running away from home, living with Chulan, and that Chulan was only 18 years old, Sun Yenshan was completely stunned. Hey, keep your voice down, everyone around is looking at you. Suhan's face turned as red as a tomato, but full of sweet shyness. Seeing her infatuated look, Sun Yenshan's face suddenly turned dark. Suhan only said that Chulan was handsome, but did not say how rich he was. Therefore, in Sun Yenshan's opinion, Suhan is just a simple and naive girl. Her family is so rich, and Chulan's approach to her is purely a gigolo trying to deceive rich women. No, I have to save this lost girl. Sun Yenshan's mind was racing. Finally figured out a solution. Hanin, I just returned home today. Shall we go clubbing tonight to celebrate? Ha? You don't usually go to that kind of place? Suhan asked puzzledly. How could she know that Sun Yenshan was deliberately trying to sting the law? Well, I've been abroad for a long time, so my lifestyle and hobbies will definitely change. Sun Yenshan found an excuse. Suhan frowned. I don't want to go to that kind of place. I already have someone I like. Sun Yenshan snorted and said, what does this have to do with going to the bar? Now that you haven't officially confirmed your relationship, you're not even boyfriend and girlfriend, so how can he interfere with you? Suhan still frowned. No, you should go by yourself, I want to go back to find him. Sun Yenshan sighed deliberately. Alas, now our Hanin has grown up, doesn't love me anymore, and is not afraid that I will go to the bar alone and something will happen.
Wouldn't it be okay if you didn't go?
Hey, Hanin, my dear sister, please go with me, just once.
But I don't want to. Su-han was still a little reluctant. But I was a little embarrassed to refuse firmly. Seeing the opportunity, Sun Yenshan rolled her eyes and said what she really thought. How about this? You ask your handsome boy to come with you. Will you feel relief then? Su-han was quite happy at the thought of going clubbing with Chulan. Then I'll ask him first.
As he spoke, Su-han called Chulan's cell phone.
Then, Chulan, who was checking his own territory at the World Financial Center, received a call from Su-han. Go clubbing? Sure, I've never been there before anyway.
Chulan was a bit insensitive and had no idea that this was a sting operation by Su-han's best friend.
Ask your bestie what time and where she is? Su-han asked Sun Yenshan.
Tell the young man, 8:30, at the Love Bar.
Sun Yenshan said.
Chulan thought about it and remembered that the bar seemed to be near the World Financial Center, about 5 minutes walk away, just in time for her to go there after dinner with Fu Xiaofeng and the others.
Okay, I'll come see you later. Chulan said. Chapter 32. Sister, are your eyes uncomfortable? 8:30 p.m.
There are already many young people coming to the Qingnong bar to enjoy a night out. But when they passed by the door, their eyes would unconsciously look to the side of the door.
Because there were two top beauties standing there. Su-han and Sun Yenshan.
The two young ladies are so beautiful that they can compete with celebrities. They are simply the most beautiful girls in the whole audience. It makes men cry and makes women feel ashamed.
Look! Aren't those two girls so beautiful? Yeah, it's like being a star.
I feel like even celebrities aren't as good looking as them.
Why don't you ask for WeChat? You're so stupid. Would someone of his rank be interested in a bunch of us? 2. Passers-by looked at the two women and talked in low voices. Su-han felt a little embarrassed. Chen Yenshan simply ignored it. After all, I've gotten used to it. Xiaohan, why hasn't your boyfriend arrived yet?
Chen Yenshan looked at her watch and said impatiently.
Su-han raised 2 fingers.
First, he's not my boyfriend.
We're just in the ambiguous stage at best.
Second, you were the one who insisted on asking him to come, so we should wait a while.
Okay, our Hanin now values women over friendship. Chen Yenshan teased. Su-han raised her head proudly.
Chen Yenshan shook her head, thinking that this girl was hopeless and had been bewitched to the point of losing her mind.
We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already defending him like this? That Chulan is handsome? Chen Yenshan asked tentatively. Very handsome. Su-han nodded affirmatively, and
she was just about to say that Chulan was not only handsome, but also had a very rich family, lived in a villa worth 600 million yuan, drove a Ferrari Enzo and a Bugatti Veyron, and was a shareholder of several companies.
But the words haven't been spoken yet. A figure appeared in their sight. Ah! Here he comes. Su-han pointed forward excitedly. Which one?
Chen Yenshan stretched her neck and looked expectantly. Chen Yenshan wants to see how handsome this young hunk of meat is in real life, as he can make her best friend so fascinated.
Finally, in expectant eyes, Chulan came into her sight. So handsome. This is Chen Yenshan's first impression.
But his clothes are so bad, he doesn't look like someone from a good family.
This is Chen Yenshan's second impression.
Chulan also wanted to drive his own sports car here, but he thought that the World Financial Center was only a few steps away, and it would be faster to walk than to get the car from the garage.
So I walked directly over. After all, not everyone likes to show off. Chulan. Seeing Chulan, Su-han waved to him hurriedly.
Her cheeks were slightly flushed and her face was full of excitement.
Just like a young girl in love. Hi. Chulan also waved.
Passers-by who saw the scene at the door of the bar all looked sideways. This top beauty, whose looks and figure beat 90% of the girls in Shanghai, is actually showing off her love in public.
Do you still treat single people as human beings? Do you know that every time a couple shows off their affection, a group of singles get hurt? Or a critical hit? Have you been waiting for a long time?
Chulan walked up to the two girls and scratched his head embarrassedly.
No. Su-han introduced Chen Yenshan next to her. This is my good friend Chen Yenshan, who just came back from studying in France. Hello.
Shulan extended his hand politely.
Hello, let's go in and play. Chen Yenshan did not shake hands with him. Instead, she gave him a teasing smirk, took Su-han's arm and walked towards the bar.
Shulan was a little confused.
I always feel that this sister is a bit hostile towards me? But I followed him into the bar anyway.
The Qingnong bar was filled with deafening heavy metal music, and men and women were dancing wildly. This was the first time Shulan had come to such a place.
Here, wine glasses clink and lights flicker, making people feel a little dizzy and a little lost. The three of them ordered a few drinks.
Since Shulan had just graduated from high school, he only ordered a glass of orange soda.
Chen Yenshan glanced at him. Drink soda? Looks like a good kid, huh? But you are just pretending. Just to pretend to be innocent in front of Su-han. But don't think you can fool me, Chen Yenshan, like this. I'm a smart guy.
Now we all know that the most popular character is the little puppy, because it can easily arouse women's maternal instinct and desire to protect. Obviously, you, Shulan, are pretending to be like this on purpose to cheat the mom fans out of their money.
You are so vicious. Look, I'm going to tear off your mask right now. Let's go dance. Chen Yenshan suggested. But I can't dance. Shulan frowned. Just stand there and shake your head. Chen Yenshan said. Oh.
The three of them ran to the dance floor and started dancing.
Shulan and Su-han had never been to a bar before and didn't know how to dance. They just stood there shaking their heads around. Although they didn't dance well, they still had a lot of fun.
They smiled at each other and kept feeding Chen Yenshan with dog food.
Chen Yenshan was extremely angry. It's time to take action. The plan for tonight is simple.
Pretending to be a green tea bitch to seduce Shulan, then taking a picture of his true face and showing it to Su-han, making her completely disappointed.
Then, as Chen Yenshan danced, she would always rub against Shulan intentionally or unintentionally. Shulan noticed Chen Yenshan's little action and couldn't help but frowned. He seemed to realize that Su-han, his best friend, wanted to attack him. And looking at Su-han again.
That stupid girl was still shaking her head, totally unaware that there was a patch of green on her head. Shulan had no choice but to keep his distance from Chen Yenshan. But no matter how hard she tried, Chen Yenshan always found a chance to be close to him.
Shulan. Chen Yenshan was very proud. I am a hot girl and a veteran in flirting with men. When I was studying abroad, I don't know how many big guys couldn't resist her flirtation. I will personally attack you. I wonder if I can catch you, a pretty boy. Chen Yenshan's psychological activities are as above.
At the same time, he felt a little sorry for Su-han. Hanin, forgive me, I am doing this for your own good.
Thinking of this, I was almost moved by my own loyalty.
Chen Yenshan moved closer to Shulan again. This time, the finishing skill was also activated.
Flirting. Chen Yenshan blinked her beautiful eyes.
If there were special effects at this moment, she would see countless little hearts flying towards Shulan's face.
Who can withstand this wave? However, Shulan frowned and said, Sister, are your eyes uncomfortable? Why do you keep blinking? Puff. Chen Yenshan staggered and almost rolled off the stage. After hearing Shulan's words, Su-han actually believed them and hurried forward to ask with concern, Yenshan, what's wrong with your eyes? It's okay, I'm going to the bathroom to calm down.
After saying that, Chen Yenshan went to the bathroom silently.
Lock the door.
He took out a stuffed rabbit from his bag and started beating it madly to vent his frustration.
Just like Nini's mother in Crayon Shinchan. Shulan. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so high level that you can even withstand my flirting. Chapter 33, Fishing Law Enforcement failed again. After beating the bunny doll in the toilet,
Chen Yenshan turned back into her usual gentle young lady self, with a Mona Lisa-like smile on her face. As she walked back to the bar, she summed up the reasons for her failure. The reason why that guy was able to resist my damn charm is not because he is such a gentleman.
It's because Hanin is by his side. Yes, that must be the case. Hanin is by his side, so it's hard for him to cheat. Ha ha ha, I see. Why didn't I think of that just now? I was so careless.
Thinking of this, Chen Yenshan's confidence value plus 100. In the following sting operation, as long as Hanin is not with that damn Shulan, I can expose that guy's true colors.
Snort.
When I returned to my seat, Suhan was not there. Only Chulan was there, drinking juice with his head down.
Chen Yanshan asked curiously, "Where's Hanin?" "I went outside to make a phone call." Chen Yanshan's eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. Then,
she looked charming and attractive, sitting next to Chulan, inadvertently revealing her white and slender legs under her skirt. At the same time, he sighed in his heart.
"Hey, Hanin, I really spent a lot for you." At the same time, secretly turn on the mobile phone video.
Then she showed Chulan an ambiguous expression and said in a voice that was so sweet that it exploded, "Brother Chulan, I find you are really handsome."
Chulan shuddered all over and managed to smile. "Really?" "Yes, I want to chat with you." Forehead.
Chen Yanshan began to look shy. "Let me tell you a secret, I found myself in love with a boy, but I dare not tell him."
Original. According to the normal routine, Chulan should ask, "Why?"
Then Chen Yanshan could look at him lovingly and say, "Because I found out that my best friend likes him too."
Is this hint obvious enough? It's not over yet.
If Chulan remained silent, she would say in the most pitiful tone, "But I really like that boy, I fell in love with him at first sight. It doesn't matter even if we are just doing it secretly."
Perfect. In this case, which man would not fall? Result.
What Chulan said was,
"Ha ha 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 ha, who is so unlucky?" Puff. Chen Yanshan almost vomited blood. Fishing enforcement overturned X2. I use loneliness to trick you, but you keep tricking me back? Who is so unlucky? The man I like is unlucky? Explain it to me clearly. At this time,
Suhan came back from outside and saw Chulan and Chen Yanshan sitting there without talking.
She asked in surprise, "Huh? What happened to you two? Why does the atmosphere seem a little weird?"
Chulan laughed and said, No, we were having a great time chatting."
Happy sister.
Chen Yanshan wants to go to the toilet to beat the rabbit.
Damn it.
In my more than 20 years of life, I have never felt such frustration.
I've tried my best, but I still can't handle a high school student like you who is not very worldly wise. What a failure. For a moment, Chen Yanshan fell into deep depression. At the same time, I also decided to calm down for a while. This kid's level is too high. First go to the toilet and beat up the rabbit to relieve the anger in your heart. I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Yanshan just stood up.
A man with ordinary appearance but well dressed and wearing a famous watch came over, holding 2 glasses of red wine, and smiled at Chen Yanshan.
"Excuse me, beautiful lady. I'm the owner of this bar. People call me Master King. I wonder if I could buy you a drink." This young Master King's lips curled slightly and his tone was frivolous.
As soon as he opened his mouth, it was obvious that he was an experienced flirter.
From the moment Chen Yanshan and Suhan walked into the bar, he noticed these two stunning beauties.
Compared to the pure Suhan, King prefers the mature and sexy Chen Yanshan, so he seizes the opportunity and starts to strike up a conversation with her.
As for Chulan, sorry, Master King didn't take it seriously at all. Because he saw the clothes Chulan was wearing, he thought they were super cheap goods from Taobao where you could buy 2 for 20 yuan and get a pair of socks for free. There's no threat at all. However,
Chen Yanshan's anger has reached its peak and she is about to go to the toilet to beat the rabbit.
As a result, this guy came over to show off without knowing what was good for him.
Chen Yanshan was so angry that she started to criticize him directly.
"Fuck you. Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? You think you can seduce me with your face? Go back and get plastic surgery. Make yourself as handsome as him before you come back."
As she said this, she pointed her finger at Chulan who was sitting in the seat. Chulan was confused.
King is furious. Being ugly is a hurdle that he cannot get over.
But saying that a man is ugly or incompetent is the biggest insult to a man. Moreover, according to the unwritten rules of nightclubs, when someone flirts with you, it is, to some extent, a recognition of your appearance. Directly mocking the other person's appearance like Chen Yanshan did can be said to be a very bad behavior. But Chen Yanshan was so angry that she didn't care about these things.
When a woman gets angry, she doesn't care about the consequences. Whoever bumps into her will be unlucky. Unfortunately, young Master King is this unlucky guy. He instantly became furious. "Damn it, you stinky bitch, you don't want to be shameless when I give you the face, right?"
King was furious and reached out to grab Chen Yanshan.
Chen Yanshan was startled and stepped back quickly. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Young Master King sneered. He thought he was the owner of a bar and his father was a well-connected person in Shanghai, so he didn't take Chen Yanshan seriously at all.
Shameless you, I'll get you into my bed right now.
After saying that, he went forward to pull Chen Yanshan.
Chen Yanshan struggled and shouted, "Stop!
My dad is the general manager of Ruifeng Group.
If you dare to mess around, my dad will not let you go." General manager of Ruifeng Group? Hearing this, Master King laughed again.
It was as if I heard a joke.
Don't even mention you, the general manager of Ruifeng Group. Even if the CEO of Ruifeng Group comes, he has to toast my dad and call him Brother Cohen. Brother Cohen?
Chen Yanshan remembered something and her face suddenly turned pale.
Yes, my name is Wang Xiaotian, and Wang Cohen is my father. Hearing this,
Chen Yanshan was completely stunned.
She had often heard her father mention Wang Cohen's name.
He has shares in half of the KTVs, bars, and nightclubs in Shanghai. He has connections in both the black and white worlds, and even many officials have to look up to him for favor. It is said that someone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau wanted to get rid of Wang Cohen at that time, but after just a few phone calls, the senior official who wanted to get rid of Wang Cohen was fired.
This guy is actually Wang Cohen's son? Are you scared? Wang Xiaotian caught the fear on Chen Yanshan's face and was immediately very proud. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now?
Wang Xiaotian walked up to Chen Yanshan with a sneer and reached out to pull her arm.
Just then. Stop!
Chulan shouted loudly, stood up suddenly, pulled Chen Yanshan behind him, and then looked directly at Wang Xiaotian.
Chapter 34. Who is your dad?
Chulan looked straight at Wang Xiaotian without any fear in his eyes.
Instead, he is 3 parts arrogant and 7 parts pretentious. Wang Xiaotian's face suddenly turned cold. You dare to stop me? Don't you know who my father is?
Chulan's handsome face was cold. I don't care who your father is, she is my friend, you can't bully her. If it were in the past, Chulan would not dare to provoke this kind of evil young man.
But considering his current net worth, and with lawyer Dujin helping him solve his legal problems, should he still be afraid of this guy? Very good.
Wang Xiaotian laughed in anger. It seems that I, young Master King, haven't taken action for too long.
Now anyone dares to step on my head, right? Idiot.
Chulan glanced at him coldly.
You're looking for death. Wang Xiaotian was furious and rushed forward. Chulan was not in a hurry.
When Wang Xiaotian's fist was about to fall on his face, he moved. His left hand easily pushed away Wang Xiaotian's fist, and with his right hand, he pressed his head hard against the granite table.
Bang! Wang Xiaotian's not-so-handsome face came into close contact with the granite table.
The drinks and snacks on the table were scattered all over the floor.
Ah!
Wang Xiaotian covered his nose and his face was covered in blood.
I'm going to kill you.
Wang Xiaotian covered his nose with one hand and pointed at Chulan with the other hand and roared, "Someone come quickly!
Catch him for me!"
As soon as the boss spoke, the security guards who were watching over the bar came over.
When seeing Wang Xiaotian's appearance, everyone was stunned. Wow, he even dares to hit young Master King? Where did this fool come from? This time he will be dead or dead. Hit me! Hit me hard!
Wang Xiaotian pointed at Chulan and shouted hysterically. Several tall and strong security guards looked at each other, then rushed towards Chulan together. Su Han and Chen Yanshan were terrified when they saw this.
No matter how good Chulan is at fighting, can he beat 5 people alone? Court death.
Chulan snorted coldly, moved his body, and rushed towards the security guards. Punches, kicks, and elbows were thrown with great force and at a speed as fast as thunder. Almost with every blow, someone would fly backwards or fall to the ground screaming in pain. With Chulan's mastery of Bajiquan skill and daily exercise, dealing with a few thugs is a piece of cake. In less than a minute, all the security guards fell to the ground, with some having broken limbs or ribs. In short, they all lost their ability to fight.
We won? Chen Yanshan's beautiful eyes widened in complete disbelief. This boy, whom she had always thought was a money-swindling gigolo, turned out to be a hidden master? 1 person beat 5 strong men? Are you planning to shoot Ip Man 5?
Wang Xiaotian also looked as if he had seen a ghost, and looked at Chulan in surprise.
Do you want to call for help?
Chulan looked at him and said coldly. The whole place was in dead silence. Wang Xiaotian stared at Chulan with his eyes fixed, his expression extremely ugly.
He didn't expect that several of his security guards couldn't even beat a kid. Even his father's bodyguards can't do such skills. But thinking of his father Wang Kuan's support, Wang Xiaotian calmed down, snorted coldly, and said, "Boy, you are a good fighter, but in today's society, you can't just fight to get by. Do you believe that I can send you to prison to have your ass fucked by my brother with just one phone call?"
Oh? Shu Lan looked at him with interest. Wang Xiaotian was addicted to pretending, and continued, "You know the Dujin law firm, right?
It's the best law firm in the entire Magic City. Even if I kill you, they will have a way to clear my name. In fact, the Wang family's ability to do such a big business in Shanghai is not due to their subordinates' ability to fight and kill, but the legal team behind them is the key to their family. Otherwise, with what they did, they would have been killed long ago." Durkin Law Firm? Hearing this name, Su Han's face changed. How could she not know about this law firm? That is the best law firm in the entire Magic City.
The lawyer named Hao Ren is an undefeated lawyer known as the modern Fong Tangjing.
Su Han glanced at Chu Lan nervously. But Chu Lan just looked at Wang Xiaotian calmly and raised his hand. "Really? How about you give him a call and see? Don't cry until you see the coffin." "Okay. I'll call you right away."
After saying that, Wang Xiaotian took out his cell phone and dialed. He swore to kill Chu Lan today. Otherwise, if what happened tonight got out, he, young Master King, would probably become the laughingstock of the young masters in Shanghai.
The call is connected. In order to achieve a better show-off effect, Wang Xiaotian turned on the speakerphone. "Hello? Is this lawyer Hao?"
Wang Xiaotian said, "I want to ask you to do something for me."
"What's the matter?" Hao Ren asked back.
"I was beaten up in the bar today, and several of my bodyguards were crippled.
Now I want you to help me sue him and put him in jail." Wang Xiaotian roared. "Do you know the other party's identity?" Hao Ren is not as stupid as Wang Xiaotian.
After all, he is a shrewd man who has been in the underworld for many years.
He will definitely not act rashly before finding out the other party's identity. "Tell him my name is Chu Lan." Chu Lan said lightly. "His name is Chu Lan." Wang Xiaotian said. "What?"
From the other end, Hao Ren's surprised voice came.
There seemed to be a sound of something falling to the ground. Hao Ren quickly asked, "Isn't that Chu Lan taller and more handsome than you, and looks like a student?" Wang Xiaotian was a little dissatisfied. "I admit that he is taller than me, but more handsome than me? I will never admit it." Wang Xiaotian, "Well, he is a little bit more handsome than me."
After hearing this, Hao Ren's voice suddenly turned cold. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I think your behavior has constituted an infringement on Mr. Chu Lan's personal safety. If necessary, I will sue you on behalf of Mr. Chu."
"What did you say?" Wang Xiaotian thought he had heard it wrong. The people around were also a little confused. The lawyer I hired actually turned around and wanted to sue me after hearing Chu Lan's name? What is this operation? "Mr. Wang, I have to advise you that Mr. Chu's status and strength are not something you can look up to. I think it would be better for you to ask for his forgiveness, otherwise it will not be a good thing for you and your father."
Hao Ren finished speaking coldly.
Just hung up the phone.
Wang Xiaotian, disheveled in the wind.
He looked at Chu Lan with some disbelief in his eyes. Although I don't know what the relationship between Hao Ren and this kid is, but judging from the fact that he keeps calling me Mr. Chu, this guy's background is definitely not simple. Su Han and Chen Yenshan also looked at Chu Lan in surprise. Especially Chen Yenshan. He never thought that this pretty boy could have such ability? How could the modern Fong Tangjing treat him with such respect? This is really so terrifying. Chapter 35 Sign-in, Super Soldier Serum. I don't know who called the police. As a result, everyone went to the police station to take statements. After Hao Ren found out, he rushed to the police station. "Mr. Chu, are you okay?" "It's okay. The bar surveillance has proven that it was Wang Xiaotian who started it. I was acting in self-defense."
Chu Lan pulled Hao Ren aside and whispered, "I asked you to come here because I want you to help me sue Wang Xiaotian.
This kind of scum needs to go to prison for further education." "No problem, please rest assured and leave it to me."
Hao Ren patted his chest confidently to show that the reputation of Fong Tangjing in Magic City is not exaggerated. After thinking about it, Chu Lan felt that it was not enough. After all, from what Wang Xiaotian said, his father Wang Kuan didn't seem to be a good person either, and he had a lot of shady black businesses. With the attitude of if you don't do it at all, Shulan asked Hao Ren if he could send Wang Xiaotian's father to prison as well. Hao Ren frowned and said, Wang Kuan is a very capable person. It's a bit difficult to send him to prison, but it's not a problem to make him bleed a little.
Then do as you say. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Shulan said.
Of course, of course.
Soon.
Hao Ren made a phone call and arranged for his men to hand over some shady information to the police station. At the same time, he personally called the police chief and asked him to follow up and work together to build a harmonious society.
Shulan, who are you?
Chen Yenshan, who was standing by, heard the entire conversation between Shulan and Hao Ren and was extremely shocked.
Who is Wang Kuan? The boss of West City actually decided his fate with just a few words? How great is this power and background? I'm just a student.
Shulan didn't explain further, just gave her a handsome smile.
Snort.
Chen Yenshan raised her eyebrows and pulled Suhan over to her side. Suhan, you are a girl, how can you live with a boy?
Ah. Suhan hadn't figured it out yet and had a face full of question marks. Now that I'm back, you can come and live in my house.
Chen Yenshan glared at Shulan and said without allowing any argument.
Ah. But? There aren't so many buts. Just listen to me. Chen Yenshan said domineeringly. Obviously, she was deliberately taking revenge on Shulan. You weren't told me, right? Makes you mysterious, right? Watch me take your girlfriend to be away and see how your relationship develops. Shulan was grateful to Chen Yenshan in his heart. Real. If it weren't for the 3 months' rent given by Suhan, he would definitely not have gotten involved in this matter. Besides, it is very inconvenient for a girl to live in her own home. I usually sleep naked. Paradise Club. Wang Kuan received a call from his subordinate and immediately became furious. What? You said my son was beaten? And taken to the police station? Who did it? Find out for me. Name and home address.
Upon hearing this, the subordinates on the other side said yes repeatedly.
Joke. Do you dare not do what Mr. Kuan from Xiqing tells you to do?
I don't know which blind person dared to mess with Mr. Kuan's son.
What a bold thief. Just as Wang Kuan put down his phone, another call came in. Hello? Wang Kuan asked impatiently.
The next moment, after the other party finished speaking, he stood up with a whoosh.
What did you say? Several of our places were raided? And that guy Lao Song was also locked up and is facing prosecution? Wang Kuan couldn't believe it.
At the same time, cold sweat broke out. You know, my wealthy and prosperous life depends entirely on these places.
Moreover, Lao Song is his right-hand man. Without him, it would be like he lost his left and right arms, and it would be the end sooner or later. What's going on? Aren't all the relationships settled? Who did I offend? Call Hao Ren and ask. Wang Kuan was panicked and quickly called Hao Ren. As for my son's matter, let us talk about it later. The next day, Wang Xiaotian spent some money and used some connections to get out of the detention center. However, the police told him that he was now facing prosecution and had to appear in court at any time, so he could not leave the Magic City. Of course, young Master King wouldn't care about these things. After all, my family has the support of the best lawyer in the whole Magic City. As for that brat named Chulan.
Recalling Chulan's appearance, he clenched his fists and roared to the sky.
Ah! No matter who you are, I will find you and make you pay. At this time,
a Land Rover stopped in front of him.
A tall middle-aged man got out of the car, looking aggressive. Dad, why are you so late? Fuck you.
The middle-aged man stepped forward and slapped Wang Xiaotian in the face.
He is Wang Kuan. Dad. Are you crazy? Why did you hit me?
Wang Xiaotian covered his face with his hands, looking aggrieved and almost crying.
Why should I hit you? You're such a loser. Why did you have to mess with the shareholders of the Dujin law firm when you could mess with anyone else? You're going to cause me so much trouble this time. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth.
Not feeling satisfied after saying this, he kicked Wang Xiaotian in the stomach again.
Ah! Wang Xiaotian suddenly shrank into a ball. Where is the arrogance of King of Magic City? Guanlanshan No. 1 Villa.
Shulan woke up from a sweet dream. He had a dream last night that he became a Superman wearing his underwear outside, traveling around the world punishing evil and promoting good, beating up all kinds of villains.
Another beautiful day. Shulan stretched and started signing in for today.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward Super Soldier Serum.
Introduction. This is the Super Serum in Captain America, and its story takes place on April 19, 1941.
On this day, the live experiment of Super Soldier Serum was successful. It can turn a person into a stronger energy container. If injected with Life Ray, he will become Captain, if injected with Gamma Ray, he will become Hulk, and if injected with Space Gem Energy, he will become Red Skull. After Captain Steve was injected with serum, he changed from a stunted dwarf to a muscular man who could insert stones with both hands. The next moment, a test tube containing red medicine appeared out of thin air in Shulan's hand. Shulan was extremely surprised.
This reward is awesome.
You know, although I am now proficient in Bajikwan and have been exercising effectively every day, I still have the strength of a mortal. If there are more enemies or some of them have guns, I will be killed for sure. But if you have the Super Soldier Serum, your physical strength will be as awesome as Captain America, and you can fight a group of agents alone in the elevator.
Bored. Shulan poured the serum into his throat like drinking wine. The next moment. Bang 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 bang.
Shulan felt his heart beating wildly. It seemed as if the blood was boiling and the whole body was emitting an extremely high temperature. Then, his muscles were reshaped, with big pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs, and a rat-shaped muscle on his arm. Fortunately, he didn't turn into an inverted triangle muscular man, otherwise Shulan would want to die.
I'm in perfect shape now.
He looks thin when dressed and has muscular body when undressed, a real fitness hunk. He performed a set of Bajikwan, his punches were as powerful as a flood and fierce as a tiger, and he had no problem defeating 100 people. I continued my daily exercise and played games, and this is how I spent my boring summer life.
Until evening.
Fan Fa, his only friend in high school, called him. Chapter 36, a friend broke up, and we had a barbecue together.
Fan Fa called and Shulan asked him what he was doing.
He said he was heartbroken.
Shulan asked, "Where does your love come from?"
Fan Fa said, "Broken heart means losing the heart to be in love.
I am very tired and feel that I will never love again." Shulan said, "Oh." Shulan had long been accustomed to Fan Fa's intermittent broken love.
Anyway, since I met him, he has never succeeded in confessing his feelings. It's not because he is ugly, but because his emotional intelligence is really worrying. For example, when he was just divided into classes in the first year of high school, he confessed his love to the class study committee member.
The confession goes like this: "I'm ugly, and you're not very pretty either. Will you be my girlfriend?" It is said that he was hit in the face by the study committee member using an English dictionary as a brick.
Later, in his second year of high school, he confessed his love to a girl in his class who he got along well with. Having learned from the last lesson, his confession this time was quite normal.
Fan Fa, XXX, I like you. Girl, you are a good person, but I always think of you as just a buddy. Fan Fa, isn't it more exciting, bro?
Girl. In short, every time Fan Fa confessed his love, he would end up getting beaten or being broken up by the girl. Then he would be depressed for 2 days, and then continue to fight towards his goal of being single.
On the phone. Fan Fa suggested, "Brother, let's go out for a drink tonight?" Well. You pay? That's no problem. We are brothers after all. Shulan said loyally.
Although he is not short of money now, it is a very happy thing for Fan Fa to kill him every time he is broken-hearted. It doesn't matter what the result of slaughtering is, but that in the process of slaughtering, you can enjoy the pleasure of conquest.
Where are we going? Shulan asked. I don't know. Fan Fa replied. Then I'd better not go. You might take me to a health center later. I'm still a child. Fan Fa thought for a moment and said, then let's go to Jinchi Road?
I heard that many people go there to eat skewers and drink beer.
Okay. So Shulan drove his Yamaha Devil to find Fan Fa. As for why I don't drive a Ferrari or Bugatti Veyron. Because it's too high profile. And there is no parking space on Jinchi Road. All the way north. Fan Fa was already waiting downstairs in the community. When he saw Shulan, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good boy, changing the car again?" Shulan threw a helmet to him. Yamaha Big Devil, a real man should drive a heavy motorcycle. Fan Fa looked Chulan up and down and said, "You've grown taller, haven't you? You're about 1.88 meters tall, right? And you look pretty strong. I usually work out, so get in the car."
Of course, Chulan would not tell him that this was because he used the super soldier serum.
Fan Fa got in the car. Chulan drove him all the way to Jinshi Road. This is not a developed area.
Instead of going to bars to dance, young people here prefer to go out in groups to eat skewers and drink beer.
Chulan and Fan Fa found an empty table and sat down, then ordered a lot of things skillfully. The first thing that came out was the grilled leeks. Chulan just ate madly. 1 minute later, still eating. 2 minutes later, still eating. 5 minutes later, Fan Fa couldn't help it anymore. "Chulan, don't you want to ask me something?" "What do you want to ask?" "I'm heartbroken." "Well, aren't you used to it?" "Fuck. You're a brother like this." At this time, grilled oysters for you two are ready. The owner of the barbecue restaurant shouted and brought the iron plate over. Just then, the people at the table in front stood up and took the plate of grilled oysters. "We'll take them first." The person who spoke was a young man with dyed red hair and an arrogant look on his face. It was obvious that he was planning to grab the plate of grilled oysters. These grilled oysters were ordered by those two customers first. The boss rubbed his hands in embarrassment. "So what?" "I, the frog, will eat this plate of grilled oysters first." "What can you do to me?" The red-haired thug retreated tactically, pointed at the plate of grilled oysters, and his tone was extremely arrogant. At the same time, the three thugs sitting at the same table with him also cast fierce glances at the boss. "This is our grilled oysters. If you dare to grab it, I'll make you pay." Just when the barbecue stall owner was frowning, Chulan's cold voice rang out. "Kindness?" Several thugs turned around and looked at Chulan with cold eyes. The red-haired thug stood up and walked in front of Chulan. "You are so arrogant. Do you know my name is Double Blade Frog?" "Chulan, forget it, just give it to them, we can just order later." Fan Fa pulled Chulan's arm and shook his head at him. After all, Fan Fa was a student and had never seen such a scene before, so he was naturally scared. But Chulan now has both wealth and power. Would he tolerate a few street thugs bullying him? He sneered at the red-haired thug. "Double-bladed frog? I see that you do look a bit like a frog." "Fuck you." Tianji suddenly became furious and punched Chulan on the head. Bang! In a flash, Chulan hit Tianji's chin with a rising dragon punch. The guy's jaw was dislocated and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell heavily to the ground, causing the women at the barbecue stall to scream. However, Chulan had restrained his strength. If he really used all his strength, Tianji's jawbone would be shattered. Suddenly, all the gangsters felt a cold and domineering aura sweeping towards them. The thugs didn't dare to move. "You, bring us our plate of grilled oysters." Chulan sat down again, pointed at one of the thugs, and then pointed at the grilled oysters on their table. The gangster was sweating profusely and stood there in a daze, not daring to move. "Hurry up!" Chulan roared loudly, and the gangster shuddered all over. He tremblingly took the grilled oysters to Chulan's table and put them down, then quickly returned to his seat. "Damn it! I'll kill you!" At this time, Tianji climbed up, covering his chin, and yelled at Chulan incoherently. "Call Brother Biao and ask him to come over." "Yes." A gangster quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. Soon, more than 20 thugs came over and almost filled the barbecue stall. Many guests were afraid of causing trouble and quickly hid far away. Seeing this scene, Fan Fa's scalp went numb and his legs almost went limp with fright. But he still silently picked up the bench next to him, intending to help Chulan if a fight broke out. "Frog, what happened?" "I saw a thug with a crew cut in more than 20 people coming over and asked casually. 'Brother Biao, you have to do it for me. This kid dislocated my jaw.'" Tianji pointed at his chin and said incoherently. Obviously, this Brother Biao's status is higher than Tianji's. Brother Biao snorted coldly and pushed through the crowd. "I, sang Biao, want to see who is so arrogant." However, when he saw Chulan sitting on the stool calmly, his face suddenly changed and the words on his lips stopped abruptly. "Oh? It's you?" Chulan saw the person coming. It was Sang Biao, whom Manhwa Chang had hired to beat him up. He immediately sneered, "Do you want me to teach you a lesson again?" Chapter 37, Meng Meizi, a professional blind dater. When he saw Chulan, Sang Biao was obviously stunned for a moment.
Haven't seen you for a while, you're still as domineering as ever.
At this time, Tianji walked behind Sang Biao and said smugly, "Huh, you little bastard, now brother Biao is here, just wait for you to be beaten to death, ha poof."
The laughter stopped abruptly.
Sang Biao turned around and slapped Tianji in the face, "Shut the fuck up. Brother Biao, you."
Tianji covered his face, a little confused.
"Am I knocking?" Sang Biao slapped Tianji in the face again, "Don't you see who you have provoked? Can you afford to offend Master Chu?" "Mr. Chu?" Tianji was even more confused. "I've never heard that brother Biao knows any young man with the surname Chu."
After teaching Tianji a lesson, Sang Biao ran to Chu Lan again and knelt down with a thud.
"What are you doing?" Now it was Chu Lan's turn to be confused. "Master Chu, please accept me as your disciple." Sang Biao shouted loudly. "Chu Lan?"
"Mr. Chu, I have admired masters like Huang Feihong, Wei Yuanjia, and Ip Man since I was a child. I beg you to teach me Bajiquan, and I will definitely carry it forward,"
Sang Biao said sincerely.
Chu Lan looked at him and was moved by his enthusiasm.
Finally, he sighed and said, "But I refuse." "Why?" Sang Biao screamed. "Because you are not qualified to inherit my Bajiquan."
Chu Lan glanced at Sang Biao with cold eyes, just like the martial arts masters on TV.
Martial arts should be used to do good deeds and fight for justice. But what do you look like? You wander the streets all day long, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I don't see any righteousness in you."
Chu Lan lectured incessantly, filled with the light of righteousness. The onlookers around watched and nodded unconsciously, with tears of emotion in their eyes. They felt that the words of the young master were enlightening.
However, this is Chu Lan fooling people. Teach Sang Biao Bajiquan? He is not a beauty.
If you have the time to teach him step by step, you might as well use it to play games.
Ah.
Sang Biao was so ashamed of what he said.
Lower your head and reflect on your mistakes. I know I was wrong.
I will quit the White Tiger Hall and start a new life.
Sang Biao stood up, turned around and was about to leave. A group of younger brothers quickly stopped him. "Brother Biao, you can't quit the White Tiger Hall. Quitting without permission is breaking the rules. Don't stop me. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person." Then,
Sang Biao wants to leave, but I won't let him. They walked away amidst the pushing and shoving.
"I admire you so much." Fan Fa gave Chu Lan a thumbs up and said, "You hid your identity really well. Not only are you rich, but you are also a martial arts expert. I never thought you were such an amazing person before."
The sword has been sharpened for a long time, and it will eventually be unsheathed. Chu Lan hadn't come out of his deception mode yet, and he spoke again about the light of righteousness.
After eating the barbecue, Chu Lan sent Fan home and then drove his motorcycle home. Ride all the way and be a happy man. Just as he was waiting for the red light. Beep.
A green Lamborghini stopped beside him.
The car window rolled down slowly. A man with yellow hair and a pretentious look appeared behind the car window. "Fu Yanjie?" Chu Lan was stunned. "Mr. Chu, what a coincidence." Fu Yanjie smiled excitedly, "I was just about to look for you." "Looking for me?" Chu Lan was stunned. "Yeah, let's go to a roadside coffee shop. I have something I want to give you."
Fu Yanjie said with a smile on his face.
"Good. If you are given something as a gift, don't refuse it." The two went to a nearby Starbucks. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, Fu Yanjie handed a black card to Chu Lan. "Mr. Chu, this is the supreme black card of Xianxia International Tennis Court. With this card, you can go to Xianxia to consume anytime and anywhere, and all entertainment facilities are completely free." Xianxia International Tennis Court? After Chu Lan took the supreme black card, he checked the tennis court on his mobile phone. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. It's awesome that he can be so rich just by playing tennis. Xianxia Tennis Court is considered the best tennis court in Shanghai. And this place doesn't just have tennis courts, there are also supporting restaurants, hotels, and related entertainment facilities. It's definitely a tennis resort. How did you get it? Chu Lan asked in surprise. I am actually one of the shareholders of this tennis court. Including me and other 10 shareholders, there are about 20 tickets given away. As he spoke, Fu Yanjie's tone was still somewhat proud. This supreme black card cannot be bought even if you have money,
and it represents the highest level of service that can be enjoyed at the Xianxia International Tennis Court.
It represents identity and status. Everyone who holds this card is a real tycoon. After that, Fu Yanjie didn't forget to flatter Chulan.
Of course, if Master Chu hadn't been so generous and willing to forgive me, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to reform and start a new life. Faced with this supreme black card, Chulan was somewhat reluctant to get it. But Fu Yanjie was very persistent and said with a grateful look on his face, "Mr. Chu, you didn't blame me too much for my previous offense against you, and I am really grateful for that. Please give me a chance to express my gratitude to you?" Seeing his sincere look, Chulan had no choice but to accept it reluctantly.
"Thank you." Chulan put the black card into his pocket. "It's my honor." Fu Yanjie looked like a dog licker. The two chatted for a while and then left.
Chulan returned home and her cell phone suddenly rang.
"Answer the phone. It's Meng Maisie."
Recently, she has been constantly sending WeChat and calling Chulan. The two of them have common interests, so they are quite familiar with each other.
Meng Maisie's tone was anxious, with a bit of grievance. "Chulan, just now." She started crying. Chulan had no choice but to comfort him. "Don't cry first, what happened?" Meng Maisie wiped her tears and said, "My mother forced me to go on a blind date again. 10 minutes ago." Meng Maisie is playing games.
Her mother Michelle called.
The theme is still the same as last time. Blind date. Recently, she met a real estate tycoon.
The other party's son, Dai Naizhao, had just returned from studying abroad as a doctoral student. Michelle felt that the young man was a talented man with a good family background and decent character, and he was a perfect match for her daughter, so she told him about her intentions. Real estate tycoons are also interested. He had seen Meng Maisie's photo and knew that she was a girl with outstanding looks.
Moreover, her mother Michelle was a domineering female CEO with a successful career.
If the two families could form a marriage relationship, it would be very beneficial to their career development. The two of them discussed it and decided to let the two children go on a date and meet each other first.
However, when Meng Maisie heard this, she immediately became unhappy. "Mom, you're arranging another blind date for me? You think the last time wasn't bad enough?" Meng Maisie said angrily. Michelle coaxed and lied. "Last time, Mom was careless.
This time, Mom carefully selected and strictly checked.
No matter in character or ability, they are both first-class partners. Anyway, I'm not going. You can go if you want."
Meng Maisie hung up the phone directly. After thinking about it, I was still a little angry, so I called Chulan. So, the above happened.
Chapter 38 Check-in, Championship Level Tennis Skills. Your mother arranged a blind date for you again? Chulan laughed out loud. Yeah. Meng Maisie was angry. My mom is so annoying. She's so busy that she doesn't have time to go home, but she's always thinking about finding a partner for me. After thinking for a while, Chulan asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" "Yes, I stay at home anyway." "Shall we go to Xianxia Tennis Court to play?" Chulan suggested. "Tennis?" Meng Maisie blushed and hesitated, "But I don't know how to play tennis." At that time, after all, she was a stay-at-home girl. She watched a lot of Prince of Tennis, but had never touched a tennis racket. Chulan smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know how to do it either, but let's just play a little game and just relax." "That's great." After hanging up the phone, Meng Maisie rolled around on the bed in excitement. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time I'm dating a boy in my life. What to do? So nervous. Which outfit should I wear? Meng Maisie quickly opened the wardrobe and started trying on clothes frantically. As for her mother calling her, she just turned off the phone. The next morning, Chulan signed in as soon as he woke up. Ding, sign in successfully, reward champion tennis skills. Chulan was slightly startled. We just said we were going to play tennis yesterday, but today we're rewarding tennis skills? Chulan seemed to have thought of something. This sign-in system seems to arrange rewards based on the host's needs. For example, I was poor at the beginning, so the system rewarded me with supercars, luxury houses, company shares. For example, when I went to eat barbecue the day before yesterday, the system might have predicted that Chulan would have a conflict with the gangsters, so it rewarded him with super soldier serum. The system is really great. The systems in other people's novels are always ready to wipe out people, but my own system is crazy good to me. Who whispered in my ear that his love for me would never change?
After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Shulan changed into tennis clothes, took his newly bought tennis racket, and drove his Bugatti Veyron to pick up Meng Meizi. When Shulan saw Meng Meizi, he was stunned. Shulan thought that he was not the kind of person who could not walk when seeing a woman, but Meng Meizi in front of him really surprised him. She was wearing a tennis suit and a ponytail. Her straight and slender legs under her short skirt made her look cute and youthful. The name really suits her, a cute girl. Seeing Shulan staring at her blankly, Meng Meizi lowered her head shyly, but her heart felt sweeter than eating honey. Am I good looking? Shulan also blushed a little. Let's go. Then Shulan brought Meng Meizi to the parking lot. Then it was Meng Meizi's turn to be stunned. Shulan opened the passenger door of the Bugatti Veyron and invited her to get in. Ah. So you are so rich. Shulan scratched his cheek embarrassedly. Yeah, but I prefer to keep a low profile. Like you. Meng Meizi gave a thumbs up. In her opinion, Shulan is much better than those pretentious blind dates arranged by her mother. Is there a top male god? The two got in the car, drove on the highway, chatted about various anime and games, and soon arrived at the Xianxia tennis court. Wow! This place is really nice. Meng Meizi shouted excitedly. The tennis court in front of me can almost be described as a resort. Located in the suburbs, surrounded by mountains and water, the scenery is charming. I'm going to park the car first, you wait here for a while. After saying that, Shulan drove the Bugatti Veyron to the parking lot. Meng Meizi stood at the door and waited obediently. At this time, an Audi R8 passed by. Then it fell back and stopped beside Meng Meizi. The car window rolled down, and a young man with a slick back hair looked at Meng Meizi with surprise. Meng Meizi? The man with slicked back hair shouted excitedly. He was none other than Meng Meizi's original blind date, the overseas returnee doctoral student, Dai Naizhou. Dai Naizhou was so excited when he saw Meng Meizi. No matter how popular the actress is, she is nothing compared to Meng Meizi. Originally, Dai Naizhou heard from Michelle that Meng Meizi refused the blind date, but now seeing her here again, he felt mysteriously confident that although Meng Meizi said no with her mouth, her body was very obedient. That's right, after all, it's because I have such good conditions. He is a returned overseas PhD, his dad is rich and he is handsome too. What woman wouldn't he be tempted? Meng Meizi? Who is he? Dai Naizhou got out of the car and showed his signature smile. Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time? Meng Meizi? To be honest, although Dai Naizhou is pretentious, he is still quite handsome. Wearing a custom-made branded tennis suit and driving an Audi R8, he immediately attracted countless passers-by. Wow! Handsome guy. This guy is tall, rich and handsome. An Audi R8 costs at least 2 million. His girlfriend is also very cute, they are a perfect match, I am jealous. Hearing the praise from people around him, Dai Naizhou's vanity was greatly satisfied. I am indeed the most handsome guy in the audience. Meng Meizi, I'm afraid you have been attracted by my handsomeness. However, Meng Meizi tilted her head and asked in confusion, who are you? Dai Naizhou was very confused. The air suddenly became quiet. Wipe. I've been pretending to be cool for so long, but in the end, no one knows me at all? So embarrassing. The onlookers around were all trying to hold back their laughter. I thought you were going to act out a romantic drama, but it turns out the heroine doesn't even know you. Dai Naizhou felt extremely ashamed. But when I thought that it might be because Meng Meizi's mother did not give her her own photo, I felt relieved. Then, he showed an even brighter smile and said in a very magnetic voice, you see, this is all my fault. I was so excited to see you that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dai Naizhou, and my English name is Naizhu. After the introduction, he looked at Meng Meizi with anticipation. However, the expected warm welcome did not appear. Meng Meizi still had a black question mark on her face. Dai Naizhou? I don't seem to know you. Dai Naizhou's face was full of black lines. The people around them tried to hold back their laughter again. The funniest thing is when a superior dog pretends to be cool and fails. Dai Naizhou was a little anxious, think about it again? Didn't your mother tell you? I am the Dai Naizhou who wants to go on a blind date with you. Blind date? Hearing these two words, Meng Meizi instinctively showed an expression of disgust. But Dai Naizhou didn't notice Meng Meizi's expression at all. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you here to play tennis too? I'm a gold card member, let's go together. But Goose. Before he finished speaking, Meng Meizi said coldly. I'm sorry, I can only say that we are not suitable for each other. Goodbye. Dai Naijiao's smile gradually disappeared. The people around couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. So embarrassing. Dai Naijiao felt like 1,000 horses were running through his heart. But she still managed to smile and said, What's going on? Didn't Aunt Michelle say that you don't have a boyfriend? Why did you reject me right away? Who said I don't have a boyfriend? Meng Meizi looked around and saw Chulan coming back, so she quickly stepped forward and took his arm. This is my boyfriend. Chulan? Dai Naijiao? Chapter 39, VIP is very powerful? Honey, shall we go play over there? Meng Meizi held Chulan's arm, her eyes full of pleading. Okay. Chulan looked at Dai Naijiao and then at Meng Meizi, and immediately understood what was going on, so he agreed. The two walked into the resort hand in hand. Dai Naijiao looked at the two people's backs as they left and was petrified on the spot. Boyfriend? What is going on? Looking at Chulan's expression. Shit. Isn't she an adult yet? I, Dai Naijiao, am an elite overseas returnee and a member of a prominent family, but I was actually cuckolded by a boy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? How can you tolerate this? Dai Naijiao was angry at that time. But soon, his IQ of nearly 200 made him realize that he couldn't lose his temper. We need to understand the situation first. After all, this is Shanghai, a first-tier city where rich people are everywhere and the middle class is worse off than dogs. You need to clarify the situation first. I immediately called my account manager. Seeing that it was Dai Naijiao who called, the account manager immediately nodded and bowed. Mr. Dai, you are here today? Do you need me to arrange some young models to play with you? Stop talking nonsense and get over here right now. Yes. The manager came over soon, bowed and said, Mr. Dai, what instructions do you have for today? Help me find someone. Who? He. Dai Naijiao pointed at Chulan, who was chatting and laughing with Meng Meizi in the distance, with a gloomy expression on his face. His name is Chulan. Check his spending records and VIP level for me. Dai Naijiao is a scheming boy. He thinks that since Chulan is dating Meng Meizi here, he should have his consumption records and level. Through this, we can understand Chulan's strength from the side. But the manager showed an awkward expression. But Mr. Dai, according to company regulations, we cannot disclose customer information. Okay, then I don't need to renew my gold card. No, I'll check it out now. The manager's expression changed in seconds. In the face of interests, professional principles and ethics are bullshit. After a while, the manager came back and whispered to Dai Naijiao, Mr. Dai, I have checked it out. He has never been to our Xianxia tennis court. And there is no record of opening a card, so he is not a VIP. What? Dai Naijiao was stunned. I didn't expect that. This kid has never been to this tennis court? No card. Not a VIP. TSK, I thought he was a king, but turned out to be a bronze. Dai Naijiao was ecstatic. In his opinion, it is impossible for someone who doesn't know tennis to take a girl to play tennis, and it is impossible for someone who knows tennis not to know about Xianxia International Tennis Court. It is impossible for the rich second generation who know about Xianxia Tennis Court not to apply for a membership card. Based on his amazing reasoning, he directly concluded that Chulan was not a rich boy. Humph. How can a poor boy who can't even afford a VIP account fight with me? Dai Naijiao smiled evilly. But he asked again, are you sure you didn't find his spending records? If something goes wrong, you won't be able to work as a manager anymore. Sure. Absolutely sure. The manager nodded confidently. I've checked 3 times just now, and his name is not there at all. Could it be a black card? Dai Naijiao asked again. Mr. Dai, you are joking. The manager smiled. Even if you have money, you can't get the Supreme Black Card. Our stadium has only issued 20 cards. There is no such person. Very good. After confirming Chulan's identity, Dai Naijiao was immediately relieved. He's a poor fellow, not even a VIP, and he seems to be just here to have some fun. How dare you steal my girlfriend? You really don't know how to live or die. Come, follow me to meet this boy. Dai Naijiao said to the manager. The manager immediately nodded and fawned like a dog. Mr. Dai, about the renewal. Snort. Dai Naijo looked at the manager with disdain. If you do a good job, I will top up 500,000 right away.
Then thank you, Mr. Dai.
The manager was so excited that his saliva was almost flowing out.
That is the happiness of commission. Let us talk about Chulan.
He and Meng Meizi went to the customer service center and applied for a playing field. The golf courses are classified into different categories according to VIP levels.
The higher the level, the better the relevant configurations.
There are not only private venues, but also special referees for scoring, beautiful caddies, free drinks, etc.
Sir, would you like to apply for a VIP court or a regular court?
At the counter, the beautiful waitress smiled.
Ordinary. Chulan blurted out subconsciously.
Then he realized that he still had the supreme black card given by Fu Yanjie in his trouser pocket. I have been poor for so long that the habit of frugality is engraved in my DNA. When he was poor in the past, whenever he was handling business, the waiter would ask him whether he wanted VIP or ordinary, and Chulan would say ordinary without hesitation.
Unexpectedly, it has become a habit. Actually, Chulan was about to change her words and say she wanted to go for VIP, but the waiter had already handed Chulan the court door card, court number 5, area A. Have a nice day. Okay, let's go to the normal area then.
Chulan was helpless.
Ha 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 ha.
When seeing Chulan and Meng Meizi walking into the ordinary court, Dai Naizhao smiled like a 1.8 meter tall child. Ordinary court? I thought he was a king, but it turns out he's a bronze. This time, he was more certain that Chulan was just an ordinary poor man, But when he thought about the fact that he was a gold card member with an annual membership fee of 500,000 yuan, but his blind date girlfriend was snatched away by a poor loser, it was simply a huge insult.
If this gets out, I'll probably become the laughingstock of the entire circle.
When Dai Naizhao thought about this, his mind exploded. At this time, Chulan had already started teaching Meng Meizi to play tennis.
With champion-level tennis skills, he teaches Meng Meizi better than a professional coach. Your grip is not right, it should be like this.
Chulan held Meng Meizi's little hand from behind, and her breath could blow on Meng Meizi's fair neck. Meng Meizi's face immediately turned red and her heart beat faster, but she did not struggle. Instead, she let Chulan hold her hand and teach her how to play tennis.
At this moment, she was extremely happy. Unexpectedly, the first date went so fast. Very good.
On the other side, Dai Naizhao, who was observing secretly, lost his temper again.
Extremely angry. What on earth are you doing, kid? Holding hands and touching waists, this is really outrageous.
At this moment, Dai Naizhao felt that the Hulunberg grassland was all above his head.
A piece of green.
But he also noticed that the posture that Chulan taught Meng Meizi was extremely correct, even more correct than that of many professional players.
But it doesn't matter.
Even if Chulan really had no ill intentions, in his eyes, it was equivalent to taking advantage of Meng Meizi. He looked at the two of them, his eyes gradually becoming colder. I want this kid to get out of the Xianxia tennis court.
Yes.
The manager nodded, then walked up to Chulan and Meng Meizi and said, You two, this court has been requisitioned.
Please move. Commissioned?
Chulan was teaching Meng Meizi how to serve and immediately frowned, but we are already using it.
There is nothing we can do about it.
The manager sneered, according to the rules of our stadium, VIP members have priority use of any stadium.
Which VIP? Chulan frowned.
At this time, Dai Naizhao came over and said, I'm really sorry, I suddenly want to play on a normal court, so please change to another court. Chulan looked at him and sneered in his heart. It turns out that he was the one who was causing trouble.
Gold cards are awesome, right? Chapter 40 The Prince of Tennis. Seeing Dai Naizhao causing trouble, Meng Meizi was furious. Dai Naizhao,
you are here to cause trouble on purpose.
Meizi, what are you talking about?
Dai Naizhao said innocently, I just like you and want to be closer to you, so I wanted to use this court. I didn't know that the gold card user was so awesome that he would directly requisition your court. There were already a lot of people at the ordinary area golf course, and this time many golfers came over to look.
What happened? Want to fight?
It seems that there is a gold card VIP who wants to requisition the couple's venue and is deliberately making things difficult for them.
Oh my god, isn't this too arrogant? There's nothing I can do about it.
The annual membership fee for a gold card VIP is 500,000, so you can do whatever you want.
But it can't be like this, can it?
The ordinary golfers present were indignant. Although they were ordinary users, they all paid for their consumption.
How could they tolerate such unfair behavior? Take a picture. I'm going to post it on TikTok. I'm going to call 315 to report it. I'm also going to call and complain to see if they are so overbearing. Shulan is here. He looked at the account manager and asked calmly, "Is this your company's service attitude? Can VIPs just take over the courts of ordinary customers?"
The account manager had already colluded with Dai Naizhou, so naturally he would not help Shulan.
"My dear guest, you are an ordinary customer.
Mr. Dai is a gold card member with special privileges.
You can choose the designated golf course anytime and anywhere.
After that," he added, "of course, if you feel it is unreasonable, you can get a refund and we welcome you to leave."
"Oh? Are you trying to get me out?" Shulan asked.
Meng Meizi was so angry that her beautiful eyes widened. "Dai Naizhou, don't go too far."
"Too much bullying?"
Dai Naizhou was extremely happy. "In this world, if you have money, you can do whatever you want.
If you have VIP, you are the boss, you can do whatever you want." "The VIP is the dad?" Shulan asked.
"Yes." The account manager nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Dai tops up his membership with 500,000 yuan every year. He is our gold card member and is our father."
"What if I complain?"
"Go ahead."
Dai Naizhou laughed. "I top up 500,000 yuan a year, and you only spend a few hundred yuan. Do you think Xianxiao will pay attention to you?"
"Ha ha." The manager smiled obsequiously. When other ordinary customers saw this, they were also filled with anger.
"Damn it! Isn't this bullying? Complain. You must complain."
"I'll take a picture and post it online to see what netizens have to say."
"So that's how it is, VIP is daddy."
Shulan nodded and was about to take out the supreme black card from his trouser pocket.
Dai Naizhou added, "But I'm not an unreasonable person. Let's have a match. If you beat me, I'll give you the field." Hearing this, Shulan put the supreme black card back.
"If you don't give it a slap in the face, you'd be in vain." And Shulan also wants to try out the tennis skills he signed in for today.
"No problem." Shulan nodded.
"Ha, I'm not afraid to tell you that when Dai Xiao was in college, he won the National Youth League Championship."
"What ranking have you won?" "No." Shulan shook his head.
"Ha ha ha." When people heard that the two were going to decide the winner by playing tennis, there was an uproar around them.
"Wow. Are they going to have a competition to decide the winner? Sharp. So manly."
But that jerk manager said that the pretender is the All-American Youth League champion.
"Can he beat him? It's probably very risky."
"This competition is very prestigious, and basically everyone is trained to be a professional player."
"That guy has never won a place, so it's probably very risky. It's not enough to drive people away, he also wants to humiliate others. He has a really bad character."
Soon, Shulan and Dai Naizhou came on stage. The referee is also in place. "I'll let you serve first."
Dai Naizhou threw the ball to Shulan. Shulan grabbed it with one hand and sneered, "Okay. Come on, you even dared to snatch my sister, let me show you how I'm going to punish you."
Dai Naizhou held the racket in one hand and hooked his finger at Shulan with the other, looking very pretentious. Shulan ignored him, for fear of lowering his IQ. "Just raise your hand and start with an outward spin serve."
Snort! Dai Naizhou was about to catch the ball, but he found that the tennis ball did not bounce after landing, but instead spun violently on the ground. "What?"
Looking at this unreasonable situation, Dai Naizhou's eyes almost widened.
But the next moment,
the tennis ball suddenly bounced up and hit him directly in the face.
Bang!
Dai Naizhou was unable to react and was hit directly in the nose by the ball. The bridge of his nose was almost broken and blood was gushing out from his nose. He was holding his nose and screaming in pain. The tennis ball hit his nose and fell to the ground.
After a while, the referee finally reacted and shouted, 15:0. What?
The people on the sidelines were shocked. The manager's eyes almost popped out of his head. They thought Shulan was going to be badly beaten by Dai Naizhou, but it turned out that Shulan crushed Dai Naizhou from the start and taught him a lesson using tennis.
Meng Meizi covered her mouth, feeling both surprised and happy.
Yesterday on the phone, Shulan said that he couldn't play tennis either. It turns out that he was just being low-key and modest. Even though she is a novice in tennis, she can see that Chu Lan's tennis skills are absolutely perfect and he is a master.
Do you want to fight again?
Chu Lan looked at Dai Naizhou and said lightly.
Dai Naizhou covered his nose and looked at Chu Lan with resentment. Fight.
I was just careless just now.
There is no way I will lose to you. Very good.
Chu Lan smiled, threw the tennis ball high up again, and then slammed the racket.
Bang!
The tennis ball was carried by a strong wind and shot towards the scoring area like a cannonball. The tennis ball fell to the ground and spun violently again.
This time Dai Naizhou dare not relax.
He gripped the racket tightly, aimed at the moment, and when the ball bounced toward his face, he stepped back suddenly and hit the tennis ball with the racket. It was a little unexpected at first, but as long as you get the timing right, this weird way of serving is nothing. Dai Naizhou was confident.
But the next moment. Bang!
The moment the tennis ball hit the racket, Dai Naizhou felt a huge force coming from his right hand.
This force is simply not something he can block.
His tennis racket slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground.
Then the ball landed in the scoring area again. 30-0. The referee announced the score again.
The whole place was in dead silence.
Everyone was stunned.
No one expected that Chu Lan's tennis skills were so amazing. The force is so strong that it can even knock a tennis racket away. They naturally didn't know that Chu Lan had been injected with the super soldier serum and his current strength was no different from Captain America's. Coupled with the precise control of champion-level tennis skills, it is easy to hit Dai Naizhou's tennis racket away. The account manager was even more incredulous. How is this possible? Who on earth is this guy? How could he beat Master Dai to such an extent? The person involved, Dai Naizhou, was even more confused. He even forgot to pick up his tennis racket, his eyes were filled with shock. He is such a proud person, and when it comes to tennis, there are very few people who can catch his eye. But he was defeated by Chu Lan in public, as if it were nothing. For a moment, he felt that his confidence had suffered a tremendous blow. However, the game continues. His nightmare has just begun.
Chapter 41 Dai Naizhou, I don't accept it. Dai Naizhou's nightmare had just begun.
In the following games, Chu Lan's attack on him could only be described as a massacre. Whether serving or returning, Chu Lan used his extremely precise control to make the tennis ball hit the opponent's body every time it bounced. So after the game, Dai Naizhou not only failed to win a goal, but was covered in bruises. Even the onlookers were stunned.
Is this playing tennis or murder? I've never seen anyone get bruised all over by playing tennis.
To play tennis to this extent without breaking the rules, it only shows how amazing this guy's tennis skills are.
How old are you? A world champion is no more than this, right? The game is over. Chu Lan wins.
With the referee's order, the crushing game came to an end.
Mr. Dai, are you okay?
The account manager ran up to support Dai Naizhou like a little fangirl. But his nose and face were swollen, and his hands and feet were bruised by tennis balls. It took a tough guy to refuse to surrender after playing tennis to this extent.
Get out of my way. Dai Naizhou was so angry that he pushed the account manager away. Damn it. I'm not a beauty, why are you coming over to help me? I'm not gay. You're an okay tennis player, just a little bit worse than me.
Chu Lan looked at Dai Naizhou and said lightly. What he said was indeed the truth. If he hadn't mentioned tennis skills yesterday, he would probably be the one being beaten. Okay, I'll give you this court. You poor bastard, just play in the ordinary area. Dai Naizhou said angrily.
I'm sorry for being harassed by an idiot like you. I don't want to play in the normal zone anymore.
Chu Lan said, pulling out a black card from his trouser pocket.
Xianxia Tennis Court's Supreme Black Card. Dai Naizhou? Account Manager? Meng Meizi? Crowd of spectators? Everyone was stunned.
When the manager looked at the Supreme Black Card in Chu Lan's hand, his expression suddenly changed.
Supreme Black Card? How could you possibly have that?
Facing the manager's question, Chu Lan shrugged and said, This was given to me by a friend of mine. I forgot to take it out when I opened the stadium.
Should I apply for a new one now? But I can.
The manager nodded woodenly.
What's going on? Didn't the customer system show that there are only 20 people with Supreme Black Cards?
There is no one as young as him.
Could it really be a gift from the shareholders? The manager suddenly felt his anus tighten, something was wrong.
This young man is not a poor guy, but one of the 20 most distinguished VIPs. The man standing at the top of VIP. I was so arrogant to him just now and wanted to kick him out. If Chulan complained to the higher-ups, he would definitely pack up and leave. By the way, I wonder what the level of my VIP card is. Compared to Dai Naijiao's gold card, whose level is higher? Chulan shook the black card in his hand and asked knowingly. The manager wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied, yours is the highest level VIP card. Hearing the words highest level, the crowd around was in an uproar. The highest level? Oh my god, is this supreme black card so powerful? That's right. I heard that the customers who can get the supreme black card are usually shareholders or the relatives and friends of shareholders. Wow. It turns out that this guy is a hidden champion. This pretentious guy is about to cry. Ha, that's right, gold cards are awesome. Hearing the laughter from the people around him, Dai Naijiao's face turned pale and he just wanted to find a hole to hide in. And Meng Meizi was full of surprise. He was already very shocked that Chu Lan was driving a Bugatti Veyron, but he didn't expect that she was also a top VIP customer of Xianxia Tennis Court. But what made her very happy was that Chu Lan did not show off like Dai Naijiao just because he had the supreme VIP card. If Dai Naijiao had not been seeking death, he would not have taken it out. Let's go. Chu Lan smiled at Meng Meizi. Meng Meizi's beautiful eyes were filled with happiness. However, at this moment, this supreme black card must be fake. Everyone turned around. Dai Naijiao's face flushed, and he pointed at Chu Lan excitedly, where did you get this card? If it's yours, why can't I find your record? I told you, a friend gave it to me. Chu Lan said with a frown. Ha 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 ha. Dai Naijiao laughed out loud, which friend of yours is so generous? Xianxia's supreme black card is given away casually? This card must have been forged or picked up by you. You used it to deceive Mei Zi. Chu Lan really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The matter was clearly over, but he refused to accept reality and kept making trouble. Meng Meizi couldn't stand it anymore, so she stood up and shouted angrily, Dai Naijiao. What the hell is wrong with you? When Dai Naijiao saw the goddess defending Chu Lan so much, the anger of being cheated on burned fiercely in his heart. He pointed at Chu Lan and said, Chu Lan, if you have the guts, call your friend over here to prove that you are really the holder of this card. Once these words were spoken, the people had something to eat. This time many people stopped playing ball and ran over to watch the fun. What's going on? What's going on? This black card boss is suspected of being a fraud. But this guy doesn't look like a black card player. I think his jersey and racket were bought from Pinduoduo. This guy said the card was given to him by his friend, and now he is being asked to come over. Seeing Chu Lan frowning, Dai Naijiao snorted coldly, why? I just want to ask you if you dare to scream. Chu Lan shook his head, okay, then I'll call him over. As he spoke, Chu Lan took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Mr. Chu. On the other side, Fu Yanjie saw Chu Lan calling him on her own initiative, and quickly answered the phone, speaking respectfully. Fu Yanjie, I went to the Xianxia tennis court to play tennis today. Aha. And I used the supreme black card you gave me. Aha. But someone ran out, and with him was Xianxia's account manager, who insisted that the black card you gave me was fake or that I picked it up. Could you please come over? What? Fu Yanjie was shocked, and at the same time, he was filled with anger. Who on earth is this blind guy? I'll come over now. At the Xianxia Stadium, things are getting more and more serious. Even the security guards came running over. Fu Yanjie drove his sports car, ran through several red lights, and rushed to the Xianxia tennis court. Mr. Fu? Seeing Fu Yanjie's figure, the manager's eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran over and asked, Are you here to play basketball today? There's nothing going on here, just someone who is suspected of counterfeiting black cards. As someone in the same circle, Dai Naijiao had naturally heard of Fu Yanjie, so he ran over to try to get close to him. Mr. Fu, I've heard of you for a long time. My name is Dai Naijiao. However, Fu Yanjie had no time to deal with them. He looked around and finally saw Chu Lan standing on the tennis court. He quickly stepped forward and smiled at him. Mr. Chu. Chapter 42 Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Lan, Fu Yanjie hurried over and greeted her enthusiastically. Dai Naijiao? Account manager? What's going on? The dignified Master Fu, a black card member of Xianxia, actually met this kid, called Master Chu? Could it be that this young man is a real boss? Even Meng Meizi was shocked. Although she did not like to socialize in upper-class circles, she attended several cocktail parties in the circle under the coercion of her mother.
Among them, he was most impressed by Yan Jia.
On the one hand, it is because his name is homophonic with a certain gynecological product, and on the other hand, it is because of his background, which ranks him among the top in the upper circles of Shanghai.
He is the vice president of Jinding Property Management Company.
His company is in charge of the property of the entire World Financial Center. Even though he is just working for others, his annual income is much higher than many big bosses. Moreover, there are so many large companies in one building, and they all have to pay rent to him and do things according to his mood.
The network of connections behind this is even more terrifying. But now, this great man is very respectful to Chulan.
Fu Yanjie, you're finally here.
Chulan smiled.
It was this Dai Nizhou and this manager who insisted that I ask you to come over to prove that you were the one who gave me the black card.
Hearing Chulan's words, everyone exploded again.
Fu Yanjie called Chulan Mr. Chu, while Chulan just called him by his first name.
The difference in status is obvious. Is that true?
Hearing Chulan's words, Fu Yanjie's face suddenly became gloomy, and he turned his head and looked coldly at the account manager. The account manager was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. With a trembling voice, he pointed at Dai Nizhou beside him and said, "No.
No, it was this gold card customer who asked me to."
Fu Yanjie didn't bother to listen to his explanation, he just stepped forward and slapped the manager in the face. "Get lost.
You are fired now."
Ah. The manager knelt limply on the ground and looked at Dai Nizhou beside him as if for help. However, Dai Nizhou is in trouble now and has no time to care about him.
As for you,
Fu Yanjie looked at Dai Nizhou and said, "Cancel your gold card membership and put you on the blacklist of Xianxia tennis court.
We will return your money to you. Please get out of here immediately."
What?
Dai Nizhou never expected that Fu Yanjie would be so arrogant and want to kick him out as a gold card member.
If this gets out, how will I survive in this circle?
Dai Nizhou roared, "Why do you do that? I am your customer."
However, Fu Yanjie was not at all weak and directly retorted, "Because I am a shareholder here, and my shares account for 23%, you can complain if you want."
Do you think anyone will pay attention to you? With just one sentence, Dai Nizhou was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
At this time, Chulan and Meng Meizi went to the VIP-only stadium side by side, and there was a special car to pick them up.
And he could only be kicked out by the security guards. There is no harm without comparison. Dai Nizhou has completely lost all his face. Dai Nizhou returned home in a daze. Seeing his son like this, his father Dai Lumao couldn't help but feel curious. "What's wrong, son? You look annoyed." "Dad."
Seeing his dear father, Dai Nizhou felt extremely aggrieved and told him everything that happened on the tennis court.
Bang! Dai Lumao was angry.
He slammed the table and stood up. "Who was so bold as to snatch my son's girlfriend to be?"
However,
when Dai Nizhou mentioned that Fu Yanjie was extremely respectful to Chulan, the anger on the cunning Dai Lumao's face gradually disappeared. Then he called Fu Xiaofeng, the chairman of Jinding Property, to inquire about Chulan's identity. The other party didn't say much, just told him, "Mr. Chu is someone that even I can't afford to offend.
If you don't want your company to go bankrupt, I advise you to discipline your son." The phone hung up.
Dai Lumao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat.
"Dad, you have to make the decision for me. I've lost all my face today."
Dai Nizhou didn't realize that his father's face had changed, and he was still complaining about Chulan.
Result. Bang!
Dai Lumao slapped him directly. "You're such a loser, you've been causing trouble for me all day long. Why did you bother Master Chu for no reason?
Don't you think I'm annoying enough?"
Dai Nizhou was shocked. "I can't believe that my dad, who loves me the most, would slap me for Chulan."
"But that's not all."
Dai Lumao yelled at him, "Hurry up and find a time to apologize to them, or I'll suspend all your credit cards to prevent you from causing trouble for me out there."
At this time, Dai Lumao's cell phone rang. "It's Michelle, Meng Meizi's mother." "Hey, Mr. Dai, didn't we say last time that we would arrange another blind date for the two kids? How about tomorrow, the weekend? I will definitely get that Meizi guy out."
Dai Lumao smiled bitterly, "Boss me, Meizi is a very good girl. My daughter is just this capable, so I don't think she is worthy of Meizi."
"Michelle? What's going on? Didn't you say it yesterday? You said your son would marry Meizi?" Why did you change your attitude today? The next day.
After Chulan woke up, he signed in as usual.
Ding, sign in successfully. Reward, a Hermes Pluie d'H folding umbrella. Next, an umbrella appeared out of thin air. Chulan held the umbrella in his hand and looked out the window. The sky is overcast and it does look like it's going to rain. This time Chulan's guess was verified again. The rewards issued by this sign-in system will be arranged according to Chulan's needs. It is a kind and good system. Xiaolan, it's time for breakfast.
At this time, my cousin who came over to cook on the weekend pushed the door open.
Chulan quickly covered his body.
After all, he was a good boy who admired nature and loved to sleep naked.
Why are you covering it up?
I saw everything when I gave you a bath when you were a child.
My cousin coughed and laughed, looking like an experienced person. Chulan.
But after she said that, she still closed the door. Chulan quickly changed her clothes, washed up, walked out of the room, and went to the living room to have breakfast.
Xiaolan, are you free later? Asked my cousin. I'm free almost every day. Then can you drive me to the bun later?
I'm going to have a reunion with my high school classmates, and it's inconvenient to take a car because it's raining.
My cousin asked with a smile. Okay.
Chulan agreed without hesitation. After all, my cousin comes here every week to cook for me. Even if she has no credit, she has worked hard.
What's wrong with sending her to the class reunion?
It started raining before going out, so Chulan took the umbrella given for signing in and drove her Ferrari Enzo to take her cousin to the class reunion. Arriving at the gathering place, Chulan threw the umbrella to her cousin. Sister, this rain won't stop for a while, I'll give you an umbrella.
TSK, my brother is really becoming more and more loving. After saying that, he blew Chulan a kiss and walked into the party restaurant with an umbrella.
On the way back, Chulan saw a familiar figure.
Chapter 43, Sang Biao was scammed by a grandmother.
In front of Coco Bar.
Sang Biao was moving goods with a group of brothers.
Ever since Chulan taught him a lesson, he really quit the gang, stopped being a gangster, and started a new life. He and a group of brothers bought the bar here, planning to do some legitimate business in the future. When Sang Biao was moving a chair into the bar, he heard a thud and a white-haired old lady fell to the ground. I looked around, there was no one and no cameras.
Sang Biao hesitated a little. Do you want to help her?
At this time, the old lady might have fallen really badly and was lying on the ground unable to get up. At this moment, Sang Biao thought of Chulan's teachings. People who practice martial arts should stand up for justice when they see it. So he put down the table and walked quickly to the old lady.
Grandma, are you okay?
When the old lady saw Sang Biao, her eyes lit up, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she replied, "Oh, my waist hurts so much from the fall, young man, can you take me to the hospital?"
Sang Biao was a little embarrassed.
He has been in the underworld for more than 10 years and has heard a lot of cases of old people extorting money. If it were in the past, he would definitely ignore it, but now he wants to be a good person. So he gritted his teeth and said,
Grandma, let me tell you first, I don't have any money. If you want to extort money, go find someone else. Ouch, I really fell down, how could I extort money? Said the old lady aggrievedly. That's good. Sang Biao nodded and prepared to help the old lady up. Just at this moment, a man rushed out of the alley. Mom! What happened to you? Did someone push you to the ground?
The old lady pointed at Sang Biao like lightning. It's him.
He pushed me down. Sang Biao was stunned. Damn it! It's really a scam. He was immediately furious. Hey! You fell to the ground by yourself, and you asked me to help you up. Now you're accusing me of pushing you?
The old lady no longer had the pitiful look she had just now.
She said in an extremely sarcastic tone, it was obviously you. You look like a gangster. You pushed me on purpose just now. His son took the opportunity to assist. Hey! It's fine if you're a gangster, but you actually bully my mom at her age? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Pay me money. Otherwise I'll call the police now. At the same time,
the old lady also raised her voice and screamed.
Hey! Someone come quickly. There's a gangster here who knocked down an old man and he's not admitting it. It's unjust.
The rain had stopped by then, and many people who were taking shelter nearby came up to watch.
The old man was hit? Is this a scam? We've seen this a lot on the internet.
But the guy with the buzz cut also looks like a gangster. As more and more people gathered, the old lady shouted even louder.
He portrayed himself as so innocent and miserable, and portrayed Sang Biao as so miserable and inhumane.
You know what, that voice, that acting skills. The Oscar winner is just for fun, the real winner has to be that old lady who scams people.
At this time,
a bald man appeared from the crowd, pointed at Sang Biao and shouted, "I saw it, it was this thug who knocked him down." Then another woman shouted, "Yes, I saw it too," and he still won't admit it. After these two people shouted, they showed an evil smile like Light Yagami. At this moment, everyone looked at Sang Biao with eyes full of disgust and indifference.
Did he really push it?
I knew it was him, he looked like a gangster.
That's right, you still don't admit it.
I don't know if my conscience has been eaten by a dog.
Hearing these words, Sang Biao was really angry.
If it were in the past, he would have immediately picked up a beer bottle and was about to hit someone. But at this moment, he can only clench his fists and suppress the anger in his heart. Because he wants to learn martial arts and he wants to be a good person.
Boom.
At this moment, a Ferrari Enzo stopped in front of them. Shulan walked out, looked at the old lady and her son on the ground, then looked at Sang Biao whose fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged, and probably guessed what had happened.
Master? Sang Biao was stunned.
He didn't expect Shulan to appear here. Shulan nodded at him, then looked at the man.
What do you want to do?
When the man saw that Shulan was driving a sports car and Sang Biao called him master, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Your apprentice pushed my mother to the ground."
Look, my mother can't even get up now.
Shulan's face suddenly turned cold.
Sure enough, it was a scam.
What he hates most in his life is scumbags who take advantage of other people's kindness. Especially that old lady, she is already old, but still so vicious.
Isn't she afraid that her descendants will suffer retribution? So what kind of outcome do you want? Shulan asked. The man said, pay the money. Do you want to go to the hospital to get your injuries checked before paying, or pay now? Pay compensation now. Shulan took out his cell phone.
At this time, Sang Biao hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Shulan's hand. "Master, they are obviously trying to scam you, you can't be fooled." As soon as these words were spoken, the old lady's son started to criticize her.
Wow.
Look, even at this point, he still refuses to admit it.
Don't you think this kind of person has no conscience? Take a picture and post it online. Shut up. Do you still want money?
Shulan looked at him and shouted angrily. The man shut up immediately. Then Shulan leaned close to Sang Biao's ear and said in a low voice, "I'll take care of this matter.
Just leave it to me." After saying that, Shulan looked at the man and said, "How much money do you want?" 1 million.
The man said without hesitation.
Everyone gasped. Isn't this too cruel? 1 million?
It's obvious that they are taking advantage of the fact that the guy driving the Ferrari is stupid and has a lot of money, so they are ripping him off. The man said, "My mother is over 80 years old.
If something happens to her, won't her next life be ruined? It's reasonable to ask for 1 million. Shulan nodded, very reasonable. However, I need to confirm one last thing. Shulan looked at the old lady and asked seriously, "Grandma, did my apprentice really push you down on purpose?"
The old lady was already dizzy with the prospect of getting $1 million, and she shouted, "Yes. He pushed me to the ground on purpose. I have witnesses who saw it."
Shulan nodded, "Okay, that's no problem, give me your bank account number." The man gave Shulan a bank account number. Shulan directly transferred 1 million into his account. Ding dong.
The man's cell phone vibrated. A remittance message arrived.
1 million has been credited. The man couldn't help laughing. 1 million.
If divided equally among these four people, it would be a considerable sum. He looked at Shulan and said with a smile, "Little brother, you are really straightforward. I will not pursue this matter." Shulan ignored him and was on the phone.
Yes, it was near the Bund. Yes, there were about 4 people in the fraud team.
The old lady was responsible for falling down and extorting money, the man pretended to be the son to threaten, and there were 2 people pretending to be witnesses in the crowd. Hearing this, the old lady, the man and woman in the crowd all changed their expressions. After hanging up the phone, Shulan looked at the crowd around him and said,
"Everyone, I have contacted my lawyer. He and the police will be here soon. Now, please do me a favor.
If you can provide evidence to help me expose these 4 fraudulent groups, I will reward you 10,000 yuan if you saw it with your own eyes, and 50,000 yuan if you took a video.
If I don't give you anything, you can just drive away with my Ferrari Enzo. For a while, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wow! Is this a bounty offered by a wealthy person? Awesome!
It turns out that the Ferrari guy has a trick up his sleeve.
Everyone was excited.
The look he gave the 4-member scam team was like a wolf that had been hungry for days seeing meat.
Chapter 44, Quit the gang and cut off one of his arms.
The crowd around was looking at the scammers like wolves and tigers. I also heard Chulan say that he had called a lawyer and the police. Several people in the fraud team looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear.
Run! Stop them! Hurry! Don't let them get away! At the same time, the surrounding onlookers came forward and surrounded them. Are you kidding?
Being a witness earns 10,000 yuan, this money shouldn't be earned too easily.
Get lost!
The old lady's son Hango was so desperate that he pulled out a dagger and pointed it at everyone.
Be careful, he has a knife. Everyone retreated.
The old lady's son climbed up in a panic, waving a dagger in his hand at everyone, wanting to leave. Then, Chulan dodged, held his knife-holding arm with his right hand, slightly bent his body, and thrust his right elbow hard into his chest.
Baji Dingshin elbow.
The shot hit the old lady's son hard, and he was knocked flying.
He hit the wall hard and fainted. Let's see who wants to run away.
Chulan cast a cold gaze at those scammers.
Everyone was stunned.
A few scammers were so scared that their eyes almost popped out.
Wipe.
It turns out he also knows martial arts.
After a moment, everyone applauded. Brother is awesome. A good example of courage and bravery. This martial art, is it Bajikwan? Awesome.
Chulan dusted himself off, looking so cool that he had no friends. Soon, Hao Ren and the police arrived. It had just rained and many people were hiding from the rain in nearby shops, so many people witnessed the incident and some people accidentally took video of it.
Chulan asked Hao Ren, these people extorted 1 million from me, how should they be sentenced?
Hao Ren said, you can't escape the 10-year prison sentence. After hearing this, these fraud teams suddenly looked ashen. It was not until then that they realized that they had been tricked by Chulan. He deliberately gave so much money just to make the crime established and to trick them into going to jail. When the onlookers around heard this, they also suddenly realized what had happened.
It's a routine.
This kid looks so young, but I didn't expect his tricks are even more sophisticated than those of an experienced driver.
Is this something that is cultivated through daily business battles? I would like to call you the strongest.
Chulan said to Hao Ren, please help me sue him to death.
Hao Ren, no problem.
Hearing this, the old lady immediately cried and kowtowed to Chulan.
Brother, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm already old and I can't stand the torture of prison.
Chulan glanced at her coldly, then why are you so troublesome when you blackmail people?
Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
The old lady cried so miserably. But Chulan ignored him.
Soon, Chulan and Sang Biao came out of the police station.
The 1 million returned to him. As for the reward money, it is a drop in the bucket for him, and he just regards it as welfare for the citizens.
Master, thank you so much. Sang Biao said to Chulan with a grateful look on his face. Wait. I'm not your master.
Chulan said indifferently. Sang Biao knelt down and said sincerely, Master, I have changed my ways and become a new man. You can see that when I helped the old lady and was blackmailed. Please teach me martial arts.
What are you doing? Get up.
Chulan saw a lot of people looking at them, and hurriedly tried to help Sang Biao up. Master, if you don't agree to accept me as your disciple, I will kneel down forever.
Sang Biao looked determined. Okay, just stand up first. Chulan really couldn't do anything about him. Thank you, Master. Sang Biao stood up and asked, may I ask when will Master teach me martial arts? Chulan thought about it and started to fool people. You want to practice martial arts? Sang Biao, yes. Chulan, practicing martial arts is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Sang Biao, no matter how hard it is, I'm willing to do it. Okay.
Chulan nodded and said seriously, then I'll tell you, before I officially teach you martial arts, you have to train your body first.
Aha! Shulan said, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers long distance run. Keep doing it every day. Of course, you have to eat 3 meals a day. Even a banana in the morning is fine.
The most important thing is to exercise your willpower. I don't turn on the air conditioner regardless of whether it's winter or summer. It was so painful at the beginning that I wanted to take a day off at any time. But in order to become a martial arts master, no matter how hard it is, I will persist every day. Even if my feet are too heavy to move, I will persist in doing squats. Even if my wrists make strange noises, I will persist in doing push-ups. A year and a half later. Wait, master. Sang Biao waved his hand and said, how? Is this the exercise method from One Punch Man? I don't want to be bald. But if you want to practice martial arts, you need to have a good physical foundation. Shulan continued to deceive, and you can see that my hair is very thick, and I don't see that I am bald, right? Master, you are really not fooling me, right? Sang Biao asked suspiciously. Shulan was stunned. Oh my god, this Sang Biao has strong limbs and a smart mind. I'm not fooling you. I guarantee it with my own character. Shulan said. Anyway, I don't have much character. At the same time, in an ancient Chinese courtyard, the plaque hanging on the entrance of the hall had 3 characters written in a flamboyant style. White Tiger Hall. This is the entrance of the White Tiger Hall. Every week, the 3 bosses of the White Tiger Hall would discuss gang matters here. The head of the family, Tang Long, took a sip of tea and said calmly, anything you need to report this week? The third in command, Tang Bao, looked at Tang Hu with some hesitation. Second brother, how about you tell me? Tang Hu gritted his teeth and said, let me tell you what I want to say. As he spoke, Tang Hu stood up and bowed to Tang Long, saying, brother, one of your trusted followers, Sang Biao, said a few days ago that he wanted to quit the White Tiger Hall. Sang Biao? Tang Long frowned and put down his teacup. Why did he quit the White Tiger Hall? Tang Hu shook his head. I don't know either, but I heard from someone that he threw the account book into the White Tiger Hall and said that he wanted to quit the White Tiger Hall and become a good person in the future. Be a good person? Tang Long laughed. Tang Hu and Tang Bao looked at each other. Sang Biao is Tang Long's confidant, although he is just a gang leader responsible for collecting protection fees in several streets in the West District, but that is just Tang Long's training for him. But I didn't expect that after all this hesitation, he would quit the White Tiger Hall? Tang Hu and Tang Bao knew about this a long time ago, but they were afraid of embarrassing Tang Long, so they didn't tell him right away. After a moment, Tang Long stopped laughing and silently picked up the teacup. We are all brothers, you don't have to worry about me embarrassing myself. If you have anything to say, just talk to me directly. As for Sang Biao, you can send someone to handle this matter. Just follow the rules of the White Tiger Hall. Anyone who leaves the gang without permission will be left with a hand. Chapter 45, Crossdresser Chulan. The next day. Chulan wakes up. Continue signing in. Ding, sign in successfully. Reward, heaven's blessing, power increases on sunny days. Chulan looked out the window and the sky began to clear up. This means that if I fight with someone in the next few days, my chances of winning will basically double. By the way, it seems like today is the day to check grades. I've been having so much fun recently that I almost forgot about this. When the time came to check, Chulan logged into the website and entered his admission ticket and ID card. As expected, it was just above the second tier line. After all, I had to work and go to school at the same time, so it was impossible to get such a low score on the exam. Chulan smiled bitterly. He also thought about whether to repeat the year, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Why? Because with my current wealth, honestly, does it matter which university I go to? Open the class group. I found that many people have started bragging. Those who did well in the exam were the most excited in the group, and their sense of superiority could be felt through the mobile phone screen. Those who did poorly on the exam would naturally be too embarrassed to speak. When asked about their scores, they would quietly log off to avoid secondary harm. How did Chulan do in the exam? Suddenly, someone in the group asked. Chulan replied, my performance was normal, and I just passed the second tier line. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. I thought you could pass the heavy line. The man said sarcastically. He himself passed the entrance exam for a key university, so he is very proud now.
At this time, the girls came forward one after another. Is there any difference between Chu Lan's admission score to a second-tier university and a key university? When you graduated and were still worried about finding a job, she was already a young millionaire driving a Ferrari and worth over 100 million. That's right. I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You dare to be sarcastic with a billionaire. I guess. There's nothing worth being superior about in his life. It's a rare opportunity for him to get into a key university, so he just pretends to be cool. Otherwise, he won't have the chance to pretend in the future. Before you advise someone to show off, you should look at the person first. I feel so embarrassed just looking at them. The girls laughed at them, and the student who had passed the key university entrance line left the line in tears. Damn, this is so discouraging. Chu Lan smiled and shook his head, turned on the computer, logged into Batu and played the game. As soon as I came online, I saw that Natosauce had deleted me as a friend and left me a message. Master, I already have someone I like in real life, so in order to focus on loving that one person, I will delete you as my friend and we will never have any contact again. Chu Lan? What's going on? You have someone you like in real life, what does that have to do with loving me? Chu Lan was puzzled. But then again, playing games without Natosauce is really less fun. After playing for an hour and making the enemy camp's high-level players complain bitterly, Chu Lan felt that it was boring, so he quit the game and saw if there were any anime updates. Just at this moment, Meng Meizi called me. She begged in a whimpering voice, Chu Lan. Can you please do me a favor? Chu Lan asked, can you tell me first? Meng Meizi said, my friend and I were supposed to attend the comic convention tomorrow, but our cosplayer had diarrhea and was admitted to the hospital. Could you please attend the convention in his place? But I don't know how to cosplay? It's very simple. I'll put makeup on you and you just stand there and pose. Well, I have nothing to do anyway. That's great, thank you so much. Meng Meizi thanked repeatedly. The next day, Chu Lan signed for a sports car Pagani Huayra. A $50 million supercar. Even more outrageous than the Ferrari Enzo. However, Chu Lan agreed to help out at the comic convention today, and didn't he want to be so high profile, so he drove his Yamaha Devil there. When I arrived at the location, I found Meng Meizi who had been waiting for a long time, and she took me backstage to put on makeup. An hour later. Oh. It's so beautiful. Meng Meizi covered her nose and seemed to be about to bleed. Chu Lan looked at himself in the mirror, but his face was full of black lines. Why a woman? Chu Lan roared. I saw myself dressed like this. With long straight black hair with bangs, long eyelashes, fiery red lips, a made-up face and a tall figure, he is even more charming than a woman. Because our cosplayer is a female, I have to ask you to put in the trouble. Come on, put on this oversized JK outfit. Meng Meizi stuffed a JK outfit into Chu Lan's hands. Chu Lan was holding the JK uniform, which was disheveled in the wind. Soon, the comic convention began. Chu Lan was pulled into the venue by Meng Meizi. At this time, the cross-dressing man Chu Lan was wearing a JK uniform, with fair skin and long flowing hair, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. Wow! That JK girl is so beautiful. So tall. Is she a model? Oh no, it's a heart-pounding feeling. But is she in a bad mood? Why does she look like that? Wherever Chu Lan went, countless people looked at him. There were even many men who came over and wanted to chat up Chu Lan, but were driven away by Chu Lan's fierce and resentful eyes. Meng Meizi looked regretful. It's over, now not only girls like you, but boys like you too. Chu Lan rolled her eyes at him. The look, which was mixed with anger, mischief, evilness, and charm, made Meng Meizi's heart pound. Although they were unable to get close to Chu Lan, many boys who were unaware of the situation raised their phones and took pictures of the crossdresser Chu Lan, intending to use them as their phone wallpapers. After standing at Meng Meizi's booth for a whole morning, Chu Lan's feet were sore. Chu Lan, sit down and take a rest first. I'll go buy you some water and food. After saying that, Meng Meizi ran away. But what Meng Meizi didn't know was that as soon as she left, a boy who was at most in his early 20s came over. He was wearing branded clothes and had a fashionable hairstyle. He looked like a rich second generation. He had noticed Chu Lan a long time ago and felt that he had met his goddess. Seeing Chu Lan resting, he felt that his chance had come. Walk quickly to Chu Lan.
With a smile on his face, he handed over a bottle of Evian mineral water. "Beauty, I see you've been standing for the whole morning, you must be tired, how about a drink of water first?" The people around who were secretly taking pictures of Chulan saw this and were amazed.
Wow, it's Evian mineral water. He must be a rich second generation. Is Evian mineral water expensive? 20 yuan a bottle. Oh my god, I've never drunk mineral water that costs 20 yuan. It's good to be beautiful, the rich second generation will pounce on you. Amidst the discussion, Chulan looked up at the rich second generation and ignored them. Continue to lower your head and play with your phone. The second generation rich man refused to give up. Are you waiting for someone? Chulan still ignored him. The second generation rich man was not angry and continued to smile. How about I treat you to dinner at Michelin? I am a VIP member there.
Oh, by the way, I am driving a GTR today.
Bala bala. He said a lot of things to himself, just to show off his identity as a rich young man.
Chulan was so annoyed by the noise that he even lost the game against King of Glory.
Still ranked.
So he decided to confront.
I am a man. The opening sound is full of magnetism. Rich second generation? Onlookers?
At the same time, Chulan lifted up his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs.
For a moment, the atmosphere became quiet. Chapter 46 Sangbiao, I want to be a good person.
When everyone saw the sexy JK girl showing off her 8-pack abs, they were all stunned.
The rich second generation looked like he was petrified.
If this were a cartoon, his color would probably fade.
Such a beautiful woman is actually a crossdresser. This moment,
his worldview collapsed. What is even more ironic is that Chulan actually won the most popular crossdresser award at the comic convention.
The comic convention ended at around 7 o'clock.
Chulan invited Meng Meizi to have a meal nearby, and then drove her home on his motorcycle. Meng Meizi put her arms around Chulan's waist, feeling the cool breeze of the summer evening, and suddenly enjoyed the feeling of freedom at the moment.
I don't have to deal with all the blind dates arranged by my mother. I can do what I like and even go for a ride with the boy I like. I really hope it can go on like this forever.
Meng Meizi made a wish in her heart.
Arrive. The motorcycle stopped and Chulan turned around and said, "Ah. So fast."
Meng Meizi found it difficult to accept.
Isn't your house close to the stadium? It only takes less than 10 minutes to get there.
I even took a shortcut on purpose.
Chulan asked puzzledly. Humph. Straight man.
Hearing Chulan say that they took a detour on purpose, Meng Meizi muttered softly.
What did you say? Chulan asked. Nothing, do you want to come to my house for some coffee?
No, I didn't sleep all night because of coffee last time, and I don't really like it, ha. Meng Meizi covered her face.
Straight man, what can I do to save you?
At this time, Chulan's cell phone rang.
It's an unfamiliar phone call. Who's calling? Chulan answered the phone. An anxious male voice sounded from the other side. Hello? Is this Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu?
Chulan was slightly stunned, then realized that he was talking about himself.
He replied, It's me, who are you? I'm Tianji.
I'm the one who offended you at the barbecue restaurant that night.
Chulan remembered. Well, what's the matter? Mr. Chu, something terrible has happened. Something has happened to Brother Biao. Chulan was stunned. Something happened? Wasn't everything fine yesterday?
Tianji said in an urgent tone, Brother Biao was taught a lesson by you that day, so he quit the White Tiger Hall and planned to do the right thing. But now the people from the White Tiger Hall come over and say that if Brother Biao quits the White Tiger Hall, they will chop off one of his hands.
What?
Chulan was shocked.
Are there such dark gang rules?
This matter can be said to be caused by himself, and Chulan cannot just stand by and watch him die.
He quickly asked, Tell me where you are, I'll be there now. It's right in our bar, Mr. Chu, please save Brother Biao. I beg you. Tianji was so anxious that he was about to cry.
Well, try to delay as much time as possible until I come over. After saying that, Chulan hung up the phone and said a few words to Meng Meizi. Meng Meizi said, Chulan, I know you are very powerful and have a strong background, but you must be careful.
I don't want to see anything happen to you.
Chulan felt warm in his heart and smiled, Don't worry, I'm very strong. After saying that, he twisted the handlebars of the motorcycle and headed straight for Coco Bar. I, Chulan, want to see who this White Tiger Hall is.
How dare they be so arrogant and say they want to chop off your hands if you quit? Along the way, Chulan's anger level skyrocketed. Cocoa Bar, VIP room. Wow.
A bald man threw a glass of strong liquor on Sang Biao's face and shouted angrily, "The third boss is asking you a question."
Look at the third boss.
At this time, Sang Biao had a swollen face and a bruised nose, and the fishy and spicy liquor made his wounds burn with pain. But he just shook the drink off his face, raised his head and looked at the young man on the sofa with a firm gaze. The young man, wearing a suit vest, had a slicked back hair and a rather ruthless look on his face.
He was looking dimly at Sang Biao, who was kneeling on the ground. He is the third in command of the White Tiger Hall, Tang Bao. Tang Bao looked at Sang Biao and said, "Sang Biao, I really want to know, you are doing well, why do you want to quit the White Tiger Hall? It is clear that the eldest brother is willing to cultivate you. Because I want to be a good person." Sang Biao's eyes were full of determination. Ha! Tang Bao laughed. Bang! The bald man slapped Sang Biao in the face and cursed, "Still trying to be a good guy? Do you think you're in infernal affairs? I still want to be Liang Chaowei." "Achian, stop it!"
Tang Bao shouted, and the bald man quickly retreated to his side.
Tang Bao stood up and walked to Sang Biao's side. "I heard that you found a master and he asked you to quit the White Tiger Hall, right?" Sang Biao didn't say anything. Tang Bao continued, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance.
As long as you tell me who your master is, we can let you return to the White Tiger Hall and let bygones be bygones."
Sang Biao still didn't say anything. He knew very well that given Tang Bao's style, if he mentioned Chulan's name, what the consequences would be. "I'll give you 5 seconds to think." 5, 4.
"No need, third in command."
"I won't tell," Sang Biao said calmly. "Fuck you." Tang Bao suddenly jumped up and kicked Sang Biao to the ground. "You don't want to drink the wine, right? Do you believe that I will kill you? I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to change your mind now." "I won't change my mind. You can kill me or cut me up as you like."
Sang Biao covered his stomach, curled up into a ball, his face pale with pain. For him, Chulan has already agreed to accept him as his apprentice, and that is his Sang Biao's master.
Once a teacher, always a father. He will never betray Chulan. "Ha, I didn't expect you to be such a man." "Okay, I'll break your bones and chop off your hands, let's see how manly you can be." Tang Bao was stunned and winked at the bald man. The bald man stepped forward and stepped on Sang Biao's arm. Crack! As the bald man exerted force with his foot, Sang Biao's arm broke.
The intense pain stimulated Sang Biao's brain, causing his forehead to be covered in cold sweat, and he screamed in pain.
Martial arts should be used to uphold justice and fight injustice. But look at you, what do you look like? You wander the streets all day long, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What Chulan said that night echoed in Sang Biao's ears. Despite the severe pain, he remained firm in his heart. "I am Sang Biao, I want to be a good person. You still haven't said anything, right? Okay, I'll see how long you can endure."
Tang Bao squatted down, grabbed Sang Biao's hair, and slammed him to the floor.
Bang!
There was a sudden pool of blood on Sang Biao's forehead.
"Will you tell it or not?" Tang Bao grabbed Sang Biao's hair and pulled his head up. Sang Biao spat a mouthful of blood on his face and said firmly, "No." Bang! Tang Bao kicked Sang Biao on the head, extremely angry, and said to the bald man, "Break his legs for me."
"Yes, third master." The bald man picked up an iron rod nearby and hit Sang Biao directly on the knee.
Snap! Ah! Ah!
The shrill howls echoed throughout the private room.
But Sang Biao still gritted his teeth. Even though he was tortured, he said nothing, just like a real man. Chapter 47, Entering the Enemy Line. Boom! Chulan drove a motorcycle to the bar.
I saw a few tattooed burly men in vests standing at the door, guarding it with fierce looks on their faces. They were obviously not good people.
Chulan parked the motorcycle and walked straight over. "Stop, no business today."
A burly man with a scar on his forehead came forward and looked at Chulan with ill intent.
"Get out of the way."
Chulan had been holding a lot of anger in his heart for a long time, and now that someone dared to stop him, he wanted to take action directly.
"Boy, you are a student, right?"
Scarface sneered, "I still advise you not to meddle in other people's business and go back to your mother to drink milk, ha ha ha." The other hooligans also started laughing.
Bang!
Shulan didn't bother to talk nonsense, he just raised his hand and slapped him.
Puff!
Shulan, whose muscles were strengthened by the super soldier serum, now had the same strong muscle strength as Captain America. With one slap, he directly slapped Scarface, causing him to fly away, spit out blood, and faint.
Fuck!
He's a martial artist. In an instant, the laughter of those thugs disappeared, and they looked at Shulan with fear on their faces.
What's going on? Why is it so noisy?
A young man with dyed white hair and a cigarette in his mouth walked out of the bar.
Brother, bye.
Here comes a martial artist, and Brother Red Bull was knocked down by him. Seeing the white-haired young man coming out, the thugs who were originally frightened immediately became alert and looked at him for help.
Oh?
The white-haired young man took a puff of cigarette and glanced at Shulan calmly. Boy, you dare to cause trouble with our White Tiger Hall. You are quite brave.
I'm going in now.
If you dare to stop me, I'll make you eat your cigarette butt. Shulan pointed at the cigarette in the white-haired young man's mouth and said coldly.
Are you Sang Biao's master?
The white-haired young man narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice.
Do you know me? Shulan asked back.
Of course, our third in command wanted to find you, so he beat Sang Biao for half an hour, but this guy didn't say a word.
I didn't expect you to come to us now.
The white-haired young man sneered. Hearing that Sang Biao had been beaten for half an hour, Shulan's face turned extremely cold.
Don't do anything, I'll meet this kid.
The white-haired young man said something to the gangster behind him, threw his cigarette butt to the ground, and walked straight towards Shulan.
Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. I've won the championship in the underground boxing competition in the United States. If you meet me, you won't win at all. Damn it! Bang!
Before the white-haired young man could finish his words, Shulan slid in front of him. The fist hit the white-haired young man's chest with great force, like a huge hammer, knocking the white-haired young man flying backwards and knocking over the door of the bar.
Underground boxing champion?
Shulan put away his fist and looked at the white-haired young man who was spitting blood with disdain on his face. Then he picked up the cigarette butt on the ground and walked towards him. Realizing that something was wrong, Baima turned pale with fear and shouted in terror, No!
No! Don't come over here! But Shulan didn't care about all that.
He just stuffed the cigarette butt, which was still sparking, into Baimao's mouth, burning him so much that he cried out in pain. The other thugs were so scared that they almost peed themselves.
Not to mention going forward, I didn't even dare to breathe loudly.
After taking care of the white hair, Shulan walked into the bar. Soon, Tianji and others were seen tied to chairs with bruised faces and noses.
Mr. Chu, you are here, hurry up and save Brother Biao.
Seeing Shulan coming, Tianji shouted at him as if he had seen a savior. The three thugs guarding them looked back and saw a young man who was as handsome as a model, standing behind them with a stern face.
Who are you?
Three thugs rushed forward with iron bars.
Bang! 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 With a punch, an elbow, and a kick, the three thugs fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. Shulan wanted to untie Tianji, but he shouted, Mr. Chu, don't worry about me, go to the box and save Brother Biao first.
Shulan nodded, ran to the box and kicked the door open. Then he saw Sang Biao lying on the ground with a bruised face and blood in his mouth. What's worse is that the joints of his hands and feet were deformed, he was completely limp on the ground, his eyes were a little dazed, and he seemed like he was going to faint at any moment.
Master Father! Sang Biao shouted weakly.
At this moment, Shulan's anger reached its peak.
Who made you like this? It's me. Tang Bao sat leisurely on the sofa and sneered, You are Sang Biao's master? No way, I think you are just a student, how can you be someone's master? You did it?
Shulan turned to look at Tang Bao, his eyes frighteningly cold.
I did it.
You tricked my White Tiger Hall people away. Today, I will not only chop off Sang Biao's hand, but also yours. Tang Bao looked at the bald man next to him. Chang, take care of him.
Yes.
Bald Chang slowly walked towards Shulan, grinning coldly. I thought it would be a great man like Ip Man or Wong Fei Hung, but I didn't expect it to be a delicate and tender pretty boy.
It's really disappointing.
Bald Chang is about 1.9 meters tall and has muscles all over his body.
He is as tough as a wrestler.
Boy, I have no grudge against you.
If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for asking for death.
Why do you come to fool us, the White Tiger Hall, when you can fool anyone else?
Are you done?
Shulan looked at him coldly, then raised her hand and pointed at Bald Chang, then at Tang Bao on the sofa. You, and you, Chulan, will destroy you all today.
Pat Tang Bao laughed, ha ha ha, you want to cripple me? Ah Chang, I changed my mind. I won't cripple his hand. I'm going to kill him today. Guang Tuqiang nodded and turned to look at Chulan. You little bastard, you were still talking nonsense when you were about to die, right? You asked for this.
The bald man punched hard. A fist as big as a casserole smashed towards Chulan's head with a whistling gust of wind.
Bald Chang is Tang Bao's #1 fighter.
Looking at the entire White Tiger Hall, few people dare to mess with him. If he is hit hard by this punch, he will become an idiot if he doesn't die. When Sang Biao saw this, his heart tightened. But he was so badly injured that he couldn't even say a word to warn loudly. He could only watch Bald Chang's fist fall towards Chulan's head.
Pa!
Chulan clenched his hand and grasped Bald Chang's fist.
What?
Bald Chang's face suddenly changed. He is a black belt in karate and can punch through more than 10 layers of tiles with one punch.
But now he is blocked by a delicate and tender pretty boy with one hand?
The bald man felt something was wrong and wanted to retract his fist and keep a safe distance from Chulan. But he found that Chulan's hands were like pliers.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull out his fist. Chulan bent slightly, and his right elbow hit Ah Chang's chest like a cannonball.
There was a muffled bang. Ah Chang was knocked away by Ling. His body flew backwards 6 or 7 meters in the air and crashed in front of Tang Bao.
Now you.
Chulan pointed at Tang Bao and said coldly.
Chapter 48. The egg is broken. Tang Bao's face changed drastically.
Looking at Ah Chang lying in front of him, spitting blood, he found it hard to believe.
This is the most capable fighter under his command, and yet he was defeated by a boy of 17 or 18 years old? But he no longer had time to think about it.
Because Chulan was already walking towards him.
Don't come over here. Tang Bao's expression froze and his whole face turned pale.
I am the third in command of the White Tiger Hall.
If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my eldest and second brothers will definitely kill your entire family.
Chulan said nothing and walked towards him slowly.
Ah! Biao, get up quickly and save me. Someone come. Someone come quickly.
Tang Bao was almost scared to death, and there was no trace of his arrogant attitude as the third in command of the White Tiger Hall.
In fact, he was an uneducated and evil guy.
If it weren't for the abilities of Tang Long and Tang Hu, he would be basically no different from a street thug. Now that he has lost his support, his true colors are revealed.
Chulan. Master Chu. Brother Chu. Please forgive me. I promise I won't bother you again.
Looking at Chulan walking in front of him, Tang Bao trembled all over and his lips shook.
I am a man of my words.
If I say I will destroy you today, I will destroy you today.
I will definitely not put it off until tomorrow. Chulan's tone was extremely cold, without any emotion at all.
At this moment, Tang Bao seemed to see his elder brother Tang Long, who was also full of the domineering aura of a hero.
I'm doing it. Wait, ah. Bang bang bang.
Without waiting for Tang Bao to continue speaking, Chulan punched Tang Bao, beating him so hard that he was almost deformed. After being hit for more than 20 times, Tang Bao fell to the ground dying, with bruises all over his body, broken hands and feet, and his face swollen like a pig's head.
But that's not all.
Chulan finally raised her foot and stepped hard on his crotch.
Bang! What is that shattering sound? Ah!
Tang Bao howled in pain, his eyes almost popping out. Then he rolled his eyes in pain, foamed at the mouth, and completely fainted.
Chulan glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him.
She quickly walked to Sang Biao, picked him up and put him on the sofa. He was seriously injured. Even though Chulan didn't know medicine, he could tell that even if he was cured, he would probably be disabled for the rest of his life.
Master. I'm in this state now. I'm afraid I can't learn martial arts from you anymore. Sang Biao had a bitter smile.
His heart hurt more than his body. His dream of learning martial arts has finally come to an end.
Chulan felt very guilty.
It can be said that Sang Biao is in this state today because I fooled him a few times. Chulan looked at him and said seriously, Sang Biao, I will find the best doctor to treat you.
Even if the doctor can't cure you, I will cure you one day. Yes. There is also a sign-in system.
In addition to various luxury sports cars, the items you sign in daily will also include rare items and skills, so it is not impossible to get some healing medicine or god-level medical skills.
Chulan's comfort gave Sang Biao hope.
But he still didn't believe it. Master, please don't comfort me.
How can I recover from this mess? You already called me master, but you still doubt me?
I don't dare. That's right, take good care of your injuries.
When you recover, I will teach you the authentic Bajikwan.
Yes. Sang Biao thought, it seems that this beating was worth it.
The rest is easy.
Chulan had Sang Biao sent to the hospital, while Tianji and others threw the thugs who were beaten by Chulan outside the bar and asked the thugs from Baihutang to take them back. Mr. Chu, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. When Chulan was drinking juice, Tianji came over with a sad face.
Explain.
Chulan was very straightforward.
The White Tiger Hall has great influence in the Magic City. You stepped on Tang Bao's testicles this time. I'm afraid they won't give up. Tianji said. So what?
Chulan looked at Tianji coldly. If the White Tiger Hall doesn't attack me, I will also attack them.
Mr. Chu, are you planning to take action against the White Tiger Hall? Tianji was stunned. That's right. Chulan nodded.
Of course, I'm still thinking about the specific plan, but I plan to take control of the White Tiger Hall.
Tianji was stunned. Mr. Chu, you are not kidding me, right? Control the White Tiger Hall? How is this possible?
As long as Tang Long and Tang Hu are in charge of the White Tiger Hall, no one can shake their position.
Who is so boring as to joke with you? Be prepared. I mean what I say. Next month I will transfer some money to you to help you recruit soldiers. I will ask you when I need you. Shu Lan's eyes flashed with determination. Okay, I will try my best. Tianji nodded hesitantly. Kindness. Shu Lan is a very greedy person. He now has a lot of wealth in public, but secretly lacks the power of the underworld. Now that the White Tiger Hall is coming to his door, he will take the opportunity to swallow them up. De Bao J Club. In the luxurious box, Tang Hu, the second in command of the White Tiger Hall, was drinking and having fun with 10 beauties, enjoying a life of luxury and debauchery. Bang, bang, bang.
At this time, someone knocked on the door outside the box.
What's the matter? I'm having a great time. If you bother me with trivial matters, I'll kill you.
Tang Hu roared at the door.
It's me.
A deep and heavy voice was heard outside the door.
Brother?
Tang Hu shuddered all over. This voice belongs to the leader of White Tiger Hall, Tang Long. Without saying a word, Tang Hu pushed away the beauty who was entangled with him and yelled, "Get out!" The long-haired beauty who was pushed to the ground by him felt a pain in her buttocks, but she could only endure it and dared not say a word.
She climbed out of the box timidly with the other women.
The door was opened, and a dignified middle-aged man stood outside the door, with his hands behind his back, looking at Tang Hu with some contempt.
You indulge in alcohol and sex all day long. Have you almost forgotten the martial arts of my Tang family? This is Carpe Diem. Tang Hu scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, brother, what's the matter that made you come to see me so anxiously? Something happened to my third brother.
Tang Long said coldly.
What? Tang Hu slammed the table and stood up. What happened to the third brother?
He brought people to find Sang Biao, but his genitals were crippled by Sang Biao's master.
He is now receiving treatment in the hospital. Tang Long said. Your lower body is ruined? Tang Hu's pupils suddenly shrank. After a moment, he asked anxiously, can it still be used?
Tang Long said nothing, just shook his head.
Who did it?
Tang Hu jumped up and smashed the glass table next to him with a slap.
He only has this one younger brother and he loves him the most, but now he has no descendants?
Brother, let's take people there now and tear Sang Biao and his master into pieces.
Tang Hu was furious and walked towards the door. Stop.
Tang Long stopped him.
Brother, why are you stopping me? Tang Hu asked puzzledly. Do you know the other party's identity? Tang Long glanced at him indifferently.
I don't care who he is.
I, Tang Hu, will not be a human being if I don't kill him.
Tang Hu cursed and was about to walk out.
Do you know that half an hour ago, several of our venues were inspected? Tang Long said. Tang Hu stopped. What did you say? I asked Hao Run to inquire for me.
This action was instructed by the higher-ups.
We have offended someone we shouldn't have offended.
Tang Long said in a cold voice.
Who did we offend? Tang Hu had a bad feeling. What do you think?
Tang Long glanced at him.
Is it Master Sang Biao?
Tang Hu trembled all over.
He never imagined that Sang Biao's master had such great power.
Chapter 49. Promise me, kill him.
Mr. Chu, it's done.
Tang Long believes in my words very much.
Okay, thank you for your help. Chu Lan hung up the phone and smiled evilly. The plan worked.
He knew that Tang Long was cautious and suspicious, otherwise he would not have become the underground emperor of the Demon City. As for the Dujin law firm, he gave them several $1 million every year to handle lawsuits for him, deal with various legal issues, and gather information. Naturally, no one would have thought that what Haoren said was all made up by Chu Lan. There was no big shot who wanted to mess with him. It was simply Chu Lan who used his status as a shareholder to let Haoren deceive him on purpose so that Bai Hutang would not dare to cause trouble.
Next, if the system is really what you want, and the rewards it gives are what you need,
then the next reward will be something that can heal Sang Biao's injuries, or something that can deal with Bai Hu Hall.
Chu Lan went to bed without saying anything, waiting for the next day. The next day. The first thing I do when I open my eyes is to sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Reward, mastering the internal strength. Internal strength?
Chu Lan subconsciously thought of those street scammers. However, the rewards from the system cannot possibly be so deceptive.
Follow the system introduction.
The so-called internal strength, also known as internal force, is the life energy generated between the human meridians. It will automatically recover and become stronger as it runs through the meridians. As the internal strength becomes stronger, the human body's quality will also gradually improve. According to Chinese martial arts, qi flows through the meridians of the human body, but ordinary people do not know how to use this magical thing. However, some powerful martial artists or qigong masters, after long-term practice, can freely control and guide the flow of this qi, cultivate internal strength, and then trigger powerful force. Using this as the dividing line, martial artists are divided into external strength and internal strength. External force warriors only know how to use the strength of muscles and bones, which is not much different from ordinary people and does not exceed the scope of ordinary people's understanding.
Currently, Chu Lan is at this stage. And internal force warriors are masters who can freely control their internal force.
They are like the heroes in martial arts novels. Even if they are gray-haired and over 60 years old, they can still fight 10 people at the same time and beat the martial artists with external force to a pulp.
Does the host accept the enhancement? Accept. Of course I accept.
As long as you learn to master internal strength, you can upgrade yourself from an external strength warrior to an internal strength warrior, and the power of Bajiquan will directly rise to a higher level.
Reinforcement begins. As the system prompt sounded, a faint light covered Chu Lan.
The next moment, he suddenly felt some magical changes happening in his body. He felt a gentle force transforming and cleansing his meridians throughout his body, and finally converging at his dantian. If you close your eyes, you can even see the dantian in your body burning like a furnace.
Reinforcement is over. As the system prompt sounded again,
Chu Lan opened his eyes and felt that the world seemed different. I clenched my fists and felt full of strength. If he were to face those minions from the White Tiger Hall now, he could at least beat 100 of them alone.
At the same time, in the hospital, Tang Bao finally woke up.
Tang Long went to deal with the affairs of Bai Hu Hall, and only Tang Hu stayed at the hospital.
Upon seeing Tang Hu, Tang Bao asked in confusion. Second brother?
Third brother, you finally woke up, that's great.
Why am I in the hospital?
Tang Bao was a little confused and began to recall what had happened.
I remember I went to look for Sang Biao, and then a kid ran in and said he was Master Sang Biao. Then he beat Ah Chang down. Then he beat me. Finally he stepped on my body. Thinking of this, Tang Bao's expression instantly became distorted. I quickly reached down and touched. No more. My 2 balls are gone. Aho, what on earth happened?
Tang Bao's mentality suddenly collapsed, and he was yelling hysterically.
Third brother, calm down.
Tang Hu tried to comfort him, but Tang Bao, who had become a testicle-clearing warrior, was obviously mentally shocked and could hardly accept this reality.
Doctor! Doctor!
Tang Hu could hardly hold Tang Bao down, so he quickly called a doctor. The doctor and the nurse rushed over and gave Tang Bao an injection, and he slowly fell asleep.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Tang Hu felt extremely sad.
My good brother has become like this. Sang Biao and Chu Lan, I will kill you sooner or later.
But Tang Long said that Chu Lan might have an official background and that they should not act rashly, so Tang Hu only dared to vent his anger on the doctor.
You are useless. What's the use of you? Don't you say that your hospital is the best in the Magic City? How come you can't cure my brother?
Please calm down, Mr. Tang, please calm down.
The attending doctor immediately knelt down and said, your brother's illness is too serious. Both testicles are shattered. All the doctors in our hospital have consulted together and the only option is to remove them. Can't you just give him 2 transplants? Tang Hu spitted. Mr. Tang, you're joking.
There is no such technology in the world at present.
The attending physician was sweating profusely.
You are such quacks.
Such waste.
Tang Hu was extremely furious. After swallowing his saliva, the attending doctor said nervously, Mr. Tang, there is actually one more thing.
If you have something to say, just say it. That.
The attending doctor said boldly, Mr. Tang Bao's bird was also seriously injured and almost crushed, so we removed 2/3 of it.
Puff.
When Tang Hu heard this, he almost vomited blood.
Not only are the 2 testicles gone, but 2/3 of the bird is gone? This is no different from nothing. No wonder the third brother completely collapsed just now.
Calming down his mind that was about to faint, Tang Hu rubbed his temple and asked, what impact will this have on my brother in the future?
In fact, the impact is not that big.
Seeing that Tang Hu was not that angry, the attending doctor boldly said, besides being unable to reproduce, the only problem is that when you go to the toilet, you might pee everywhere. But just prepare a few more pairs of pants.
Bang.
Upon hearing this, Tang Hu fainted on the ground.
Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang.
The scene was in chaos.
For a long time. Tang Hu woke up.
Tang Bao's emotions also stabilized. Tang Bao looked out the window, thinking that he would never be able to play with women again, and that he would pee everywhere when he went to the toilet, and a line of tears slid down his cheeks.
Brother, I want to ask you a favor.
After a moment's silence, Tang Bao spoke softly, his voice beginning to become shrill, like that of a eunuch.
You said, what my second brother can do, I will definitely do it for you. Kill him. This. Hearing this, Tang Hu hesitated. After all, his elder brother had warned him repeatedly not to act rashly before finding out the other party's background clearly. Promise me. Tang Bao begged.
Hearing this, Tang Hu gritted his teeth and finally said firmly, okay, second brother promises you.
Chapter 50 Buying the company where my cousin works. After practicing Bajiquan at home, Chu Lan went to the hospital to visit Sang Biao. Sang Biao was beaten with multiple severe fractures all over his body. The doctor said that he would probably have difficulty walking even after he recovers.
This was a nightmare for Sang Biao, who yearned for martial arts.
However, Chu Lan still holds out hope.
He will wait until he signs in tomorrow to see if he can get some healing medicine or god-level medical skills. Since the ward where Sang Biao was staying was a high-end ward, with 1 person per room and a sofa, TV, etc., the hospitalization fee was 1,000 yuan per day. But this is not a problem. The rent of the World Financial Center has been transferred into Chu Lan's account.
It's several billion yuan.
Now Chu Lan can have money to burn and play with. Of course, burning money is illegal, so Chu Lan was just talking about it. I arrived at the parking lot and just got into the Bugatti Veyron when I suddenly received a call from my cousin. Xiaolan, I can't come to your house to cook this week.
Ah. Why?
Chu Lan was very excited. After all, he couldn't live without his cousin's cooking.
Gao Gong got promoted and a new department manager was appointed.
He always asks us to work overtime 996 and says that being able to work overtime is a blessing.
I have to work overtime during this period. My cousin complained a lot.
According to him, I will have to prepare my own meals on weekends from now on, or hire a nanny.
Chu Lan was angry.
The reason for my anger is not that my cousin has to work overtime.
But it's the home-cooked meals that I don't have on weekends. How can this be tolerated?
So, after hanging up the phone with her cousin, Chu Lan called Hao Run.
Lawyer Hao, I want to acquire a company. At the same time, in the Magic City People's Hospital. Tang Hu was also on the phone.
He had never taken anyone seriously before, but now his tone was extremely respectful.
Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su.
As long as we can get Taiyang Xiaoyi to help, let alone 5 million, even 10 million is not a problem.
After hanging up the phone, Tang Bao quickly asked, "Second brother, what happened?"
Tang Hu nodded and said with a smile, "It's done. The Tianxia Association in Beijing has agreed to take action. The person coming is Su Mufeng, the boxing maniac of the 12 evils of Tianqi."
"Great.
I must make Chu Lan die miserably,"
Tang Bao said viciously. After a moment, he asked Tang Hu again, "Second brother, what will happen in this world? Tiang Xiaowi?
You rarely get involved in martial arts, so it's normal that you don't know." Tang Hu laughed and said, "This Tiang Xiaowi, on the surface it is a group with a market value of 300 billion, but in reality it is the largest gang in Beijing. The 12 evils of Tianqi under the leader Zhang Yunlai are all masters who are feared by everyone in the martial arts world."
"Are they so awesome? Wouldn't the society be in chaos?" Tang Bao asked in surprise. "You are too young. Do you think the country is a vegetarian?"
In order to suppress these people in the underworld, the country set up 6 gates after the opening up to deal with disputes in the underworld.
"So all the people in the 6 gates are martial arts masters?" Tang Bao asked again. "Not really. I think many people's strength is not as good as mine," Tang Hu said. "Then how to suppress the Tiang Xiaowi?" Tang Bao was even more confused.
Tang Hu sighed, "No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of bullets. If your martial arts skills are not perfect, no matter how powerful you are, they are useless." The next day, Chu Lan woke up. "I quickly signed in to see if there was any reward that could cure Sang Biao's injuries."
Ding, sign in successfully. Reward, battle power detector glasses type. Combat power detector? Dragon Ball?
Just as Chu Lan was thinking this, a pair of half-frame glasses appeared out of thin air in his hand.
"That's it? A combat power detector?"
Chu Lan tried putting on the glasses and found that they were no different from ordinary glasses. When he walked to the mirror, he looked at himself through his glasses. He is gentle and has a clean and handsome face, a bit like Arima Takashi from Tokyo Ghoul. The next moment, a series of readings appeared on the lens, and a circle locked the self in the mirror.
Combat power, 70. Chu Lan was surprised.
With this combat power detector, you can detect it before encountering any expert, so as to avoid rushing forward foolishly and causing a crash.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
Chu Lan looked through the surveillance screen at the door and saw Hao Ren, dressed in a suit, waiting in front of the gate of his villa with a briefcase in his hand.
"Open the door." Hao Ren walked into the villa.
When he saw Chu Lan, he was slightly startled.
"So handsome."
Although Chu Lan is already very handsome, this pair of glasses makes him look more gentle and refined, like a graceful gentleman.
At this time, Chu Lan looked at Hao Ren. Combat power, 5. Put. Chu Lan almost laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, it turns out Hao Ren is a weakling."
Hao Ren was puzzled when he saw Chu Lan trying to suppress a smile.
"Is there something stuck on my face? That's impossible. As a first-class lawyer, there is absolutely no problem with my appearance. Then what is Mr. Chu laughing at?" "But I don't know either, and I don't dare to ask." Hao Ren took out a document from his file bag. "Mr. Chu, the acquisition you instructed me to do has been completed. Just sign your name on this document and Xingyu Advertising Company will be yours." "It's done so quickly?" Chu Lan couldn't believe it. He had just asked him to do something yesterday, and it was already done so early in the morning? Hao Ren smiled and said, "This advertising company's business situation is not good."
When they heard that we wanted to acquire it, they were naturally very happy. "It was only because of you, Lawyer Hao, that things went so smoothly." Chu Lan flattered Hao Ren, took the pen from Hao Ren's hand, and quickly wrote her name on the document. Hao Ren put the documents away and shook hands with Chu Lan. "Congratulations, Mr. Chu, from now on, this company is yours."
"Thanks." Chu Lan smiled. "Now that the company is her own, my cousin naturally doesn't have to work overtime anymore. I wonder what my cousin's expression would be like when she finds out that I'm the boss of her company?" The thought of it was exciting, and he couldn't help but want to see how his cousin would react. After making a phone call to the person in charge of Xingyu Advertising and telling him that he was coming over, Chu Lan changed into formal clothes, put on a famous watch, drove his favorite Ferrari Enzo, and headed to Xingyu Advertising Company. At this time, Xingyu Advertising Company. General Manager's office. General Manager Chen Gang is in a meeting with several department heads. He said solemnly, "Dear department managers, I believe you already know that our company was acquired by a young wealthy man yesterday. Kindness. Several department managers looked nervous. I didn't expect the company to change owners overnight.
I don't know if the new boss will do something like a new official taking office and carry out a major purge.
Mr. Chen, do you have any information about this new boss?
The media manager asked.
I only know his last name is Chu. The Dujin law firm hasn't sent me the rest of his information yet. But no matter what, we must show enough respect to this new boss.
If anyone angers him when he comes to inspect the company later, I will deal with him seriously.
Yes.
The department managers all had serious expressions on their faces.
They all hold certain positions in the company, and no one wants to become a victim of the new boss's attack just because they offended him. Under Chen Gang's order, the entire Xingyu advertising company became busy.
The public relations department has begun to select young ladies with outstanding looks in the department to serve as receptionists, who will be responsible for lining up to welcome the new boss.
Chapter 51. The domineering president is here.
Xu Chanxian was working on an advertisement when her QQ call suddenly started. It was the department manager Shi Datua who was looking for her.
Chanxian, are you there? Xu Chanxian felt very unhappy when she saw Shi Datua.
In order to curry favor with his boss, this guy always forces all employees in the department to work overtime, and brainwashes them about the wolf culture. He believes that 996 is a blessing, and those who don't work overtime are not his brothers. When Xu Chanxian saw this person looking for her, she felt that it was definitely not a good thing.
As expected. Shi Datua said, Chanxian, I will assign you a temporary task. What mission? Xu Chanxian replied, suppressing her anger.
The new boss is coming to inspect, and the public relations department is short-staffed.
We need the prettiest girl in our department to serve as a hostess, so I recommended you. The new boss is coming to inspect?
Xu Chanxian was a female man, and she hated being a hostess the most, so she refused decisively. I have a lot of work on hand, please ask manager Shi to find someone else.
This is an order.
Unexpectedly, Shi Datua replied directly, go if I tell you to.
You must obey the leader's orders. Xu Chanxian was a little furious.
This is clearly not within my job scope, and I made it clear during the interview that I only wanted to do copywriting work and did not want to do public relations work. But she was an employee after all, so she had to reply as respectfully as possible, Manager Shi, I really have a lot of work on hand. If I go to the reception, I can't handle it even if I work overtime for 24 hours.
But Shi Datua didn't buy her trick at all. The boss replied in a very domineering way, that's your business. Improve your efficiency.
If you refuse to take on the welcoming work, it will be treated as disobeying management and half of your salary will be deducted.
No, I quit. Xu Chanxian couldn't bear it anymore.
It's fine that you don't have to work overtime during normal times, but now you're being deducted for not doing some etiquette work?
Why don't you quit your job at such a company and stay for the new year? Okay.
Go and submit your resignation application now, and you can leave after handing over your work.
Our company doesn't need employees like you.
Shi Datua replied directly, and his manner of speaking was also ugly.
Xu Chanxian was so angry that she smashed the mouse.
She was originally a hot-tempered and energetic girl. After being scolded like that, she really wanted to go into the office and give Shi Datua a set of sanda.
But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. After all, if you hit someone, you will go to jail. You are not a child anymore and need to be more mature.
Writing a resignation letter, handing over work to employees, Xu Chanxian still felt a little aggrieved.
Just when Xu Chanxian was feeling aggrieved, Xu Lan had already arrived downstairs of the company in a Ferrari Enzo.
General Manager Chen Gang and managers from various departments were already waiting in front of the main entrance of the office building. Xu Lan got out of the car, straightened his suit, and exuded a strong aura.
Everyone was stunned. Is this the new boss? Isn't this too young and too handsome? He's just like a domineering president from an idol drama.
When General Manager Chen Gang saw Xu Lan, he ran to Xu Lan, stretched out his hand, bowed and said, Mr. Chu, you are here. At this moment, everyone came to their senses.
Bow together. Welcome Mr. Chu. One person did not bow. That is Gao Gong.
He is Gao Gong, who was Xu Chanxian's department manager some time ago and who pursued her madly. At this moment, he was staring at Xu Lan blankly.
It is you?
He will never forget Xu Lan's face in his life. Even though he was wearing glasses, he recognized him at first sight. After all, the worst slap in the face that he had ever suffered happened at his hands. Chen Gang turned around and saw that Gao Gong did not bow. He immediately flew into a rage and yelled, "Gao Gong!
What are you doing? Why don't you even greet Mr. Chu when he comes?" Shu Lan waved her hand to interrupt Chen Gang's words. "We know each other." "Ah? It turns out that Mr. Chu knows the deputy general manager of our company? We are really destined to meet, ha ha ha." Chen Gang flattered her. Shu Lan smiled at Gao Gong and said, "We will be one of our own from now on. Please give me your guidance." "Ah yes." Gao Gong came to his senses and bowed quickly. The shock in my heart was like a huge wave. Oh my god, he actually acquired the company directly. Is it because of Chu Chanshan? Fortunately, I didn't provoke him at that time. So scary. Before Chu Lan even went upstairs, news about him had spread throughout the company. WeChat groups, QQ groups, news about Chu Lan is everywhere. The real-life version of the domineering president is coming. Sisters, are you ready? He risked his life to secretly take a picture of the boss's back. He is estimated to be 1.85 meters tall and has the body of a male model. The new boss is a handsome guy with glasses, a gentle type. I'm sure you'll buy him. Boss will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds, please be ready. There are a bunch of them, almost taking over the screen. Chu Lan had a simple meeting with the top management. It was called a meeting, but in reality he was just listening. With his life experience as a high school graduate, how could he understand how to manage a company? But the top brass don't think so. When they saw Chu Lan sitting there quietly, supporting his cheek with his hand, with a cold expression and domineering gestures in his every move, they felt that he must be a king. After the meeting, Chu Lan asked Chen Gang, "General Manager Chen, where is your creative department? I want to take a look." Chen Gang was slightly stunned. Sharp. As soon as he opened his mouth, you could tell he was a veteran in the business world. He knew that the creative department was the key to the development of an advertising company. Little did she know that Chu Lan just wanted to go see her cousin. Surrounded by a group of company executives, Chu Lan walked into the office of the creative department. Chu Lan takes the lead, looking so handsome. Behind him, a group of company executives who usually act very pretentious follow respectfully. In the office, countless people looked at him with admiration. Is this the new president of our company? So handsome, exactly the image of a domineering CEO in my mind. But why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Now it seems that. Wait, isn't this Chanshan's boyfriend? He was at the last department dinner, but he wasn't wearing glasses. Boom! Everyone was dumbfounded and their eyes turned to Chu Chanshan. At this time, Chu Chanshan, who had already submitted her resignation application, was packing her things on her desk with a cardboard box. What is she doing? Seeing his cousin packing up, Chu Lan frowned. Hearing Chu Lan's question, the department manager Sherdatuo hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Chu, this person violated the company's regulations and was not serious about his work. I fired him this morning." Fired? Chu Lan was stunned, then walked towards Chu Chanshan. A group of senior executives quickly followed. "Beauty, who dares to fire you?" Chu Lan walked to Chu Chanshan's desk and teased. "Shit. Who else?" "That big piece of shit," Chu Chanshan said, raised her head, and then she was stunned. "Xiaolan? Sure Datua? Senior executives?" Only Gao Gong and his colleagues in the department knew what was going on. "Sure Datua, you're finished. Chapter 52 Sign in, I want your life 3000 set." "Xiaolan, why are you here?" Chu Chanshan said in surprise. "Nothing, I just bought a company, so I came over to take a look." Shu Lan smiled at her cousin, then turned to look at Shirdatua. "Are you the one who wants to fire my girlfriend?" Your girlfriend?" Shirdatua stuttered and his face turned pale. Just think about it with his big ass. I have offended Chu Chanshan thoroughly, what will be my fate? But Shirdatua still tried to defend himself. "Mr. Chu, I can explain this matter." "No need to explain." Shu Lan said coldly without even raising his eyelids, "From now on, you are fired. Get out of the company immediately." Shirdatua felt weak all over. At his age, he still has to pay for a mortgage and his children's education fees, and he recently bought a BMW to pay off the car loan. If he gets fired, he will have no choice but to jump off the building. He immediately went to beg Chen Gang, "General Manager, I am your confidant, please help me." Chen Gang shook off his hand and said coldly, "Mr. Chu's meaning is the company's meaning.
Get out of here, or I'll call security. Shirdatua fell to his knees with a thud. Like a dead dog. How could Chen Gang, who managed to get to the position of general manager, be a pushover? Now that the new boss girlfriend is being bullied, he can't even think of passing on the blame, so how could he still plead for you, a stupid minister? Is your brain not okay? Without hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "Security, throw this man out." Several security guards rushed forward and dragged Shirdatua away. Shirdatua was dragged away, crying loudly and begging frantically. This scene was very similar to the scene in ancient times where the emperor said he would chop off the head of a certain minister, and then the minister was dragged out of the hall by the guards. So tragic. Chu Chanxian is still in a daze. She never thought that her cousin would be the new boss of the company. What exactly happened in this process? The employees around her, especially the female colleagues, looked at her with envy and jealousy. In order to buy the company where he worked, the boyfriend publicly fired the bad boss who made things difficult for him. This scene is just like the overbearing president in an idol drama. So romantic. Ah. I'm so sour as a lemon. Why? Why is God so unfair? I have never met a boyfriend like you. Shanxian's ancestors' graves are really smoking. No, they are on fire. I'm prettier than Chu Chanxian, why don't I have such a fate? I don't accept it. Chu Chanxian frowned and looked at Chulan, and said with a puzzled look on her face, "Xiaolan, when did you become the new boss of our company?" She did not reveal their identities as cousins, after all, they had lied to others before and said they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Chulan smiled and said, "You told me yesterday that you always have to work overtime and don't have time to come to my place to cook on weekends. I will buy this company and let you come to cook for me every day when you are free." After hearing this, the girls around them almost collapsed to the ground. It's so romantic. I'm almost dying of sweetness. Hurry. Help me up. I'm about to faint from hearing these sweet words. Even screenwriters of idol dramas don't dare to write like this, it's too sweet. A real-life version of a domineering CEO. Love it. Chu Chanxian was stunned at first, then raised her fist and punched Chulan in the chest. You little brat, just think about me making you a meal. But she was still very happy in her heart. My younger brother has really grown up. He knows how to be filial to his sister and stand up for himself. This meal was not cooked for him in vain. Seeing this happy ending, Chen Gang hurried forward and laughed. "Mr. Chu, I have an immature suggestion." How immature? Shu Lan looked at him. Chen Gang glanced at Chu Chanxian, smiling. "Since Chanxian is your girlfriend, Mr. Chu, I suggest that you arrange for Chanxian to be your personal assistant, responsible for taking care of your daily life." Chen Gang emphasized the word private. All men understand. All the men and women in the audience looked at Chu Chanxian with envy again. Oh my god. I'm a winner in life. I don't have to go to work and I still have a tall, rich and handsome boyfriend to keep me company. This is such an enviable thing. I want to go too. Can you add a personal assistant position? Chu Chanxian is considering it. Chen Gang quickly said, "Chanxian, this is a major promotion. Why don't you agree to it quickly?" Chu Chanxian shook her head, "But I refuse." Reject? Chen Gang was a little confused. The job I want is advertising creation, not a personal assistant. And I, Chu Chanxian, don't like to rely on connections to get ahead. Chu Chanxian said sternly. Everyone was a little stunned. Directly promoted to Mr. Chu's personal assistant, no need to go to work, and super high salary, but you don't agree to this job? How can this be possible? Everyone didn't understand Chu Chanxian's behavior, but Chu Lan was not surprised by it. The cousin he knew was such a woman. She is strong and independent, has her own ambitions for her career, and never thinks of taking shortcuts or relying on her status as a woman to seek benefits. If the feminism advocated on the internet nowadays is pastoral feminism, then my cousin's behavior is the real feminism. Chu Lan is proud to have such a cousin. He patted Chen Gang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let her do as she pleases. Just cancel her decision to resign." Yes. Chen Gang could only nod and follow Chu Lan's arrangements. Before leaving the company, Chu Lan took a special look at his cousin's fighting ability. There are 15 in total. Oh shit. This fighting power is more terrifying than that of men. She is worthy of being the University Women's Sanda champion. The next day. The first thing I do when I wake up is to sign in.
Ding, sign in successfully. Reward, 3,000 life demanding suit. Buzz.
A silver suitcase carved with a skull pattern appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Chulan.
3,000 suits for your life? What the hell?
Chulan opened the suitcase and saw a wide variety of weapons and equipment inside.
At the same time, the system's emotionless voice sounded. The 3,000 life suit was developed and invented by the system. It includes a variety of weapons and equipment. It is a must-have for killing people, robbing goods, traveling at home, and destroying corpses. Specific weapons and equipment include Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets X1. It has the destructive power of the Desert Eagle, and the magazine has unlimited bullets. Medical Kit X1 contains a variety of medical drugs that can recover from most injuries of the human body. The built-in drugs will be automatically replenished within 24 hours. Special Dissolving Liquid X1 can corrode anything, most suitable for disposing of corpses. Automatically replenished within 24 hours. G14 Grenade X3 causes area explosion damage. Automatically replenished 24 hours a day. CS Flashbang X2, no actual killing power, uses high-frequency sound and flash to temporarily deafen the enemy and blind them. Automatically replenished within 24 hours. Military Dagger X1, ordinary military dagger. Sometimes the ordinary is the real thing. Looking at this box of weapons, Chulan felt that he would definitely go to jail if he was discovered. However, one thing among them gave him hope of curing Sang Biao. Chapter 53, Sang Biao actually has a wife? Among this pile of prohibited items, Chulan caught his eye at first sight. Medical Kit. According to system intelligence, the medicines in the medical kit can heal most injuries of the human body. Wouldn't it also be effective on Sang Biao's injuries? Chulan quickly opened the medical bag and saw various hemostatic sprays, healing pills, gauze, etc. inside. According to the system intelligence prompt, he took out a small red pill. This small pill is called healing medicine. It is the size of a marble and emits a strong medicinal aroma. After taking it, the user can recover quickly from broken bones. That's it. I'll give it to Sang Biao right now. Chulan quickly packed up his things, threw the suitcase onto the Ferrari, and drove straight to the hospital. Came to Sang Biao's ward. I saw a gentle-looking young woman feeding soup to Sang Biao. Chulan was stunned. Who are you? Master, this is my wife. Sang Biao said somewhat embarrassedly. You have a wife? Chulan was shocked. Sang Biao was speechless. I'm already 26 years old, it's normal to have a wife, right? Sang Biao's wife covered her mouth and giggled. Later, during the chat, Chulan learned that Sang Biao's wife was Zhong Yue, his childhood sweetheart, and they grew up together in the village and the city. Zhong Yue had a perverted father who always did things to her. Later, Sang Biao became a gangster and rescued her. Since then, Zhong Yue has been with Sang Biao and never left him. Does this sound a bit like a Hong Kong movie plot? Chulan also thought so. If he could make a movie, it would probably become a hit if he followed this plot. While Sang Biao's wife went back to pick up the children and cook, Chulan opened the 3,000 Lives of You suitcase, took out the small medical kit inside, and then took out the healing medicine from the medical kit and handed it to Sang Biao. Give. What is this? Sang Biao held the healing medicine in his hand, smelled it, and smelled the fragrant aroma of medicine. This is called healing medicine. It's a folk remedy from my hometown. You will feel better after taking it. Chulan said calmly. Really? Sang Biao swallowed it without any doubt. 3 minutes later. Ha? Ha? Nanny. Sang Biao was so shocked that he spoke Japanese, because he was surprised to find that the pain in his body had miraculously disappeared. He moved his plastered limbs around without any problems and was even able to get out of bed and walk, and perform the Shadow Lord dance. Chulan was also a little surprised. It only took 3 minutes to recover? The effect of the medicine this time is really amazing. Master, what on earth is this little ball? It's so magical. Sang Biao was so adoring of Chulan that he said seriously, Master, you are good at both martial arts and medicine. If I were a woman, I would want to be fucked by you. Chulan said with disgust, Go away, stop disgusting me. Go find Tianji as soon as you are discharged from the hospital. We are going to fight with the White Tiger Hall next. Go to war with the White Tiger Hall? Sang Biao was stunned. He didn't doubt Chulan's strength,
but the White Tiger Hall was deeply rooted in the Magic City and entangled with various forces.
If he wanted to bring it down, it would not be enough to just have money. Chulan nodded slightly, pretending to be a big boss. Yes, I plan to let you replace the White Tiger Hall and become the biggest underground emperor in the Magic City. Me? Sang Biao pointed at himself. What have I done to deserve this? You are indeed immoral and incompetent, but I have money. I will give you money to recruit soldiers on the street, and when the time comes, you can cooperate with me, a man whose wisdom is comparable to Jiangzhua Meilang, to destroy Baihu Hall. Chulan looked at Sang Biao and said lightly. But, master. Sang Biao hesitated for a moment. Didn't you scold me for being involved in gangs and told me to walk the right path in the future? We are not here to mess around. We want to bring down the White Tiger Hall, this big cancer, and rid the people of this harm. We are using extraordinary means to do what is just. Chulan was quite quick-witted and immediately used his talent for deceiving people. Sang Biao was fooled as expected, and nodded immediately. I see. Master really cares about the people and has a chivalrous heart. From now on, I will do whatever Master asks me to do. Good ideological awareness. Chulan's evil plan succeeded, so he handed a USB drive to Sang Biao. This contains the moves of Bajiquan, you can practice it first, and come to me if you don't understand anything. There are more than a dozen pictures in this USB flash drive, all of which were drawn by Chulan in the past few days based on the Bajiquan moves in his mind. Although the painting is a bit shabby, it is still probably understandable with the text. Seeing that Chulan had finally passed on his skills, Sang Biao quickly took the small USB flash drive with both hands. Thank you, master. I will do my best and will never let you down. It was as if he had received an imperial edict, his eyes were full of piety and determination. Very good, now I have influence in the underground world. Chulan sneered, like the crooked-mouthed god of war in the novel advertisement. But no matter what, Chulan from Baihu Hall must be killed. After all, I kicked the third-in-command's balls, it would be strange if he didn't take revenge. Since they have to fight sooner or later, they might as well take the initiative and use the time when Hao Ren is fooling them to quietly develop their power, sign in every day to accumulate rewards, and try to kill the three Tang brothers as soon as possible. Seeing that his health had recovered, Sang Biao asked to be discharged from the hospital. Naturally, the attending physician would not approve. But after conducting a full-body examination on Sang Biao, he was surprised to find that the comminuted fracture of Sang Biao had completely healed. This is impossible. The attending physician looked at the X-ray film in his hand, his mouth trembling. He felt that this was a medical miracle. Originally he thought there was something wrong with the camera, so he changed the camera and took a few more photos of Sang Biao, but the result was the same. Sang Biao had completely recovered. But it's only been less than 3 days. A patient with multiple comminuted fractures all over his body recovered completely in less than 3 days? This guy is Superman. This incident alarmed the hospital. The director and various experts took Sang Biao to take various X-rays and draw blood for tests, in an attempt to find out what was going on. Chulan had instructed Sang Biao to keep the matter of the healing medicine confidential, so he kept silent and let the doctors analyze it. The commotion lasted until around 8 in the evening. If Sang Biao hadn't lost his patience and wanted to start a medical disturbance, these doctors would probably have continued to study him until dawn. Chulan and Sang Biao went to the underground garage to get the car. Suddenly, Chulan's face changed and he stopped. After being injected with the super soldier serum, not only his strength was enhanced, but also his 5 senses were strengthened. Therefore, he sensed the danger in an instant. Come out! Chulan shouted towards the shadows. The next moment, a skinny old man walked out from behind a pillar. His hair and beard were all white, and he was thin. He wore a gray training shirt, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he exuded a cold aura. Even Sang Biao could clearly sense that the visitor had ill intentions. He pointed at the old man and shouted, "Who are you?" The skinny old man grinned and laughed hoarsely. Beijing Tianxia Club, one of the 12 devils of Tianqi, boxing maniac Su Mufeng. Chapter 54 Baji, Benquan. Looking at the old man in front of him, Sang Biao quickly stood in front of Chulan. Master, the other party is not friendly. With his status, he naturally had never heard of the Tian Xiaohui Quan Chi, but even an idiot could see that this old man was extremely dangerous. Just like a mouse will instinctively feel fear when seeing a cat. Chulan did not dare to be careless, as he had never seen such a person before. Activate the combat power detector immediately. A series of readings suddenly appeared on the lenses of the glasses. Combat power, 50. Shu Lan. Damn, this is stupid. How can a bronze scumbag who has 20 points less combat power than me pretend to be the strongest king? Oh no, calling someone a bronze scum seems a bit rude. Should I call them a silver scum?
Hey, sir, I seem to have no grudge against you.
Did you find the wrong person? Shu Lan asked.
Su Mufeng put his hands behind his back, looking like a lonely master. We do not have any hatred or grudges, but I took the money to kill you, it's that simple.
Well, you're still pretending to be cool.
Master, please leave quickly.
I will stop him. Sang Biao rushed towards Su Mufeng without hesitation. Shu Lan?
I hurriedly checked Sang Biao's combat power.
Combat strength, 15. Damn. With the same fighting power as my cousin, how many of them can you block? Sang Biao, step back quickly.
You are no match for him.
Shu Lan reminded quickly. But it's too late.
The next second, Su Mufeng and Sang Biao started fighting. 50 combat power versus 15 combat power.
Silver versus mentally retarded elementary school students. As expected, there was no suspense. Sang Biao was completely crushed by the old man as soon as he came on the court.
Although the old man is very old, his punching speed is extremely fast. His arms are like two poisonous snakes, attacking from all tricky angles, making it impossible to defend against. Several punches hit Sang Biao, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground in an instant.
The recovery medicine was taken in vain. You useless piece of shit. You don't even deserve to be killed by me.
Su Mufeng pointed at Sang Biao, who was lying on the ground, his eyes full of disdain.
Then, he looked at Shu Lan with a hawk-like sharp gaze and said coldly, "Let me see if you are qualified." "Master, hurry up, run to where there are many people."
Sang Biao was lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he shouted at Shu Lan with all his might. Shu Lan stood there motionless and just put down the suitcase silently.
Then assumed the starting posture of Bajiquan. "Sang Biao, don't you want to learn my Bajiquan? Watch me carefully this time." "Bajiquan?" Su Mufeng was stunned, then sneered, "Interesting. Why are you pretending?"
As soon as Shu Lan finished speaking, the internal energy in his body burst out, and he exerted force with his feet and attacked Su Mufeng. Relying on the internal energy mastery rewarded by the system, Shu Lan's speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Su Mufeng in a breath. Su Mufeng's face changed slightly, and he felt as if he was being stared at by a tiger. An evil wind blew towards him, like a tiger roaring on the hilltop, fierce and domineering.
This kid is not simple.
Su Mufeng hurriedly mobilized his internal energy and raised his fist to meet the attack.
Bang!
As the two collided, Su Mufeng suddenly felt Shu Lan's powerful internal energy, which instantly defeated his own internal energy. He was suddenly startled and was knocked away by Shu Lan. However, at the moment he was struck and flew away, he actually lifted his feet off the ground and kicked towards Shu Lan's chest. A small knife with extremely sharp tip popped out from the front of his shoe sole. It tore through Shu Lan's clothes with a swish sound and almost ripped him open. Shu Lan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been ripped open. Is it because I have too little practical experience? Shu Lan stared at Su Mufeng and muttered to himself. Su Mufeng steadied himself and looked at Shu Lan in shock. "You are an internal force warrior? At your age, you have actually cultivated internal force? Is it strange?" Shu Lan asked back. Su Mufeng looked cold, thinking Shu Lan was pretending. But he didn't know that Shu Lan really knew nothing about the world of martial arts, and thought that anyone could be as powerful as this old man. 5 million is short. I'll have to ask him to pay more later. At this moment, Su Mufeng no longer dared to relax. He was fully alert and attacked Shu Lan frantically. Shu Lan moved and started fighting with him. The sound of fists colliding echoed as the two men's punches became faster and faster, and their feet moved faster and faster. They were spinning and moving around each other in this underground garage, so fast that it was dazzling. Su Mufeng's punches were as venomous as a poisonous snake, tricky and vicious, and the dagger in his shoes appeared out of nowhere and was impossible to defend against. Shu Lan's punches are as fierce and domineering as a tiger, and with the physical strength of Captain America and strong endurance, he can fight like this all day long. As the battle continued, Su Mufeng's old face became redder and redder, so red that it seemed as if blood was dripping. Shu Lan's attack was too strong, making it increasingly difficult for him to resist. Suddenly, Shu Lan moved closer to him. Oh no! Su Mufeng was shocked and his scalp suddenly felt numb. He was familiar with various martial arts, and he knew that being so close to a Bajikwan practitioner meant that the opponent was about to launch a fatal blow. As expected, all the muscles in Chu Lan's body twitched wildly, and he stepped forward suddenly, causing the concrete floor to shake with a loud bang. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist and hit Su Mufeng's chest like a hammer.
Baji, Benquan.
Combined with the instantaneous burst of internal energy, the destructive power of this punch is almost equivalent to detonating a grenade in the chest. Su Mufeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew backwards after being hit, and finally hit the concrete pillar heavily, creating a big hole on it. He didn't even have time to defend himself before Chu Lan's punch ruptured his chest instantly, and his lungs and heart were turned into a pile of meat paste by the internal force. Killed with one punch. Call. Chu Lan clenched his fists, feeling the sensation of death, and slowly exhaled.
So this is what killing someone feels like.
Chu Lan found that he was not frightened at all. Instead, he felt a little happy deep down inside.
Am I a pervert?
However, thinking that the other party was about to kill him and that he was just acting in self-defense, Chu Lan felt relieved. He also felt a little regretful that he didn't use the 3,000 lives of Yu suit.
Cough cough.
Sang Biao was lying on the ground, coughing up blood, half dead.
Chu Lan quickly took out a small medical kit from the suitcase and treated him.
As he swallowed a pill of healing medicine, Sang Biao's damaged internal organs began to repair themselves.
Master, your medicine is amazing. It cured me instantly. Sang Biao touched the injured part of his body and was shocked.
Chu Lan slapped him. Fuck you. You spent 2 healing potions of mine in one day, and you still have the nerve to say that. There were only 3 healing potions in the medical kit, but this idiot gave them away as soon as he came up, so now he only has 1 left.
What a stupid teammate.
Not wanting to bother with this idiot, Chu Lan walked over to Su Mufeng's body and fumbled around, pulling out a check for 5 million yuan.
The issuer had 2 words written on it. Tang Hu. Chapter 55. I want to kill that boy.
Chu Lan didn't expect that the White Tiger Hall would take action against him so quickly. No, it shouldn't be the White Tiger Hall, but just the Tang Tiger. Chu Lan had already done his homework on the White Tiger Hall through the information Hao Run had given him.
Tang Hu was ranked second among the 3 brothers of the Tang family.
He was a rough and rude man who often asked Tang Long to clean up his mess. This time he hired someone to assassinate him, probably because he couldn't hold back and was eager to avenge his brother.
If Tang Long really wanted to take action, I'm afraid there wouldn't be just one person.
At least it proves that Hao Ren's deception is still effective on Tang Long for the time being. Afterwards, Chu Lan took out a special dissolving liquid from the suitcase and poured it on Su Mufeng's body, completely destroying the corpse. Then he checked the surveillance video of the parking lot and found that it had already been destroyed by Su Mufeng and would not leave any clues. Then he drove away with Sang Biao.
Return home. Chu Lan did not turn on the computer to play games as usual.
Instead, he ran to the gym that came with his mansion, and frantically lifted weights, did one-handed push-ups and sit-ups, using the buff of protection from exercise to train his body like crazy.
What happened today made him realize the existence of a crisis.
He had never imagined that there existed a martial arts master like Su Mufeng in this world. The fighting power of an old man is almost close to that of myself, whose body is comparable to that of Captain America.
If I kill him today, there is no guarantee that other stronger masters will come to seek revenge?
This world is far more dangerous than he imagined.
He doesn't want to be killed, the only way is to train hard and improve his fighting ability. Just as Chu Lan was exercising frantically. Magic City, Juanhao Club. This club is located on the Bund. It is an extremely high-end club. Many rich kids love to come here to play.
At this time, Xia Jin was chatting with a few friends. This Xia Jin was the one who had been chatting with Meng Meizi in the breakfast shop before. As a result, Chu Lan tricked him into telling the truth and sent it to Meng Meizi, causing the Meng family to break off relations with his family.
By the way, Xia Jin.
A young man with middle-parted hair looked at Xia Jin and asked with interest, "Didn't you say last time that you were going to have a blind date with the daughter of the Meng family? Why didn't you follow up?" As the king of bragging, Xia Jin loves to brag. Before something happens, his entire circle of friends will know about it.
Don't mention it.
As soon as Meng Meizi was mentioned, his face became extremely ugly and he was filled with anger. He has been badly cheated by Chu Lan recently. No matter how much he planned, he never expected that he would be tricked by a brat and ruin his and Meng Meizi's plans. Not only that, he also made Meng Meizi's mother break off relations with his family. Many originally planned collaborations were directly cancelled, causing Xia Jin's father to almost beat him to death.
What's wrong?
The eyes of a group of friends lit up immediately.
Tell me, maybe we brothers can help you?
Of course, having said that, what these rich young men actually want to hear more is about Xia Jin's pretense and failure.
Well,
Xia Jin had no choice but to tell this bunch of friends everything.
These second-generation rich people's eyes lit up when they heard this. Oh my god, you are so unlucky, aren't you? You're just going to let that kid go? Don't you plan on taking revenge?
You're just a loser, but you've bullied me to such an extent, how can you just let it go like this?
Yes, Xia Jin, how about we help you get him? You think I don't want to?
Xia Jin drank a glass of whiskey in frustration and said, I've only met him once, and I don't even know his name.
Now Meng Meizi has deleted my WeChat account, so where can I find that guy? I thought it was something else.
A rich young man with a buzz cut and earrings laughed and said, it's just looking for someone, no big deal. Tell me what the guy looks like, and I'll help you find him.
Xia Jin thought for a moment and said, he's very handsome. No more?
Seeing Xia Jin just say this, the rich young man with a crew cut asked. Xia Jin nodded, no, he is very tall and handsome, like a model. Standing in the crowd, he must be the most handsome one.
Just blow it. Several rich boys burst into laughter. Can there be anyone more handsome than us?
Xia Jin looked at them with disdain and said, compared to him, the difference between you and him is probably the difference between a maggot in a cesspool and a dragon in the sky.
Rich young men. The next day. Shulan wakes up.
I worked out last night and my muscles are still a little sore today. But it is worth it, the combat power has increased by 5 points, and the current combat power is 75. If we take into account today's sunny weather, with the previously rewarded Heaven's blessing, the combat power will be increased by 10 points, which is 85 combat power.
If I face Su Mufeng again, I will probably kill him instantly.
Lying on the bed, calling up the system, and starting today's sign-in.
Ding, sign in successfully, reward God of War's blessing. Blessing of the God of War, immediately become proficient in using your weapon. This reward is good.
Shulan was a little surprised.
He immediately became proficient in using his weapon. In other words, he was able to skillfully use the Desert Eagle and military dagger in the 3000 lives of Yusut that he was rewarded with yesterday?
Don't think that using guns is easy, but aiming and recoil can take a novice several months to practice, not to mention a powerful weapon like the Desert Eagle. But now with this blessing, the 3000 lives set can play its true role. Shulan was in a good mood after getting a satisfactory reward.
Decided to have a nice breakfast. He immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face, drove his Bugatti Veyron, and headed straight to a nearby restaurant for breakfast. Just as he walked into the hotel door,
a scoundrel-looking man passed by him, then suddenly stopped and looked at Shulan in surprise.
After thinking about it, I took out my phone and took a picture of him. Then send it out.
On the other side, Juanhao Club. There were several pairs of men and women lying in the private room. This is the battlefield after Xia Jin and his friends had their group sex last night.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Xia Jin's cell phone rang.
Who is calling you so early in the morning? Xia Jin answered the phone impatiently. What for? Are you trying to wake me up? Do you want to die?
The person on the other side was so scared that he trembled and said, Xia Xiao, did you see the photo I sent you?
I think I found that guy.
What? Xia Jin woke up immediately, pushed away the jade hand on his body, and quickly clicked on the picture sent by his younger brother. Yes.
It's him. Where is he now? At the Zio Wang Yu tea house. He should be here to drink tea, Mr. Xia, come quickly,
said the younger brother.
Okay. You stay there and watch over him, I'll be right over. Xia Jin hung up the phone and quickly got dressed. The other friends were woken up by him and asked sleepily, Xia Xiao, what happened? Found it. Xia Jin said with a smile. Who? That kid who tricked me. What?
Several rich young men suddenly became excited and wanted to follow suit to beat up the loser.
I'll go with you. I'm going too. I'll go too.
I have a bunch of little brothers, I'll call them and ask them to come over. If you dare to offend our Demon City 4 young masters, you are really asking for your life.
Good.
Xia Jin was so excited by these bad friends that he said, I'm going to kill that guy this time.
Chapter 56. I'll give you 10 minutes.
Shulan was enjoying Cantonese-style morning tea in the tea house. I have to say, that Shisheng really knows how to eat. This Cantonese-style dim sum is so delicious. Hao Ren quickly sent a message. Mr. Chu, I have already found out Su Mufeng's identity. Send it to me. Chu Lan replied. Hao Ren quickly sent a document over. Su Mufeng, on the surface, is one of the directors of the Jincheng Tianxia group, but in reality he is a backbone of the Tianxia Association, one of the 12 evils of Tianxi. He created his own boxing style, Snake 8 Arts, and is known as a boxing maniac by the people of the martial arts world. He has a close personal relationship with Tang Long and Tang Hu of the White Tiger Hall. Looking at this information, Chu Lan's eyes fixed, and a strong hatred was reflected in his beautiful eyes. Although he beat Su Mufeng, it did not affect his hatred. Because he, Chu Lan, hated it most in his life when people were trying to trick him. If it weren't for the System S sign and reward being powerful enough, if I had met a martial arts master like Su Mufeng, I would definitely have gone to see the King of Hell. Thinking of this, Chu Lan's hatred for Tang Hu deepened. So, he silently took out a small notebook and wrote the 3 names Tang Hu, Tang Long and Tang Bao on the first page, indicating that he wanted to kill them. What did you say? It was clearly the killer hired by Tang Hu, so why were Tang Long and Tang Bao also on the kill list? Nonsense. They are 3 brothers. If you don't get rid of the roots, are you waiting for them to come and seek revenge? But why does this sound like a villain? Just at this moment, Chu Lan suddenly heard a commotion coming from the door. Immediately afterwards, a dozen hooligans walked in. The leader pointed at him, and then a group of people came up and surrounded him tightly. Ha 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 ha. A loud and arrogant laugh. A young man walked out of the crowd and looked at Chu Lan with a sneer. Boy, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Chu Lan looked at him and thought for a while. Who are you? Phew. The young man almost vomited blood. Damn it. You treated me so badly, and you still have the nerve to ask who I am? I'm Xia Jin. Xia Jin? Chu Lan was stunned. Xia Jin sneered, Huh, have you remembered? No. Chu Lan shook his head. Phew. Xia Jin vomited blood for the second time. Fuck you. Have you forgotten that you were the one who deliberately recorded the video to trick me? Did you ruin my blind date with Meng Maisie? Oh. Chu Lan remembered. It turned out to be him. My brain really has no impression of these passers-by characters. You little brat, why don't you kneel down in front of Master Xie? Apologize to Master Xie. Immediately. Right now. Kid, I'll give you some time to call an ambulance first. We'll kill you today. A dozen hooligans swore at Chu Lan. Seeing the thugs coming at him aggressively, the security guards in the hotel didn't dare to step forward. The manager wanted to call the police, but was frightened by Xia Jin's look and quickly put away the phone and shrank aside. Looking at Chu Lan, Xia Jin sneered. Boy, I told you from the beginning that a poor guy like you can't afford to offend me. Did you think you could be safe by hiding from me? Didn't I find you anyway? Chu Lan ignored him and just dialed a number silently. After briefly explaining the situation, Sang Biao on the other end of the phone was furious. Damn it! Who is this blind bastard who dares to mess with Master? Master, please wait a moment, I will bring people to kill him. Chu Lan hung up the phone, looked at his watch, and said calmly. 10 minutes. What? Xia Jin was puzzled. If you leave within 10 minutes, I won't pursue the matter. Xia Jin and others were stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Who do you think you are? You can deal with us with just one phone call? Have you read too many online novels? Do you think you are the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? This is better than pretending, I give it full marks, I'm not afraid of your pride. You have to leave within 10 minutes. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone burst into laughter. Then Xia Jin pointed at the young man with a crew cut next to him and said, Do you know who it is? The Prince of Juanhao Entertainment City, Feng Chao. He has dozens of people under him, and it's like a piece of cake for him to defeat you. Then he pointed at a young man wearing black-framed glasses and said, And this one, the future heir of Jinjiang International, Yang Boming, whose family is worth tens of billions. And this? Xia Jin introduced several of his bad friends to him. Those second generations stood proudly, looking down at Chu Lan with a sense of superiority. Tell me, how can a piece of trash like you fight us? Xia Jin said with contempt, We are going to kill you like stepping on an ant.
Ha ha ha. Several second generations laughed wildly. Boy, if you offend our brothers, it will be useless no matter who you call. Today, even the King of Heaven can't save you. But if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing you. A few second generations, just keep doing it.
Shulan, on the other hand, was just drinking his tea calmly, showing a calm and nonchalant temperament as if he was not afraid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him.
What the hell, you're still pretending.
Seeing Shulan so calm, Xiajin was so angry that he kicked the tea table.
I just wanted to let the thugs beat him up. At this time, Shulan said. 10 minutes, that's it. As his voice sounded, more than 100 people rushed in through the door. They were all strong men with muscular bodies, each holding a machete or a baseball bat. They surrounded Xiajin and several second-generation men and the dozen or so thugs they brought with them. Master. Sang Biao, who was in the lead, stepped forward and bowed. Yeah. Shulan responded. Xiajin was confused. Damn it. What is going on? Isn't this guy just a poor guy wearing no-name brands? How can he be so awesome that he can call over 100 people with just one phone call? Is he Chun Haonan or Shan Ji? Several rich second generations also looked panicked. Where have they ever seen such a scene? More than 100 people came at once.
Only the big guys in the underworld could afford such treatment.
Shulan took a sip of tea and then slowly said, by the way, what did you ask me to do just now? Kneel down and apologize and beg for mercy, right? Everyone's faces turned even paler. Revenge is coming.
Feng Chao on the side gritted his teeth and said to Xiajin, hey.
Mr. Xia, you can't lose the fight, you can't be a coward at this time, say something. Xiajin nodded and looked at Shulan. Then he said. Ah ha ha ha. Turns out I found the wrong person. It looks like this is all a misunderstanding. Sorry to interrupt your meal. I'll be leaving now. Puff.
The rich young men almost fell down.
How can you say you lost the battle but not the fight? This is clearly the height of shamelessness, okay?
Feng Chao was disheveled in the wind.
Xiajin didn't want to be so shameless, but they had called over 100 people and the entire lobby was packed.
He was not a martial arts master, so what right did he have to speak harshly to them?
After what he did, the dozen or so younger brothers brought by Feng Chao had even less desire to fight. Misunderstanding?
Shulan sneered, just now you said you wanted to destroy me, how come you have recognized the wrong person now?
It's unfair. Xiajin pointed at Feng Chao next to him and said righteously, it was him. He was the one who instigated me to take revenge on you. These hooligans are all his men. I only came to provoke you because I believed in this kid's lies. Oh my god. Everyone was shocked.
I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone shameless to this extent.
Selling out brothers with a clear conscience. Shulan looked at Feng Chao, is that the case? It's unfair. This time it was Feng Chao's turn to feel heartbroken.
I saw a few tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes, and he said, it was clearly him who said he wanted to take revenge on you, and we were just dragged here by him to save the situation.
Chapter 57, Dog Bites Dog Bone. Following Feng Chao's identification, other second-generation people followed suit and identified Xiajin. It was Xiajin. He was the one who asked us to come and settle accounts with you. We really didn't know you were such a powerful person. He said you were a poor fellow.
My dear boss, as soon as I saw your handsome face when I walked in, I became your fan.
Please don't hurt your own people by mistake. Yes, seeing your calm demeanor, I really admire you. If Xiajin hadn't caused trouble, we wouldn't have provoked you.
This time Shulan was a little stunned.
But you are the second generation of rich people after all, and you have received higher education, right? How can you be so shameless? However, seeing Xiajin's pale face, Shulan was quite satisfied. Are you sure it was Xiajin who instigated you to provoke me? Yes. Feng Chao said quickly, it's Xiajin. Shulan asked, is he jealous of my handsomeness, so he deliberately asked you to mess with me? Several second-generation people were stunned. It didn't seem like this was the reason. Ha? Shulan's eyes turned cold. Several second generations nodded desperately and said, yes, he is extremely jealous of your handsome looks. He always says that when he thinks of your handsome face, he feels like a maggot in a cesspool.
Shulan felt nauseous.
Can your metaphor be any more disgusting? I haven't even finished my breakfast. You. Xia Jin pointed at these second generations and felt extremely angry. It was you who instigated me to come here. How dare you slander me when I'm in trouble? How dare you bite me back? Just brothers on the surface. Xia Jin gritted his teeth.
Shulan looked at Feng Chao and said, "You guys said that Xia Jin provoked you. Then you should be the representative and slap him twice in front of everyone.
Make him bleed."
As soon as these words came out, Xia Jin was about to explode.
The other second generations were also stunned. So cruel. I'll give you 5 seconds.
If you don't take action now, no one will be able to leave this restaurant, Shulan said in a cold voice. Several second generations were startled, and Feng Chao quickly shouted, "No, no, no, I'm going to do it now."
Well, go ahead. Shulan took a sip of tea. Xia Jin said in a trembling voice, Feng Chao, please don't."
Feng Chao looked at his bad friend with eyes filled with anger.
Why would you pick on someone else when you can pick on someone else? Why do you pick on this big gangster? If it weren't for you, how could we be so embarrassed as we are today?
Feng Chao raised his hand and slapped Xia Jin in the face.
Pa 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 pa.
He attacked with both hands, slapping one after another.
Shulan couldn't help but want to give him a thumbs up. What a cruel person.
I just asked you to slap me twice, but now I've slapped me 5 or 6 times. He beat Xia Jin's handsome face into a pig's head.
Pa pa pa. Still pumping.
Shulan closed his eyes in ecstasy.
What a pleasure. It's so cool. Is this what it feels like to be slapped in the face?
No wonder the protagonists in novels love to show off and then get slapped in the face.
It's really enjoyable. The most exciting thing is that you don't have to do it yourself, you can just let the enemy do it for you. Finally. The slapping in the face was over. 2 slaps as promised.
As a result, Feng Chao hit him more than 10 times before stopping.
Because he was really angry.
After being tricked by Xia Jin today, this matter will spread quickly and I will definitely become a laughingstock in the circle.
So he slapped Xia Jin in anger.
He was beaten so hard that the corners of his mouth bled and became as swollen as a pig's head.
The second generation people standing nearby felt the pain when seeing this. Ah. Xia Jin covered his face and let out a roar.
At this moment, he really wanted to die. Compared to the pain on his face, the pain in his heart is deeper. Not only did he fail in his pretense in public, but he was also slapped in the face by his friends.
This humiliation almost made his already proud heart explode. I hate it. I hate it. Why don't you just shout it out? I see you seem to have a lot to say. Shulan said. I will remember this grudge. Xia Jin yelled. That's right. You have to say it out loud, otherwise you will feel depressed. Shulan waved his hand, saying, "Biao, let them go."
More than 100 people dispersed and made way for Xia Jin and his companions to leave, but that vicious look could almost kill them. After taking a look at the second generation who were running away in a panic, Shulan picked up a barbecued pork bun and stuffed it into his mouth.
So delicious.
After Xia Jin returned home, he screamed wildly.
From now on, I, Xia Jin, will fight you to the death.
He swore that as long as there was the slightest chance, he would make sure Shulan was killed without a complete body and would destroy his reputation to avenge today.
But who is he? He was able to call over 100 people at once. This was a feat that he must be a big shot in at least one district.
Xia Jin thought for a long time, picked up the phone and called his mother. His mother has always loved him and has a lot of connections, so he wants his mother to help him check Shulan's identity.
Son.
My mother was very happy when she received Xia Jin's call.
Mom, I was beaten today. Xia Jin began to complain.
He also sent her a selfie of himself being beaten like a pig's head. When my mother saw Xia Jin's face, she flew into a rage. How dare someone hit my son?
Does this person want to die? Son, do you know who he is? I'll have someone sue him right now.
I only know his name is Chu Lan, Chu from Chu State, and Shan Fenglan. Okay, I'll call the Dujin law firm right now and have the lawyers sue him and make him go to jail to pick up soap.
After Xia Jin's mother hung up the phone, she immediately called another person. Hao Run. Hello?
Lawyer Hao, my son was beaten up and I want to sue that person.
Money is not a problem.
I just want him to spend the next life in jail.
Xia Jin's mother was indignant. Leave it to me. What's the other party's name? Hao Ran asked.
Chu Lan. Chu from Chu State, Shan Fenglan.
Half an hour later.
Chu Lan received a call from Xie Jin's mother.
The other party was very respectful and apologized to him.
That's right, an apology. When she heard Hao Ran talk about Chu Lan's identity, she was completely stunned.
I was almost scared to death.
Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry. It was my fault for not disciplining him and letting Xie Jin offend you. I promise he won't cause you any trouble again in the future.
Chu Lan said calmly, that's not right.
After I taught him a lesson today, he kept saying that he would remember this grudge.
No, no.
Xie Jin's mother said quickly, his father and I have already beaten him up.
He will never dare to cause trouble to you again. Anything else to say? Chu Lan asked. Xie Jin's mother smiled respectfully and said, well, please don't blame our family, Mr. Chu.
I hope you can continue to rent the office in the World Financial Center to us.
Chu Lan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It turns out that Xie Jin's family even has to rent their own office building.
No wonder his mother came to apologize in person. On the other end of the line, Xie Jin's screams and begging for mercy were heard, Mr. Chu.
I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. I won't dare to have any intention of dealing with you again. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Chu Lan said. Hearing this, Xie Jin's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. Thank you so much. I promise. Xie Jin will never dare to provoke you again, and will never harass Mei Zi again.
In the future, if you need help from our Xie family.
Blah blah, said a lot.
Chu Lan hung up the phone directly. This time, Xie Jin probably really calmed down. But it's a bit disappointing that there won't be clowns like this coming over to slap me in the face anymore.
Chapter 58 Sign-in, Sharingan. The next day.
When Chu Lan woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock.
He got up a little late, probably because he exercised too late last night. Get up. Daily check-in. Ding sign-in successfully, reward 3 Megatama Sharingan. Nanny. Chu Lan was shocked.
The next moment, his eyes hurt.
When he opened his eyes again, they were completely different.
A pair of blood-red eyeballs emitted a faint glow, and above the eyeballs, 3 Megatama were slowly rotating around the pupils.
Sharingan. Or the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Able to greatly enhance dynamic vision, see through and copy physical techniques.
And you can use illusion hypnosis to control the other person while looking at each other.
In the later stage, it evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and can even drive a Gundam. Oh no, it's the Susanoo. This time it's really awesome.
Hurry up and put on the combat power detector to check your combat power.
Combat power, 110. Sharp.
Directly increase combat effectiveness by nearly 40. If he meets Su Mufeng again, he will be killed instantly. But after the excitement, Chu Lan remembered something. System, I am not of Uchiha descent.
If I use the Sharingan too much, will I fail like Kakashi? Ding.
The system rewards ignore the original rules, and the host can use the power of the Sharingan at will.
That'll do. Chu Lan looked excited.
Just then, the cell phone rang.
Caller ID. Su-han. Su-han? Why did she call me?
After Su-han was taken away by her best friend Chen Yenshan that day, I seemed to hear her say that she wanted to open a studio with Chen Yenshan specifically for shooting videos for Bilibili.
How come you have so much free time to think of calling me? Answer the phone. Su-han's somewhat tired voice came from the other side. Hello? Chu Lan, are you free today? Can you come to our studio and help move some things?
Some of the things are too heavy for 2 girls to move.
Moving things? Is your studio going to move? Chu Lan asked puzzledly.
The landlady suddenly wants to raise the rent, and we plan to move out.
Su-han sighed, looking a little sad. Okay, I'll come over now.
Su-han is also his friend, so he would naturally not refuse if asked for help.
Chu Lan closed his Sharingan, drove the Bugatti Veyron, and headed straight for his destination. The other side. A private residence in Shiqing district. Su-han and Chen Yenshan were arguing with the landlady.
No, it should be said that Chen Yenshan was arguing. Su-han was not good at talking and could only act as a background wall.
Royal sister Chen Yenshan frowned and asked, Sister Chiao, didn't we agree on a rent of 8,000? Why did you suddenly raise it to 15,000? I can rent an office building at this price.
Standing in front of her was a fat woman in her 50s with a permed afro, wearing pajamas and slippers, and weighing an estimated 200 pounds or more.
It's the landlady of this house. Hearing Chen Yenshan's words, the landlady said sarcastically, then go rent an office building. The house is mine, I can raise the rent as much as I want.
Chen Yenshan was suddenly speechless.
Isn't this unreasonable?
If she didn't want to spend her family's money, she wouldn't have rented this house as a studio.
After thinking for a while, Chen Yenshan said, there is no other way. We can only move. We can't afford the rent at this price. Okay, then you guys move all your things out today. I'm going to rent my house to someone else.
The landlady said bluntly.
What? Chen Yenshan was dumbfounded. I just finished decorating so many things, how can I move them all within today? That's your problem.
The landlady said angrily, if you don't clear out the place today, I'll have everyone smash all your stuff.
This is simply unreasonable.
At this moment, Chen Yenshan suddenly thought of something, and her face suddenly darkened.
Sister Chiao, do you have anything else to say? Big sister is really smart. As she spoke, the landlady took out a magnetic card from her pocket and said, this is the room card for the Hilton Hotel. Go over there later and chat and drink with Master Bao, and all your problems will be solved.
Hearing this, Chen Yenshan's face suddenly turned cold.
It's so cool.
It turns out that it is you who is causing trouble. This Bao Xuan was a gangster whom she and Su Han met when they went to a food stall for supper a few days ago. This guy took a liking to the hot Chen Yenshan at first sight and wanted to pick her up, but was driven away by Chen Yenshan's sarcasm and the guy threatened to take her to bed before leaving. This time the landlady suddenly raised the rent. It turned out that he was the one behind the scenes.
Scum. I won't agree to it. You can take whatever you want. Chen Yenshan refused coldly.
Not to mention that she is not a woman short of money. Even if she is short of money, she will not sell her body to sleep with others.
This is simply an insult to her personality. You are stupid. Do you know how much money Master Bao's family has? If you were married to him, why would you open a studio? You can just become a young lady. Then why don't you go?
Just then, a magnetic voice came from the door.
You think I don't want to? I'm already 50.
The landlady stopped talking halfway through her words.
Suddenly he was startled and looked back. Then a handsome young man walked in. Who are you?
The landlady was a little dazed, drooling at the corners of her mouth.
This guy is so handsome, even more handsome than the oppa in the Korean dramas she follows. Chulan suppressed his nausea and said unhappily, Auntie, I really don't want to discourage you, but you should go to the zoo and see if there is a suitable job for you. If you wander around outside with this look on your face, you will easily be shot by the police. The landlady was immediately furious. Who are you calling an auntie? She's a queen. Chulan almost vomited out the overnight meal. Can you imagine?
A fat aunt in her 50s actually said in a coquettish and arrogant tone that she was a queen. The destructive power is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb explosion. The landlady turned to look at Chen Yenshan and said directly, think about it carefully. Either you stay with Mr. Bao or move out of my place immediately. You came so suddenly, where do you want me to move to? Are you still reasonable? Chen Yenshan said angrily. I just don't make sense. What can you do to me? The landlady put her hands on her hips and said angrily.
You. Chen Yenshan was about to explode with anger. Su-han also puffed up his cheeks, looking a little angry. No, we have somewhere to move. Chulan recovered from her nausea and made a phone call. Hello? Is this Fu Yanjie? Go and arrange the best office for me. I want to use it for my friend.
After these words were spoken, Chen Yenshan, Su-han and the landlady were all stunned.
What? Should we give them an office? Chulan, you are not kidding. Chen Yenshan asked blankly. Who's kidding you?
Chulan rolled her eyes at her.
I'm renting this office to you as a favor.
Just pay me a symbolic amount for a bowl of spicy hot pot every month.
But Chen Yenshan was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, Yenshan, Chulan is very powerful. Let's pack up and move over. Su-han, who was smiling happily, quickly ran to the office carrying Chen Yenshan. This.
The landlady stood there in a daze, her eyes as big as green beans.
He can arrange an office with just a phone call. If he is not pretending, then he must be a rich second generation who has office space for rent, right?
But, although she was shocked, she did not forget the mission she was carrying out.
Handsome guy, don't blame me for not reminding you.
The one who likes this girl is Bao Xiao from the White Tiger Hall. His father is the head of these streets. Your family may have some money, but it's not fun to offend gangsters.
Oh? From the White Tiger Hall? Shu Lan was stunned. What a narrow road the enemies meet.
Looking at the fat woman in front of him who was as ugly as a pig, Shu Lan thought for a moment and came up with a very vicious and cruel plan.
Fat woman, look into my eyes. What?
When the landlady looked at Shu Lan's Sharingan, her whole body trembled. Then his eyes became unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. She had been hypnotized by the Sharingan. Shu Lan told the landlady, "Take your room card and go to the hotel to sleep."
It's a good sleep.
Yes. The landlady took the room card and left. Looking at her departing back, Shu Lan's mouth was filled with an evil smile.
Chapter 59, Miserable. It's so miserable.
Hilton International Hotel, room 666. Bao Shuang, wearing only a pair of shorts, was lying on the big bed, fantasizing about meeting the hot Chen Yenshan, and couldn't help but smile.
Chen Yenshan, you are so awesome, aren't you? You said I'm ugly? If you want to keep your studio going, you have to come over here and lick my ass.
Of course, he didn't know that Chen Yenshan was not short of money at all. He only saw that she wanted to rent a private house as an office and unilaterally assumed that she was a young entrepreneur with no money and no connections. Speaking of which, this world is really too cruel. People like me who are rich and powerful can dominate the fate of others at will. With a little trickery, I can get the woman I want.
Ha 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 ha.
He stood up, opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. Then he threw a small white pill in.
Humph. With this magical little pill, I want to see if you, Chen Yenshan, can still act cool and aloof later. I will make sure you never get over it. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Wakaka. That sounds a bit obscene.
Thinking of this, Bao Shuang took out another small blue pill and swallowed it. Bao Shuang looks like a skinny monkey, and one can tell at first glance that he is a man with kidney deficiency. Bao Shuang thought about it and murmured, "It's rare to be with such a beauty, 1 or 2 times is definitely not enough. Well, then I'll take another one." So he took another little blue pill. After a few seconds, Bao Shuang thought about it again and murmured, No. With a body as perfect as Chen Yenshan's, 7 or 8 times is not enough.
Eat another one.
So, the third pill was taken. This kind of pill is not ordinary Viagra available on the market, but super Viagra imported from India.
Its effect is more than 5 times stronger than normal Viagra. 3 minutes later. What the hell is the landlady doing? Why hasn't Chen Yenshan arrived yet? Just when Bao Shuang was about to be unable to hold back, there was the sound of a card swiping at the door. Ding dee. Bao Shuang immediately showed a cheerful smile. The sound of swiping the card to open the door is as sweet as heavenly music, making people feel extremely happy. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yenshan, you're finally here. Come in quickly, I've been horny and thirsty for a long time. Bao Shuang smiled towards the door. I'm not Chen Yenshan, I'm Xiao Biluo. The door of the room was opened. A middle-aged woman who was 160 centimeters tall, weighed 200 kilograms, had dark skin and was over 50 years old walked in. Landlady? Why is it you? Bao Shuang was stunned for a moment, his head buzzing. Phew. It's several kilometers from home to the hotel. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. The landlady closed the door and saw a glass of red wine on the table next to her. She quickly picked it up and started drinking it. Etc. Bao Shuang felt a chill in his heart. That glass of red wine, he just put a magic pill in it. Landlady, where is Chen Yenshan? Bao Shuang covered himself with a quilt and yelled at the landlady. Chen Yenshan? Humph. What's so good about that woman with thin hands and feet? Mr. Bao, come and try a plump beauty like me. After being hypnotized by the Sharingan, the landlady has now completely let herself go. Bao Shuang's scalp tingled when he heard this, and he stood up and ran away. But he was pulled back by the landlady and pushed to the ground. After all, with a body weight of 200 pounds, Bao Shuang was pushed to the ground with his buttocks. A chilling fear rushed from his anus straight to his brain. You, what are you going to do?
The landlady showed an uninhibited smile. What do you think I'll do? The landlady pounced on Bao Shuang like a tiger descending from the mountain.
This moment.
Bao Shuang wishes he had never come into this world.
At the same time, Shulan has brought two beauties, Suhan and Chen Yenshan, to the World Financial Center.
Looking at the spacious, exquisitely decorated office with a river view, the two little girls, Suhan and Chen Yenshan, were shocked. The rent for this office starts at least 500,000. They originally thought that the office Chulan arranged for them was an ordinary office building. But I didn't expect it to be the World Financial Center. This moment, they were shocked from the inside out. Chen Yenshan looked at Shulan in disbelief. Shulan, which family's eldest son are you from? Shulan smiled but said nothing.
Chen Yenshan seemed even more ashamed.
At that time, they thought he was a gigolo who made a living by his looks. They didn't expect that he was not only rich, but also rich enough to surpass the wealth of their ancestors for 18 generations combined. On the side, Suhan said a little embarrassedly, Shulan, your office rent is very expensive, right? You rent it to us with the price of a bowl of spicy hot pot, how embarrassing for us. Shulan waved his hand, it's okay, it's just a few 100,000 less in rent, it's nothing. No, it's a bit too much to say it's nothing, it's a moderate amount. When the two women heard this, they both wanted to kneel down to Shulan. Pretend to be cool, I would like to call you the strongest. The time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Hilton International Hotel, room 666. After the storm, Bao Shuang lay powerlessly on the bed, staring at the ceiling with dull eyes, feeling that he had lost the courage to live. The landlady sat at the head of the bed, holding a cigarette in her hand. She took a big puff and blew out a smoke ring comfortably. It was like a blessing after a long drought. She was so happy. Looking back at Bao Shuang, the landlady showed an evil smile. Honey, have you rested well? Let's do it again. Hearing this, Bao Shuang was about to explode, and screamed in pain, Ah! Auntie, please spare me. I will die if you continue. How could that be? You are so young and strong, you can do it 10 more times without any problem. As the landlady said this, she put out the cigarette in the ashtray, then pounced on Bao Shuang, howling wildly. Bao Shuang screamed wildly, tears streaming down his face. But he had been tortured for a whole day, so how could he have the strength to resist this fat woman weighing over 200 pounds? In the end, he could only live a life worse than death. Miserable. Miserable. It's so miserable. Chapter 60 Sign-in, The Thief's Light Kung Fu. Tang Family Mansion. It was already past 11 o'clock and Tang Bao had just been discharged from the hospital and returned home. Third brother, how do you feel? Tang Hu supported Tang Bao and asked with some concern. Not very well. My voice is getting thinner and thinner. And I haven't grown a beard for a long time. Tang Bao touched his chin, sadness flooding his heart. Ever since Chulan stepped on 2 eggs and crushed them, and cut off 2/3 of the bird, he has become more and more like a eunuch. What's worse is that he has to squat when he goes to the toilet, otherwise he will pee everywhere. Chulan. Tang Bao gnashed his teeth and roared, You bastard! I will cut you into pieces. However, he inadvertently raised his index finger again. Tang Hu was upset. He pressed Tang Bao's hand and said earnestly, Third brother, don't act so effeminately in the future. As for Chulan, I have already asked Su Mufan from the Tianxia Association to kill him. I believe there will be good news soon. Just at this moment, a White Tiger Hall disciple rushed into the Tang family mansion and said hastily, Second in command. Tang Hu laughed heartily, See, there is indeed good news. Tang Bao also smiled with satisfaction. Ah, Chulan, you bastard are finally dead. Tell me, has Chulan died? Tang Hu pretended to be unfathomable. The younger brother hesitated to speak. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Tang Hu's face changed slightly and he scolded. The younger brother was frightened and said quickly, Chulan, he is still alive. What? Hearing this, Tang Hu was about to explode, his eyes widened bigger than a cow's. The confident expression on his face just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. You said Chulan is still alive? What about Su Mufeng? Mr. Su lost contact with us 2 days ago, and we couldn't find him anywhere, the younger brother said nervously. Boom! Tang Hu was a little confused this time. Just 2 days ago, Su Mufeng called him and said that he found Chulan alone in the hospital and planned to kill him. As a result, we lost contact.
Could it be Su Mufeng was killed by Chu Lan? Tang Hu showed a shocked expression, but how is this possible?
Su Mufeng is a master of internal strength, how could he die in his hands?
Brother, this is not impossible.
Tang Bao gritted his teeth and said, although I don't understand martial arts, I can see that Chu Lan's martial arts are by no means simple.
Even the most powerful man under my command couldn't hurt even a hair of his. Tang Hu's face turned ugly when he heard this. This is a big problem.
If Su Mufeng dies, the world will blame him, and our White Tiger Hall will be unable to cope with it.
So it was you who invited the people from Tianxiaoui?
At this time, a voice sounded. Tang Hu and Tang Bao looked up. I saw a middle-aged man with a dignified face walking down the stairs slowly with his hands behind his back. It was their eldest brother, the head of the White Tiger Hall, Tang Long.
Brother! Brother! Tang Hu and Tang Bao hurriedly bowed, not daring to be negligent.
Tang Long walked down the stairs, glanced at Tang Hu coldly, and then slapped him.
Bang! Tang Long's slap was very hard.
He was a martial artist, and even if he didn't use his internal energy, this slap made Tang Hu kneel on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth.
I told you not to act rashly, why didn't you listen?
Tang Long said coldly.
Brother! I asked my second brother to take action.
If you want to punish someone, punish me.
Tang Bao hurried over to plead for mercy.
Tang Long glanced at Tang Bao, whose voice sounded like a eunuch, and pushed him away with some disgust. Then he said to Tang Hu, send someone to inform Tianxiaoui that Su Mufeng was killed by Chu Lan.
Tang Hu was puzzled and asked, but brother, won't they blame us, the White Tiger Hall, for this?
Tang Long glanced at him and said coldly. We spent real money to hire him to do things. We paid all the courtesy and money. Now Su Mufeng himself is not as skilled as others.
If Tianxiaoui still has some dignity left, will it blame us?
Moreover, not only will they not attack our White Tiger Hall, they will continue to send people to deal with Chu Lan.
We can use this opportunity to see his true colors.
Go and inform them, but you also have to pretend to be sincere and guilty.
I understand, big brother. Hearing this, Tang Hu stood up and left. The next morning, Chu Lan woke up refreshed. Stretched. Call up the system and click sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Reward, the thief masters light kung fu. Chu Lan's eyes lit up. Who is the thief? Xu Liuxiang. Anyone who has watched a bit of martial arts drama or played the Zhuchang mobile game knows who Xu Liuxiang is. He is a famous thief who is well known throughout the world and is praised by everyone in the martial arts world. Not only is he handsome, but he's also great at kung fu, especially his Qing kung fu. His light kung fu made him move as fast as the wind, graceful as a startled swan, and agile as a swimming dragon. He was known as the great marshal among thieves and the best gentleman among gangsters. With Xu Liuxiang's lightness skills, the inside of the Sharingan, the physique of Captain America, the domineering power of Bajiquan, and the destructive power of internal energy, Chu Lan feels that he can walk sideways in the Magic City in the future. After the system instilled the thief master's light kung fu, Chu Lan directly opened the second floor. Then he jumped into the swimming pool below. At the same time, the internal strength of the legs is circulated, and the toes lightly tap the water surface. You can actually walk on the water quickly. It's really cool. But, oh my god, how do I break? Chu Lan had just received the initiation and was not yet proficient in the Daoshui's Qingdong, so he didn't know how to retract his feet. So he ran across the swimming pool, and then with a bang, he hit the wall. Sitting on the ground covered in dust, Chu Lan still couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. With this light skill, he felt that nothing could stop him. Wanting to steal something or sneak into a place is as easy as pie for him, a second-generation thief. As usual, we have to test its power. So, Chu Lan turned his attention to the Tang family. Tang, who had not forgotten that he had hired a killer to assassinate him. If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. Even if we can't kill them for the time being, we have to make them suffer first. Chu Lan's eyes were firm, and he already had a plan in mind. After washing up, I drove to a generic drugstore on the street. Bought a pack of top laxatives. Then, he asked Hao Run for the address of the Tang family mansion. After dark, he drove a motorcycle to the Nanshan Villa area, parked the car and hid it in the mountains and forests, waiting for the night to get darker before taking action. Now that he has learned the Daoshui Qingdong,
Shulan's agility and speed have risen to a higher level, and his combat power has soared to 150.
If the infiltration unfortunately fails, I can still fight my way out by brute force.
Soon, it was early morning. Shulan took out the face towel he had bought in advance and put it on his face, adjusted the glasses-shaped combat power detector on his nose, and then performed the thief master-like kung fu. With a whoosh, it disappeared from the spot.
At the entrance of the Tang family villa, bodyguards were patrolling with wolfhounds. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. Woof woof woof. In the Tang family villa, the wolfhound barked twice.
But he found nothing. His little eyes were filled with great doubts. He shook his head, returned to his post, and continued to watch the door with the bodyguard.
Chapter 61: The Next Generation of Thieves.
Swish swish.
In the dark night, Shulan used his thief skills to instantly avoid the bodyguards and wolfhounds patrolling the door.
Although he was fully capable of knocking them down, tonight's main purpose was to test the thief's lightness skills, so Shulan did not attack them. Shulan tiptoed lightly, flew over the eaves and walls, and landed at the corner of the mansion. The lights in the house were still on, and it seemed that someone was talking inside. Shulan secretly poked his head out, and through the window, he saw two men with similar looks talking in the study.
Shulan read the information given by Hao Ren and knew that these two people were Tang Long and Tang Hu.
Tang Hu said, "Brother, I have followed your instructions and informed Tiang Xiaoyi that Su Mufeng has been killed by Shulan. I believe they will send people to hunt down Shulan soon."
Shulan was furious when he heard this. Grass. You still haven't given up and want to ask someone to kill me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got.
Shulan took out a desert eagle from his arms and wanted to shoot Tang Hu to death with one shot. Tang Hu's combat power is 57, which is about the same level as a boxing champion, a special forces king, and the like.
One bullet can teach him a lesson. Looking at Tang Long again. Combat power, 140. Fuck. His combat power is only 10 points lower than mine. This Tang Long is an expert.
Shulan was shocked and quickly put away the desert eagle, not daring to act rashly for a while.
Continue to observe secretly.
Tang Long had been looking down at a parchment scroll on the table. After hearing Tang Hu's words, he said without raising his head,
"Tianxiao will handle Shulan's problem. We don't need to worry about it for now.
What I'm more concerned about now is this parchment scroll."
"Brother, haven't you figured out the map yet?" Tang Hu frowned.
Tang Long shook his head. "The information on this map is all recorded in the words of the Golden Family. With the demise of the Yuan dynasty, this wording has long been lost.
There are only a few people in the world who know it. It is not easy to fully interpret it."
After Shulan eavesdropped, he was slightly stunned.
"Map? Is it a treasure map?" Tang Hu sighed heavily. "Alas.
If we can find this ancient tomb of the Yuan dynasty, there will be no need for us three brothers to fight to the death. We can just live in a villa abroad and sleep with foreign horses." Tang Hu is a man with no ambitions and only cares about wealth and fame. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is now the second in command of the White Tiger Hall and looks very impressive. But that is not the right way after all. In China, few people who take this path have a good ending. They are either killed by the people below when they are old, or they are exploited by the people above. And if they could get their hands on an ancient tomb from the Yuan dynasty, the gold, silver, and jewelry inside would be enough for them to retire and go abroad to live a life of sunshine and beaches.
Tang Long snorted coldly. "Treasures are secondary. If I can obtain Qi Gong's martial arts secrets, after I master them, I can roam the martial arts world. Why should I be afraid of anyone?" Brother is right, but without someone who can understand the text, we can't find the ancient tomb of the Yuan dynasty nobles. Tang Hu frowned. "Don't worry about that.
I have found an expert who is proficient in the Golden Family's writing. He is on his way to help me decipher the map." Tang Long said with a sneer of disdain, "So I told you not to pay attention to Chulan. When I get Qi Gong's martial arts secrets, I can easily crush this ant to death." Brother is right. Tang Hu flattered him quickly. Thinking of the peerless martial arts that was about to be acquired, Tang Long could not hide his excitement and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. However, he didn't know that Chulan, who was separated by a wall, had already heard everything he said. Based on the dialogue between Tang Long and Tang Hu, Chulan roughly deduced the ins and outs of the matter. To put it simply, Tang Long has a map of the ancient tomb of a Yuan dynasty nobleman. This Yuan dynasty nobleman named Qi Gong left a unique martial arts book in the ancient tomb. Tang Long really wants to get it, but he doesn't understand the ancient characters on the map, so he has to find an expert to interpret it. After deciphering the peerless martial arts in the ancient tomb, Tang Long will crush himself to death like crushing an ant.
Chu Lan's eyes rolled and he quietly put away the packets of laxatives.
He changed his plans. Instead of drugging them, just steal Tang Long's map. I guess Tang Long will be furious by then, and his life will be worse than death. Just thinking about it made Chu Lan so excited.
After the dead of night,
while Tang Long and Tang Hu went back to their room to sleep, Chu Lan began to take action. Just now he saw with his own eyes that Tang Long hid the parchment scroll in a secret compartment under the floor tiles. With his own stealing skills, it would be a piece of cake for him to steal it. So, Chu Lan put his hand on the lock of the window, quietly used his internal energy to break it, then turned over and slipped into Tang Long's study. Then he found the secret compartment in the floor and lifted the tiles, and inside was the parchment map.
Haha, got it.
Chu Lan reached out to take the parchment scroll, and at the same time a thought came to his mind, isn't this too easy to get? Just as he was about to take out the parchment map, he did not notice that a thin thread was tied to the parchment and connected to the mechanism at the bottom. With this pull, the thin wire broke and a shrill alarm sounded throughout the villa. At the same time, the mechanisms on the four walls and ceiling opened, and dense poisonous arrows shot out. Chu Lan was startled and quickly took away the parchment scroll. Then he used his thief's likeness skills and combined with the inside of his Sharingan, he spun and jumped in the room, dodging all the torrential rain of poisonous arrows. The study was swept by dense poisonous arrows, the precious blue and white porcelain turned into pieces, and the desks and tables were all filled with poisonous arrows.
Everywhere you looked, it was a mess. That was a close call. Chu Lan breathed a sigh of relief.
Facing such an attack, if he didn't have the Daoshui Qinggong and Sharingan, he would probably be dead here.
Who is it?
The door was slammed open and Tang Long rushed in immediately. The room was dark and Chu Lan was wearing a veil, so he couldn't tell Chu Lan's identity. But when he saw the parchment in Chu Lan's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes locked on Chu Lan like a falcon. Then launched the attack directly. Whoosh! I saw that his steps were as fast as a tiger or leopard, and he punched out with a gust of wind blowing in my face, with a terrifying momentum. With a combat power of 140, each punch he throws can weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. But the Sharingan in Chu Lan's eyes had already seen through his movements. He changed his steps and instantly performed the Thief Master's light kung fu. As Chu Lan retreated violently, he took out a flash bomb and threw it directly at Tang Long.
One of the 3,000 sets that will kill you, CS flash bomb. Bang!
With a dull thud, the flash bomb exploded. The whole room was instantly covered by a strong white light. Tang Long couldn't avoid it and his eyes were immediately hurt by the strong light.
He could not open his eyes for a while. Ah! My eyes. Chu Lan turned around, took out the Desert Eagle and planned to kill Tang Long with one shot. Just at this moment, he heard two hurried footsteps coming from the door, and then he made a quick decision, put away his pistol, turned around, broke the glass, disappeared into the darkness, and quickly evacuated. Brother! What's wrong with you?
Tang Hu and Tang Bao rushed into the study and were shocked when they saw what was going on inside.
Chase him! He stole the map. Tang Long's eyes hadn't recovered yet, and he yelled at Tang Hu. What? Tang Hu's expression suddenly changed.
Immediately, he jumped out of the window like Chu Lan did, and chased in the direction Chu Lan escaped.
Chapter 62, Illusion can really do whatever it wants. Little thief! Where are you running to?
Tang Hu roared angrily and ran towards the direction where Chu Lan escaped.
He is also a martial artist. Although he is not very diligent, he has good eyesight.
He can see that Chu Lan's lightness skill is better than his. It may not be easy for him to catch up. However, when he walked through the garden, he suddenly discovered that Chu Lan was waiting for him in front.
You're not running away?
Tang Hu's face turned cold and he took out a brass knuckle and put it on his hand. In the night, the brass knuckles shine with cold light.
No hurry, I'll kill you and then run away. Chu Lan said lightly.
He roughly estimated the time in his mind.
Tang Long's eyes must not have recovered yet, and it would take at least 3 minutes for the other bodyguards to catch up. 3 minutes is enough to kill Tang Hu. You are so shameless. Go to hell.
Hearing Chu Lan mocking him like this, Tang Hu, who always had a hot temper, rushed over directly. After all, with a combat power of 57, Tang Hu is very fast, and with his body as strong as an ox, his attack is as fierce as a tiger, extremely ferocious. You really deserve to be the second in command of the White Tiger Hall. Shulan didn't move at all, as if he hadn't reacted at all, just waiting to be hit in the face by Tang Hu's fist.
Humph. You are only good at Qinggong.
Tang Hu's face was full of disdain, and he punched Shulan's head hard.
Sharingan.
Shulan's dark eyes changed, turning into a pair of enchanting pupils emitting a scarlet glow. The three Magatama slowly rotated around the pupil, like a huge whirlpool, making people who saw it fall into it involuntarily.
Well.
Tang Hu paused and his eyes suddenly became unfocused. At this moment, he has been trapped in an illusion. Shulan, who was originally standing in front of him, had long disappeared, and the place where he was now was a dark swamp.
Tang Hu. I treat you as my own son, why do you want to kill me?
A resentful voice was heard. Tang Hu trembled all over and looked around in horror, only to see an old man with blood coming out of all 7 orifices pulling his hand, his eyes filled with deep hatred.
Tang Hu, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost.
Behind Tang Hu, a young woman hugged him tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe.
Impossible.
Tang Hu let out a terrified roar and shook his head in disbelief. He was almost scared to death.
Old Hall Master.
Fourth sister. The two wrong souls that appeared before their eyes were the old Hall Master who had adopted the 3 brothers, and his biological daughter. Baihu Hall was not originally the property of the 3 brothers of the Tang family, but the property of a kind old man. The fourth sister is the youngest daughter of this old man. If Tang Long had not been greedy for the map of the ancient tomb, he would have killed the old Hall Master, robbed the White Tiger Hall, and caused the old Hall Master's family to be destroyed. Maybe I would marry her and live an honest life in Baihu Hall.
But there are no ifs in the world.
Tang Long robbed the White Tiger Hall and killed the old Hall Master's family.
This is a fact that cannot be changed. And I am also an accomplice.
Now, the wronged ghost has come to claim his life.
A
baby about 1 or 2 years old was lying on the back of Tang Hu's feet, raising his little head blankly. Tang Hu's scalp suddenly felt numb and his whole body turned cold. That was the old Hall Master's grandson, and in the end he was also killed by Tang Long.
No. Don't, it's Big Brother who wants to kill you, not me, not me. Tang Hu's spirit collapsed and he shook his head desperately. You are the ones who killed us. Kill a life for a life. Give me back my life. You will not die well.
One after another, wrong souls appeared in front of Tang Hu, looking at him with extremely hateful eyes, reaching out to grab him, and wanting to take his life.
No. No. Don't come over here.
Tang Hu screamed in despair.
But in reality,
Tang Hu's body was stiff, his eyes were dull, and he kept muttering things like "Don't come over here and I'm not the one killing you."
The Sharingan really can do whatever it wants.
Shulan looked at Tang Hu, who was under the illusion in front of him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It feels so good to be able to control other people's feelings at will.
It's so cool.
Looking at Tang Hu's terrified expression, Shulan was too lazy to watch him suffer.
He put the Desert Eagle against his chest and pulled the trigger. Bang!
Blood spurts out. Tang Hu was shot in the heart and fell to the ground dead on the spot.
This is the price for offending me.
Shulan glanced coldly at Tang Hu's body, jumped up, used the thief's likeness skill, and disappeared from the spot in an instant.
Then easily avoid the bodyguard's search.
After leaving the villa, I retrieved the motorcycle from the bushes and returned home safely.
This night trip was quite rewarding. Not only did he kill Tang Hu, but he also got the treasure map. I guess Tang Long is going to explode right now, right? Shulan took out a small notebook and crossed out Tang Hu's name.
Then he took out the stolen parchment, spread it out, and a map appeared on it.
In addition to the map, there are also notes marked in Mongolian. With Shulan's pitiful knowledge, he really couldn't understand what was written on it. Forget it.
I'll slowly decipher it when I get the language proficiency reward someday. Shulan was optimistic. He hid the parchment scroll and lay down on the bed to catch up on his sleep. After playing all night, Shulan soon fell into a deep sleep.
The next day. It was already noon when I woke up. Sign in quickly. Ding, sign in successfully, reward, Medicine King Sutra. There was a sudden sharp pain in the brain, and the knowledge about the Medicine King Sutra was poured into Shulan's mind. This book records various medical skills, pharmacology, and even methods of making poisons. It can be said to be a treasure trove for home travel, curing diseases, and harming people.
Throughout the day, Shulan stayed at home sorting out the Medicine King Sutra in his mind and did not go out to make trouble.
The other side. Tang family mansion. Asshole.
Tang Long flew into a rage and smashed everything on the table to pieces. Overnight, the map was stolen and his brothers were killed. Even he, who was usually calm, couldn't help but be furious. Send everyone in the White Tiger Hall to find the thief no matter what.
Tang Long was extremely furious.
The men in suits and leather shoes in front of him were so frightened that they trembled and quickly turned around and left to do their work.
Wait!
Tang Long suddenly called them.
Pay special attention to Chulan. If you find him moving in an odd way, report it immediately.
Tang Long said coldly. It has to be said that although the White Tiger Hall was founded by the old hall master, the person who developed the White Tiger Hall to its current scale was Tang Long. His eyes were so sharp that he immediately locked onto Chulan as the suspect.
Yes, boss. After several men bowed, they turned and left. Boss, do you suspect Chulan did it?
On the side, his confidant asked. Tang Long rubbed his temples a little haggardly and said lightly, although there is no evidence, my intuition tells me that he did it.
If it is confirmed that he did it, what are you going to do, boss? Asked the confidant. Of course, kill him. Tang Long's eyes flashed with ferocity.
If it was really Chulan who stole his map, then no matter who he was or what his background was, Tang Long would kill him with his own hands. And not only must he be killed, but his entire family must be killed to vent the hatred in my heart. Chapter 63, The Old Driver Massages, the identity of the mature beauty is actually.
The next day. Chulan wakes up and signs in as usual. Ding, successful sign-in, reward blessing of haircut. Haircut's divine protection? What the hell is that? Chulan hurriedly checked the information.
Hairdressing protection, a contemporary charming hairdressing, cutting and blow-drying master who can easily create trendy and handsome hairstyles. This buff is very strange.
Is this the rhythm of becoming Master Tony?
However, products produced by the system must be high quality, so you might as well accept it. As usual, when you gain new abilities, you should test their effects.
My hair just happened to be a little long.
So Chulan picked up a pair of scissors.
Ordinary paper-cut ones. However,
the moment he picked up the scissors, he felt his whole body tremble, as if struck by lightning.
What on earth is going on?
Chulan stared at the scissors in his hand in a daze. Why do countless trendy styles automatically appear in my mind?
So scary. Is this the protection of haircut?
Shua shua shua.
Chulan took the scissors and did a dazzling array of operations on her hair.
After more than 10 minutes, a refreshing and handsome hairstyle is done.
Handsome.
Looking at himself in the mirror, Chulan couldn't help but make a comment. When he was in primary school, he was puzzled by the meaning of handsome. Now, looking at himself in the mirror, Chulan suddenly understood. It turns out that being handsome can be so specific. After exercising and taking a cold shower, Chulan discovered that there was no yogurt in the refrigerator, so she went out to a nearby grocery store to restock. As you walk into the store, countless burning gazes are cast upon you.
Ah! That guy is so handsome.
Where did he get his hair cut?
I also want my boyfriend to have a haircut like this. No, I want to break up with my boyfriend. So handsome. So handsome. I feel like I can't breathe. Ouch, I'm wet.
More and more girls gathered around. There was even a queen dressed in designer clothes who took the initiative to come over, took out a bank card, and handed it to Chulan like a queen.
There's 100,000 in this card. If you spend a night with me, it's yours. Chulan looked up and looked at her in surprise. You want to support me with 100,000 yuan? Sister, you probably don't know that I drove here in a supercar?
But as a low-key boy, Chulan just smiled and said, Sister, I just graduated from high school.
So what if I just graduated from high school?
The royal sister said disdainfully, I already have 5 or 6 people like you.
Chulan. Everyone.
Come on, Chulan, am willing to call you the most powerful rich woman.
What do you think? Do you agree? Asked the royal sister. Wow. There's a flying saucer.
Chulan pointed at the sky outside the window and shouted.
Everyone turned to look. There was only a clear sky and bright sunshine, so where was the UFO? Handsome guy, there's no UFO. Hey! Where's the handsome guy?
When everyone turned around, Chu Lan had disappeared. Using the thief's light skill, Chu Lan left the store quietly. As I was walking, I suddenly saw a woman in front of me. She was sitting on the side of the road, holding her ankle with a frown on her face. Thinking of the Medicine King Sutra he learned yesterday, Chu Lan felt that the test subject had arrived.
So he ran over quickly and asked with concern, "Miss, are you okay?" "It's okay, I just twisted my ankle accidentally."
The woman raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. She is a mature woman, wearing a smart business suit, with light makeup on her face and long wavy hair, which makes her look more charming.
"Let me take a look at your feet,"
Chu Lan said, then squatted down.
"No."
The mature beauty originally wanted to reject him in this way. But when she saw Chu Lan's refreshing smile, for some reason, she suddenly felt that this young man was not trying to take advantage of her.
So she just blushed slightly and nodded lightly.
Chu Lan took off her high heels, and one of her fair little feet was held in his palm.
"Just let go, I just need to take a rest." The mature beauty suddenly felt a little resistant.
Since her husband left, her feet have never been touched by any man.
"I'll give you a massage, it'll be fine soon."
Chu Lan did not let go and began to massage her feet according to the techniques of the Medicine King Sutra.
The mature beauty still wants to resist.
But at this moment, the pain in her ankle miraculously disappeared.
Instead, there is an indescribable feeling of comfort. "Ah!"
The mature beauty moaned instinctively.
"Chu Lan."
The mature beauty immediately realized that something was wrong, and her pretty face turned as red as a tomato.
How shameful. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chu Lan didn't think too much and continued to massage the mature beauty.
After a few minutes, he loosened his grip.
"Okay, why don't you move around a bit now? It should be fine now." "Oh."
It ended so quickly that the mature beauty felt a little reluctant to leave.
Because Chu Lan's massage technique is so comfortable. After a simple exercise, she suddenly showed a surprised smile on her face. "Huh? It really doesn't hurt anymore. Hey, you are really awesome." "Hee hee, it's just a piece of cake."
Chu Lan wiped his nose, looking very sunny. Coupled with his good looks and hairstyle, the mature beauty immediately felt as if her heart was hit hard, and the girlish heart that had been dormant for many years showed signs of being awakened.
"Then I'll go first."
The mature beauty suddenly came to her senses and quickly took out her phone from her bag.
"Wait. You cured my foot, but I haven't paid you for the medical expenses yet." "No need." Chu Lan turned around and waved at her with a smile on his face.
The mature beauty's heartbeat quickened a little. He stared blankly at Chu Lan's departing back, not knowing what he was thinking.
At this time,
her cell phone rang and the caller ID showed.
"Daughter." After the call was connected, a girl's voice came from the other end. "Mom. How many times have I told you not to arrange a blind date for me? I won't go."
If Chu Lan hadn't left yet, she would have recognized the voice on the other end of the phone. It was Meng Maisie.
"Yes. Opposite is Meng Maisie."
And the mature beauty who was on the phone was her mother Michelle.
Life is full of coincidences sometimes. Chu Lan returned home and continued exercising.
In order to cope with the attack from the Tianxia Association in Beijing, he is now exercising every moment. Under the buff of training protection, his combat power has been steadily improved and has now reached 155.
Night. Chu Lan drove to the bar, intending to see if Sang Biao had any news about the White Tiger Hall.
As soon as I parked my car in a nearby parking lot, I felt that someone was ambushing me.
As expected.
Soon, 6 or 7 gangster-looking guys came out from the shadows on all sides and surrounded Chu Lan.
The leader of the group raised his orchid finger and spoke to Chu Lan in a eunuch-like voice. "Did you kill my second brother?" Chapter 64 suddenly remembered Jay Chao Song.
The sissing movements and eunuch-like way of speaking.
It was Tang Bao without a doubt. "Tell me. Did you kill my second brother?" Tang Bao held an electric baton in his hand and shouted at Chu Lan with an angry face.
Chu Lan was a little surprised.
"Why do you think of yourself first? Is being handsome so eye-catching?" Seeing that Chu Lan didn't say anything, Tang Bao pressed the switch of the electric baton. Suddenly, the electric current flashed and squeaked. "Tell me now, or I'll kill you."
The few thugs he brought with him were also holding electric batons and staring at Chu Lan with unfriendly eyes.
Tang Bao was filled with grief and anger.
The second brother who was the best to him in the world was actually killed. Moreover, the murderer was very cunning and did not leave any evidence at the scene, so they had no way to investigate. In anger, Tang Bao didn't care about anything and cast a hateful look at Chulan. Because he is the most suspicious. I said I didn't kill him, do you believe it? Chulan asked. Impossible. You were the one who killed my second brother. Tang Bao roared. Then what else can I say? Chulan spread his hands speechlessly. At the same time, his eyes swept over these people. They are all trash with combat power less than 20, and this is even considering the weapon bonus of the electric baton. It looks shabby. You guys dare to fight me? Chulan sneered. Tang Bao was furious when he heard this. Knock on you. We didn't have good weapons last time, so we lost to you. Now we have high-voltage electric batons in our hands. If we touch you, I guarantee you will lose control of your bowels and bladder. Chulan nodded, then hooked his finger at Tang Bao. Okay, then come over here. I have things to do and don't have time to play with you. Damn it. Kill him for me. Tang Bao became furious and shouted at the thugs. These thugs all followed Tang Hu, and when they learned that their boss had been killed, they were all filled with indignation. But Chulan still jumped like that, which was simply adding fuel to the fire. Go to hell. A gangster arrived first. The electric baton in his hand, with sparks flying, stabbed towards Chulan's chest. So weak. Chulan sneered. Facing these scums, he didn't even need to use his Sharingan or the Daoshui light kung fu. Just relying on his physical strength was enough to crush them until they cried. Bang! Chulan punched the gangster on the elbow. Suddenly there was a click sound. The gangster's arm bones broke and the electric baton in his hand fell to the ground. Ah! The severe pain made the gangster howl miserably. Seeing this scene, the other thugs who were about to step forward suddenly showed expressions of extreme fear. However, Chulan didn't give them any chance at all. His figure flashed, and he shuttled among them like a gust of wind. The air was filled with the dull thud of fists hitting flesh and the screams of broken bones. In less than a minute, all of Tang Bao's men were knocked to the ground by Chulan, howling in pain. The electric baton in his hand fell to the ground. Chulan picked up one and walked slowly towards Tang Bao. No! No! Don't come over here! Looking at Chulan, who was like a devil, Tang Bao was so scared that he let out Bu Jingyun's classic roar. I've never played with an electric baton in my life. Chulan showed an evil smile on his face. Come on, let's have some fun. Ah! Tang Bao was so scared that he turned and ran, exposing his chrysanthemums to Chulan. Go! Chulan took aim and the electric baton in his hand flew out and hit Tang Bao's anus accurately. Puff! The electric baton penetrated 3 inches into the flesh. Ah! Tang Bao fell to the ground on the spot, with an electric baton stuck in his anus. The explosive pain made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Da-day-day. Chulan walked towards him step by step. Tang Bao's scalp suddenly felt numb. On this day, he finally recalled the terror of being dominated by Chulan and the humiliation of having his testicles stepped on. Chulan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Tang Bao begged for mercy at the top of his lungs while crawling forward. Oh? Why does this dialogue sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before? Chulan walked behind him and stepped on his back. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the electric baton. Super evil. No. No. Don't do that. When he turned around and saw Chulan's gaze, Tang Bao realized something instantly and collapsed screaming. This electric baton is imported from Germany. It is said that it can even knock down wild boars. If it is electrified. It's scary just to think about it. A smelly yellow liquid spread in his crotch. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Tang Bao, I used to be a kind person, but you made me become like this. After saying that, Chulan directly pressed the switch. Suddenly, the violent electric current made Tang Bao fly instantly. Tang Bao was electrocuted so hard that his whole body trembled violently and his hair stood up. Not to mention chrysanthemums. At this time, Chulan suddenly remembered Jay Chou's famous song. The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is covered with wounds, and your smile has turned yellow. 2 minutes later, the air was filled with a burning smell. Chulan looked at Tang Bao lying motionless on the ground and felt a little sorry for him, so he turned off the electric baton. Then he turned away, so cool. Arriving at Coco Bar, Shu Lan learned about the latest situation on the road from Sangbiao. Ever since he stole the map, Tang Long stopped many operations and asked his men to search for the thief. Anyone who can provide accurate clues will be rewarded with 300,000 yuan. By the way, master. Sangbiao wanted to say something but stopped himself. Shu Lan said impatiently, if you have something to say, just say it. Sangbiao, are you the thief? Shu Lan was stunned, oh my god. Even you doubt me? Sangbiao, no, I think you are the most suspicious in the entire demon city. Shu Lan. Half an hour later. Tang Bao, who was electrocuted unconscious, was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment by his men. Tang Long rushed over after hearing the news. Although he didn't like this useless brother, after all, he was now the only brother he had in the world. He quickly found the attending physician and asked about the situation. The attending physician sighed heavily. Mr. Tang, your brother's anus has been burned by high-voltage electricity. Tang Long's face changed. Do you have any medical treatment? The attending physician sighed again. There is only one way, cut off the burnt part. Tang Long was stunned and had a bad feeling. Will there be any impact? The attending doctor couldn't bear to continue, and after a long while, he slowly said. After the circumcision, your brother's excretion system will be affected. He will be incontinent at any time in the future. You need to prepare a few more pairs of pants. Boom. Tang Long felt his head buzzing. It's useless. Not only the front is useless, but the back is also useless. From now on, my third brother will become a complete useless person. With successive blows, even Tang Long, who was usually calm and composed, began to lose his temper. Aha Shu Lan, I'm going to kill you. Kill your entire family. Tang Long was extremely furious. Chapter 65 Sign-in, the car god of Akina Mountain. Ding, sign-in successfully, reward talent Akina Mountain car god. When Shu Lan woke up and saw the sign-in reward, his eyes lit up. The god of cars of Akina Mountain? Seeing this reward, Shu Lan remembered the famous joke. Last night I lost to a Wuling Hongguang in Akina Mountain. He used inertia to drift through the corners. His car was very fast. I only saw a sign saying he was repairing a leaking building. If you know who he is, please tell him. I will be waiting for him in Akina Mountain on Saturday night. As the name suggests, this reward can turn a novice into an experienced driver instantly, allowing him to drift through corners in minutes. After breakfast, Meng Meizi called. Hello? Shu Lan, do you want to come out for lunch? I'll treat you. Sure. Shu Lan agreed. It is always happier to eat with a beautiful woman than to eat alone. Drive to pick up Meng Meizi. Shu Lan saw that she was dressed very formally today, wearing a professional suit and light makeup, which made her look more intellectual and mature. What did you do? What happened? Meng Meizi asked puzzledly. You're dressed like you're going to work. Shu Lan looked Meng Meizi up and down, secretly admiring her for being a well-deserved 99-point beauty. I just had an interview. But aren't you a stay-at-home mom? Why are you so desperate that you want to go to work? Because of my mom. Meng Meizi was furious. She forced me to go on a blind date again and threatened to cut off my water and electricity. So I plan to go to work, rent a house outside, and be an independent and self-reliant woman of the new generation. Meng Meizi's words were very inspiring. But Shu Lan said, what was the result of the interview? Meng Meizi stopped talking. The two arrived at a Western restaurant. This Western restaurant is an internet-famous restaurant and parking spaces are very tight. Shu Lan happened to see an empty parking space at the door and drove over. As a result, at this time, a Lamborghini also saw the parking space, and from a distance, it rushed over honking its horn. Obviously they are trying to grab a parking space. Shu Lan, he wants to grab the parking space. Meng Meizi pointed at the Lamborghini and shouted. I see. Shu Lan smiled calmly, stepped on the accelerator and brake, turned the steering wheel, drifted the car, and then backed into the parking space. The people who were eating around were stunned when they saw this scene. God of cars. Awesome. The Lamborghini stopped and the owner was dumbfounded. Shu Lan smiled faintly. Fighting with the Qiuming Mountain car god for a parking space? You are asking for trouble, don't you know? At this time. On the passenger seat of the Lamborghini, a stylishly dressed internet celebrity looking beauty said angrily. Honey, he took our parking space. Next to her sat a somewhat handsome young man, also with a gloomy expression.
Ferrari Enzo? Ha, it's amazing. Isn't it just a matter of having a channel to buy it?
If I loved driving a Ferrari, I would have bought one a long time ago.
We are all second generation rich, so who is afraid of who? Honey, you're so handsome.
The internet celebrity looked at the rich boy with admiration, planning to reward him well tonight with the posture she had just unlocked.
The rich young man had a cool expression and opened the door and got out of the car with the internet celebrity beauty. The internet celebrity beauty ran over first to argue with Chulan. Hey! Move the car out of the way.
Inside the car, Meng Meizi was a little worried. Chulan, the owner of this Lamborghini, seems to be very angry and wants to come over to retaliate against us.
Chulan smiled and said, it's okay.
Then he slowly lowered the car window, revealing a young and handsome face. What's up? The internet celebrity looking beauty was shocked by Chulan's looks at first, then she quickly came to her senses and said arrogantly, something's wrong. It was obviously my boyfriend who wanted to park in this parking space first, but you took it away.
Return the parking space now. Okay, since I can't grab a parking space, I'm starting to act unreasonable.
Chulan said calmly, why? I parked here first.
No reason.
The internet celebrity snorted coldly, just because my boyfriend is one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai, don't think you are cool driving a Ferrari. My boyfriend's Lamborghini is the latest model, which beats your broken car.
Of course, she didn't know that if she really wanted to be serious, Chulan's Ferrari Enzo would definitely beat her boyfriend's Lamborghini.
Xiang, let me talk to him. The rich young man came over, originally planning to show off. But after seeing Chulan's handsome face, the whole person froze and repeated the last word like a tape recorder.
Eyes wide open. My legs are shaking.
It was as if he had seen something horrible and was so frightened that he couldn't even speak clearly.
Haha, it's you.
Chulan smiled, as if he saw something funny. It turns out that this cool and handsome young man is Xie Jin's good friend, Feng Chao. He was the young master who brought a dozen people to surround Chulan in the tea house, but was finally forced by Chulan to slap Xie Jin a dozen times.
Feng Chao was dumbfounded. How unlucky. It turns out to be this devil?
He still vividly remembers the scene where Chulan called hundreds of people with just one phone call.
He even heard about it later.
Afterwards, when Xie Jin returned home, he was beaten up by his parents, even his legs were broken, and in the end he was forced to apologize to Chulan.
This proves that even Xie Jin's parents are afraid of Chulan. Plop. Feng Chao was startled and knelt directly in front of Chulan. Well, I was scared to my knees. When his girlfriend, who has an internet celebrity face, saw this, she was shocked and asked, honey, what are you doing?
In the passenger seat, Meng Meizi was originally worried that a fight might break out, but this time she was also stunned.
You are so pretentious and arrogant, but the result is. Kneel down to Chulan? The internet celebrity looked extremely embarrassed and went forward to pull Feng Chao. Honey, what's wrong with you? What happened? Go to hell. Feng Chao pushed the internet celebrity face away. The internet celebrity, who was wearing high heels, stumbled and fell to the ground.
She stared at Feng Chao blankly, beginning to doubt her life.
Doesn't Feng Chao always have a sullen look on his face? No matter where he goes, he always looks arrogant and cocky. Why did you kneel down in fear when you saw the owner of this Ferrari today? Aren't they all rich young men, so who is afraid of whom?
Seeing that more and more people were watching, Chulan was too lazy to care, waved his hand at him, and said lightly, okay, get up, and take good care of your woman in the future.
Ah. Good. Good. Good.
Feng Chao said hello 3 times in a row, then quickly got up and walked back to his Lamborghini.
His internet celebrity girlfriend also came back and asked in surprise, honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling down to that guy? Bang. Feng Chao slapped him. You're the only one who talks too much. What were you trying to do by being so arrogant just now? Do you know who I am and what my status is? If I hadn't been so magnanimous, I would have been killed by you.
The internet celebrity looks aggrieved, and her newly plastic surgery face is almost crooked. But facing Feng Chao, her long-term meal ticket, she didn't dare to say anything.
Get out of the car. Feng Chao suddenly shouted. Ah? Why? The internet celebrity covered his face, confused.
There's no reason, I just find you disgusting.
Get out of the car right now. Feng Chao shouted impatiently.
The internet celebrity got off the Lamborghini crying.
My heart is full of resentment. All men are pigs. It was you who told me not to be afraid and asked me to pretend, but you failed in your pretense and now you blame me? Chapter 66, Backdoor Interview.
Shu Lan and Meng Meizi walked into the restaurant and waited for the food to be served.
Meng Meizi couldn't help asking, Shu Lan, who are you?
Not only Dai Nai, but even random people are so afraid of you.
Meng Meizi became curious when she thought of Feng Chao just now.
He was obviously trying to pretend to be the best, but after seeing Shu Lan, he knelt down faster than anyone else, looking like a mouse seeing a cat.
It's incredible.
Shu Lan drank a sip of lemonade and smiled.
It's nothing, actually. He is Xia Jin's friend. Ah?
Meng Meizi was totally surprised.
Well, didn't I send you the recording of Xia Jin before?
But Xia Jin thought I was framing him, so he and that rich second-generation guy came to trouble me.
What? Meng Meizi was furious. That's Xia Jin.
I've blocked him, but he still dares to cause trouble for you? No, I'm going to tell my mom and ask her to teach Xia Jin a lesson.
No need.
I just made a phone call and it was resolved. Shu Lan waved his hand, looking calm.
But Meng Meizi didn't believe it.
Ever since she saw Chu Lan's connections on the tennis court, she knew that Shu Lan was a very low-key rich man.
This could scare Feng Chao so much.
I guess the scene at that time must have been 10 times more exaggerated than what he described. Originally, Meng Meizi's understanding of Chu Lan was only at the level of handsome plus rich. But after hearing what he said now, she guessed that Chu Lan must have an even more unfathomable background, which is why he could settle the matter with just one phone call.
Could it be? Chu Lan is a rich young man from some hidden family?
At this time, Meng Meizi began to imagine the plots of the romance novels she had read.
What kind of mess is the king of cool weather? The domineering CEO falls in love with me, the ancient immortal cultivation family.
Soon the food came and they started eating. At this time, Shu Lan discovered that Meng Meizi had been looking down at her phone.
I asked her curiously. Meng Meizi, what are you looking at so intently? Interview strategy.
Meng Meizi said without even looking up. I'm going to an advertising company for a clerk interview tomorrow, so I have to do my homework in advance.
Oh, I'm so scared that I won't pass the interview.
Talking about the interview, Meng Meizi talked incessantly, telling her about the falling out with her mother over the blind date and her plan to go out to work and rent a house, and she wanted to complain to Chu Lan. However, no one noticed that when Chu Lan heard the name of the company where she would be interviewing tomorrow, a hint of surprise flashed across her calm eyes. Because this advertising company was the one that I acquired some time ago, and it was the one where my cousin worked.
Shocked. What a coincidence this world is. Are all demons so small? By the way, Shu Lan also took a look at Meng Meizi's resume.
After graduating from college, she has been staying at home. During college, she did not join any clubs, her grades were mediocre, and the only award she won was for a cosplay, and it was the one where Chu Lan, a cross-dressing boss, assisted her.
This resume, how should I describe it?
If she hadn't been lucky, she would have probably been socially dead.
What do you think? Do you think there is hope for me? Meng Meizi asked. Of course not. Judging from your resume, you are a complete loser. Chu Lan wanted to say this.
But seeing the girl's expectant eyes, he still gave her a thumbs up and said encouragingly, "Don't worry.
You are so beautiful and smart, you will definitely pass the interview tomorrow." Well, it is a sin for such an honest child like me to lie.
However, the company that Meng Meizi is interviewing tomorrow is her own, so she can get the job done with just one phone call. But let's keep it a secret from Meng Meizi for now, so as not to affect her self-confidence. After dinner, Chu Lan sent Meng Meizi home and then called Chen Gang.
Mr. Chu.
When Chen Gang saw his boss calling him, he was super respectful. Chu Lan said, "I have a relative here who will come to the company for an interview tomorrow.
I want to see if you can appoint her as the candidate?" Sure. Chen Gang thought Chu Lan was talking nonsense. The company is yours, is that possible?
When Chen Gang received the name and message from Chu Lan, he immediately smiled a smile that all men understand.
Wow. Rich people really know how to have fun.
He actually arranged another woman to work in the company where his girlfriend works.
That's exciting enough. Chu Lan said again.
Oh, by the way, don't tell Meng Meizi about this. Let her think that she got in through her own strength, not through the back door.
Got it? No problem. Shen Gang was completely conquered by Chu Lan's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. This is a high-level player who is good at picking up girls. Those second-generation rich guys with low rank only know how to pick up girls by spending money, but this only works for those slutty green tea bitches. For those pure and innocent goddesses, this trick seems extremely low, and it can even cause the intimacy value to fall into negative numbers. If you want to pick up a goddess-level beauty, you can't be so rough, you have to take the gentle approach. For someone like Mr. Chu Lan, this is standard operation. First, when the goddess encountered difficulties in the interview, he used his privileges to secretly arrange a job for her. Then, in their future interactions, he pretended to be casual and guilty, and revealed that it was he who secretly arranged the work, which completely moved the girl. Oh yes, the word in the above is not a verb. After hanging up the phone, Shen Gang couldn't calm down for a long time. He sincerely sighed. Mr. Chu is so young, but he is already a high-level player in picking up girls. He is so awesome and amazing. The next day, Chu Lan wakes up and signs in as usual. Ding, sign in successfully, reward a pair of Nike Air FOG1 co-branded basketball shoes. Then, a pair of brand new black sneakers fell in front of him out of thin air. I checked online and found out it costs 15,000. 15,000 for a pair of sneakers? It really refreshed Chu Lan's worldview. The shoes I wear only cost 200 or 300 yuan. Ha! The world of the rich is really hard to imagine. I think I am rich now too. The other side. Xingyu Advertising Company, interview meeting room. Meng Meizi, dressed in a professional suit and exuding intellectual beauty, is being interviewed. To be honest, she didn't have high hopes for today's interview. In the past few days, she has gone to several companies for interviews, but was ruthlessly rejected by all of them. As a result, she seemed particularly discouraged and felt like a loser. Although her understanding was correct, thinking of Chu Lan's encouragement, she still plucked up the courage and took the interview seriously. Because the power of love is great. Are you Meng Meizi? Yes. Meng Meizi replied. I guess the next step is to look through your resume and find faults with yourself, right? Things like why didn't you join any clubs in college? Why didn't you look for a job a year after graduation? Why haven't you won any academic awards? Sure enough, the interviewer started looking through the resume. However, after reading through the documents, the interviewer looked up at her with a kind smile like that of an old mother. What an excellent child. Meng Meizi? Meow meow meow, what on earth happened? Chapter 67 Sign and Guardian Spirit, Chao Wei General. Meng Meizi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the interviewer in disbelief. That I'm excellent? Are you sure you read the resume correctly? Meng Meizi said nervously, hello, interviewer. Did you read my resume wrongly? My name is Meng Meizi. The interviewer flipped through the resume and confirmed that she was not mistaken. It was exactly the same as the information the general manager gave her. Ha, I'm not wrong. It's our honor to have such an outstanding graduate like you join our Xingyu Advertising Company. On behalf of the company, I welcome you to join. Puff. Meng Meizi almost fell off her chair. He actually skipped all the interview steps and hired me in person? You're not playing by the rules. But I have no work experience at all? Meng Meizi asked. But you have great potential. I believe that your talents will soon be reflected after you enter the company. The interviewer said with a firm look. But I didn't join any clubs when I was in college. I just stayed in the dorm every day surfing the internet. Meng Meizi asked again. It's better not to go to that kind of children's playhouse. But I haven't won any awards. My grades are mediocre. Who said no? The interviewer quickly flipped open the resume, pointed to a line of text and read, Best Makeup Artist at the 17th Shanghai Cosplay Competition. But I'm applying for a clerk position, not a makeup artist. It doesn't matter. You can even win a prize in a cosplay competition with so many experts. This shows that you have a good work attitude. Our company really needs you. The interviewer forced a wave of praise. Meng Meizi was completely speechless. Have I joined a pyramid scheme? That's impossible. This company is well known in the advertising circle, and its address is indeed here. Okay, let's not talk too much. Just go through the onboarding procedures today and you can come to work tomorrow. The interviewer had just been so complimented that she herself felt embarrassed.
In order to avoid further complications, she decided to just make it a done deal and let Meng Meizi come to work tomorrow. By the way, your monthly salary is 15,000 yuan, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, a year-end bonus at the end of the year, and rent and food subsidies every month.
Meng Meizi was really confused. Completely confused. What is going on here? Which clerk can earn 15,000 yuan a month? You clearly wrote on the recruitment website that the monthly salary is 4,500, okay?
But she was not allowed to think.
Soon the Human Resources Department brought the contract and asked her to sign.
Meng Meizi signed her name in a daze and somehow became an employee of this company, a clerk with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan.
Until I get home. She was still in a state of confusion.
But he still called Chu Lan immediately to tell him the good news.
Chu Lan, I really found a job, with a monthly salary of 15,000.
On the other end of the phone, Chu Lan covered her face.
15,000? Shen Gang, aren't you exaggerating too much?
Chu Lan, if you hadn't encouraged me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Meng Meizi said excitedly, her tone full of gratitude.
Sure enough, the power of love is great. It's okay. Chu Lan wanted to say, actually I just wanted to help you because I felt sorry for you. I often see stray dogs on the street like this. After hanging up the phone,
Meng Meizi called Michelle again.
Mom, I found a job.
I'll be in charge of my own affairs from now on, so please stop arranging blind dates for me.
Michelle was stunned. Where did you find the job?
Xingyu Advertising Company, clerk, monthly salary of 15,000, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a year-end bonus at the end of the year. Meng Meizi raised her head proudly.
Michelle was even more confused. She knew how useless her daughter was, so why would a well-known advertising company hire her? And offer her a salary of 15,000? Meizi, have you been deceived into a pyramid scheme?
Michelle was very worried.
You don't believe me. Am I such a loser? Yes. Michelle blurted out. Humph. Meng Meizi hung up the phone angrily.
Later, Michelle really called to ask. When she heard the Human Resources Department's clear reply that Meng Meizi was indeed accepted and her monthly salary was indeed 15,000, she was stunned.
I couldn't believe my ears.
Just when Michelle was extremely shocked,
Chu Lan received a call from Su Han. Chu Lan, you lent us your office. Shan and I would like to invite you to the beach as a reward. Do you want to go? Chu Lan thought for a moment and asked, which beach? Little Sun Beach is right next door to Donglin City. Chu Lan looked at the map. It was only a 2-hour journey.
Even if something happened in the White Tiger Hall, he could rush back immediately.
So I agreed.
On the other end of the phone, Su Han was so excited that she almost jumped up after hearing Chu Lan's reply.
Chen Yanshan, who was standing by, complained arrogantly, you said you could just invite him, why did you have to bring up my name? But isn't this what you proposed? Su Han asked curiously. No, I just want to ask for your opinion.
Chen Yanshan turned her head away, her cheeks slightly flushed.
But having said that,
she has indeed been thinking about Chu Lan a lot recently.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing that kid see what he looks like in a swimsuit. Oh my god, could it be that I really like him? No way. Impossible. The next day, the alarm rang. Chu Lan got up.
While brushing my teeth, I opened the system and signed in.
Ding, sign in successfully, obtain the guardian spirit Su Chu. Kindness? Chu Lan was so shocked that her toothbrush fell into the wash basin. Su Chu? Guardian spirit? Who is Su Chu?
A fierce general under Cao Cao of the Three Kingdoms period, known as the Tiger Crazy, he possessed the courage of a single man against 1,000. He once fought with Ma Chao and Zhang Fei, 2 of the 5 tiger generals of Shu Han, for 300 rounds without a clear winner. He also joined forces with Dian Wei, Lu Jin, and 5 other generals to repel Lu Bu.
His martial arts skills were extremely high.
The key is that he is absolutely loyal to his lord and has saved Cao Cao from crises many times.
If I have Su Chu as my bodyguard, I won't be afraid of the Taiyang Xiaoyi.
Chu Lan was extremely excited and felt that he was really lucky today. Begin to bind the host's guardian spirit. Guardian spirit is bound successfully, the host can now summon the guardian spirit at any time. As the system prompt sounded, Chu Lan clearly felt that there seemed to be something extra inside his body.
But I'm not a descendant of the married woman Chow. I wonder if Su Chu will listen to me?
Although a little worried, Chulan still called Su Chu out to take a look.
Su Chu? It doesn't seem too domineering to open your mouth.
But just as he finished his words, the air around him seemed to be burning with hellfire, and a solid and tall figure emerged from the ground and appeared in front of Chulan. It has a huge body that is nearly 4 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, a face-covering helmet on its head, and a long-handled round hammer in its hand. It exudes a terrifying aura all over its body, like a demon from hell. General Su Chu pays respect to the Lord. Su Chu knelt on one knee with a respectful attitude. It seems that under the power of the system, Su Chu is loyal to me.
Chulan was secretly happy.
At the same time, put on the glasses to check Su Chu's combat power.
Combat power, 1,500. Puff.
Chulan was about to vomit blood. It's 10 times more than mine. It seems that with Su Chu, a great god, as his personal bodyguard, he can live a wealthy life in peace and not have to worry about those enemies outside. After letting Su Chu return to his body, Chulan put on the 3,000 lives of Yu suit and drove a Wuling Hongguang to pick up Su Han and Chen Yenshan.
What?
Where do you think Wuling Hongguang comes from? This is because all our cars are 2-seater sports cars, so Chulan went to Sangbiao to borrow a Wuling Hongguang. As Chulan set off, Tang Long on the other side also quickly received the news.
Chapter 68, Chase on the Highway. Inside the White Tiger Hall.
Tang Long was sitting on the armchair in a daze, looking extremely haggard. The 2 armchairs beside him were empty. This was originally the seat of Tang Hu and Tang Bao, but since Tang Hu died and Tang Bao became disabled, he was the only one left in the entire White Tiger Hall.
It's a bit sad.
And every time he thought of the stolen tomb map, his hatred for Chulan deepened. Yes, although there is no conclusive evidence, he also thinks Chulan is the most suspicious.
Chulan, you little beast, I will definitely skin you alive. Just at this moment,
one of his men rushed in a hurry.
Boss, I got accurate information. Chulan drove a Wuling Hongguang out of the Magic City and onto the highway. Bang!
Tang Long slammed the table and stood up, causing the teacup on the table to fall over.
Gather the troops immediately and chase after that little bastard. On the other side, on the highway,
Chulan drove the Wuling Hongguang borrowed from Sangbiao, carrying 2 beauties, Su Han and Chen Yenshan, to the little sun beach in the nearby city.
Su Han asked, Chulan, why did you drive a Wuling Hongguang to the beach today?
Chulan replied, oh, because my car is either a Ferrari or a Bugatti Veyron, and it only has 2 seats, so it can't carry the 2 of you.
Su Han. Chen Yenshan. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. We drove a little further.
Su Han suddenly looked down at herself, then looked at Chen Yenshan beside her.
BVSD.
Remembering that she would have to wear a swimsuit later, Su Han asked again, Chulan, Chulan.
Chulan, what happened again?
I have a very private question for you.
Kindness. After hesitating for a while, Su Han asked a little embarrassedly, do you guys like fierce and big ones? Chulan rolled his eyes, I thought you were going to ask something?
I'm telling you, don't keep dwelling on such boring things.
Being fierce and powerful is really nothing big. Su Han was pleasantly surprised and asked quickly, really? If there is a big villain and a small villain, which one would you choose?
Very fierce. Chulan said without hesitation.
Su Han, fuck. Chen Yenshan was secretly delighted.
At noon, the 3 of them found a restaurant at the rest stop to eat.
Then continue to your destination.
The weather was hot and the air conditioning was cool, so the 2 girls soon fell asleep in the back, snuggling together. Su Han seemed to be dreaming, mumbling things like flat chests are the world's wealth and all men are pigs, I only choose the big and fierce ones.
Just at this moment. Boom boom boom.
Suddenly, there was a roar of a modified car's engine from behind.
Chulan glanced at the rearview mirror.
Then he saw a modified off-road vehicle approaching him quickly.
Why do I feel like I'm seeking revenge?
With the eyesight enhanced by the super soldier serum, Chulan saw that Tang Long was sitting in the passenger seat of the car behind. He also saw a burly man leaning out of the car window with a pistol in his hand.
Damn.
He's really looking for revenge. Chulan stepped on the accelerator and the Wuling Hongguang drove like it was flying. It's not that he was afraid that he couldn't beat Tang Long and the others, but he was concerned that the other side had guns. If a fight broke out, Su Han and Chen Yenshan might be implicated. Oh, women are trouble. On the SUV behind, Tang Long stared at Chulan with hatred. I will never let this little bastard off easily today. The thug driving the car said, Boss, why do you need to fight this little beast? There are cliffs ahead, I will knock that guy down and smash him to pieces. Can't. Tang Long's face changed, my map is still in his hands. That little beast can't die before I find out the whereabouts of the map. Map? What map? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Tang Long's voice turned cold and filled with murderous intent. Yes. The thug driving the car was just a poor guy at the bottom of the White Tiger Hall. If he wasn't a good driver, he wouldn't have been pulled in to hunt down Chulan. He had no right to know about things like the map of the ancient tomb. Boss, please rest assured. That guy is only driving a junkie car like the Wuling Hongwang. With our modified car, we will catch up with him soon. In order to regain Tang Long's trust, the gangster driving the car spoke confidently. However, soon he was slapped in the face. They had already caught up with the Wuling Hongwang, but Chulan made a dazzling drift at the corner and left them behind for a distance. Oh my god! That kid's driving skills are so good. The gangster driving the car was almost shocked. If you can't catch up with that little bastard, you won't need these hands anymore. On the side, Tang Long said coldly. The gangster driving the car was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and kept close to Chulan's tail. In the Wuling Hongwang, Chulan frowned. On the bends, he can rely on his talent as the god of driving in Akina Mountain to drift away from his opponents. But in a straight line, Wuling Hongwang's performance is ultimately no match for a modified off-road vehicle. Soon, Tang Long's off-road vehicle was within reach. If we reach shooting range, that thug in the back seat will open fire. Chulan was a little nervous. Ha? What's wrong? I feel like I'm flying. At this time, Chen Yenshan woke up in a daze. Sharingan. Chulan turned around and used his Sharingan to hypnotize Chen Yenshan. Chen Yenshan was stunned for a moment, but soon closed her eyes and fell asleep again. And the off-road vehicle behind him was getting closer. Ha! I just dreamed that I was on a plane. This time it was Su-han's turn to wake up in a daze. Sharingan. Chulan hypnotized Su-han again and he fell into a deep sleep. This is terrible, I will never play with a woman again. Chulan groaned inwardly. But suddenly remembered something. He heaved a sigh of relief. Hey! I was so nervous just now that I forgot that I just signed Su Chu, the ruthless man, today. At this time, Tang Long was less than 300 meters away from him. Boss, that guy doesn't seem to be planning to stop the car, said the gangster who was driving with a frown. Agu, can you aim? Tang Long asked the burly man with a gun behind him. The car is going too fast, it's hard to aim, shouted the burly man with the gun. Tang Long frowned and said to the thug driving the car, just ram him. Our car has been modified, and it will definitely overturn him. Yes. The gangster driving the car received the order, stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and rushed towards the Wuling Hongwang. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. The distance was getting shorter and shorter, and everyone in the car held onto the handlebars, waiting for the next moment when the two cars would collide violently. Tang Long could even see the tragic scene when Chulan's car was knocked over. However, Su Chu! Chulan shouted. In an instant, a wall of fire rose between the two cars. In the blazing flames, a tall and majestic figure rose from the ground. With a giant body, wearing ancient armor and holding a sledgehammer, he looks like a ghost from hell. Su Chu, here. Chapter 69 So greasy. Su Chu's huge figure suddenly blocked the off-road vehicle of Tang Long and others. They didn't even realize what was happening. The car was smashed away by the sledgehammer in Su Chu's hand, spinning 360 degrees in the air, and fell straight off the highway accompanied by the screams of Tang Long and his men. This time Tang Long can't die anymore, right? Chulan looked through the rearview mirror and saw the roller coaster scene behind him, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I quickly parked the car in the emergency parking lane. This was not because the car broke down, but because Chulan wanted to wait for Su Chu to come back. According to the system's intelligence, since the guardian spirit's duty is to guard, it cannot be too far away from the person who hosts the spirit. There is a maximum distance, and the person will die quickly if he leaves this distance. And this extreme distance is called the vanishing point. As far as Chulan's current strength is concerned, the extinction point of his guardian spirit is 200 meters, and the longest survival time beyond the extinction point is 600 seconds.
In addition, Chulan also discovered something very annoying.
He suddenly felt weak in his limbs and dizzy, as if he was watching a Japanese love action movie with several scenes of 5 dragons embracing the pillar. After checking the system intelligence, he suddenly realized,
oh my god. It turns out that for the guardian spirit to appear, it has to continuously consume its own spiritual energy?
with his current poor fighting power, if he sent Su Chu, whose fighting power is 10 times that of his own, to fight him, his spiritual power would be consumed like water and would drop to a dangerous level in an instant. If the spiritual power is exhausted, the person will collapse and fall into a coma, and in serious cases, his life may be in danger.
Su Chu, come back soon.
Shulan quickly called Su Chu back to his body. Then he took out a potion to replenish his strength from the 3,000 kills set and gulped it down.
The feeling of exhaustion gradually disappeared.
Then, before the traffic police arrived, he drove away in his Wuling Hongguang.
The other side.
The off-road vehicle Tang Long was riding and fell off the highway into a ravine and turned directly into scrap metal.
Except for Tang Long, all the people in the car died on the spot.
However, although Tang Long managed to save his life thanks to his years of martial arts training, he was only half dead and could only crawl out of the car covered in blood. He had not climbed for long when the off-road vehicle behind him, which was leaking gasoline, exploded on the spot.
The blast almost blew him away. Tang Long looked frightened.
If I had crawled out a few steps later.
But what on earth is going on? When the car was falling off the highway, I seemed to see a wall of fire and a giant. Was this my hallucination? Tang Long didn't have time to think about it and quickly took out his cell phone.
Fortunately, only the screen was broken and it can still be used. It turned out to be a wise choice to choose Nokia.
Then, Tang Long called Bai Hutang.
On the other side, Shulan had already brought Su Han and Chen Yenshan to Little Sun Beach. After checking in at the hotel and taking a short rest, the three of them headed straight to the beach. Su Han and Chen Yenshan have already changed into their carefully prepared swimsuits, and their fair skin seems to glow like diamonds in the sun.
Shulan, come quickly. Why don't you come over? Don't you know how to swim? Judging from the way they speak, the cute one is Su Han and the arrogant one is Chen Yenshan.
Judging from the swimsuit styles, the one in cute pink is Su Han, and the one in sexy bikini is Chen Yenshan. I have to give a thumbs up to Chen Yenshan here. Her bikini, coupled with her devilish figure and 2 headlights that seem to be about to pop out, makes people feel that her breasts are too big to handle.
But Shulan's side is not bad either.
After taking the super soldier serum and exercising every day, his muscles are simply perfect. He is not a muscular brother with an inverted triangle like Billy King, but a thin and sunny boy with clear muscle lines.
Others stood on the beach. Suddenly, dozens of scorching gazes were cast over from all around. Ah! So handsome.
With these muscles and this body, I can't help but want to go over and ask him if he wants to date tonight.
I guess he wakes up every morning because of his handsomeness, right?
If being handsome could be eaten, he could feed 1.4 billion people. When Su Han and Chen Yenshan saw Chulan in a swimsuit, their hearts began to pound and their faces turned red.
Ah, so men can be so sexy? Love it.
The three of them played in the water and had fun at the beach, laughing constantly, becoming the most beautiful scenery of Little Sun Beach, no doubt about it. The others who were swimming suddenly felt bored.
There are handsome men and beautiful women here. How can a mortal like me have the nerve to pollute this beautiful picture? I'd better stay away.
Thus, the original public swimming area became a private beach for 3 people. Of course, there will also be some mysteriously confident people who will come and show their presence.
For example, this handsome guy in front of you.
He is very handsome and has a great body, like a model.
He seemed to be attracted by the hot Chen Yenshan and walked over with a textbook evil smile on his face. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Louis Fa, and I am a contracted model of Tianwang Entertainment.
I will be doing a photo shoot for Milan Fashion tomorrow morning, and I would like to invite you to come and support me.
Not interested. Chen Yenshan glanced at him with disdain, still as sharp-tongued as ever.
To be honest, he is quite handsome. But he has this attitude of I'm the most handsome and all women in the world will love me. He is like he is possessed by the god of grease, so greasy that people can't eat. In this world, being handsome without knowing it is the best, like Chulan who was watching the show next to him.
Ha, you are really interesting.
I have to say, you have successfully attracted my attention.
Louis Fa raised his chin slightly and showed a crazy smile. Chen Yenshan? Su Han? Chulan?
The air suddenly became quiet and the scene became extremely awkward.
This kind of unrivaled narcissism and self-confidence was simply a reward for confusing behavior. Chen Yenshan turned around and glared at Chulan. The meaning is simple: you are a man, shouldn't you stand up and say something?
Chulan scratched his cheek and had to step forward despite the greasy feeling and extended his hand to Luifa. Hello, my name is Chulan, nice to meet you. Luifa was so immersed in the role that he really thought of himself as a boss. With your status, you are not qualified to shake hands with me, but for the sake of this beautiful lady, I will give you this honor. Then, he also stretched out a hand and shook hands with Chulan. The next moment, he found that his hand was as if clamped in a pair of pliers. He could not pull it out at all, and the clamp was getting tighter and tighter.
It was obvious that Chulan wanted to compete with him. Haha, interesting. Luifa didn't get angry but laughed instead.
He secretly exerted force and tightly grasped Chulan's hand.
Why don't you try harder? I don't even know what you want to do. Chulan said lightly.
You can tell who wins and who loses without a combat power detector.
He wanted to crush Chulan's palm, just like crushing Captain America's, which was completely impossible.
Chulan's reaction surprised Luifa a little, but he still maintained his mysterious confidence. Don't be too happy too soon, I only used 50% of my strength. So, Luifa gritted his teeth and continued to increase the strength of his palms.
Chapter 70. Chulan is going to hurt someone again.
Luifa continued to increase his strength, but Chulan remained expressionless.
Did you masturbate too much last night? Why don't I feel anything? Well.
This time Luifa was a little panicked. His face was almost turning red and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
It was obvious that he was exerting all his might. But Chulan was still so calm and composed. Brother, a man should not be weak. With your kidney deficiency, you still dare to hit on my friend. You really overestimate your own abilities.
Chulan finished driving and suddenly exerted more force with his right hand. Suddenly, Luifa screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered.
Let go. Let go now.
His face was pale and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He tried desperately to pull his hand out, but he felt as if his palm was clamped by an iron clamp and was about to be crushed into a meat paste at any time.
Su Han and Chen Yenshan were both shocked. They didn't expect that Chulan was so fierce.
Brother! Let go, please let go, I was wrong, I don't dare to pretend anymore.
Luifa was in so much pain that tears came out and he begged for mercy. Promise? Chulan asked. Promise. Luifa wailed. Then I'll let you go.
Chulan let go of his hand, and Luifa quickly ran away with his tail between his legs. When he ran to the beach, he turned around and pointed at Chulan viciously and cursed.
You stinky loser, this isn't over yet. Just wait. Chulan shrugged. Chulan, you were so handsome just now. Su Han said admiringly. Thank you for what you did just now.
Chen Yenshan turned her head away, as arrogant as ever. Chulan smiled but said nothing.
You haven't seen my most handsome moment yet. In the blink of an eye, it was night.
Resort Hotel, room 0306. Chen Yenshan and Su Han, who had already finished their shower, were chatting and playing on the bed.
The topic is nothing more than checking the other party's development and feelings towards Chulan. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door.
Chen Yenshan ran to open the door, only to see a young man who looked like a hotel waiter standing outside the door, holding an exquisite fruit plate in his hand.
Hello, I'm here to deliver some fruit to the hotel.
The young man said politely.
We didn't order any fruit? Chen Yenshan was stunned.
This is a free gift from the hotel, said the young man.
Oh, then give it to me. Chen Yenshan didn't doubt it at all.
She took the fruit plate and closed the door again.
Wow! There are fruits to eat?
Su Han threw the phone on the bed and ran over licking her lips.
These fruits don't look cheap.
Does the hotel offer fruit delivery?
Chen Yenshan asked curiously. Hotels usually give away fruit. I want to eat this, strawberry. Su Han didn't think too much about it.
She picked up a strawberry and was about to put it into her mouth.
The other side. The fruit delivery boy took the elevator to a room on the 5th floor. Knocked on the door. Brother Lu?
When the door opened, a handsome but somewhat effeminate face was revealed. It was Luifa, whose Chilan arm was almost crushed by Chulan today.
When the waiter came in, Louis Fa asked quickly, "Is everything done?" "Everything is done. As you instructed, I will dress up as a waiter and serve fruit to the other party."
The waiter showed a sly and obscene smile.
In fact, he was not a hotel waiter at all, but Louis Fa's assistant, whose name was Chen Jianrun.
"Very good, after eating those fruits with added ingredients, I will see how those two women can resist me later."
Louis Fa gave a wicked smile. Chen Jianrun hesitated, "But Brother Lu, will we violate the law by doing this?" "So what if it's a crime?" Louis Fa said with disdain, "What we did is no different from picking up corpses.
When the police asked us, we said we heard noises when we passed by their room and we were afraid they were in danger and we banged the door. But those two women were drugged and I was pushed down by them."
"How can anyone find out?"
To be honest, Louis Fa has done this kind of thing many times, but as long as he doesn't offend any big bosses, the company will help him settle it every time.
"That's right." Chen Qianzhen nodded.
"And that guy today, he's probably chasing after one of those two women. I'm going to have sex with both of them tonight and make him a cuckold."
Just thinking about Louis' order makes me feel extremely excited. This is Su Han.
She was about to stuff a strawberry into her mouth. At this time, someone knocked on the door.
Chen Yanshan opened the door and saw that it was Chulan. "Do you have a conversion plug?" "The one I have is not suitable for this hotel." What's that smell?" Chulan sniffed and his face changed immediately.
Relying on the inheritance of the Medicine King Sutra, he immediately smelled that this was a drug. When he saw the strawberries in Su Han's hand, he took a few steps forward and slapped the strawberries out of her hand.
"Don't eat it." Su Han was startled and didn't know what to do for a moment. Chen Yanshan hurried over and asked, "Chulan, what's going on?" "These fruits are all drugged," Chulan said as he reached out and picked up an apple and crushed it with one hand. "Sure enough, I saw some white substance sticking inside the flesh."
"These white substances are drugs.
After being mixed with water, they are injected into the fruit. It will be difficult for you to find them,"
Chulan said, pointing at the white substance on the flesh. The two women were immediately terrified. If Chulan hadn't happened to show up, I'm afraid they would have been in trouble.
"Who did this? This is too much," Su Han said angrily. "Why don't we call the police immediately?"
Chen Yanshan was also a little panicked. No, calling the police would be too easy for them. Chulan shook his head and said, "I guess the person who drugged me will be here soon.
Leave the rest to me." 5 minutes later. Louis Fa and his assistant Chen Jianrun have arrived at room 0306. Relying on his connections, Louis Fa got the room card for room 0306. Beep.
The door opened as soon as the room card was swiped.
Thinking about having fun with two beauties, Louis Fa felt a surge of power in his crotch. Here I come." Louis Fa and his assistant walked in. The erotic scene they had imagined did not occur.
There was only a handsome guy sitting on the sofa, watching them with a smile.
"Why you?" Lu was stunned.
The handsome guy on the sofa is Chulan.
"Are you mistaken?" Louis Fa turned around and glared at Chen Jianrun. "Impossible, it's obviously this room," Chen Jianrun said. "Don't argue, it's indeed here. I already know about the dirty things you have done," Chulan said leisurely.
Louis Fa was panicked at first, but he soon calmed down.
"What? Do you want to call the police?"
"We were just drunk and passed by and walked into the wrong room."
"This is not illegal, right?" Louis Fa sneered.
Chulan shook his head, "I don't plan to call the police, because calling the police will give you a bargain, Sharingan." Suddenly, Chulan's eyes turned into blood-red pupils with 3 rotating magatama.